Chapter 204, Reading Vinsmoke Judge's Memories, Bloodline Factor Technology, 1 Update. Please customize. However, after observing for a period of time, the second generation has indeed improved their favorability towards Uchiha Xianqing. Whether it is Suinking's personal cultivation talent or scientific research talent, he is very impressed. As for the governance of Konoha, it goes without saying. It's just that he still has some grudges and awkwardness in his heart, and is unwilling to face the reality completely. But if he continues like this, he will sooner or later reach the contract standard. Advertisement. Pirate's World, somewhere in the North Blue Sea. At this time, a huge and strange ship with a snail-like shape is sailing on the sea. This is the fleet of Germa 66, or even a kingdom. This is a mobile kingdom. And in the sky above the sea, the Millennium Dragon is flying here, closely following this special fleet. Swish. The next moment, Xianqing appeared behind the Millennium Dragon with his people. The observation color and spiritual perception were directly unfolded, and he instantly sensed the fleet of Germa 66 below. Immediately sent a message to Millennium Dragon, "Thank you for your hard work, Millennium Dragon, you did a great job this time. Leave the things here to us. You just continue to run the map." Millennium Dragon immediately cried, "Okay. Then I'll go first." Yet. Xianqing nodded, then stretched out his hand on one of Orochimaru's shoulders, and directly locked a certain place of the Germa 66 fleet with his observation haki. Swish. And teleported over. Feeling Xianqing and the others leaving his back, Millennium Dragon immediately flapped his wings and quickly flew away. And Xianqing appeared on a snail ship. The mental perception directly enveloped the entire Germa 66 fleet in his mental perception at this time. Directly locked the position of Vinsmoke Judge. With Orochimaru, swish. And teleport directly to a laboratory inside a snail 997 ship. Who? Judge was obviously very sensitive. He sensed that someone suddenly appeared here, and his face changed immediately, and he turned around and shouted. At the same time, a hand quietly reached for the transformation button of the combat suit at the waist. Sharingan illusion rose Hipple illusion. But Suinking's reaction was faster than his. He activated Sharingan before he succeeded and threw an illusion. Instantly, Judge froze in place, motionless. Tisk tisk. Suinking-kun, your illusion skills are getting better and better. This is only 3 Megatama. I really don't know how powerful your illusion will be after you open the Eternal Eye. Sharingan, it's really an enviable bloodline. Orochimaru licked his tongue and sighed while looking at everything in the laboratory. No matter how many times he looked at it, he would be eager for Sharingan now. This is definitely a great way to quickly improve strength. Het. Xianqing listened and shook his head with a smile. If you want it, then develop the Uchiha bloodline potion as soon as possible. Then you will naturally have the blood of Uchiha and then Sharingan. Advertisement. Even if you can also make the Sage Body bloodline potion and inject it in the same way. In the future, whether it is to open the Eternal Eye or Rinnegan, it will be much simpler. While speaking, Xianqing walked in front of the judge and stretched out a hand to press on the judge's head. He began to use his powerful mental power and illusion attainments to read the judge's memory. With his mental power and illusion attainments, combined with the memory reading technique he learned from the Konoha torture department, he soon successfully broke through the defense line of the judge's brain, BGD, and began to read his memory smoothly. You think too highly of me. Orochimaru heard Xianqing's words and immediately shook his head with a wry smile. Bloodline limits are not so easy to study, especially the bloodline limits of Senju and Uchiha. At present, I have been studying with the second generation and your shadow clone for half a month, and I have some ideas about magnet style. But there is still a long way to go before the development of magnet style bloodline limits, not to mention the bloodline potions of Uchiha and Senju. The research materials for magnet-style bloodline limits are naturally provided by Xianqing. Don't forget, the body of the third Kazekage was in his hands before. Of course, it's gone now. When Konoha negotiated with the Sand Ninja, one of the conditions proposed by the Sand Ninja was the body of the third Kazekage. If they didn't give it to them, they would rather continue to waste time than agree to sign a surrender letter and give compensation. After Orochimaru and the others asked Xianqing, Xian agreed. However, before returning the body of the third Kazekage, he had extracted enough blood, cells, magnet-style chakra, and other useful samples from his body for research. Now, it's being used. If the magnet-style bloodline can be successfully developed, he doesn't mind using it himself. He is still quite interested in magnet-style. Of course, he thinks that in the process of cracking the magnet-style bloodline and making the magnet-style bloodline potion, he can probably learn and master the magnet-style by himself. As far as the current experimental progress is concerned, his understanding of the magnetic track is on the fast motorcycle. Although, he does not have the Sand Ninja's magnet-style training method. But the corpse, blood cells, and even the magnet-style chakra samples themselves contain all the secrets of magnet-style. The premise is that you can crack and restore these mysteries. Ordinary people naturally can't do it, but Xianqing can. Add Orochimaru and second generation, it's even better. Isn't magnet-style already in sight? Once we get the magnet-style bloodline potion and have the successful experience, it will be much easier to study the Uchiha bloodline potion and Senju bloodline potion in the future. Not to mention, we have now obtained the bloodline factor technology, artificial human technology, and many human-related research data and information of Germa 66. I can now be sure that bloodline factors are really helpful to our bloodline research. Xianqing said excitedly at this time. Oh. Orochimaru listened, and immediately did not bother to check the other data and instruments in the laboratory. He walked to Xianqing with some excitement and asked, "You got the bloodline factor technology from his memory. Can you send me a copy directly? Isn't this why he came here this time?" As long as these knowledge and technologies are in hand, Vinsmoke Judge and the city will not seem so important. Of course, if he can really surrender and assist him in research in the future, then Judge will still be very valuable. But according to the information Xianqing gave in the past, Vinsmoke Judge is extremely conceited and proud, and it is not so easy to tame. Not to mention letting him make a contract with Xianqing. And if the requirements of the contract cannot be met, many secrets cannot be known to him, so he cannot participate in many important research. Advertisement. The value is immediately greatly reduced. Judge is not Vegapunk after all, and his research ability is far worse than Vegapunk. Without the contract, neither Orochimaru nor Xianqing will feel at ease. Okay. Hyunqing nodded affirmatively. I will pass it to you after I search and copy the useful memory information. Hehe. Hyunqing licked his tongue happily and said, "Thank you very much. I feel that I came to the right place this time. This Vinsmoke Judge is really a good person." After more than an hour, Hyunqing finally completed the memory reading and screening copying of Vinsmoke Judge. He eliminated the useless memory information and only selected the technical knowledge such as bloodline factors and a large amount of experimental knowledge for copying. During this period, the abnormality here was not discovered by other people in Germa 66, which saved Xianqing and others a lot of trouble. 0145012116 Fila 1011322430. It can only be said that Vinsmoke Judge often stays in the laboratory for a long time on weekdays. It is just more than an hour and will not arouse any suspicion. Hey! Finally the selection and copying is done. There are still a lot of junk memories in this guy's head. It's also a mind-consuming job to select and copy memories. Xianqing sighed and retracted his hand. Without waiting for Orochimaru to speak, he raised his hand and pointed at his forehead under his eager gaze. A stream of light directly sank into Orochimaru's forehead. The next moment, countless information poured into Orochimaru's mind. He quickly closed his eyes and began to digest it seriously. Seeing that Orochimaru couldn't figure it out for a while, he simply began to visit everything in his laboratory. According to Vinsmoke Judge's memory, he successfully found the treasure house he left in this experiment. He didn't even use the password, and directly used his mental power to penetrate into the treasure house using the means of space teleportation to collect various technical information and many rare minerals in it into his own storage space. But he didn't touch the large amount of money in it. Because, these billions of dollars are nothing to him. He also had other considerations for Vinsmoke Judge. However, he still had to ask Orochimaru for his opinion later. More than an hour passed. During this time, Xianqing kept reading the bloodline factor technology and related information in his mind, carefully checking and understanding it. Try to integrate all this knowledge and information as soon as possible and turn it into your own. At this time, Orochimaru finally opened his eyes. He said excitedly, "Spiracy. It's so spiracy. This bloodline factor technology and a large amount of experimental data are so useful for us to study bloodline limits and even potions. With these technologies and experimental data, I am confident that I can crack magnet style within a month and research the production method of magnet style bloodline potion. This time I picked up a treasure. Haha. It's good that you have confidence." Xianqing listened and nodded with a smile. He himself felt the same way. Even, it feels that the time to research magnet style may be shorter than Orochimaru said. What do you think about how to deal with Vinsmoke Judge? This guy is not so easy to subdue, let alone a contract. It feels a bit useless. Xianqing then asked Orochimaru. Chapter 205, Squeeze Judge's Usefulness to the Limit, Cloud Shinobi Raids the Land of Earth? 2ND Update. Please subscribe. V. Orochimaru listened, touched his chin and looked at Judge, and said after a pause, "We have taken what we should take. Perhaps, we can spare his life and let him continue his research. We can even take the initiative to leave him a few research topics and even some research materials that he may be interested in but are also very useful to us, so that he can become our worker. In this way, we don't need to care whether he is willing to work for us or whether he can be contracted. As long as we come here regularly to harvest his research achievements in the future, what do you think? Advertisement. It would be a pity to kill him directly. He is a top scientist after all. Such people are extremely rare in pirates and the ninja world. It would be a waste not to use him in ultimate. Oh. Xianqing raised his eyebrows slightly after listening, and looked at Orochimaru as if he was looking at a big capitalist. But he had to admit that Orochimaru's idea was very good and coincided with his idea. Okay. He nodded immediately and said, then let's do as you said. Then what kind of gifts do you think we should leave for Judge? Well. Orochimaru listened, pondered for a while, and said, how about the dead bone pulse bloodline? Don't you have a few corpses of the Huayuruaki clan? You can give some materials to Judge and let him study to see if he can figure out the secret of dead bone pulse as soon as possible. I believe he will also be interested in this. It is a very good supplement to his bloodline factor and artificial human technology, but it will not involve our core research secrets. This kind of bloodline limit that can strengthen bones is absolutely very attractive to Ji. Although this will inevitably let Judge discover the chakra in it. But without the source chakra refining technique or the ninja sect, Judge cannot let people master chakra. It can only be used passively, at best. Dead bone pulse. Hearing this, Xianqing nodded and said, okay. Then leave a piece of flesh and blood from the Huayuruaki clan for him. As he said this, Xianqing waved his hand, took out a corpse of a Huayuruaki clan Jainin, cut off a large piece of flesh and blood and put it in the 10 culture dishes in the Judge laboratory that are specially used to store flesh and blood vitality. Then he collected the remaining corpses and continued to store them in the time-forbidden space that was specially separated in the space-time gate space for storing corpses. Speaking of which, these corpses of the Huayuruaki clan were the corpses left by the Huayuruaki clan who killed Mist Shinobi when Uchiha's Hilly went to support the Whirlpool country a few years ago. Not only this one, there are 4 corpses of the Huayuruaki clan, 3 corpses of the Mizuno Tsuki clan, and 2 corpses of the Shinkaizuki clan. These were collected by Uchiha's Hilly in the storage space and handed over to Xianqing to be transferred to the time-forbidden space for preservation. Therefore, the vitality of these corpses has not completely dissipated, and they are no different from those who just died. This is also the result of Suinking's conscious collection for future research on various bloodlines. By the way, do you have the technical data and finished products of this combat suit and rocket boots? I think these 2 things are quite good and worth studying. Maybe they can be modified and used as combat suits for future ninjas in Konoha. What do you think? Orochimaru suddenly remembered something and turned to Xianqing. He believed that with this combat suit, the strength of Konoha shinobi could be greatly improved. Advertisement. The information has been obtained. As for the finished product, let me see it. Xianqing nodded, then directly expanded his mental power, easily locked the location of 2 sets of combat uniforms and 5 pairs of rocket boots, and with a thought, he took them into his storage space remotely. Then, he looked at Orochimaru Kaide, it's done. Let's go. Yes. Orochimaru naturally had no objection, and immediately teleported away from here and returned to his office in the Konoha Research Department. Immediately afterwards, Xianqing also came here, and then directly waved his hand to take out the information and some materials collected from the Judge's treasure house, even a set of combat uniforms, and 2 pairs of rocket boots and put them on Orochimaru's desk. Said to him, these things are all handed over to you. You study them carefully, and I hope you can crack the replica as soon as possible. For the battle suit, in addition to replicating, it is best to simplify it. Make several grades. The lowest grade is used for Genin, the higher grade is for Chunin, and this complete version is for Jainin. Although, I also hope that every Konoha shinobi can use the complete version of the battle suit, but this is not realistic. I have read the technical information. This thing is not only extremely cumbersome to produce, but also very difficult to mass produce. The key is that some materials are very rare, difficult to find, and the cost is also extremely high. It is impossible to popularize it to every Konoha shinobi. At least, it is impossible in the short term, unless the technology is great breakthrough again, and the cost is greatly reduced. In fact, even if it is just to provide a complete version to Jainin, it is not a small amount. If possible, it is better to continue to upgrade the technology to reduce the difficulty and cost of production. At present, because of the investment promotion, although there is no shortage of money, it cannot afford to make it like this. I understand. Orochimaru looked at the information and finished products on the table eagerly and nodded repeatedly. Even if Xianqing didn't say it, he understood these principles. The combat suit of the ninja should not only consider its superiority, but also the cost performance is extremely important. If it is too expensive, it is indeed unaffordable and there is no possibility of promotion. As for selling it to ninjas from other villages, that is impossible. This kind of key technology will never be open to the outside world. This is related to the direct improvement of the village's strength. Well. That's it. I'm leaving first. Xianqing saw it, nodded with satisfaction, and teleported away directly. Slyu. Let me see what secrets you have. Hehe. Seeing Xianqing leave, Orochimaru reached out with an obsessed look and picked up a combat suit container, picked up irrelevant technical data, and began to study it. Time goes back to more than a month ago. Rock Shinobi attempted to ambush and attack the Sand Shinobi, and the Sand Shinobi also accidentally learned the news and prepared to counter-ambush. In the end, they resisted the encounter in a desert somewhere in the territory of the Wind Country. There was a fierce battle. In the end, the Sand Shinobi was better at calculations and caused considerable casualties to Rock Shinobi at the beginning. Unfortunately, in the end, the strength of Sand Shinobi was not lower than Rock Shinobi. Especially the terrifying existence of Onoki on the other side. In the end, both sides fought to a loss, leaving hundreds of lives behind, and each retreated. This guy made Onoki depressed, damn it. I didn't expect the Sand Shinobi to be so careful. They discovered our actions long ago, but they didn't take action, and finally plotted against us, leading to failure. Asterisk. I hate it. Now, the Sand Shinobi are already prepared, and the previous battles have inspired the Sand Shinobi to vent their anger. Advertisement. If I want to attack the Sand Shinobi again, I'm afraid it will be difficult. Especially in the desert area, which is the home ground of the Sand Shinobi, they will be at a great disadvantage if they fight there. In addition, most of the Wind Country is desert, which is too barren, and it is very likely that they will not be able to make ends meet if they fight. Therefore, Naka Onoki chose to give up the idea of continuing to attack the Sand Shinobi and chose to withdraw his troops back to Rock Shinobi village. It was also under such circumstances that the Third Raikage led thousands of Cloud Shinobi to raid the northern coastal areas of the Land of Earth from the sea. The Rock Shinobi was caught off guard. The Cloud Shinobi attacked the cities and towns all the way and entered the hinterland of the Land of Earth. They burned, killed, and looted all the way, packed all the useful things and shipped them back to the Land of Lightning from the sea. It was under such circumstances that Onoki received the news. What did you say? Say it again? Raikage led thousands of Cloud Shinobi to raid our northern coastal cities and even invaded the hinterland at this time. Point 0. Onoki's eyes widened and he shouted in disbelief. Yes. Lord Tsuchikage. Please send troops back as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be too late. The messenger ninja who came to report the news cried and said to Onoki. Miserable. Too miserable. Almost all the Rock Shinobi were swept away in the cities that were breached by Cloud Shinobi along the way. Even if they were hiding, most of them were caught and killed. He was one of the few ninjas who ran out to report the news. Even the ordinary civilians in these conquered cities suffered heavy casualties after being burned, killed, and looted by Cloud Shinobi, and most of them became refugees. At this time, more than 10 cities in the northern part of the Land of Earth were already in chaos. Raikage, I will never reconcile with you. Quick! Call all the Jainin in the camp for an emergency meeting. I want to send troops to help. Onoki cursed with his eyes wide open, and then ordered the guards outside the tent. Yes. Soon, the Rock Shinobi in the camp came to the door and gathered. After hearing Onoki's explanation of the situation, these people exploded directly. What? Cloud Shinobi raided our northern coastal areas? Even under the leadership of Raikage, they have already broken through more than a dozen cities and are about to enter our hinterland? How is this possible? What exactly is going on? Why did Cloud Shinobi choose to raid us at this time? Shouldn't they attack Konoha? It is very likely because of the conflict over the newly discovered minerals on several small islands in the northern sea area. We won a battle in this matter before and took those small islands into Xiangzhong, causing Cloud Shinobi to suffer a great loss. They are waiting for an opportunity to retaliate. It is very likely. Damn Cloud Shinobi, why choose this time when there is no good time to raid? What's the point of saying this now? The most urgent task is to send troops back immediately. That's right. I suggest sending an elite force first to stop the offensive of Raikage and Cloud Shinobi. We can't let them continue to wreak havoc in the territory of the Land of Earth. Otherwise, even if we drive away Cloud Shinobi, the loss will be unbearable. Agree. Bidix. Chapter 206, The Third Raikage Dies in Battle, the 5-Cage Meeting? 1 update. Please subscribe. Soon, the Rock Shinobi came up with a countermeasure. In the end, Onoki decided to personally lead 10 teams of elite troops composed of Jainin and elite Chunin to set off first, rushing to the northern part of the Land of Earth as quickly as possible to stop the Raikage and his men from continuing to wreak havoc. The large forces gathered supplies as quickly as possible and set off to follow. A few days later, Onoki led the Rock Shinobi elite to block the Third Raikage, stop the Raikage and Cloud Shinobi's offensive, and entangle him. Waiting for the arrival of the Rock Shinobi army, it was too late for Raikage and Cloud Shinobi to evacuate in one piece. Advertisement. In the end, the Third Raikage, as the original fate trajectory, single-handedly blocked the rear, delaying the rock shinobi army of more than 10,000 ninjas, and buying enough time for the cloud shinobi ninja army to evacuate. He fought with tens of thousands of rock shinobi for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally died of exhaustion. He was exhausted to death. Onoki, who killed the third Raikage, was not happy at all. Firstly, these cloud shinobi were very ruthless. Every time they captured a city, they would let their troops plunder all the financial resources of the city as quickly as possible. And they would transport them back to Cloud Shinobi village by sea at the fastest speed. The main thing was to dig deep into the ground. As a direct result, dozens of cities in the land of Earth were almost turned into ruins, countless refugees were generated, and the kingdom of the king was in a mess. It can be predicted that if the land of Earth wants to completely recover and the May 4th pacifies these invasion losses, it will take at least several years, or even more. Secondly, although the third Raikage was killed this time, the loss of rock shinobi ninjas was huge. At least 1 or 2,000 ninjas died in total. In addition to the elite who died in the hands of Xianqing in the Land of Rain and those who died in the failed ambush of the Sand Ninja, the total number of people lost has reached 4 or 5,000. These are ninjas. It's already broken. What makes Onoki even more depressed is that killing the Raikage also means that they, Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi, have completely forged a deadly feud. It can be predicted that the two villages will continue to fight secretly. This is completely inconsistent with Onoki's expectations and plans. Because he suffered a great loss at the hands of Xianqing before, and knew the huge threat of Xianqing and even Konoha, he was actually ready to end the war with the Sand Ninja, and then sent people to contact Raikage and Mizukage to discuss how to target Uchiha Xianqing and Konoha. But now, the third Raikage has been killed by him. Although Cloud Shinobi is in the wrong, the hatred of killing the shadow of a village is not calculated in this way. In the next few years, it is almost impossible to reach any cooperation and consensus with Cloud Shinobi to deal with yet. Oh. It's so hard for me. Thinking of this, Onoki sighed depressedly, waved his hand to Huangtu beside him and ordered, send someone to send the body of Raikage back to Cloud Shinobi, and then, try to negotiate with them. We can't continue to fight with Cloud Shinobi. DB. Huangtu listened and hesitated, but, will Cloud Shinobi agree? The third Raikage is dead, and the successor may be the third Raikage's son. This hatred is not small. The training of Raikage successors on the Cloud Shinobi side is very complete. The third Raikage started training his son to take over his position a long time ago. So, although the third Raikage died, there will not be too much unrest in Cloud Shinobi. At most, there will be some power struggles. But they will not be exposed, and will be limited to a certain extent. Such a Cloud Shinobi certainly makes Onoki and other ninja villages wary. Advertisement. But now Onoki is even more afraid of Konoha. But he can't do anything about Konoha. Especially the latest news just came back from Konoha, that Kid Uchiha Xianqing has officially become the 4th Hokage. He also got the support of almost all the Konoha villagers, and his position is very stable. Even this guy used the reanimation jutsu to revive Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and Senju Tobirama. This news also gave Onoki a headache. Cloud Shinobi was originally in the wrong this time, and with Konoha's threats, they will agree. I just don't know if the 5-cage talks can continue. About this, you can ask when the time is right. Konoha's use of the forbidden technique to desecrate the dead should be restricted as much as possible, otherwise, the prison will be even more difficult to deal with. Onoki explained to Huangtu and then warned him. At the same time, he was complaining in his heart that the third Raikage was simply sick. Even though they had already sent out invitations and sent people to explain the convening of the 5-cage talks, they still led the army to raid his kingdom. Just for a few mines? I don't know the priorities. He even regretted talking to Cloud Shinobi fought for those mines. The gain was not worth the loss. The key point is that now these mines are lost. Bad luck. I understand. Then I will leave now. Huangtu listened, nodded in understanding, and asked again. Well. Let's go immediately. In order to avoid more trouble at night. Onoki nodded and waved his hand. Yes. Huangtu immediately asked someone to seal the body of the third Raikage with a sealing scroll, took the handwritten letter given to him by his father and the peace agreement, and took a few elite soldiers and set off. A few days later, Huangtu came to Cloud Shinobi village and was received and summoned by Yayuya, who was already the 4th Raikage. Facing the 4th Raikage, whose eyes were full of hatred and murderous intent, Huangtu handed over his father's handwritten letter and the seal scroll that sealed the third Raikage's body, and explained his purpose. Although the 4th Raikage was very reluctant to negotiate with Rock Shinobi at this time, he agreed for the sake of the overall situation. As for the 5-cage talks Huangtu asked about, the 4th Raikage said directly, the 5-cage talks will naturally continue. The time is still set for a month later, and the location is in the Iron Country. I hope to see Tsuchikage participate then. He was talking to Tsuchikage in person. Even if he can't take revenge now, he will use his mouth to fight Tsuchikage and vent his anger. If he has the chance in the future, he will definitely take revenge for his father. In addition, the situation in Konoha is more worrying for him and Cloud Shinobi. So, the 5 cage talks cannot be terminated, and must continue. And they must achieve their goals. Understood. I, Tsuchikage-sama, have told you before coming here. As long as Cloud Shinobi is ready to continue, he will definitely attend on time. Advertisement. Huang Tu nodded immediately. Afterwards, Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi spent a few days arguing before signing a peace agreement. Time returned to normal time here. That day, Narashikayama found Xianqing with an invitation letter and said, Hokage-sama. The time for the new 5 cage summit will be in 5 days. Shouldn't you be ready to leave? After all, it takes a lot of time to travel on the road. No need. Xianqing was slightly stunned after hearing this, and waved his hand and said, just teleport there when the time comes. The map over there has already lit up. You should know this very well, Shikayama. Well, Narashikayama was also successfully contracted by him a while ago. He also reached the standard of favorability towards Xianqing when he was in the battlefield of the Rain Country. So, it is naturally no problem to tell him this. This generation, It's not accurate to say that, Narashikayama is the previous generation of Inoshika CH. He was the only one of the previous generation of Inoshika CH who met the standard of favorability and was contracted. But after being contracted, he changed his past practices and began to frequently summon the new generation of Inoshika CH for special training. At the same time, he often instilled in them various glorious deeds of Xianqing. He wanted to actively promote the new generation of Inoshika CH to be contracted by Xianqing as soon as possible. Because only those who have been contracted know how great a benefit this is. For the future of the 3 Inoshika CH clans, he must do this. At present, the results are not bad. Narashikayama Koichi and Akamichi Dingzuo have a better and better favorability towards Xianqing. 0145012116 Fila 1011422120. Although he can't see it, he can still feel it roughly. That's enough. I know. Naralushan nodded helplessly after hearing this and said, but is it okay to go there directly like this? What's the problem? Xianqing said indifferently, anyway, the fact that I know Flying Thunder God technique has been exposed a long time ago. As for the fact that I left the coordinates of Flying Thunder God in the Iron Country, I think the Iron Country itself will not care too much. Well, there is no point in caring. That's right. Then we can go on the same day, and there is no need to rush. Naralushan nodded, and then asked, who are you going to take with you to the 5 cage summit this time? Guards are necessary for the passage. Well. Xianqing listened, touched his chin and pondered, what do you think? I take the 2nd generation Uchiha Madara and the 1st generation directly. Naralushan was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and shook his head, isn't this not good? According to the information we have obtained, the reason why they held the 5 cage talks this time is to suppress our Konoha together, especially to ban the impure world reincarnation dilemma. You take these 3 directly, isn't it a slap in the face? Although it's very cool, I'm worried that they will choose to unite and go to war with us. We have to guard against this. At present, they probably see the changes in Konoha, and they must be very afraid of you. Maybe they also want to find a suitable excuse to pull everyone together to fight against us and eliminate our threat. Well. Although, Narashikayama doesn't think they can succeed at all. With the current strength of Konoha, even if the 4 major ninja villages plus 1.2 other large and small ninja villages form a joint army to attack Konoha, Konoha is not afraid. It's a sure win. Only the 1st generation Uzumaki Mito, Uchiha Chiri and other top cage level masters can easily deal with this so-called joint army. Not to mention that they also have Xianqing, the 4th Hokage who masters the terrifying group attack lightning style. With Suinking's Thunder Fruit ability combined with lightning style, as long as he is given a little preparation time, even if it is not in a place full of dark clouds like the Rain Country, he can also perform a super strong lightning style that can instantly kill thousands of people. Don't forget, he is improving every moment. This naturally includes lightning style and thunder fruit development. Although it doesn't matter, I wish they would unite and fight us directly. In that case, I can decide the outcome in one battle and unify the ninja world directly. But firstly, Ye is not ready in all aspects at present. Talent training and the transformation of the will of fire are far from enough. Secondly, this will greatly weaken the power of the ninja world and forge a mortal feud with people from many ninja villages and countries, which will be difficult to reduce in a short period of time, and will greatly hinder me from contracting more people. So, for the time being, I will not directly start a new ninja world war. Chapter 207, Sharingan Meditation Breaks Limits, Original Divine Eye Meditation, Xianqing opens the Eternal Eye, 2ND Update. At this point, Xianqing paused and said, then I will take the 2nd generation and Minato with me this time. It is impossible for them to completely prohibit Konoha from using reanimation jutsu. At least, I will not lift the ban on the first generation, second generation, Uchiha Madara and Danzo who have been resurrected by me using reanimation jutsu. But in order to confuse them, I can promise not to resurrect non-Konoha ninjas in the future. I believe this is almost the same. Advertisement. Of course, as a condition, I need them to agree to establish a comprehensive trade channel with Konoha at that time. At that time, it will be convenient for us to buy Konoha's home appliances and other things to major countries and major ninja villages. What do you think? He is not a person who is willing to suffer losses. It is very cost-effective to exchange the above conditions for trade. Later, he can continue to infiltrate and bind major countries and accompany major ninja villages through economic and commercial means. Gradually control their economic lifeline. It is convenient to launch a fatal blow against them in the future and easily take over the entire ninja world. Naralushan, who was standing by, nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is not good to give in too much, as it will make them think that we are easy to bully and they will push their luck. The establishment of trade channels is a good and suitable condition, which will facilitate us to implement the economic infiltration plan more smoothly. Well, that's it. Go and get busy. I will personally notify the second generation in Minato. Xianqing nodded with satisfaction and gave way. Yes. Naralushan immediately responded and retreated. 163 days later. Have you finally reached the limit? It's time to open your eyes. After practicing the Sharingan meditation method several times, he felt that the development and excavation of his eyes' potential had reached the limit and had stopped growing. Xianqing immediately stopped practicing, opened his eyes, and murmured with some joy. At this time, he could clearly feel that his eyes could go one step further at any time, complete the perfect transformation, and open the real eternal eyes. But he did not rush, but chose to break the limit of the Sharingan meditation method first and then have an epiphany. Immediately, Xianqing once again used the Sharingan meditation method to break through the limit. The next moment, Xianqing felt that he had entered a state of enlightenment, and his mind was not only clearer and more flexible, but also 10,000 times more flexible. Countless inspirations and insights continued to emerge, and he began to upgrade the Sharingan meditation method. Soon, the prototype of a new meditation method took shape in his mind, and it was rapidly filled and perfected. I don't know how long it took, Xianqing felt that the new meditation method he had deduced could not be improved. He immediately turned to this new meditation method as a basis, combined with the crystal meditation method, and deduced the idea of an advanced banquet suitable for non-Sharingan owners to practice. This time it was very smooth and fast. Advertisement. But in a short while, a new meditation method that was advanced from the crystal meditation method was quickly formed. You practiced the Sharingan meditation method and broke the limit of the great perfection. You had an epiphany and comprehended the origin of the divine eye meditation method. Soon, Xianqing withdrew from the epiphany. However, he did not open his eyes immediately, but practiced a new meditation method that he named the Origin Divine Eye Meditation Method. Suddenly, he felt that his Sharingan had broken the limit, and the pupil power in it began to change qualitatively. The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and the Sharingan of both eyes was opened. The three megatama in it began to rotate rapidly, and they turned faster and faster, and finally formed after images. In this process, the qualitatively changed pupil power began to rapidly transform his eyeballs, eye meridians, etc. A few minutes later, the pupil power in his Sharingan completely completed the transformation, forming a new pupil power that was more than 10 times higher in quality than the previous pupil power. At the same time, the warming and sublimation of his eyes also ended. Finally, the rotating megatama in his eyes stopped and turned into two special patterns similar to the yin and yang tai chi fish, which gave people a mysterious feeling. At the same time, Xianqing could feel that his eyes were nurturing a minister with a pupil technique in each of them. Well, there was only one in each, but he could faintly feel that these two pupil techniques would probably be unprecedentedly powerful. At this time, with the eternal eye open, Xianqing felt that the whole world had changed. Zheng was dozens of times clearer. He could even faintly see the atomic structure of dust in the air. What a terrifying insight! He stood up and walked out of his room, then came to the roof, looked around, and adjusted and admired for a while. Before he could get off the roof, Uchiha Yuri teleported over. Seeing Xianqing with a pair of strange Sharingan, she immediately showed a look of surprise and asked Xianqing, "Xianqing, have you made a breakthrough? Have you opened the eternal eye?" "Yes." Hearing this, Xianqing teleported to the opposite side of Uchiha Yuri with a thought, and nodded with a smile, "Just completed the opening. It feels very good, much stronger than the main megatama. It's just that the pupil technique is still in the process of gestation. It will take about 3 months for the cloud to emerge." "Oh." Hearing this, Uchiha Yuri said with a surprised face, 3 months of gestation period. This is much longer than my original pupil technique. My pupil technique was only gestated for half a month, and my pupil technique was already very strong. It seems that your eye skills will be extremely terrifying. However, only 2 eye skills? I thought there would be 4. Speaking of this, Uchiha Yuri felt a little regretful. Xianqing listened and smiled slightly. I do have only 2 eye skills, but perhaps because my eye skills are too powerful, there are only 2. If other people open the eternal eye, if the eye skills are not too heaven-defying, then there should be 4. In addition, even if there are not so many, it doesn't matter. Because, I have made some progress in my research on Manjiki pupil technique recently. Originally, it was estimated that in another half year, I should be able to completely analyze the practice method of Manjiki Sharingan pupil technique. But now I have opened the eternal eye. Even if the pupil technique has not yet been conceived, my insight has increased by dozens or hundreds of times, which will greatly speed up the time for me to study and analyze Manjiki Sharingan pupil technique. Although it is not possible to judge how much time can be shortened, it will definitely be much shorter. By then, I can learn other Manjiki Sharingan pupil techniques. There will be no shortage of Manjiki pupil techniques. Don't worry about this, mother. For a wall hanger, nothing is impossible. Advertisement. Is that so? Uchiha Yuri's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he smiled and nodded. Well. Very good, you are worthy of being my son. Mom is looking forward to the day when you study the practice method of Manjiki Sharingan pupil technique. By the way. Speaking of this, she paused suddenly and asked curiously, since your Sharingan has opened the eternal eye, has your idea also broken through the limit? Have you created a more magical and powerful meditation method? Although her meditation method has not yet reached the great perfection, it does not prevent her from looking forward to a more powerful meditation method. This is very important for the improvement of his mental power, the accumulation of pupil power, and the opening of the Rinnegan in the future. It is also extremely important for other Uchiha people to open the eternal eye. Not everyone is like Xianqing, who can force the eternal eye to open even without practicing a stronger meditation method. Well. Although he can, he didn't do it. Of course. Xianqing listened, smiled and nodded, and immediately raised his hand to his mother's forehead and taught her the Origin Divine Eye meditation method. Instantly, Uchiha's Hilly felt a lot of mysterious information pouring into her mind. She quickly closed her eyes to digest it. After a while, she opened her eyes again, her eyes sparkling, and she said, "You are worthy of being my son." This advanced meditation method is so powerful. It can not only improve the quantity and quality of soul and mental power, but also continuously improve the potential and essence of Sharingan, and finally let the eternal eye further transform in the process of continuous strengthening. Even if people without Sharingan practice this, they can also awaken their own divine eye shit. It's just that the function of this divine eye will be much simpler, mainly giving people stronger insight, dynamic vision, etc. There will be no pupil techniques such as Sharingan and Rinnegan. But this is already precious to ordinary ninjas. Of course, it is destined to be difficult for non-Sharingan owners to practice this meditation method to obtain their own divine eyes, and it takes 490 more time and energy to warm and nourish the eyes. It can be said that there are pros and cons. Therefore, Xianqing also created a pure meditation method that is simply used to enhance and strengthen soul and mental power, suitable for all those who have practiced the crystal meditation method to perfection. Not bad. Xianqing smiled and nodded. This Origin Divine Eye meditation method is perfect for opening the eternal eye and even the Rinnegan. However, if you want to open the Rinnegan, you still need some special Ashura and Indra chakra afterwards. I will ask for some chakra from the first generation in Uchiha Madara for research and analysis. Try to get the essence of Chinchu as soon as possible, and organize the method of condensing this characteristic directly into a practice method, and then you can teach it to the tribe members. In this way, in the future, my Uchiha clan will also have Rinnegan per capita. He has the confidence and ability to do such a heaven-defying thing. Then Mom is looking forward to your good news. Uchiha's Hilly heard it and smiled knowingly, without any intention of undermining Xianqing's confidence. She believes in her son. Uchiha's Hilly immediately said to Xianqing, "Your eternal eye is so terrifying when it is just opened. Mom feels that she can't open her Manjiki in front of your eyes." Sharingan. Sure enough, the eternal eye is not on the same level as the ordinary Manjiki Sharingan. Next, Mom will work hard to practice the Sharingan meditation method, strive to practice it to the great perfection as soon as possible, and then practice the transformation to open the eyes. She felt that the potential improvement and excavation of her eyes had come to an end half a month ago. If you want to continue to improve your Sharingan, you have to open the eternal eye. But before, because there was no way to break through, it could only be delayed. Now with this Origin God Eye meditation method, all problems are solved. As long as the transformation is completed, the final transformation of the pupil power can be successfully completed, Tianqi Eternal Eye. There is no need to fuse a pair of close Manjiki Sharingan. Chapter 208, Hashirama is anxious to be resurrected. the new 5 cage tournament, 3 more. Please customize. With this Origin Divine Eye meditation method, another curse of my Uchiha has been broken. That's great. Uchiha Yuri murmured with a smile. This is the wish of many generations of Uchiha. Now it has finally been fulfilled in the hands of his own son. Then I wish you mother to open the eternal eye as soon as possible. I believe that by then your strength will be further improved and reach the peak of the real super shadow. Xianqing also nodded with a smile. Advertisement. Speaking of strength, he also felt at this time that with the opening of his eternal eye, his bloodline has also been sublimated. As a result, his body cells and even chakra have completed a transformation and become stronger. He has also officially entered the super cage level. Moreover, he has just entered, and the development of the eternal eye is far from being developed to the limit. He feels that he should have stood in the ranks of the super shadow peak and can fight with the first generation and non-Rinnegan peak Uchiha Madara, and will not be easily defeated. The improvement is too great. Well, that day won't be too long. I feel that if I work hard, I should be able to practice Sharingan meditation to great perfection within 3 months, and then switch to the Origin Divine Eye meditation to achieve the eternal eye. Uchiha Yuri smiled and nodded, and calculated. Next, Xianqing chatted with his mother for a while, and then ran to find Mikoto and others, taught Mikoto the advanced Origin Divine Eye meditation, and taught Minato, Kushina, Tsunade, first generation, Uzumaki Mito and others. But most of them can only watch the advanced meditation method but not practice it. They are still far from seeing Sharingan meditation or crystal meditation practiced to great perfection. Uzumaki Mito, on the other hand, her crystal meditation proficiency is not far from great perfection at this time, and it is estimated that she can also reach great perfection and complete the switch in 2 or 3 months. You've improved so fast. I feel like you've surpassed me and Hashirama, right? Uzumaki Mito roughly comprehended the advanced origin meditation method, and looked at Xianqing with a look of emotion. She could sense a deadly sense of danger from Xianqing. It was even stronger than Hashirama's. It was obvious how terrifying Suinking's strength had improved. This was because Xianqing had just made a big breakthrough, and for a while he couldn't perfectly restrain his aura. Uzumaki Mito's own strength and perception and analysis ability were also very strong, so she could sense it. That's about right. Xianqing smiled and nodded, isn't this a result of my accumulated experience? You. Uzumaki Mito shook her head with a smile. What kind of accumulated experience is this? Xianqing has only been practicing for a few years? He already has such strength, which really has nothing to do with accumulated experience. I can only say that he is too evil. 4th generation, how long do you think it will take to open the Rinnegan? At this time, Hashirama on the side couldn't help but interrupt. Well. After hearing this, Xianqing pondered for a moment and said, it will take at least 1 or 2 years. You need to practice the upper part of the Origin Divine Eye meditation method to perfection before you can open it. Yes, the new Origin Divine Eye meditation method is divided into 2 parts. The upper part corresponds to the practice of the Eternal Eye. The lower part corresponds to the practice of the Rinnegan. Will it take another year or 2? It's too long. By that time, you probably have reached the 6 paths level of combat power, right? Even if you haven't, it's probably not much different. At that time, my resurrection doesn't seem to have much effect in the ninja world. The first generation said a little disappointed. He still hopes that he can shine more for the village. Don't worry. Actually, it won't take that long to just revive you. Advertisement. Xianqing saw this and comforted him. I have been working hard to improve my proficiency in reanimation jutsu during this period, preparing to create a real resurrection technique. I estimate that it will be almost done in 2 months. By then, you will naturally be able to revive, so you don't have to rush. This technique is very important, and Xianqing never relaxes. In the future, not only the first generation, but also many people in the pirates' world want to revive him. For example, Roger. Imagine what the scene will be like if Roger is resurrected and he is taken to Summit War. Of course, Ace has been contracted by him, taught and imparted many good things to him, and his strength is steadily improving. It is estimated that when he reaches adulthood and goes to sea, his strength will probably reach the admiral level. At that time, it is unlikely that Marine will catch him for public execution and tinker with the Summit War. In addition, because of Xianqing's intervention, the probability of Ace joining the Whitebeard pirates in the future will not be very high. Unless Xianqing is going to let him infiltrate the Whitebeard pirates as an undercover agent. Of course, it doesn't have to be against the Whitebeard pirates, simply winning them over is also a good choice. At least, most of the people in the Whitebeard pirates still have some bottom line and principles. Unlike Kaido and the Big Mom pirates, most of them deserve to die. Oh? Only 2 months? That's really great. Hashirama was so depressed that he said excitedly. But he soon calmed down again, 4th generation. How has Tobirama and Madara improved their favorability towards you recently? When can they be contracted? Hashirama knew very well that if Jianjian and Madara could not be contracted by Xianqing, the former was fine, and should be able to be resurrected at the same time as himself. But it was hard to say about Madara. No one knew what this guy was thinking. It was also unclear whether he would continue his plans and ideas if he was fully resurrected. Perhaps, because Xianqing told him the truth about Black Zetsu, it did not mean that he would completely agree with Suinking's plan and help him. This guy has a weird personality. The second generation is better, they are 59, and there is still some distance to the contract, but there is finally light at the end of the tunnel. But Uchiha Madara's favorability towards me is only 45 points at present, and it is improving very slowly. I am also helpless. So, when you are really resurrected, you can bring the second generation, but Uchiha Madara cannot be brought for the time being. You know the reason? Xianqing responded directly to Hashirama. Yet. Hashirama listened and nodded to Xianqing gratefully. I understand. Madara should be like this for now, I will continue to think of ways to persuade him. He is just a little arrogant, just expose these. As for Tobirama? Advertisement. He was directly forgotten by the first generation. Then you keep working hard. I actually hope to contract Madara as soon as possible. Xianqing smiled knowingly. He did not stop the first generation. 2 days later, at the Hokage office of Konoha. Second generation, Nara Shikeyama, Uzumaki Mito, first generation, Senju Tobirama, and others gathered together. Xianqing said directly, in the next few days, I'll ask you to help me host the village. I have to take the second generation to attend the 5-Cage summit. Are there any problems? Everyone shook their heads after hearing this. No problem. Leave the village to us. Okay. Let's go now. I guess the other 4 cages are almost here. Let's go. Second generation. As he said this, Xianqing walked to the side of Senju Tobirama and Minato, put his hand on one of their shoulders, and with a thought, he took the second generation and Minato and teleported directly to the outside of the meeting hall of the Iron Kingdom. Looking at the ice and snow here, Xianqing couldn't help but smack his lips. This is really a place of suffering. No wonder so many hard-working swordsmen can be honed. This is all caused by the environment. Because Xianqing specially chose a road not far from the venue. He took Minato and the second generation to the outside of the venue slowly and took a few minutes. After showing his ID to the guarding samurai, the samurai let him go. 2 more people left the team and ran to inform the leader Mifune. Before Xianqing and the others officially entered the meeting place, they saw Mifune rushing over. Mifune saw the second generation behind Xianqing, and his pupils shrank suddenly, but then he retracted his gaze and looked at Xianqing, saying respectfully, Hokage, you are finally here. The shadows of the other 4 major ninja villages have arrived, and you are the only one missing. Are we going to the venue directly now? At the same time, he was amazed at the lifelike second generation and the strength of Konoha's reanimation jutsu. At this time, he really understood why the other 4 major ninja villages would target Konoha because of this matter. Everything is for their own interests. Hearing this, Xianqing said directly, then let's go directly to the venue. Otherwise, they will get impatient and get angry. Okay. This way, please. Mifune nodded, stepped aside, made a guiding gesture, and led the way in front of them. Shiluo led them into 10 large meeting rooms. Swish. The moment Xianqing and his friends appeared, the 4 shadows, and their guards all looked at them. Their expressions were different. Yes. Yes, the Sand Ninja also quickly elected the Kazekage they trusted. He was Luasha. Although he became the Kazekage several years earlier, Luasha didn't win. The main reason was that the defeat caused the daimyo of the Wind Country to significantly reduce their financial support for them again. Even the daimyo decided to entrust a considerable part of the tasks to Konoha. Ebis and his friends almost exploded when they heard this. Don't play like this. They felt that their daimyo was simply sick. How can they support other great ninja villages? Do you still want to protect the safety of the Wind Country? But the daimyo of the Wind Country has always been like this, and has always been quite dissatisfied with the Sand Shinobi. Of course, these people's focus is still on the second generation. 0145012116 Fila 1011424430. Sensing the thick death aura and many cracks on the second generation, and feeling the huge amount of chakra in the second generation, these shadows and guards took a breath of cold air. Thinking, resurrection is actually true, and it can completely revive the strength of the deceased before? Incredible. At the same time, this also means that the leaves have been changed. Tisk tisk. Hokage, you are finally here. You are the last to come. At this time, Onoki smacked his lips and couldn't help but teasing. Chapter 209, the 5-Cage talks begin. Suinking's aura suppresses the 4th Raikage. One more. Please subscribe. It doesn't matter whether it's early or late, right? As long as we're not late. Xianqing smiled faintly after hearing this, and took the second generation in Minato to the only remaining seat at the central conference table and sat down. He took off his Hokage hat and put it on the table. He supported the table with both hands, glanced at the four people, and said with a smile, "The purpose of your convening the 5 Cage talks this time is very clear. You want me to completely ban the use of reanimation jutsu in Konoha. This request is unrealistic. I think it's best for us to discuss it carefully and come up with a result that everyone can accept." Advertisement. He didn't intend to beat around the bush with these people. If they are willing to agree to his conditions and let Konoha successfully open up the trade routes of major countries, it is not impossible to make some deals. But if they don't agree, don't blame him. Now, Konoha is the strong side. Sure enough, Onoki and others looked very upset after hearing this. Although Onoki and Raza, who eliminated Suinking's terrifying power, looked very ugly, they didn't say anything to refute. Because they knew very well that they should not and could not offend Xianqing now. On the contrary, the fourth Raikage had no idea of Suinking's terror. Hearing his words, he angrily punched the table, smashing 10 deep holes on the table. He burst out with a strong chakra aura, stood up suddenly, glared at Xianqing and threatened, "Hokage, what do you mean by this? You said this directly before we even started talking. You have no sincerity at all. Do you want to go to war with us?" After hearing this, Onoki and Luasha were speechless and started to watch the show. Oh! Xianqing raised his eyebrows after hearing this, ignoring the chakra aura emanating from the fourth Raikage. 920. The next moment, he burst out with chakra that was dozens of times stronger than the fourth Raikage. Boom! The chakra around him almost condensed into substance. A terrifying chakra mixed with the Conqueror's haki directly acted on the entire conference room. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks began to appear on the tables, chairs, and even the walls in the entire conference room. The sudden pressure made everyone feel that their bodies suddenly sank, and their consciousness was also strongly impacted. Their minds were shaken and they almost fell down. As the fourth Raikage who was being taken care of by Xianqing, he was directly oppressed and bent over. His muscles were tense and veins were bulging. He suddenly burst out his chakra to resist. I didn't fall to the ground because of this sudden oppression. Kr. The fourth Raikage successfully resisted Suinking's momentum. He looked at Xianqing with horror and ugliness. Looking at the chakra around Xianqing, he said in disbelief, "How can you be so strong? This is just the chakra momentum burst. It's so terrifying." He couldn't imagine how powerful Uchiha Xianqing would be if he fought. At this time, he couldn't help but think of the information about Uchiha Xianqing that he had read after taking over. Especially some performances in the Rain Country battle. How he killed Hanzo and the third Kazekage in seconds with his own strength, and killed thousands of Rain Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, and Sand Ninja with a single blow with the terrifying lightning style. At that time, the fourth Raikage sneered at the sight and didn't believe it at all. Now it seems that it is not impossible. For a moment, the fourth Raikage's face became more and more ugly. He felt that he was a little hasty to attack Uchiha Xianqing just now. Even the convening of the 5 Cage summit this time was a little hasty. If all this is true, then Cloud Shinobi may not be Konoha's opponent at this time. Even if several major ninja villages join forces, Konoha may not be afraid. Especially this kid is still so young. Being young means not wanting to suffer losses, so it will be tougher. For a moment, the fourth Raikage was a little bit stuck. He glanced at Onokiya and Raza, but found that the two of them were also looking at Xianqing with shock at this time. This is different from what he imagined. Is it possible that the strength shown by Uchiha Xianqing at this time is beyond their expectations? Advertisement. Is this guy stronger than when he was on the battlefield in the Rain Country? Fourth generation Lei couldn't help but guess. Otherwise, there is no way to explain the shock shown by these two people at this time. Raikage, are you sure you want to go to war with Konoha? If so, we will accept the war. This meeting can also be over, you just go back and prepare for the war. As he said that, Xianqing slowly stood up and looked down at the fourth Raikage. This contemptuous attitude made the fourth Raikage's veins pop out and he was extremely annoyed. But the more so, the more he dared not really accept it. Because, this means that Uchiha Xianqing really has absolute confidence that he can defeat them, Cloud Shinobi and even the other 3 ninja villages. Once this uncertain war starts, the consequences are unpredictable. He can't put Cloud Shinobi at a disadvantage. So, he immediately shamelessly retracted his chakra, sat down on his own, and waved his hand and said, "No. Forget it. I was just joking just now." Mr. Hokage, you can't take a joke, right? I think what you said just now is right. Let's discuss how to better solve the problem of reanimation jutsu in your village and try to come up with a plan that satisfies everyone. From what I heard from you, Mr. Hokage, there is room for negotiation, which is good. Fighting and killing are not good, and peace is the most important thing. Everyone present. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? It seems that you are not the one who just lost your temper, attacked the Hokage, and was ready to declare war on Konoha after a disagreement, right? I have seen people change their faces, but I have never seen them change so quickly. The Raikage guards Xi and Mabi who came with them this time could not help but cover their faces with their hands in awe, and they were speechless in their hearts. Our own Raikage is still so impulsive, irritable, and shameless. But it is also thanks to the fact that our own Raikage is not really a complete reckless man, otherwise, I am afraid that today will really not end well. When they thought of the Hokage's still unrestrained terrifying aura, the two of them felt in awe. This person was definitely not someone they could deal with at the moment. Tisk tisk. Raikage, you are really interesting. Much more interesting than your father. At this time, Amanoshu looked at the fourth Raikage with a playful look on his face. Kr. The fourth Raikage glared at Onoki after hearing this. If it wasn't for the wrong timing, he really wanted to punch the BD Onoki to death. He actually dared to mention his father in front of him? Wasn't his father killed by rock shinobi? This was a slap in the face. But at this time, because of Suinking's matter, he wanted to unite Onoki and others to share the pressure, put pressure on Konoha, and try to negotiate 10 better ones to take over. So, although he hated Onoki in his heart, he could only hold it back at this time. When Xianqing heard the fourth Raikage's words and saw that he was flexible, he was also speechless. Advertisement. Since the Raikage had given in, and considering that Konoha was in the early stages of reform and should focus on peace and development, he did not pursue the matter any further. He also restrained his momentum, sat down slowly, placed his hands on the conference table, crossed them, looked around and said, "Since you are so sensible, Raikage, let's continue the conversation. But, don't do it again. I don't have a good temper. I'm not always willing to forgive." At this point, he ignored the blushing Raikage, and then said, "I won't beat around the bush. I know your purpose at this time. It's impossible to completely ban reanimation jutsu in Konoha. But we can promise that we will use this technique on the dead people in Konoha, and will not blaspheme the dead ancestors of your major ninja villages. But as a price, I need you to sign an agreement with Konoha, completely open the trade route to Konoha, and allow our Konoha caravans to do business in your major countries and major ninja villages. You must not charge any taxes and protection fees, please think about it carefully. If you agree, everyone will be happy. If you don't agree, it's actually no big deal. But in that case, we can't guarantee that we won't take advantage of reanimation jutsu resurrects your dead ancestors." After saying that, Xianqing leaned back, leaned directly on the back of the chair, hugged his arms and looked at the few people, without saying anything. 0145012116 Fila 1011425880. The second generation standing not far behind him also raised their eyebrows and thought, "Sure enough, this kid is strong enough. But I like it. It should be like this." It was so embarrassing when the eldest brother knelt down to ask for favors from other villages. It was unbearable to watch. If it was Xianqing at that time, the ninja world might have been unified long ago, right? For a while, the second generation's favorability towards Xianqing increased greatly. If Xianqing used his talent to check at this time, he would find that the second generation's favorability towards him soared by 57 points. Minato also curled his lips slightly, thinking that Xianqing was too angry just now. If it were him, he probably wouldn't have the confidence to say such a hacky word, right? Everything is the confidence brought by strength. He secretly vowed that he must work harder to practice and improve his strength. After hearing this, Onoki, Raikage and others were slightly stunned and looked at each other, not knowing whether to agree for a while. Suinking's conditions are not harsh. But they are also not simple. Completely open the trade road to Konoha, and cannot collect any taxes and protection fees, etc. For them, they will lose a certain amount of money every month. But it seems that this is all, they don't see the bigger disadvantages. So, can this condition be agreed? I wonder if Mr. Hokage can wait for us to go to the side hall to discuss and make a decision. Just when several people didn't know what to choose, Amano said to Xianqing. Okay. Give you 10 minutes, as soon as possible. Don't waste everyone's time. Xianqing nodded and agreed directly. No matter how they negotiate, their conditions will not change. Chapter 210, Powerful Xianqing, Unrestricted Trade Agreement, 2ND Update. Please subscribe. Thank you. After hearing this, Onoki nodded with satisfaction, stood up and waved to Raikage and the others, and walked out. Seeing this, Raikage and the others also stood up and temporarily left the meeting room. Coming to the side hall next door, Onoki first set up a soundproof barrier, and then looked at the movie and others and said, "You have all heard the attitude and conditions of the Hokage. Although I feel that I can agree to this condition, it doesn't seem to be a big deal." Advertisement. But I always feel that things should not be so simple. There may be something in the Hokage's condition that I haven't seen through. What do you think? Since he couldn't see through it, he thought about brainstorming. See if the other 3 cages have seen through anything. This is why he chose to let everyone come to discuss. Rosa shook his head directly and said, although I also feel that things are not so simple, but what exactly is it that I can't see through? Besides, we don't seem to have any other choice at this time, we can only agree. Otherwise, once Konoha starts to resurrect our dead ancestors, the consequences will definitely not be something we can bear. The first thing he thought of was the 3rd Kazekage and many sand ninjas who died on the battlefield. If these people were resurrected, it would be a big deal. Maybe the sand ninjas would be easily defeated by Konoha. This is absolutely not possible. Yet. I think so too. After hearing this, Onoki nodded in agreement. It is definitely not possible to go to war with Konoha at this time. Especially since he felt that Suinking's strength had changed qualitatively since the last time. It has become more terrifying. It made him feel like he was facing the original Uchiha Madara. Unmatched. I don't think there is any problem with just trading. I can agree. Yagura nodded directly. Before he figured out the details of Konoha, he was not going to go to war with Konoha. He saw that Tsuchikage and the seal were extremely afraid of Uchiha Xianqing. This made him very concerned, and he thought, is the information about the battlefield in the Rain Country true? Otherwise, there is no way to explain why these 2 are so in awe of Uchiha Xianqing. It is Reikage was impatient. He looked at Onoki and Luasha and asked, I can feel that you are afraid of Uchiha Xianqing. Can you tell me why? Is it true that the rumors on the battlefield of Rain Country that he killed the 3rd Kazekage and thousands of elite soldiers from your 2 villages by himself? After hearing this, Onoki and Luasha looked very unhappy. But after a moment of hesitation, they looked at each other and finally nodded, yes. Onoki said, at that time, Uchiha Xianqing had the terrifying power to defeat me and easily kill thousands of elite soldiers with one move of thunder. That kind of lightning style, even if Jainin was hit, he would definitely die. This is also the reason why we chose to surrender to him at the beginning. And now Uchiha Xianqing has become stronger than more than a month ago. It's not just a little bit stronger, it's at least 10 times stronger, it's simply incomprehensible. Advertisement. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. At this moment, he even gave me a feeling of Uchiha Madara at his peak. It's impossible to do it. So, we have no choice but to agree. Of course, if Reikage you are not convinced and want to go to war with Konoha, we don't mind. Well. It's actually not bad to let Cloud Shinobi try the strength of Konoha and Uchiha Xianqing. Anyway, it's not their people who died, right? If he finds it profitable or can see the hope of defeating Konoha, he doesn't mind getting involved later. Otherwise, it's better to recuperate for a few years, improve their strength, and recover the damage Cloud Shinobi caused them before. Raza also has similar ideas to Onoki. Because of the failure last time, the daimyo of Wind Country really cut the financial support to Sand Shinobi again. As a result, even though Sand Shinobi now has him, the Kazekage, to use magnet style to refine sand gold to subsidize the village, it can only reduce the number of ninjas, tighten its belt, and prepare to take the route of ninja elites. Otherwise, the village's finances can't support too many ninjas. Vr. Reikage's face became more solemn after hearing what Onoki said before, and he felt that his guess was indeed correct. Uchiha Suinking's strength is terrifying, which makes Onoki and Kazekage feel afraid and dare not be enemies with him. But Onoki's subsequent words made him very annoyed and speechless. Is he like a fool? Knowing that Uchiha Suinking's strength is unfathomable, he went to provoke Uchiha Xianqing and declared war on Konoha before finding out the detailed information. Isn't this stupid? Although he almost did this before, it was because he didn't expect Uchiha Xianqing Jikyo to be so terrifying. Now, he might be so impulsive. He sneered, Tsuchikage, your suggestion is very good, don't suggest it again next time. Since you all agree to the Hokage's conditions, then I will naturally agree. However, Konoha and Hokage are so strong, I think we need to increase contact and communication in the future, and exchange information about Konoha to a certain extent. What do you think? Reikage felt that he might not be able to obtain the information he wanted from Konoha in the short term, relying only on the intelligence network of his own village. But if the leaders of the 4 ninja villages present joined forces, things would be much simpler. Anyway, this is a matter that concerns the interests of all their villages. It's not a bad idea to cooperate. Oh. After hearing this, Onoki looked at Reikage with some surprise, and immediately nodded and said, I have no objection. It's okay. Me too. Luasha followed closely and nodded in agreement. Then I have no objection either. Yagura saw it and immediately nodded in agreement. Very good. Reikage saw it and nodded with satisfaction, then I will send someone to discuss and finalize this matter with you later. That's it. Let's go back first. With that, Reikage left the room first and walked to the previous meeting room. Advertisement. Onoki and others followed closely, and soon, several people returned to the previous meeting room. Then, several people looked at each other, and Reikage spoke first. Hokage, we agree with your previous proposal. As long as you don't use reanimation jutsu to revive the dead outside Konoha in the future, we agree to the trade. From now on, we Cloud Shinobi will not collect any taxes and protection fees from any merchant caravans coming from Konoha. Onoki, we Rock Shinobi are the same. Rosa, Sand Shinobi also agrees. Yagura, Mist Shinobi has no objection, so let's do it. Very good. Seeing this, Xianqing nodded with satisfaction, waved his hand directly, took out 5 contracts, and with a thought, the 10 contracts flashed, and the next moment, 2 by 2, they appeared directly on the table in front of Reikage, Kazekage, Tsuchikage, and Haifun. Then, Xianqing raised his hand and said, I have drafted the agreement. Take a look. If you have no objection, just sign it. It will save you from any trouble. This move made Reikage's pupils shrink suddenly. Then, except for Mifune, the remaining 3 people looked at their guards not far behind them and signaled with their eyes. Because, they suspected that after they left the meeting room just now, Xianqing had tampered with their desks, imprinted the Flying Thunder God technique in advance. Otherwise, what happened to the protocol transmission just now? However, they soon got the answer from their respective guards. Xianqing had not stood up and left his position before, and did anything on their desks. This answer made them feel depressed. Since there was no preemptive manipulation, there was only one possibility, that the Flying Thunder God technique mastered by Uchiha Xianqing was improved by him, and even the coordinates were not needed, and teleportation could be performed directly. This was not good news for them. Because, this meant that Uchiha Xianqing's mobility became more terrifying. Without the restriction of coordinates, doesn't it mean that he can teleport to any place he wants to go at any time? Even if the teleportation range is limited to a certain extent, it also means that his strength, especially the assassination ability, will be greatly improved. If you fight with him, you may be killed instantly if you are not careful. If you think about this clearly, Reikage and the others looked even uglier, and they were even more wary of Xianqing. But now was not the time to think about these things. Before they could get rid of Xianqing, they could only pretend to be nice to him. So, they immediately picked up the agreement in front of them, read it carefully, and made sure that there was no problem, and then they signed their names on the agreement. When they all said it was okay, Xianqing raised his hand again in the air, and directly teleported a copy of the agreement from each of the 5 people to the storage space, standing up and saying, please keep the rest of the agreement yourself. If you have nothing else to do in this 5 shadow meeting, then stop here first. The 4 shadows saw each other, looked at each other, and finally nodded in agreement. Indeed, there was nothing else to discuss. They didn't want this 5 shadow meeting to end so anticlimactically. But at least it restricted Konoha's indiscriminate use of reanimation jutsu. It can be considered as a preliminary achievement of the goal. Although, it has the price of some unclear specific images. Very good. Then I will go first. Xianqing didn't care what they thought in their hearts. Seeing that they all agreed, he immediately called the 2nd generation and Minato. The 3 of them moved their minds and used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport away from the venue. Directly teleport to Konoha. DAF. Seeing this scene, Onoki and others couldn't help but gasp. 3 ninjas who mastered Flying Thunder God. Second Hokage and Uchiha Xianqing are not to mention, that yellow-haired kid also mastered this technique? How is it possible? They saw that Namikaze Minato was only in his early 10s, and thought that he was just brought out by Uchiha Xianqing to see the world. Unexpectedly, he is also a super genius. No. This kind of genius must be killed in advance. Otherwise, when he also masters the ability of Uchiha Xianqing to teleport without coordinates, it will be very difficult to kill him. And he will become a huge threat to us. Onoki and others thought so. For a while, they wanted to kill Minato. Chapter 211, 2nd Generation's Doubts, Rapidly Changing Konoha, 1st Update. Please subscribe. Minato didn't know that Onoki and the others had murderous intentions towards him and were looking for an opportunity to send someone to assassinate him. He and the 2nd generation, like Xianqing, directly used the Flying Thunder God technique and teleport back to the Hokage office in Konoha. Hey! This kind of ultra-long distance teleportation, as expected, with my attainments in the Flying Thunder God technique, the burden and consumption are still too great. If my current chakra amount is several times that of an ordinary cage level, and the chakra quality is also higher, I really can't bear it. As soon as he came back, Minato's face was slightly pale and he sensed that there was only 10% of chakra left in his body, and he couldn't help but sigh. Advertisement. The 2nd generation on the side heard this, glanced at him and said, you still have to practice. However, you are also a very powerful genius to be able to practice Flying Thunder God technique to this level at such a young age. Speaking of which, he was actually quite curious why Nakin, Orochimaru, and even his sister-in-law and others were practicing Flying Thunder God technique. Some of them have even learned it. Those who didn't learn it were not because they didn't have talent in this area, but simply because they had too little time to learn it. According to the observation of the second generation, they were all making good progress in their studies, and it was only a matter of time before they learned it. This was very strange. Let alone the others, his sister-in-law had also learned Flying Thunder God technique from him at the beginning, but it turned out that she didn't have talent in this area, so she had to give up. But why did his sister-in-law have talent in this area now? Thinking of this, the second generation couldn't help but look at Xianqing again. Because, according to his intuition and speculation, all this should be related to Xianqing. Unfortunately, he couldn't ask. This obviously involved Xuanqing's deep secrets, and asking would probably not yield any results. After all, even his sister-in-law and granddaughter Tsunade were unwilling to tell him. You came back so soon? The meeting was over? What was the result? Seeing Xianqing and others suddenly appear, Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha Yuri, who were discussing some matters with Xuanqing's shadow clone in the Hokage's office, looked at the three people in surprise and asked. Advertisement. Xianqing nodded, directly released the shadow clone here, and came to his Hokage, sat down, smiled and turned over Feng, took out 10 agreements and handed them to Feng Kui Boche and the others and said, "It's all over." Things went smoothly. Here, the agreements have been signed. From today on, we can trade with the 4 major ninja villages and the 4 major countries without any obstacles, and there is no need to pay taxes and protection fees. So, the subsequent caravan formation and arrangement will be left to you, mother. This matter is very important. Get it done as soon as possible. First, sell all kinds of home appliances produced by the Home Appliance Factory and Uchiha's basic nutritional pills to major countries, and the major ninja villages will build trade lines. We should make money too. We can't keep spending more than we earn, relying only on the aid of the daimyo and consuming the funds obtained from attracting good investment before. This can't last long. He needs a healthy finance. Only by mastering the perfect financial power can his subsequent plans proceed smoothly. Debt. Uchiha's Hilly and the others were also a little surprised when they heard it and took the agreement, and quickly flipped through it and passed it around. Uchiha Yuri was slightly delighted and said, "Great. Mito and I will arrange this as soon as possible." However, although the 4 major countries have agreed not to collect taxes and protection fees, I don't think they will be honest. Therefore, the caravans sent to the 4 major countries must have enough escort. Each caravan must be equipped with at least 2 Jainin and multiple ninja teams. In addition, in terms of goods, can we use space rings and space bracelets to transport some of them? This will not only greatly reduce the burden of transportation, but will also be safer and cheaper. I agree. Uzumaki Mito nodded after hearing this. Okay. Xianqing listened and nodded. I will make more space rings and space bracelets in the next few days and hand them over to the village. Even when the time is right, the space rings can be sold to the 4 major ninja villages and the 4 major countries. However, the price will have to be negotiated. It's impossible not to rip them off. So, remember to ask the caravan to keep the number of space equipment confidential as much as possible, so that it will be convenient to raise the price when selling space equipment later. If it is too rampant, the other party will definitely want to bargain. This won't work. Understood. I will give the order. Uchiha's Hilly and Uzumaki Mito listened and nodded. They are going to use contractors to escort them at that time. Not only is it safer, but there is no need to worry about loyalty and leaks. It is impossible for the contractor to betray Xianqing. Other Konoha shinobi may not be the same. Advertisement. Only the contractors are 100% impossible to betray and leak Xuanqing's information. Next, Xianqing discussed the details of the caravan and the details of the goods with his mother and Uzumaki Mito, and then assigned a shadow clone to stay here to continue handling the affairs, while the original body flashed away and left here to practice. In the next few months, Xianqing assigned a large number of shadow clone to practice every day, while taking care of the affairs of the village and the affairs of the Uchiha pirates. Konoha was under Hashirama, Uchiha with the help of Madara and many ninjas. The entire Kunyi was rapidly renovated and expanded. Konoha was changing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The originally narrow dirt streets quickly became wider. Even the ground was hardened with cement, and both sides were equipped with a complete underground drainage network system. The newly built houses were also much taller and more beautiful than before. At the same time, during this period, under the call of Konoha and the daimyo, a large number of residents of the Land of Fire began to migrate to Konoha. The population of Konoha also increased day by day. Of course, the addition of a large population naturally brought greater pressure on public security and logistics. 2.8 Fortunately, Xianqing and the others had already made arrangements, and there were no major problems. Everything was arranged and smoothly transitioned. On the contrary, the pirates' world began to be exciting. Since the Uchiha pirates went out to sea, they swept all the pirates they met all the way to East Blue and continued to move towards Logue Town. Soon, they became famous in East Blue, and also attracted Marine's attention. Because of its amazing strength, it was reported to the Marine headquarters by the Marine Colonel of Logue Town. At this time, Sengoku, who was still Admiral, had offended the intelligence of the Uchiha pirates. He frowned, called Garp, handed the information to Garp and asked, Garp, as a fellow East Blue, do you know the members of this pirates group that suddenly appeared? Chapter 212, The Rising Uchiha Pirates, Sengoku and Garp, 2ND Update. Please subscribe. Oh. Garp listened, took the information while eating donuts, and quickly browsed it. He was a little surprised and said, Hey? When did such a powerful pirates group appear in East Blue? Besides, the captain is just a powerful kid, but the crew has many powerful characters, which is interesting. I seem to have heard of this Shimatsuki Koshiro somewhere. Garp said this, pondered for a while, and suddenly slapped his head and said, Oh. I remember. This Koshiro seems to have made some name in the sea 10 years ago. He is a famous swordsman in East Blue and even Grand Line. After that, he suddenly disappeared. Advertisement. I thought he was dead, but he appeared again. Besides, is he already a great swordsman? And he became a crew member of a kid? It's a bit strange. Sengoku, is there no more detailed information? He always felt that this pirates group was a bit strange. But he couldn't say what was strange. Still collecting. It will take some time. Sengoku shook his head and continued, however, it can be foreseen that this pirates group is very powerful. 16. If it cannot be eliminated in time, it may become another difficult pirates group in the future. Hey! Garp listened and picked his nose with some disapproval. Didn't they never attack civilians, but have been actively fighting the pirates they met along the way? I think they are not bad. We can't eliminate all the pirates. Keeping such pirates is not necessarily a bad thing, right? At this time, he didn't have any bad feelings towards the Uchiha pirates. Naive. Sengoku listened and shook his head speechlessly. Pirates are pirates. Their identities were destined from the moment they raised the pirate flag. Now they don't hurt civilians and only attack pirates, but it doesn't mean they will always be like this in the future. No matter what, we can't leave such a pirates group with great potential alone. But with their strength, even if a general vice admiral of the headquarters went there, it would probably be a one-way trip, so I think you should go there in person and meet this group of pirates. If possible, it would be best to eliminate them. At the very least, let them become a member of the Shishibukai plan. What do you think? At present, the Shishibukai plan has not been officially implemented and is still in the discussion and selection stage. But according to the order of the world government, this must be implemented. The purpose is also to balance the situation in the sea. Although, Sengoku and the others are very reluctant. Because they know that this behavior is not only a compromise with the pirates, but also a means for the world government to limit and curb the further growth of Marine's strength. The balance of the power of the sea is just an excuse. If they really want to, they can let the Marine recruit more powerful people through mass conscription to enhance their strength and suppress the pirates, especially the 3 Emperor-level pirate groups in the New World. But the world government chose to carry out the Shishibukai plan, which is very intriguing. Because of this plan, Zephyr was furious and expressed his dissatisfaction. Advertisement. Unfortunately, nothing can stop the world government's will. The Shishibukai plan will eventually be implemented. So, Sengoku thought, instead of giving the position of Shishibukai to some vicious pirates who have committed many evil deeds, it might be better to give it to some pirates who have committed fewer evil deeds. Of course, pirates are pirates, and Sengoku will not naively think that they are good. Shishibukai. Garp frowned and stopped eating donuts. He said unhappily, is there really no way to stop this plan? Zephyr is still angry. Alas. There is no way. Sengoku listened and shook his head helplessly. You know, the order of the 5 elders is absolute, they must implement this plan, we can't stop it at all. As for Zephyr, I will persuade him more. He can only accept it if he doesn't accept it. Sengoku certainly felt very aggrieved, and he wanted to overthrow the world government and the 5 elders, and thoroughly implement his own justice and do it according to his own ideas. Unfortunately, the strength of the Marine is far from enough. There are even many spies and diehards of the world government in the Marine, which makes him feel constrained. Not to mention that he is only a Marine admiral now, even if he is a Marine marshal, he feels that he probably can't thoroughly implement his own justice and do it according to his own ideas. Thinking of this, he felt very aggrieved. Okay. I know. I will leave for East Blue tomorrow to visit this Uchiha pirates group. It's just right, I should go back to see my grandson. I hope he is doing well recently. Garp was silent for a moment, and smiled helplessly. Thinking of Ace and Luffy, a smile and longing appeared on his face. Well. Then I'll leave it to you. Sengoku nodded with satisfaction. When he heard Garp talking about his grandson, he couldn't help but think of Garp's son Long. He couldn't help but frowned and looked at Garp and said, "Have you heard any news about your son Long recently? I have received some intelligence that he seems to be recruiting troops. From the intelligence we have collected, he seems to want to do 10 big things. This gives me a vague sense of foreboding." Advertisement. Can you find him and ask him what he wants to do? Some of his actions and intelligence have attracted the attention of the world government and even the 5 elders. Although Long has not officially raised the banner of the Revolutionary Army yet, he is still in the stage of recruiting people and lying dormant. But there are always some leaks of 620. This is enough to attract the attention of the spy organization CP under the world government. 0145012165 Philo 10115240. That's what they do. Garp raised his eyebrows and asked, "That rebellious Long? What has he used recently? I don't know his whereabouts. Since he quit Marine and left Naval Headquarters a few years ago, it's been hard for me to contact him. The last time I met him was more than a year ago." Garp had a bad feeling when he heard what Sengoku said. Because, the last time they met, he felt that Long had changed a lot. In his words, he was more dissatisfied with the world government and celestial dragons, and his ideas were more radical. This was not a good sign. Of course, if he really wanted to contact Long, there was still a way. After all, they were father and son, and Long still left a way to contact him to Garp. But Garp couldn't tell anyone about this. Even if this person was Sengoku. Is that so? Sengoku listened, nodded helplessly and said, "If possible, you should find a way to contact him in the near future and ask him what he wants to do. If he really has any overly radical ideas, it is best to stop him if possible. Otherwise, if he really does something big involving the world government, it will be too late." Chapter 213, Reanimation Jutsu Great Perfection, Creating the True Resurrection Technique, 1 more. Please customize. Okay. I'll try my best. Garp listened, and his expression became slightly serious. He nodded and agreed. At the same time, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "Dragon. What do you want to do? Don't do anything stupid. World government and celestial dragons are not as simple as you think. They are not so easy to deal with. If they were easy to deal with, he and Sengoku wouldn't have had so many headaches over the years. He wouldn't have refused to become a marine admiral all the time." Advertisement. Wouldn't it be better to overthrow world government directly? No one would think that he didn't have the courage to do so. He just knew it wouldn't work. 2 months later. In the backyard training ground of Suinking's home in the ninja world. Reanimation jutsu has finally been cultivated to the great perfection. Next, it's time to break the limit. Xianqing opened the attribute panel and looked at the completely perfect reanimation jutsu. He couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. Immediately, he released the person who was resurrected in front of him. Then, he waved his hand again and took out a white zetsu from the space-time gate. He raised his foot and stepped on it. An impure world reincarnation array was formed in an instant. He put his hands together, ninjutsu reanimation jutsu. The next moment, the reluctant white zetsu struggled for a while, and a person was resurrected again. At the same time, Xianqing fell into enlightenment, and his whole understanding and thinking ability were raised by more than 10,000 times. Reanimation jutsu directly broke the limit. He began to try to build a real resurrection technique prototype based on reanimation jutsu and a lot of medical ninjutsu knowledge, soul, body, and other information. Because he was in a state of enlightenment, inspiration continued to burst out. I don't know how long it took, a real resurrection technique prototype was really pieced together by Xianqing bit by bit. Then, with this as the skeleton, it began to be rapidly improved and filled. Your reanimation jutsu broke the limit. You had an epiphany, and based on this, combined with a lot of medical knowledge, soul, spirit, and body research information, you successfully created a resurrection technique. The world of thought does not count years, but in the outside world, Xianqing had an epiphany for more than 5 hours before slowly opening his eyes, taking a long breath, digesting the real resurrection technique created by his epiphany, and said happily, "I didn't expect it to work. This resurrection technique doesn't even need the best quality. It can be successfully performed with a little cell or blood or hair of the deceased as a trigger. Although it requires a lot of chakra, but the price is nothing at all. Of course, the stronger the target of resurrection is, the stronger the life level is, the more chakra will be consumed. If it is to completely resurrect the existence of the first generation, Xianqing estimates that at least 30% of his chakra will be consumed. Don't underestimate 30%. You know, Xianqing's chakra volume is not low in itself, and with the continuous improvement of his physical and mental strength, his chakra volume is constantly increasing. When he created the source chakra refining technique and could continuously accumulate chakra, his chakra volume began to grow explosively. At this time, his chakra volume is not much less than 9 taels chakra volume. At most, it is a little worse in quality. Well, Xianqing's chakra quality is not as good as 9 taels at this time. There is no way. As a part of 10 taels, 9 taels chakra quality is extremely high in itself. It can easily materialize and even extend into flesh and blood. It can be seen how terrifying it is. It is not easy for Xianqing to rely on several years of practicing the source chakra refining technique to improve his chakra quality to the current level. He estimated that it would take at least 2 or 3 years for his chakra quality to catch up with and exceed 9 taels chakra quality. By that time, without external force, he should be able to easily break through the limit and achieve the 6 paths level. Advertisement. Let me try the effect of this resurrection technique first. After sorting out his thoughts, Xianqing looked at the person in front of him who had been resurrected by him with the reanimation jutsu but not fully activated. He immediately raised his foot and stepped on it, and the dirty earth turning technique on the ground began to change rapidly. After a while, it turned into an unfamiliar technique array. Then, Xianqing put his hands together, and the entire array lit up again. Then, a large amount of chakra began to flow into the array from under his feet. Sitsaizi. Then, a small amount of steam began to rise from the body of the person in front of him who was resurrected with the reanimation jutsu, and the cracks on his body began to heal quickly. Dong dong dong. At the same time, the inside of it was undergoing earth-shaking changes. The white zetsu used as a sacrifice inside it was completely liquefied, and then, with the dead person's medium as the core, it began to derive flesh and blood that matched the dead person's genes before his death. The first thing to be derived was the heart, followed by many blood vessels, bones, flesh and blood, and so on. The heart also began to beat at the moment of derivation. All of this fell on Suanking's spiritual perception. Tisk tisk. It's really magical. Xianqing himself couldn't help but smack his lips. This is just like the authority of God. It's hard to imagine that ordinary people can do such a thing. But he did it. More than an hour later, when the last flesh and blood completed the derivation, the soul and body of the deceased completed the fusion. Moreover, the yin qi and death qi in his soul were also dispersed. This person was completely resurrected. Click. Xianqing stopped inputting chakra and raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The man was awakened immediately and slowly opened his eyes. He was stunned at first, and his eyes were full of confusion. But the next moment he saw Suanking's Lian, his face changed drastically. It's you, little devil, you. Illusion rose hip world. But the next moment, he was hypnosis by Suanking's illusion. Then, Xianqing began to check the man's condition. More than 10 minutes later, after a detailed examination, Xianqing confirmed that the man was indeed completely resurrected. After there were no sequelae, he was satisfied to lift the illusion. Kr. The man suddenly woke up and wanted to say something. Puff. Before he could finish, his head was chopped off by Xianqing with the Xianguang blade, and he rolled to the ground, his eyes widened, and he looked like he was dying. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. Then, Xianqing used a Great Fireball to completely turn the man's body into ashes. This man was actually a rock shinobi he killed when he was on a mission in the past. He obviously did not use the dead ninjas in his own village to do this experiment. Advertisement. Even when contacting reanimation jutsu, it was the same. Because he had long discovered that in the process of being resurrected by reanimation jutsu again and again, those souls would be constantly worn away. If it reaches a certain number of times, even its soul will be completely destroyed and its soul will be scattered. The stronger the ninja's strength and soul in life, the more times it can withstand resurrection. Making people's souls scattered is obviously an extremely bad behavior. Xianqing naturally would not use the souls of the dead in his own village to improve his proficiency in reanimation jutsu. Then the hostile ninjas killed on the battlefield became the best targets. Fortunately, he realized this when he was on the battlefield in the Rain Country, and consciously collected a large number of blood samples of the ninjas he killed and stored them in the space-time gate space. Otherwise, there would really be no place to collect so many high-quality experimental subjects for a while. Now that his resurrection technique has been completed, he doesn't need to deliberately improve his proficiency in the future, and no soul will be destroyed because of it. It's time to revive the first generation. After confirming that the resurrection technique was indeed fine, Xianqing did not hesitate and directly sent information to his mother, Uzumaki Mito, the first generation, and Orochimaru through the communication space, asking them to come over. Swish, swish, swish. In just a few breaths, Uchiha's Hilly and others were teleported here one after another. Seeing a big hole that had not been filled up, Uchiha's Hilly asked in confusion, Xianqing, what's the matter with calling us here in a hurry? Yes. Others also nodded and looked at Xianqing. Nothing else. Xianqing smiled slightly and said, just now, I successfully created a real resurrection technique based on reanimation jutsu. What? Really? Masaka. Uchiha's Hilly and others were shocked when they heard this. The first generation looked at Xianqing with great excitement and asked, "Fourth generation, are you telling the truth? Then can I be resurrected?" "Yes." Xianqing nodded affirmatively, "That's why I asked you to come here. It's time to resurrect you, first generation. In this way, many things will be much more convenient in the future. At the same time, it will also allow you, first generation, to continue to improve your strength and strive to achieve the 6 paths level." Haha. After hearing this, the first generation said happily, "Great. I've finally waited. Time is faster than I thought. Then what are you waiting for? What do I need to prepare for resurrection? I'll do it now." He can't wait. The impure world reincarnation body really has many inconveniences. Just eating, drinking, defecating and urinating like normal people makes the first generation feel that there is less fun. Not to mention the practice. Okay. Except for meditation, he can only watch many other magic skills, and he can't bear it anymore. Wait. At this time, Uchiha Yuri frowned and interrupted the first generation, looking at Xianqing and asking with concern, "Xianqing, what is this resurrection technique like? What conditions are required? It won't have any bad effects on you, right? If it is, they will definitely not agree to Xianqing to use it." DB. Before Xianqing opened his mouth, the smile of the first generation froze slightly, and he regained his composure. He looked at Xianqing with a serious face and said, "I am a little too proud. Indeed, fourth generation, if this resurrection technique will have a bad effect on you, then I refuse. You are the most important. I can actually wait for you to continue to perfect this resurrection technique or, wait until we get Madara's Rinnegan, or even when one of you activates the Rinnegan before resurrecting." Whether it is because of the contract or considering the future of Konoha and the ninja world, the first generation thinks that Suinking's safety is the first priority. Uchiha Yuri listened and was quite satisfied. Senju Hashirama is at least very good at the overall situation. That's right. Chiri and Hashirama are right. If the resurrection technique will have a bad effect on you, then don't use it for the time being. Uzumaki Mito also spoke at this time. I agree. Orochimaru also nodded. Chapter 214, Complete Resurrection of Yu Senju Hashirama, The Influence of Senjutsu Chakra on Resurrection, 2ND Update. Please customize. Don't worry. Seeing this, Xianqing felt warm in his heart, and smiled and waved his hands. I will never do anything that is not sure and harmful to myself. The cost of this resurrection technique I created is just the consumption of chakra. The stronger the target to be resurrected is, the stronger the life level is, the more chakra needs to be consumed, even, there is no need for a living sacrifice, just a little blood or cells, hair or the like of the corresponding target as a primer, and you can successfully resurrect. With your strength and life level of first generation, I estimate that consuming 30% of my chakra can almost completely resurrect you. And these chakras digested, more sea king's meat, or taking a bottle of high-level nutritional pills will almost be restored in half an hour. If necessary, I can even completely restore the consumed chakra in a few minutes, at most. The tendons and veins will bear a little more burden, and you will need to rest for a while afterwards, so you don't have to worry about the bad effects of performing the resurrection technique on me. Everyone heard it and breathed a sigh of relief. Then there was excitement. Just consuming chakra? Then there is no limit in cost. Advertisement. Orochimaru's eyes lit up slightly. With nutrient pills, source chakra refining technique, and meditation method, it is very simple to restore digested chakra. There is no need to squeeze yourself. Indeed. Others also nodded. In that case, then you can revive Hashirama. At this time, Uchiha said to Xianqing. Tay. Xianqing nodded affirmatively, I have this plan. Resurrect the first generation as soon as possible, so that the first generation can continue to practice and become stronger. As he said, he looked at the first generation, pointed to the empty space beside him and said, First generation, come over here first. It will be quick. Dr. The first generation was stunned and said, Don't we need to remove the reanimation jutsu first? No. 640X Xianqing shook his head and said, Your impure world reincarnation body already has your cell sample. You can directly use the resurrection technique to truly resurrect you. Is that so? The first generation listened and nodded in understanding, and then asked curiously, The white what about the Zetsu sacrifice? Will it still exist in my body? If it does, it will make people feel uncomfortable. Of course not. Hearing this, Xianqing shook his head with a smile, this involves the real resurrection principle of my resurrection technique. During the resurrection process, the white Zetsu sacrifice in your body will be directly melted into nutrients and absorbed by your cells, and even the chakra I input will be transformed and derived into your flesh and blood body. At that time, your body will be your real body, not much different from before you. So, your worry is unnecessary. And, under my intentional control, you can be resurrected at your peak. Otherwise, if you resurrect the first generation whose vitality and cell division times were completely overdrawn before death, he will not live long. I see. Then I have no problem. After hearing this, the first generation nodded in understanding. He walked directly to the position designated by Xianqing and stood still. Then, Xianqing raised his foot and stepped on it. Suddenly, a large number of spells flowed out from the bottom of his feet, and a mysterious magic circle was quickly constructed around the first generation. Advertisement. Sage Mode, Tian. Then, Xianqing put his hands together and directly turned on Sage Mode. He wanted to use this to verify some of his conjectures. Then, he directly activated the magic circle and input the immortal chakra into the magic circle. Buzz. ZZ. Immediately, countless immortal chakras transformed into special power and poured into the first generation's impure world reincarnation, body, and began to quickly transform his impure world reincarnation body into flesh and blood. I saw that a faint steam began to rise from the first generation's body surface, and cracks began to disappear, turning into a truly living flesh and blood body. Boom, boom, boom. The heart of the first generation also evolved in the first time and began to beat again. In just a few minutes, the first generation's new body was completely formed, and his soul began to merge perfectly with his body at a rapid speed. He was also completely resurrected. In fact, because the contract rune had long eliminated the yin and death in his soul, he relied on meditation to keep his soul and mental power at the peak, even beyond the peak bandit. He also did not have any weak period after resurrection. Buzz. The next moment, the first generation felt his completely restored flesh and blood, and excitedly, his body Jainin couldn't help bursting out extremely terrifying chakra like a real Kanghua on his body surface. Ha ha ha. Feeling his own fresh body, breathing fresh air, and feeling completely alive again, the first generation couldn't help but put his hands on his hips and laughed. Happy. This long-lost sense of life filled his heart with excitement for the new life. Bang. But the next moment, Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but flashed beside him, raised his hand and knocked him hard on the head, said laughing for nothing. Take back the chakra for me. Do you want to alarm the whole Ya people? DB. He immediately stopped laughing, squatted aside and began to draw circles on the ground, feeling very depressed. Uzumaki Mito looked like a cross on his forehead, and he missed the gods. Stand up. Yes. The next moment, the first generation shuddered, stood up directly, and stood beside Uzumaki Mito obediently. Humph. Let me check it, don't move. Uzumaki Mito glared at the first generation, stretched out his hand on him, and began to check with his inspection and mental power. Soon, she withdrew her hand, looked at Xianqing with amazement and said, your resurrection technique is really amazing. There is really no hidden danger, and even Hashirama was completely resurrected at his peak. Incredible. Logically, it shouldn't be like this. After all, Hashirama's body is not there, and he can perfectly replicate his peak body with just a few cells. It feels a bit too mythical. How did he do it? Orochimaru listened, and looked at the first generation with a burning gaze, then looked at Xianqing and licked his tongue and said, I am also very curious about this. Even Uchiha Yuri looked over curiously. Xianqing listened and spread his hands and said, it's actually very simple. It is obtained from the cells that serve as the primer in the soul of the first generation. You underestimate the information and mysteries hidden in the cells of the human body. Similarly, you also underestimate the information and mysteries hidden in the soul, as well as the close relationship between the soul and the body. This is not nonsense. Whether it is the cloning technology in the previous life, the ninja world, or the pirate's world, it can clone a complete human body with a single cell. Of course, with that kind of cloning, some acquired marks on the human body and even the results of cultivation will definitely not exist. Advertisement. But Suinking's resurrection technique can perfectly replicate and manifest all of these. Even the cultivation of the first generation is at its peak at this time, which is even more incredible. Is that so? Uzumaki Mito and the others heard it and their eyebrows jumped slightly. Obviously, they didn't expect the answer to be this. Orochimaru even touched his chin and pondered, it seems that my research on human cells is far from enough. In the future, we must pay more attention to research in this area. It just so happens that a while ago, a lot of technology and information on cells and bloodline factors were robbed from Germa 66. After studying these thoroughly, his understanding of cells and bloodline factors will reach an extremely high level. It will be of great help to his subsequent research on the secrets of cells. Remember not to be too obsessed. The secrets of human cells cannot be completely studied in a short period of time. Take it step by step. In this process, the most important thing is to take the blood limit medicine first. Xianqing advised. Of course. Orochimaru nodded affirmatively. He has never been a person who likes to get stuck in a dead end. Xianqing, you just consumed less than 10% of chakra, right? Is it because of the fairy technique? At this time, the careful Uchiha Yuri looked at Xianqing and asked. Hey! When the others heard it, they were all slightly stunned, and hurriedly looked at Xianqing for a sense, and found that it was true, and they reacted immediately. Not bad. Xianqing listened and nodded with a smile. You are still careful, mother. Not bad. I only experimented with resurrecting people with ordinary chakra before, and just now I used the fairy chakra on purpose to try the effect and difference. As you can see, the consumption of chakra has been reduced by more than 2 times. Obviously, the quality of chakra has a great impact on the consumption of resurrection. It is more cost-effective to use fairy chakra. Of course, for him at present, restoring fairy chakra is more troublesome than restoring ordinary chakra. But that's all. Give him a few more months. When he practices the source chakra refining technique to perfection and combines the fairy chakra condensation method to create an advanced practice method, these problems will be solved. By then, ordinary chakra will soon no longer exist in his body. Uchiha Yuri listened and nodded with a smile. That's great. At this time, the first generation couldn't help but ask Xianqing, well, 4th generation. How much do my brother Tobirama and Madara like you? How long will it take for them to be contracted by you? He knew very well that only by being contracted by Xianqing, Xianqing would revive the 2nd generation in Madara. Otherwise, it would be impossible. This is also what it should be. Suinking's secret is too big, otherwise, it will be easy to cause big problems. Well, let me see. After hearing this, Xianqing immediately opened his talent and checked. Kide, the 2nd generation's favorability towards me has reached 61. In a few months, they should have a chance to reach the contract standard, but Uchiha Madara is only 34, which is still far from the contract standard. 1st generation, if you want him to be completely resurrected, you should enlighten him more on weekdays and change his attitude towards me. Otherwise, his resurrection time will be postponed indefinitely. Speaking of which, even he was a little surprised at the speed at which the 2nd generation's favorability towards him increased. It can only be said that although the 2nd generation hates Uchiha, they are also emotional people. As long as Xianqing continues to do better things for Konoha, as long as Xianqing often communicates with him about research, the 2nd generation's views and feelings towards Xianqing are constantly improving. In comparison, Chen's Uchiha Madara has done too much. Chapter 215, Uchiha Madara's Terror, Hashirama's Persuasion to Uchiha Madara, 1 more. Please subscribe. Is that so? Hashirama was delighted at first. I didn't expect Tobirama to change so quickly. This is a good thing. I hope he can reach the contract standard as soon as possible. When the contract standard is reached, I hope Xianqing can put aside the past grudges and contract Tobirama and revive him. Please. As he said that, the 1st generation also bowed deeply to Xianqing. Advertisement. Okay. Xianqing didn't dodge and nodded in agreement. It would be better to contract the 2nd generation earlier, so that he could trust the 2nd generation more and safely hand over more things to him to handle, so that he could become a more qualified cow and horse. The 1st generation didn't know what Xianqing was thinking. When they heard his words, they smiled. Then, he thought of Uchiha Madara, and said with some worry, as for Madara, I can only try my best to persuade him. But I feel that the process will be difficult. Songneng will come slowly step by step. Hey! This guy is stubborn. This is also a common problem of Uchiha. Well. The Uchiha who opened his eyes in the past. The current Uchiha, because all members were contracted and practiced meditation, the impact of opening their eyes on their mental and personalities has been basically completely eliminated. After a few months, the newly contracted Uchiha will practice Sharingan meditation to a certain extent, and they will be able to completely eliminate the impact of opening their eyes on their mental and personalities. By then, Chen Qianbo will be reborn. If he is not stubborn, he will not be Uchiha Madara. Let it go and take it slowly. I can't remember such things. Xianqing shook his head with a smile. That's the only way. The 1st generation nodded, and then didn't think about it, but raised his hand to look at it, stretched his body and said, haha. Finally, I am completely resurrected, and I can officially start practicing health-preserving exercises and source chakra refining techniques. When he thought of this, he was full of motivation. Then, everyone chatted for a while before they dispersed. Hashirama ran to find Uchiha Madara as soon as possible. Hashirama you. Before the 1st generation could say to Uchiha Madara showed off, and Uchiha Madara noticed the huge changes in the 1st generation. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he stared at the 1st generation and asked, are you completely resurrected? Have you found my Rinnegan? Otherwise, there is no way to explain why Hashirama is completely resurrected at this time. When he thought that his Rinnegan had also fallen into the hands of Xianqing and others, Uchiha Madara felt more complicated. He hoped so, but he didn't want it. He hoped because it meant that Black Zetsu's calculations would fail, and Black Zetsu must be very unhappy at this time. He didn't hope because he still had other ideas of his own. Once the Rinnegan fell into Suinking's hands, it would be difficult for him to get it back. Hey! The first generation heard this and touched the back of their heads in confusion and said, "No. Madara, why are you asking that?" "Oh." Before Uchiha Madara could continue, the first generation said with a look of realization, "You think I was resurrected by Xianqing using your Rinnegan, right? Isn't it?" Hearing this, Uchiha Madara looked at the first generation in surprise. "Haha. Of course not." The first generation heard this, put their hands on their waists and smiled, "Xianqing and the others haven't found your Rinnegan yet, and none of them have opened the Rinnegan yet. The reason why I can be resurrected is because Xianqing created a real resurrection dilemma based on the reanimation jutsu. Just now, he was resurrected by this forbidden technique. Logically speaking, the first generation cannot reveal this kind of information involving Suinking's secrets to Uchiha Madara or to the outside world. But considering that the first generation was resurrected, this kind of thing can definitely not be hidden from Uchiha Madara. Unless the two are not allowed to meet each other in the future. Advertisement. Therefore, Xianqing allowed the first generation to reveal this news to Uchiha Madara and the second generation. It can also be regarded as a way to improve the favorability of the two. Maybe the two will have a greater favorability towards him because of their desire for a complete resurrection. What? Uchiha Madara was shocked when he heard these words from the first generation and said, "You said that Uchiha came that kid to create the real resurrection technique? You were also resurrected by him? How is this possible? This is the real resurrection technique." In Uchiha Madara's view, this is clearly the authority of gods or immortals. Just like his Rinnegan. It is not something that mortals can master. As a result, you now tell him that Uchiha Xianqing, that kid, has mastered the authority of gods by himself? Uchiha Madara just thinks it is absurd. But he knows Hashirama, and he will never lie to himself. So what Hashirama said just now can be basically determined to be true. How could Uchiha Madara not be shocked? It seems that I have underestimated this kid. No wonder he could plot to kill me at the age of 10, and he also accomplished so many great things, and has such ambitions and dreams. With such talent, it's not surprising. Uchiha Madara said with a sigh. Then, can he also let Uchiha Xianqing, the little devil, completely revive him? Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara's mind became active. He knew very well that the reason why Hashirama often mentioned Uchiha Xianqing in front of him during this period was actually to change his mind about Uchiha Xianqing and stand on Uchiha Suinking's side completely. Uchiha Madara used to be disdainful. But now, he thinks that for the sake of his own resurrection, it is not impossible to be hypocritical. As for really changing his mind completely and standing on Uchiha Suinking's side, Uchiha Madara has no such idea for the time being. He admits that this little devil has something, but it is impossible to make him stand on Uchiha Suinking's side and work for him based on these. His pride does not allow him to do so. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara immediately asked Hashirama tentatively, "Is it possible for me to be resurrected? If I can be resurrected, I can stand on the side of Uchiha Xianqing and Konoha to a certain extent and help you." Hearing what Uchiha Madara said, although Hashirama was very happy, he shook his head and said, "In theory, Madara, as long as you are willing to stand on Suinking's side from the bottom of your heart, resurrecting you is just a matter of Suinking's words. But the premise is that you are sincere. As long as you are not sincere, Xianqing cannot resurrect you. So, you should change your opinion of Xianqing in your heart as soon as possible, and completely agree with him and support him. Otherwise, I don't know when you can be completely resurrected. The rules cannot be broken." Hey! Uchiha Madara was stunned when he heard it, and then he said speechlessly, "How do you know if I am sincere? Can this kind of thing be quantified and measured?" He felt that he was perfunctory. Hashirama has also changed. ****. Advertisement. However, at this time, Hashirama said, "It's hard to say for others, but Xianqing is real. Otherwise, I can't be completely resurrected by him now." Hey! Uchiha Madara was even more stunned. "You said that Uchiha Xianqing can really test whether a person is sincere to him. Is this possible?" "Yes. It is true." But Hashirama nodded affirmatively, "So. Don't think about pretending and finding loopholes. Only if you are sincerely willing to stand on Suinking's side, you can be completely resurrected by him, and resurrected with the strength of the peak period. Otherwise, you can only continue to maintain this impure world reincarnation body and work for him. In addition." Speaking of this, Hashirama's expression suddenly became solemn, looking at Uchiha Madara with a serious face and said, "With your previous strength, I believe you should have felt it very clearly, impure world the body of reincarnation is not really immortal. Not to mention that he will be restrained by the sealing technique. Just being in this state of living dead every moment will constantly consume your soul and mental power. It is constantly wearing away your soul. If you maintain this state for too long, you will probably end up losing your memory because your soul is worn out too much, and eventually your soul will be completely destroyed, and your soul will be scattered, and you will completely lose the possibility of resurrection. This point, when Xianqing was constantly practicing reanimation jutsu, he had already verified it. The soul also has its limits. So, Madara, if you want, you should change your attitude towards Xianqing as soon as possible. Otherwise, I can only ask Xianqing to remove your impure world reincarnation body and send you back to the pure land of the underworld before your soul is too seriously damaged. Otherwise, I am worried that I will lose you as my best friend forever. He was not joking at all, but really intended to do so. Therefore, Uchiha Madara looked at Hashirama with a complicated expression, and said with some hesitation, Hashirama, you are really hard to hate. I'll remember your words. I'll think about it carefully. No more talking, live. Otherwise, Uchiha Xianqing, that hateful kid, will control me to work passively again. He hated the feeling of being helpless, it was terrible. Well, do it as soon as possible. I will continue to persuade Tobirama. Hashirama nodded and started working again. However, this time without the infinite chakra of the impure world reincarnation body, he could not use wood style to build house blocks as before. From this point of view, he even felt like he was drowning. But Xianqing knew that he didn't regret it. The speed of Konoha's reconstruction and expansion can be slowed down, but it is more important to let the first generation continue to improve their strength through training as soon as possible. He needs a 6 paths level fighter to resolve the last worry. Debt. Uchiha Madara heard Hashirama mention Senju Tobirama again, and immediately curled his lips in disdain and said, "Don't mention this BD to me, I wish he could never be completely resurrected, and his soul would be worn out and destroyed. Anyone can forgive, but Tade Tobirama is really unforgivable. Unless Izuna is resurrected one day, and Izuna is willing to forgive Senju Tobirama. Otherwise, it is impossible." Chapter 216, Senju Tobirama's heartbeat, Vegapunk's location confirmed, 2ND update. Please subscribe. Haha. Okay. Hashirama smiled helplessly when he heard Uchiha Madara's words. It seems that he has a long way to go to ease the relationship between his brother and Madara. Perhaps, we can ask Xianqing to find a way to resurrect Uchiha Izuna with reanimation jutsu later. Hashirama couldn't help but ponder in his heart. Advertisement. Obviously, he really hopes that Uchiha Madara and his brother can reconcile. On the other side, Yin Shezi teleport back to the laboratory of the scientific research department. What happened? Do you need to rush? The second generation raised their heads and asked with some confusion. There shouldn't be any urgent matters recently. Nothing else, it's just that Xianqing Junyi created a real resurrection technique based on reanimation jutsu, and completely resurrected the first generation. Let's go over and see and witness the resurrection of the first generation together. Orochimaru listened and smiled kide. He naturally knew Suinking's plan for the second generation. He also felt that letting the second generation fully revive earlier would be more conducive to their research. Only by practicing health-preserving exercises and meditation methods can the second generation keep up with their pace, continue to grow, and their research capabilities will continue to improve. Otherwise, until now impure world reincarnation body, not to mention that this has its limits, it will also greatly limit the growth of the second generation 7 party was completely left behind. This is not what Orochimaru wants to see. A top research talent that matches well is not so easy to find. What? The second generation heard Orochimaru's words and suddenly looked up at Orochimaru in astonishment and asked, "Real resurrection technique? My eldest brother was truly resurrected. What you said is true. Is this possible?" The second generation really can't be sure. Because, from the contact with Suinking's shadow clone and participating in research during this period, this kid is indeed a super monster far beyond him. Learning ability, analytical ability, and growth rate are extremely terrifying. It seems that he is growing every moment, which is incredible. If it is Xianqing, creating a real resurrection technique is out, it is not impossible. What he cares more about now is the real resurrection. His elder brother has been resurrected, so he naturally hopes to be resurrected as soon as possible, so that he can integrate into the Konoha that is constantly developing and transforming. At this time, he has completely lost the idea of returning to the netherworld. It is too good to stay in the world of the living. This is his paradise. Of course it is true. Orochimaru smiled and nodded, "How could I lie to you about this? If you don't believe it, you can use the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the first generation to verify. I believe you should have left a mark on the first generation, right?" The second generation listened, and didn't care about research, and stopped the experiment in his hand. Swoosh. and disappeared here. Orochimaru saw it, and smiled and continued to experiment. And the second generation. Directly teleport to the side of the first generation. Tobirama? Why are you here? Hashirama was stunned when he saw Senju Tobirama suddenly appear. He asked in confusion, "Oh, it should be Orochimaru who told you that I am completely revived." "Yes." Senju Tobirama nodded affirmatively. After coming over, he stared at Hashirama, sensing, and looked at his elder brother with a face full of doubt and asked, "Brother, are you really completely resurrected? There are no sequelae." Advertisement. Why do I feel that the vitality in your body is not much less than your peak period? Haha. The first generation couldn't help but look up and laugh after hearing this, because, the fourth generation resurrected me to my peak period. Otherwise, given my situation before death, even if I was resurrected, I would die again soon. The second generation's pupils suddenly shrank after hearing this. It's actually possible? Is his resurrection technique so heaven-defying? This was also said by Uchiha on the side. Madara was shocked. Apparently, he hadn't paid attention to this before. Can the time of resurrection be controlled? This kid really came up with a heaven-defying magic. Uchiha Madara murmured in his heart. He wished he could get this magic. Unfortunately, he knew it was impossible. Haha. That's how heaven-defying it is. Hashirama heard his brother's words and laughed loudly again, then earnestly told the second generation, "So, Tobirama, you have to continue to change your views and feelings about Xianqing, and get Suinking's approval as soon as possible. Then, I can fight for the opportunity for you to be completely resurrected. Otherwise, sooner or later, you will have to return to the pure land of the underworld because you can't bear the wear and tear of your soul. I think this is not what you want to see now, right?" He knew his brother too well. Perhaps, when he was just resurrected with the reanimation jutsu, he did not have the idea of staying in the world for a long time. But this is a different time. Second generation's thoughts have changed over time. Like him, they now hope to stay in the world of the living and contribute to Konoha, while also witnessing Konoha create history, unify the ninja world, and bring true peace to the ninja world. Well, Hashirama, who knows the pirates' world, hopes to venture into the pirates' world and make achievements there. For example, he enjoys the adventure voyage of the Uchiha pirates at this time. Well, I understand. I will think about it carefully. Senju Tobirama listened, was silent for a moment, and nodded calmly on the surface. In fact, Yingxin was completely moved. If Xianqing had used his talent to check at this time, he would find that the second generation's favorability towards him had increased by several points again, reaching 66 points. "I'm leaving first." After saying that, the second generation did not stay here for long and teleported away directly. 3 days later, Xianqing, who was practicing, suddenly received a message from Long through the communication space. He took it out and looked at it, and immediately said with joy, "Great. Finally got in touch." Xianqing, what's wrong? Mikoto and others on the side looked over in confusion. Xianqing was immediately happy. Long sent a message that he has contacted Vegapunk and confirmed his location. He has been waiting for this news for a long time. Did Mikoto and the others were also happy when they heard it. Doesn't that mean that more people fruits common forms will be reproduced soon? By then, can I have one in my hand, and don't have to take turns to limit the time to use? Can Chopper become a real Chopper? Because of the huge training and learning blessing effect of the people fruit common form, they have not wasted the effect of this devil fruit every day recently. They all seize the time and rotate continuously. Although it is very fun to practice with cheats, it is still too troublesome to rotate regularly. They all hope to have their own human fruit ordinary man form. Advertisement. It's almost right. As long as Vegapunk can be reproduced, it won't be a problem. Xianqing smiled and nodded, then said, "Forget it, let's not talk about it. I'll go see Long first. You guys continue to practice." After saying that, Xianqing disappeared here with a thought. The next moment, he appeared directly beside Long. Who? The next moment, the members of the Revolutionary Army near Long pointed their weapons at Xianqing who had just appeared, and prepared to attack. "Stop it!" Long hurriedly said, "This is the Revolutionary Army mentor I mentioned to you, and also my mentor Uchiha, Your Excellency Xianqing. Do not be rude." "What? That's Your Excellency Xianqing." The members of the Revolutionary Army were stunned when they heard this, and then they happily put away their weapons, looked at Xianqing with respect, and saluted together, "Your Excellency Xianqing, it's a pleasure to meet you, we were rude before. Please forgive us." Xianqing could see that these people admired him very much. The moment they knew his identity, their favorability towards him began to soar rapidly. Each of them actually reached more than 80 points, and some of them even reached more than 90 points. It was terrifying. Is this a fanatic? Long is so powerful. Xianqing was also amazed in his heart. No need to be like this. Xianqing smiled and waved his hand on the surface, saying, ignorance is not a crime. We will all be a family in the future. There is no need to be like this. Yes. After hearing this, these people stood up and continued to look at Xianqing with fanatical eyes. It made Xianqing feel a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, Long also discovered this at this time, and quickly waved his hand to these people and said, you can go to the side and continue to do your own things. I have something to discuss with teacher Xianqing. Yes. These people then took the order and retreated. Thank you very much. Xianqing breathed a sigh of relief, thanked Long, and then continued, how did you contact Vegapunk? Where is he now? Long immediately cried, it was still relying on the contact information left by Vegapunk in the past. It was not easy to find a chance to contact him. Vegapunk already knows your existence and has received the ideological program I have passed on, he also admires and is very interested in you, and wants to meet you. However, the world government is extremely strict, and it is not easy to meet him. But I told him that you must have a way, he just needs to give the coordinates. Vegapunk agreed and gave me a coordinate. I checked it, and the address is consistent with the coordinates of Danmei Island in the information you gave me. Because of this, Long admired Xianqing even more. This is true prediction of the future. The more he verified, he found that most of the prophetic information given by Xianqing was extremely accurate. The few inaccurate ones were also caused by the appearance of Xianqing and others. Oh? Already on Dantu Island? This saves me a lot of trouble. Xianqing raised his eyebrows slightly after hearing this, and then pondered, but, the map of New World has not been lit up yet. It seems that I have to go to New World first to light up the map near Dantu Island. Chapter 217, Across the Combelt, Meeting Vegapunk, one more. Please subscribe. This matter can be handed over to the people on the revolutionary side. I think there should be quite a few people in the revolutionary army who have reached the standard of the contract, right? Long looked at Xianqing and asked. This is the result of his deliberate efforts for a month. Tay. Advertisement. Hearing this, Xianqing nodded affirmatively and said, dozens of revolutionary army members nearby have met the contract requirements. You have done a good job on this side, which exceeded my expectations. I will make a contract with you later. However, I won't bother the revolutionary army to go to New World. First, the speed is too slow. Second, you obviously need these people more. Third, I also want to go to New World to explore the way, and by the way, find out if there are any suitable devil fruit as a subsequent hunting target, so I won't bother you. Your top priority is to continue to recruit like-minded people and continue to expand your power and influence. When you are fully prepared, raise the flag of the Revolutionary Army. If it is mainly from the Revolutionary Army, the speed is still too slow, Xianqing can't wait. Speaking of which, Vegapunk's favorability towards him has unexpectedly reached 83 points. It surprised Xianqing. It can only be that Long is too good at fooling people and influencing people. In addition, Vegapunk is also a sentimental person with great ideals, so he is so easily influenced by the Red Book ideas that he gave to Long. Furthermore, Xianqing's sensitivity is soaring rapidly. The favorable impression is also one of the reasons why Xianqing is anxious to meet Vegapunk. 16. The sooner the contract is signed with Vegapunk, the sooner he can rest assured. In this way, Vegapunk's absolute safety can be ensured, and the ability of Vegapunk can be better used in the future. Is that so? That's good. Long listened and pondered for a while. He didn't argue too much, and nodded in agreement, and then said, I have already given you the coordinates before. Do you need me to give you the contact information now? No. Xianqing listened and shook his head and said, then I will call you over after I get to Egghead Island. After the contract with Vegapunk, there will be no need for this so-called contact method. Because, at that time, there will be no better and more secret contact method than the communication space. Long nodded. That's it. I'll make a contract with the Revolutionary Army here first. Xianqing didn't say anything more to him, and immediately asked Long to gather the members of the Revolutionary Army here and quickly completed the contract with them. While they were digesting the information, he said directly to Long, I'll leave the subsequent explanation to you. I'm leaving first. Advertisement. Okay. Immediately, Xianqing teleported away from here at Long's nod. The next moment, he appeared on the back of the Millennium Dragon in the sky somewhere in North Blue. Master Xianqing, what do you want to talk to me about? The Millennium Dragon noticed Xianqing's appearance and immediately sent a puzzled telepathic message. Xianqing nodded affirmatively, I need to go to New World Egghead Island. Here are the coordinates. Take me there as quickly as possible. As he said that, Xianqing directly used his mental power to pass the coordinates of Egghead Island and the reason to the Millennium Dragon. I understand. Then let's teleport to the area closest to the comm belt in North Blue first, and then fly directly over the comm belt to enter the new world. This way, the distance is the shortest. The Millennium Dragon immediately sent a voice message to Xianqing. Well, that's it. Just teleport directly. Xianqing listened and nodded. The next moment, he let the Millennium Dragon take him to a sea area near the comm belt in North Blue. Then, the Millennium Dragon flapped its wings and flew towards the comm belt at a high speed. In just over an hour, it carried Xianqing into the new world. Then, according to the coordinates given by Xianqing, it flew all the way to the Egghead Island. More than 3 hours later, the Millennium Dragon carried Xianqing and appeared 10,000 meters above the Egghead Island. Xianqing opened the Eternal Eye from here and looked down at the Egghead Island below. With the vision of his Eternal Eye at this time, even at such a long distance, he could see everything on the Egghead Island. At the same time, his mental power could cover the entire Egghead Island inside and out. You know, his mental power has been constantly improving as he continues to practice Sharingan meditation. After he opened the Eternal Eye, his mental power more than doubled. Later, he broke through the Sharingan meditation and created the Origin Divine Eye meditation, which made his mental power improve faster. At present, his mental perception range has expanded to a terrifying range of 19 kilometers. Moreover, it is still expanding at a rate of more than 1 meter per day. There is no limit to how far his mental perception range can reach in the future. Found it. With a terrifying spiritual perception range, he quickly locked onto the location of Vegapunk himself. He did not rush to contact Vegapunk, but called Long first. Hey? Is this high in the sky? As soon as he came over, Long realized that his position was wrong. He looked at the 1,000-year-old dragon under his feet and the surrounding clouds, and was immediately surprised. That's right. Xianqing nodded affirmatively. The Egghead Island is directly below us now, and I have locked Vegapunk's position with my spiritual perception. I need you to contact Vegapunk now and ask him to find a hidden place to be alone so that we can go find him conveniently. Can you do it? In fact, Vegapunk can also be teleported directly through the air. With his ability to teleport in space, it is easy to do this. But he was worried that Vegapunk had the means left by the world government, so he didn't do it directly. I believe that after Vegapunk received Long's message, he will temporarily deal with the surveillance on his body. No problem. Wait a minute. Long listened, nodded, and immediately took out a special device to control it. Soon, Xianqing discovered through spiritual perception Vegapunk was stunned for a moment, and then he continued his research work as if nothing had happened. He waited for more than 10 minutes before he explained to the people around him. Then he walked into a room in the base. After a series of operations, the communication device on Long's side received his message and told them that they could go through. Qianlong, you continue to wait for us here. Let's go. The next moment, Xianqing gave Qianlong a word of advice, and took Long to teleport in the room where Garpunk was. Wow! This teleportation ability is much stronger than mine. You must be Mr. Xianqing, right? I am Vegapunk, I have read all your Red Book ideas. I can only say that it is amazing and really opened my eyes and thoughts. Compared with you, our past ideas were too superficial and scattered. Only your ideas can lead us to overthrow the world government's notice and lead the people of the whole world to a truly peaceful and happy life. When Vegapunk saw Xianqing, he first marveled at Xianqing's ability to teleport, and then looked at Xianqing with a fanatical face and admired him. Xianqing saw it and looked at Long with a strange look, as if to say, how did you fool Garpunk? This is simply a fanatic. Advertisement. The reason why Vegapunk's favorability towards him is not above 90 points is probably because he is still a top scientific researcher, who has taken the brain fruit, is extremely smart, and maintains rationality and restraint. Long noticed Xianqing's gaze and just smiled faintly, hiding his merits and fame. His ideological transmission is indeed very important, but Vegapunk's enthusiasm for Xianqing at this time is mainly due to his own reasons. After all, because it was inconvenient for the two to contact each other, Long only briefly introduced Xianqing's situation to him and handed him the Red Book. Xianqing didn't think much about it, and immediately waved his hand to set up an isolation barrier around the room. He carefully scanned the room with his mental power, and after confirming that there were no omissions, he continued to smile and said, Vegapunk said, "You're flattering me. I'm not as great as you say. But I will do my best to overthrow the rule of the world government and build a new order with you. Let everyone live a happy and peaceful life as much as possible. Let all normal people live with their dignity as much as possible." Vegapunk's eyes lit up and he said, "This is already great. By the way, I wonder why you are in a hurry to see me at this time. Is there anything I can help you with? Just come." "That's about right." Hearing this, Xianqing nodded, "But, let's not rush for this. The most urgent thing is, for your safety and to facilitate our future communication, let's sign a contract first." As he said this, Xianqing's mind moved, and a mysterious contract rune condensed from his brows and sent to Vegapunk. Then, he explained the benefits and limitations of this contract. He pointed at Long beside him and said, Long has signed a contract with me before. Oh. Vegapunk raised his eyebrows and glanced at Long. A gleam flashed in his eyes and said, no wonder I feel that Long's mental strength and vitality have improved a lot compared to the last time we met. It turns out that it is because of the huge benefits from the contract with the mentor. Then I have no doubts. I believe that you will not harm me. I accept this contract. As he said that, Vegapunk directly touched the contract rune with his hand. And he chose to agree in his heart. The next moment, the contract rune sank into his sea of consciousness along his fingers and took root in his soul. And at the same time, Vegapunk also found that he had a further connection with the souls of his other clones. At the same time, he also sensed that the same contract rune projection appeared in the souls of his clones and even his external brain, firmly occupying the center of his soul and binding him. It prevented him from doing anything that was unfavorable to Xianqing. Even the clones were no exception. This shocked Vegapunk. But before he could think about it, the next moment, countless information about the past and future of the pirates' world and some of the past and future of the ninja world all poured into his mind. His super brain function quickly digested and absorbed it. At the same time, health-preserving skills, longevity skills, source chakra refining skills, crystal meditation methods, and many other magical skills also poured into his mind. He quickly digested and absorbed them. Chapter 218 Contract Vegapunk, the possibility of replicating the human fruit ordinary man form, 2ND update. Please customize. After a while, Vegapunk came back to his senses, and looked at Xianqing with a shocked face and said, I didn't expect the truth to be like this. You are from the other world, and you know a lot about the past and future of our world, and you have created so many powerful and amazing skills. It's incredible. No wonder you can write such a profound red book. No wonder you have the confidence to lead us to overthrow the world government, establish a new order, and lead the people to live a happier and more fulfilling life. Advertisement. If he had some doubts before, he has no doubts now. Xianqing noticed that Vegapunk's favorability towards him soared to 99 points at this moment. So terrifying. This is the fanaticism of idealists. I am full of hope for our future. Vegapunk said happily. Hee. After hearing this, Xianqing and Long looked at each other and smiled knowingly, we too. Okay. Let's talk business first. Xianqing waved his hand, took out the Zoan human fruit ordinary form and handed it to Vegapunk, saying, I came to you in a hurry this time because I actually want you to help me study this Zoan human fruit ordinary form and try to replicate it. I wonder if you are sure to replicate it perfectly. Oh. Vegapunk took the devil fruit with a surprised look on his face and looked at it. He looked at Xianqing in confusion and asked, Teacher, you said this is the human fruit ordinary form. Why are you interested in such a devil fruit and want to replicate it perfectly? Logically speaking, this devil fruit should be a waste among wastes, right? Is there something special about this devil fruit that I don't know about? For a moment, he also became less interested. Yes. Xianqing nodded affirmatively, this devil fruit may seem like a useless fruit, but it is not. Because humans, as the leaders of all spirits, are actually the most magical creatures. This devil fruit can give the eater absolute control over the body, almighty learning ability, and a great increase in comprehension. Except for the lack of some fancy special abilities, it can be said to be a perfect fruit. For every practitioner, it is a treasure they dream of. What? Vegapunk and even the dragon beside him were shocked when they heard it. Is it like this? At this moment, they understood why Xianqing attached so much importance to this devil fruit. It is indeed worthy of this attention. In that case, I must reproduce a batch more. Fortunately, this is just an ordinary Zoan devil fruit, otherwise, I really don't have any confidence. But I have studied the ordinary Zoan devil fruit thoroughly, and it is not difficult for me to reproduce it. Even, I can reproduce the fantasy beast species, although the reproduction of the fantasy beast species is not so perfect. By the way. Speaking of this, Vegapunk paused and asked Xianqing, Teacher, have you extracted the curse and will in this devil fruit? Yes. Advertisement. Xianqing nodded affirmatively, and then asked, will this affect your reproduction work? He really forgot this point before. I thought to myself, if I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have been so anxious to extract the curse and will from it. Of course there are effects. And they are huge. Vegapunk nodded affirmatively, but then smiled, but they are all good effects. Whether it is the curse of the sea or the will, they are actually the main reasons why devil fruit is difficult to replicate. If you eliminate these 2 points, I am even confident that I can perfectly replicate the mythical beast devil fruit. Study hard, Paramecia and even Logia are not impossible to replicate. In fact, when he was researching devil fruit, he had already noticed the curse of the sea and the unknown will in it. He tried to separate and eliminate them. But there is no doubt that they all failed. Even in this process, the curse of the sea and the unknown will riot and become more violent. This is also the fundamental reason why the artificial Zoan devil fruit will cause a high probability of death if consumed, and even if it does not die, the temperament will change drastically. Of course, he has completely solved this problem. It can truly and perfectly replicate the Zoan devil fruit without any additional side effects. On the contrary, Guy S.A., his former assistant, only mastered the defective man-made Zoan devil fruit technology in the future. He already knew the evil things this guy would do in the future from the memory given by Xianqing. He thought to himself that he had to stop him in the future. It would be best if he could use it for his own benefit and hand it over to his mentor. Otherwise, he could only kill him before he caused more harm. He would never allow him to continue the defective giant experiment. Oh! Xianqing's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this. It turned out to be a positive influence. That's great. If you need it later, I can provide you with different kinds of perfect devil fruit for your research. By the way, I am most planning to build a huge base in the space-time gate space. By then, there will be many experimental areas there. I will leave a special experimental area for you there. By then, you can conduct some secret experiments there to avoid being discovered by the world government. It's best if you learn the source chakra refining technique and shadow clone technique as soon as possible, and then separate shadow clone to go to the main space of the time and space gate to conduct experiments that are not convenient to conduct on Egghead Island. What do you think? Or, we take you away directly this time. If possible, he actually doesn't want Vegapunk to stay here. But Vegapunk shook his head disapprovingly. I still need to stay here. On the one hand, I can borrow the resources and power of the world government to complete some of my research and layout. On the other hand, it is also to temporarily delay and stabilize the world government from another direction. Let them wait patiently for me to complete the Seraph plan, and provide containment and assistance for you, the mentor, to expand your power and carry out the power infiltration plan. Advertisement. At the same time, it can also provide some help to the Revolutionary Army on Long's side. Anyway, I have signed a contract with you now, and the safety problem has been completely solved. Once I encounter a life and death crisis, I can be safely teleport away at any time. Then there is no need to rush to leave here, right? In addition to being monitored for everything you do, the benefits here are also arrogant. The world government has ruled this world for more than 800 years, and the resources it controls, especially the secret resources, are unimaginable. Is that so? Xianqing listened and nodded. Since you insist, then you can continue to stay here. But you have to master the shadow clone technique as soon as possible to help me with some research. I really need your help to shorten the research time for the blood limit potion here. In addition, some civilian technologies also need your technical support. Only by making the blood limit potion can the strength of the Konoha shinobi be improved faster. Accelerate the pace of unification there. I understand. I will master these two training methods and techniques as soon as possible. However, I need you to place a seal on me in advance to hide the chakra fluctuations and aura that will appear on my body later, otherwise, it will be easily detected by the members of the world government here. Vegapunk nodded in response, and then made a request. Of course. Xianqing had no objection. Even if Vegapunk didn't mention it, he was ready to bring it up. Immediately, he stretched out his hand and pressed Vegapunk's abdomen. Suddenly, a large number of sealing techniques flowed out from his palm and quickly covered Vegapunk's body. It penetrated into his clothes and stuck to his skin. It's okay. When Xianqing withdrew his hand, those sealing techniques quickly disappeared into Vegapunk's skin and flesh, and could no longer be seen. Thank you, teacher. Vegapunk hurriedly thanked him. Xianqing nodded, and then asked, how long do you think it will take you to perfectly replicate this human fruit ordinary person form? Can it be done in the space-time gate master space? Do I need to prepare anything else? Vegapunk listened, shook his head and said, I don't know yet, I need to test this devil fruit before I can figure it out. But perfect replication should not be a problem. As for research in the space-time gate master space, it is not a problem either. You don't need to prepare anything extra, mentor. I will find a way to intercept all the research equipment and resources needed in the future from Egghead Island and world government. This is quite simple for me. Although he seems to be watched here. Ma Hao Zhao, but the degree of freedom is actually very large. After all, the government doesn't understand research, but needs his research. It won't work if he doesn't give him enough autonomy. Then be careful. If you need anything, feel free to contact me through the communication space. Xianqing nodded with satisfaction. We won't stay here any longer, so as not to cause you trouble. Let's go. As he said that, Xianqing called Shang Long, waved his hand to remove the barrier here, and then both teleported away from here and returned to the back of the Millennium Dragon in the clouds at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Millennium Dragon, the things here are done. You can teleport directly back to North Blue and continue to light up the map of North Blue. Wait until the map of North Blue is lit up, and then returned to New World to continue to light up the map here. As soon as he came back, Xianqing sent a message to Jian Nianlong. Okay. Master Xianqing. Jian Nianlong agreed immediately. This was not a big deal for him, he just treated it as a trip. Yet. Xianqing nodded with satisfaction, looked at Long and said, things here are over, I'll go back first, you go back and continue to preside over the affairs of the Revolutionary Army. Okay. Long nodded and teleported away immediately. Xianqing also teleported back to the ninja world. Feeling that both of them had left, Jian Nianlong teleported away from here and returned to North Blue to continue running the map. Chapter 219, The Uchiha Pirates are blocked by Garp and Aokiji, 1 update. Please subscribe. Xianqing, where is the human fruit? When can you return it to me? I need it. Now is my rotation time. Not long after returning, Kushina found Xianqing and asked. I can't give it to you for the time being, and I can't use it in rotation. Xianqing was slightly startled, and smiled kind, because I have already given it to Vegapunk. I believe he will be able to carve out the human fruit that can do great things in no time. By then, each of us can have one, and there is no need to continue rotating. Advertisement. Be patient and wait. Hey. Kushina was surprised and said, you have found Vegapunk and asked him to agree to help? That's great. Haha. Xianqing smiled knowingly and said, not only to help, he has even been contracted by me. If you are careful, you should have found his name and small communication space in the communication space. Kushina immediately thought about it and checked the communication space, and found it. Vegapunk's name suddenly made him happy, so, we will soon have a human fruit each. If nothing unexpected happens, yes. Xianqing nodded, okay. Let's practice first. Even without the blessing of the human fruit, we must work hard. Try to break through the 6 paths level as soon as possible. Kushina's face fell when he heard it and said, 6 paths level. That's still a long way off. I'm not as good as you. Besides, Sharingan is too cheating, the combat power is greatly improved. Opening the Eternal Eye basically guarantees a super cage level, which makes me want it. By the way. Speaking of this, Kushina's eyes lit up and said, aren't the resistance of the research department studying the bloodline limit potion? Are there any progress? When can 020 make the Uchiha bloodline potion? Give me a portion then. Then I can also enjoy the benefits of Sharingan. Hehe. What? As a member of the Uzumaki clan, it's not good to open the Sharingan? Isn't it superficial? Now the Uzumaki and Uchiha have already started to marry, and several couples have already married, and even have children. By then, these children will definitely have the bloodline limits of 2 ninja clans at the same time. The future is bright. Kushina feels that once the bloodline limit potion is successfully developed and mass-produced, everyone may be Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Senju in the future. Well. The premise is that Xianqing can allow it. Advertisement. It will probably take some time for this to be possible. There are already some clues. With the new addition of Vegapunk, they will also participate in this research, which should speed up the progress of the research. When it is developed, I will definitely give you a Uchiha bloodline potion. Xianqing immediately cried. As for whether Kushina can open Sharingan at that time? She has practiced meditation, it will be a matter of minutes. However, Kushina's meditation method will also be replaced by Sharingan meditation method at that time. Fortunately, the 2 meditation methods are common. The crystal meditation method was originally modified on the basis of the Sharingan meditation method. There are many similarities, and it is very simple to practice. It can also inherit most of the practice experience and proficiency. Half a month later. Pirates World, near Grand Line Whiskey Peak Island. The Uchiha pirates were blocked by a dog-headed marine warship. Is this, the warship of the marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp? It seems that we are in trouble. Captain, if possible, let you and the real Hashirama come first. I may not be his opponent alone. Koshiro saw the warship from a distance, and couldn't help but push the glasses on the bridge of his nose with his fingers, and turned to the Xianqing shadow clone beside him to transmit his mind. Although he has improved a lot in the past few years since he was contracted by Xianqing, he is confident that he should be able to compete with Garp. But he will not underestimate Garp. This is a monster that can chase the former pirates King Roger and fight. It is not too important to pay attention to it. He doesn't want to cause their Uchiha pirates to capsize because of his momentary carelessness. Then I am afraid that people will laugh to death. Indeed, I can sense that there are 2 monster-level targets on this warship. With that level of vitality, their strength is terrifying. Hitaki Sakumo, who was standing beside him, also transmitted a voice with a solemn face. These 2 eyes gave him the feeling of ultimate danger, and he felt that he should not be a match. Yet. I also sensed it, it should be Garp and Aokiji. It seems that we are being targeted by Marine, and they are obviously waiting for us here. It's really hard to run unless the teleportation ability is exposed. But there is no need to run. It just so happens that I also want to try to see which is stronger between my current strength and the Admiral level. Wait a minute. As he said, Suinking's shadow clone directly channeled the projection of the space-time gate in the Sea of Consciousness. The next moment, Suinking's original body teleported over with the first generation. Then, Suinking's shadow clone nodded to the original body and disappeared directly. Obviously, Suinking's shadow clone can contact the original body at any time with the help of the projection of the space-time gate in the Sea of Consciousness. This can be regarded as a little harvest of Suinking's recent research on the space-time gate. Didn't expect Garp and Aokiji to come together? Then let's fight. Show our strength, otherwise the Marine and the world government will keep chasing us like dogs in the future. Leave Aokiji to me. As for Garp, leave it to Koshiro and the first generation. Senior Sakumo, you take the others to deal with the remaining Marines, is that okay? After Xianqing digested the memory information of Shadow Clone, he directly instructed everyone. No problem. Everyone nodded in unison. Very good. Xianqing nodded with satisfaction. The next moment, he turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared from the spot. He instantly appeared on the warship's head hundreds of meters away. He looked down at Garp and Aokiji on the warship and said, I didn't expect that the famous Garp the Fist and Aokiji would appear here to surround us, a small pirates group that has only been out to sea for only 2 months. They really think highly of us. Hey! Garp saw it, raised his eyebrows, clenched his fists and said, Little devil, you are Uchiha captain of the pirates? You are really brave. You dared to come to my warship alone, do you think I can't keep you? Advertisement. Not really. Xianqing listened and smiled faintly, the main reason is that I think that since you can specially send 2 Emperor-level combat forces to surround us, it is not a solution for us to escape blindly. Why don't we take the initiative to stay and fight with you, show our muscles, and let you know our strength? In order to avoid pestering us all the time, it will be quite troublesome. What do you think? Ha ha ha. Garp couldn't help laughing a few times after listening, and rushed to Xianqing at a high speed, swinging his fist to Xianqing's head. But Xianqing was faster than him. He dodged directly with a flash of lightning and appeared on a mast of the warship. Looking down at Aokiji, he said, Can you use the power of frozen fruit to create a battlefield in this sea area? If we start a war directly on the ship, it will be bad if the ship is damaged. What do you think? Ah! After hearing this, Aokiji looked up at Suinking's face and said in surprise, You are really a special pirates. I can feel that you are very different from other pirates. We have actually seen your behavior along the way. Why would someone like you choose to become a pirate? This point was not only Aokiji, but also Garp were very curious. So, he also stopped chasing, but stood there looking at Xianqing, waiting for his reply. There's nothing we can do about it. Xianqing shrugged helplessly and said, I don't want to be a stooge of celestial dragons, but I want to travel freely on the sea. Naturally, I can't join the Marines and become pirates. Although, I prefer to call myself an adventurer, but obviously, in the eyes of the world government and the Marine, there are no adventurers. As long as you go out to sea, you may pose a threat to the Marines and the world government. Any forces that are not under your control will be labeled as pirates by you, so it's better to directly raise the banner of pirates from the beginning, and save unnecessary efforts, right? Aokiji frowned and said, Then you can actually become bounty hunters, aren't you specifically targeting those who do evil along the way? Have you killed a lot of pirates? Wouldn't bounty hunters be more suitable for you? He could see that Xianqing was very young and quite strong. At least, it gave him a sense of danger. Looking at Xianqing, he looked like he was only about 10 years old, which was very scary. Not to mention, there were 2 guys in the Uchiha pirates group who he felt were very dangerous. If possible, he would actually like to bring this pirates group with terrifying potential into the Marine camp. At the very least, they can be included in the upcoming Shishibukai plan. It's all the same. Xianqing listened and waved his hand indifferently, We are not only targeting the pirates who have done it, but all the evil deeds and evil people we don't like are within our attack range. Of course, this also includes the scum in the world government and the Marines. So, even if we become bounty hunters, we will eventually be labeled as pirates, and there is no need to do anything unnecessary. Not to mention, bounty hunters can actually be regarded as hyenas raised by the world government and the Marines. Facing the Marines and the world, the government also had to be humble. I can't stand this. Okay. Let's stop chatting here. Let's quickly build a battlefield and have a good fight, then, each of us will go back to our own homes and find our own mothers. Isn't that good? No need to recruit or anything like that. We are not the same kind of people. Well, at least not now. It is worth mentioning that Xianqing did not appear in front of Garp and others in his original appearance at this time. Instead, he performed a special transformation ninjutsu. It was the real transformation technique he created after practicing transformation technique to the great perfection and breaking the limit. Not only can it not be easily broken, unless Xianqing takes the initiative to release it, or there is no chakra to maintain it. At the same time, it is extremely difficult to perceive the color of seeing and hearing, mental power, etc. This saves him a lot of trouble. Chapter 220 Hashirama vs Garp, Xianqing vs Aokiji, 2ND update. Please subscribe. Garp and Aokiji's faces darkened when they heard Suinking's words. It seems there is no other way. Let's have a good fight. Saying that, Aokiji dodged and jumped off the warship. With his foothold as the center, the ice began to spread rapidly. But in a moment, with him as the center, including Garp's warships and the ships of the Uchiha pirates, the sea surface within a radius of more than 3,000 meters was covered with a layer of ice more than 10 meters thick. Advertisement. Tisk tisk. Seeing this, Xianqing couldn't help but sigh in amazement. This level of freezing, it seems that you have developed the freezing spring to a very deep level. Then let's have a good fight. Your opponent today is me. As he said, Xianqing once again turned into a flash of lightning, and in the blink of an eye he appeared on the ice surface more than 1,000 meters away, and waved to Aokiji in the distance, "Here. Here. Come over here and let's have a good fight. Leave that to Vice Admiral Garp and my deputy captain and the battle captain." Aokiji heard this and raised his eyebrows. "It seems that you are very crazy. Then try it." The next moment, Aokiji used the shaving speed to rush towards Xianqing. At the same time, he quickly condensed an ice-quality longsword in his hand and slashed at Xianqing. Xianqing's mind moved, and the Xianguang blade appeared in his hand. Buzz. Then, the armament Haki and Conquerors were entangled with the Xianguang blade one after another, and met Aokiji's ice army. Boom. The next moment, a violent force collided with each other, generating a strong shock wave. The ice layer under Xianqing and Aokiji's feet directly caused many cracks and holes. Zzz. Because of the existence of Conqueror's entanglement, the ice army knife failed to collide directly with Xianqing's Xianguang blade. There was an invisible barrier between the two. There were also black and red lightning flashes between the two. This is Conqueror's entanglement. How is it possible? How can you master this level of power at your age? Do you just look young? But that's not right. Your life breath tells me that you are clearly not old. Aokiji looked at Xianqing with a shocked face and asked. It was completely incomprehensible. The armament Haki and Conqueror's strength and skills displayed by Xianqing at this time were too powerful. It's not something a teenager can have. Even Garp, who was far away, noticed this scene, and his pupils shrank suddenly. He couldn't help but mutter, "It seems that we have underestimated the strength of this kid. This kind of potential must not be allowed to escape. Otherwise, it will definitely become a big problem for Marine." Although he said so, Garp did not take action to deal with Xianqing with Aokiji. Not only because Hashirama and Koshiro had already rushed to him not far away. At the same time, he also had the idea of keeping Xianqing in his heart, waiting for him to grow up and cause trouble for the world government. Because, since Roger was caught and executed by him, the world government began to consciously suppress the growth of Marine. This also led to the fact that Marine's strength has not only not been improved in recent years, but has been reduced. This is especially reflected in Marine's control over the New World. If it weren't for the three Logia geniuses Aokiji, Akainu, and Kizaru in this generation, Marine's strength might be even weaker. It is precisely because of the suppression of the world government over the years that Marine cannot suppress the continent. This led to the rise of the three emperors, and it was difficult to suppress the three superpowers in the New World. At this time, the world government proposed the Shishibukai plan, which on the surface seemed to support the pirates to fight against the pirates. But in the final analysis, it is still suppressing the Marine, and does not want the Marine to further enhance its strength to avoid losing control. They would rather support the pirates than see this. Their hearts are worthy of death. But what can Garp and others do? Advertisement. There is absolutely no way. But Garp also does not mind causing trouble for the world government. For example, let Xianqing and others go and let them grow. Anyway, the top pirates' forces in the New World have not yet reached a balance and fullness, and at least there is room for another 4 emperors group. Why can't this 4 emperors group be the Uchiha pirates group? At least, they are relatively lawful and will not harm innocent people. Instead, they go back to fight against evil, right? I can feel that both of you are strong. Let me test how strong you are. Ha ha ha. Garp saw Hashirama and Koshiro coming, and he didn't hesitate anymore. He rushed towards the two of them and punched them. Koshiro drew his sword without hesitation, covered it with armed color and slashed it. Ajajajaj. Soon, he fought with Garp. For a while, the two of them fought so hard that Hashirama stopped and didn't rush to intervene. And Hotaki Sakumo led several Uchiha and Uzumaki ninjas to kill other marines. Haha. It seems that I underestimated you. Your strength is not weak even among the admiral level. I didn't expect that a powerful swordsman like you would appear in the sea. Interesting. Come again. Garp and Koshiro became more and more excited as they fought. Feeling the sharp edge of Koshiro's sword, he couldn't help laughing. The next moment, the attack became even more crazy. At this time, he didn't say anything about holding back. Because he found it was completely unnecessary. The people of the Uchiha pirates were much stronger than he thought. It was just right for him to have a good fight. Facing Garp, who was fighting with all his strength and whose strength had not yet weakened, Koshiro was under great pressure for a while and began to fall into a disadvantage. The hand holding the sword began to crack at the base of the palm. It can be seen how terrifying Garp's power is. Hashirama, who was far away, noticed this scene and immediately stopped watching the show and joined the battle directly. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Wood-style wood dragon technique. The next moment, first generation clapped his hands directly, and a huge wooden golem under his feet carried him up into the sky and killed Garp. At the same time, two wooden dragons emerged from the ice, circling and biting Garp. Oh? Is this Logia's Moo fruit? Garp saw this scene and raised his eyebrows slightly. He knocked Koshiro back with a punch, and then swung his fist to hit the two wooden dragons. Ka ka ka. He easily blew the heads of the two wooden dragons. At this time, Hashirama came over under the support of the wooden golem. He controlled the wooden golem to punch Garp. Garp directly fought back with his fist. Ka ka ka. The next moment, the trapped fist exploded directly. But Garp also retreated dozens of meters under the huge force of the wooden golem before he stopped. Haha. Then he laughed loudly, stepped on the ice layer with one step, and made a deep pit, and rushed towards Hashirama again at a high speed. It seems that ordinary wooden golem and wood dragon are not strong enough to deal with you. Then try sage art. Please give me flowers. Hashirama saw it and had a new understanding of Garp's fist. He immediately entered sage mode with a thought. 0145012116 Fila 1011722360. Sage art wood style wooden golem jutsu. Kill. Advertisement. The next moment, a stream of fairy chakra poured into the wooden golem under his feet, causing the wooden golem to surge dozens of meters again, reaching a height of more than 200 meters. And the broken arm stood up again. The entire wooden golem is not only taller and stronger, but also more than 10 times stronger. Boom. The next moment, the huge fist of the wooden golem and the small fist of Garp collided violently. A violent shock wave spread in all directions. The next moment, Garp was knocked out. The wooden golem was motionless at this time, at most there was a deep fist mark on his fist. But the next moment, it was repaired. What? Vice Admiral Garp was actually repelled. Is the enemy so strong? The scene of Garp being knocked out was noticed by the Marines, and they were all shocked. Fortunately, Garp only flew backwards hundreds of meters, successfully adjusted his body in mid-air, and landed steadily on the ice. 0. Flew back dozens of meters on the ice, dragged 2 long gullies on the ice, and successfully stopped his body. He looked at Hashirama standing on the wooden golem with a serious face, and said, "It seems that I underestimated you. People like you should not have been unknown in the past. Would you please tell me your origins?" At this time, Garp's expression became very serious. Because he felt that he might not be a match for Senju Hashirama. This surprised him. Haha. Hashirama laughed loudly after hearing this. "There is nothing I can't tell you. I come from Konoha, a hidden village. You must have never heard of it. Because we have only recently appeared in the world. How is it? Are you still fighting? You are indeed very strong. You are the strongest opponent I have ever met, except for Madara." These words were naturally made up by Xianqing and taught to Hashirama and others. As for whether the world government and marine believe it or not, Xianqing and others naturally don't care. Believe it or not, it has no effect on them. Anyway, they can't tell their true origins. These 9 true and 1 false words, plus Hashirama's cheerful personality, really made Garp believe it a little. Konoha? Hidden forces? It's really mysterious. Garp narrowed his eyes slightly after hearing this. Fight. The next moment, he shouted and rushed towards Hashirama again. Boom boom boom. For a while, he burst out with all his strength and fought with Hashirama. Many times he tried to bypass wooden golem and attack Hashirama directly. But Hashirama was not stupid. He had just been resurrected and his physique had not caught up. Haki was the same. Naturally, he would not choose to fight Garp head-on. Instead, he continued to control wooden golem to counterattack and block Garp's approach. 1 pair of arms is not enough? Then let wooden golem grow another pair or even more pairs. In short, No matter how hard Garp tried to attack Hashirama directly, he would be intercepted by the fist of the magician. For a while, Garp could only cope with it. But his strong physique and physical strength made him more and more excited, and he had no intention of stopping. Chapter 221, Garp and Aokiji are defeated, Hashirama is determined to fight. 1 update. Please subscribe. As for Xianqing, after fighting for dozens of rounds in close combat, Aokiji immediately gave up close combat after finding that he could not defeat Xianqing in close combat. He turned to use his frozen fruit with all his strength, controlling the ice to attack Xianqing. Xianqing also directly used the power of thunder fruit to counterattack. For a while, the two fought evenly again. Advertisement. At the same time, the more they fought, the more Aokiji found that Xianqing was still growing rapidly, getting bigger and stronger. This discovery made him a little numb for a while. How is this possible? There is actually a monster like you. Now I believe that you are really only 10 years old. Your talent is too terrifying. Besides, you actually have the power of thunder fruit, which is really terrible. It's hard to imagine how powerful you will be if you are given a few more years to grow. But in order not to leave a great enemy for Marine, you should stay here today. Aokiji fought with Xianqing and looked at Suandeo with a serious face. As he spoke, his hands moved quickly, and he controlled the ice to kill Xianqing again. Haha. Xianqing laughed loudly and responded with thunder and lightning, then let's see if you have the ability. The warm-up is over, it's time to get serious. The next moment, Xianqing's mind moved 557 and directly entered Sage mode. Thunder Fruit combined with Sage Art Lightning Style, the power increased by dozens of times. Sage Art Lightning Style Thunder Dragon. The next moment, a terrifying Thunder Dragon rushed out from in front of Xianqing and collided with Aokiji's ice. The ice, which was evenly matched before, began to retreat under the double attack of Sage Art Lightning Style combined with Thunder Fruit ability. How is it possible? Is it because of the change on his face? Aokiji was shocked when he saw it, and hurriedly increased the output to counterattack again, and then he stopped Xianqing's attack this time. At the same time, he also noticed that Xianqing's breath and face had some subtle changes at this time. Understand, this should be some kind of means of Xianqing to increase the strength of Fufu, for a while, suppress Li Shanyan. But Xianqing will not give him too much time to think, the attack continues to come again, Aokiji can only be exhausted to deal with, completely fell into the disadvantage. More than 10 minutes passed. After beating Aokiji and seriously injuring him, Xianqing finally stopped. Sure enough, you are just an ordinary admiral level now. There is still a long way to go before the peak. I overestimated you before. Xianqing left this sentence, did not continue to kill Aokiji, but looked at Garp who was also suppressed by Hashirama in the distance. However, although Garp fell into an absolute disadvantage at this time, Hashirama was also not at ease. The main reason is that his physique and physical strength are far inferior to Garp, and it is not good for him to continue to delay. Although he can persist in fighting for another half a day, it will overdraw his cell division times. This is what Hashirama does not want. It is also what Xianqing does not want to see. He immediately appeared beside Hashirama with a thought, stood on top of wooden golem, nodded to Hashirama, and then looked at Garp who was beaten back again and said, Garp. Let's stop the battle today. Keep going, you have real casualties. I won't hold back anymore. You know, we still have a lot of ways to deal with you. Tis. Garp over there heard it and temporarily stopped attacking. He glanced at Aokiji lying on the ground, and felt that his vitality was still strong, so he retracted his gaze. 10 Faces looked at Xianqing in amazement and said, Haha. I didn't expect that. I didn't underestimate you, kid. You can actually defeat Aokiji. If you continue to let a monster like you grow, it will definitely make Marine and World. The government is worried about it. Advertisement. If possible, I really want to keep you here. Unfortunately, just like you said, I didn't keep you here, so the battle ends here. I can almost finish my job. Kid, I hope you won't go astray in the future and go astray completely. Garp looked at Xianqing deeply, left this sentence, and appeared beside Aokiji in 2 flashes. Looking down at him, he grinned and laughed, haha. Aokiji boy. How about it? Suffered a loss? You lost badly this time. Besides, it is very likely that you will not be able to take revenge in the future. Aokiji listened and showed a helpless smile, Garp-san, don't laugh at me. I admit that I underestimated the enemy. But the opponent is really strong. He seems to have a special way to increase his combat power, which can directly increase his attack power by more than 10 times. In fact, I feel that he may not have exerted all his strength. This kind of existence is really terrifying. Is there really no way to stop them? What Garp can foresee, how can he not foresee it? No way. Garp shook his head helplessly, we all underestimated them. This pirates group has 3 people who have been greatly downgraded. And, that Senjo Hashirama is stronger than me, at most his endurance is not as good as mine. If it keeps dragging on, I still have the confidence to drag him down and win in the end. But the other party is not stupid, it is impossible for them to give me this opportunity. If that Senjo Hashirama and Koshiro teamed up against me, I might have been defeated long ago. That Koshiro is definitely a top swordsman, not so easy to deal with. In addition, none of the other members of their pirates are weak, and the worst one has the strength of the headquarters rear admiral. I estimate that the other swordsman is at least the strength of the headquarters elite vice admiral, too difficult to deal with. This configuration reminds me of the Roger pirates. There will be some headaches in the future. Haha. Although he said so, no matter how Aokiji looked at it, he felt that Garp was laughing a little, gloating at this time. It seemed that he was willing to see the day when Xianqing and the others would grow up completely in the future. But considering Garp's attitude towards the world government, the 5 elders and the celestial dragons, he understood it again. In fact, didn't he have similar ideas in his heart as Garp? If possible, he really wanted to thoroughly implement his justice and make Marine a truly righteous existence. Unfortunately, because of the existence of the world government and the celestial dragons, Marine's justice was destined to be in name only, with too much water. Perhaps, it may not be a bad thing to let the Uchiha pirates grow up. I believe that if they feel threatened, the world government will definitely reduce the suppression of Marine in the future, and even let Marine strengthen its own strength. Aokiji couldn't help thinking in his heart. If one day in the future, Marine's strength is strong enough to check and balance the world government or even break away from the world government, that will be the moment for him, Aokiji, to realize his own justice. Boom boom boom. At this time, a violent thunder roar came from a distance. Aokiji and Garp were attracted by the sound and turned their heads to look over. Then they saw Xianqing directly use thunder to break the ice surrounding their pirate's ship. Then, Uchiha Xianqing suddenly transformed into a huge energy giant, stretched out his hand to grab their pirate's ship. Advertisement. Then, the wings behind the giant flapped. It took the pirate's ship to fly away at a high speed, but in just a moment, it disappeared. Garp and the others looked away. He actually still has this trick. If he had used this trick in the previous battle, I would have lost long ago. Aokiji said with wide eyes. Besides, what he said before is indeed true. If they want to leave, we will definitely not be able to stop them. Oh my! This is a big trouble. It will be difficult to catch them in the future. Even if we send a few more admiral-level fighters, it will be the same. They can fight and fly, what can we do? Haha. I really didn't expect this trick. Garp also laughed loudly after hearing this, and said meaningfully, it seems that Sengoku and Marshal Kong will have a headache. Okay. At this point, Garp looked down at Aokiji, stretched out his hand and said, why are you still lying down, get up. We are also going back to report. Alas. Poor me, an old man, I was originally planning to go back to East Blue, stay with my poor grandson. Now it seems that we can only put the overall situation first, and bring the information about the Uchiha pirates back to Marshal Kong and let them decide. I have such a hard life. Aokiji, you little brats should grow up and take on more responsibilities. Aokiji, after hearing this, couldn't help but rolled his eyes and said, Garp-san, you are exaggerating. You are not old at all now, you are still in your prime. As for me, I am still a long way off. I have to keep working hard. I can't let a kid in his teens completely beat me, right? As he spoke, he reached out and held Garp's hand, and was pulled up from the ground by Garp. Then, with Garp's support, he quickly returned to the warship. Aokiji took the initiative to remove the ice in this sea area. The other Marines also returned to the warship. Soon, the warship set off and rushed to Naval Headquarters Marine Ford. Xianqing and his team. 4.9 How is it? First generation, Garp's iron fist tastes bad, right? Xianqing looked at Hashirama and asked with a smile. Yes. Hashirama listened and nodded with a smile, this is the first time I have encountered such a fierce physical man. Although I rely on Sage Art Wood style suppressed him, but I can feel that if I delay, I will probably still lose. After all, my physique and physical strength have not been able to keep up. The amount of chakra is not enough. Next, I have to practice more. Next time, he will definitely not be my opponent. I will definitely defeat him completely in a short time. It's a pity that such a powerful opponent, Madara can't see it for the time being, and can't use it. Otherwise, he will definitely be very excited, right? After hearing this, Xianqing couldn't help but roll his eyes, you really can't stop talking about Uchiha Madara. He himself doesn't meet the standard of favorability and can't be contracted. I can't do anything about it. It can only depend on when he is reformed. After hearing this, Hashirama couldn't help but ponder, in fact, if you want to quickly improve Madara's favorability, there are ways to do it. Chapter 222, Hashirama's suggestion to revive Uchiha Izuna? 2 more. Please subscribe. Oh. Henking looked at the first generation in surprise and asked, what good ideas do you have? Resurrect Izuna. Hashirama looked at Genking seriously. Hey. Advertisement. Henking raised his eyebrows and said, this is really a good idea. With Uchiha Madara's feelings for Uchiha Izuna, resurrecting him will indeed greatly increase Uchiha Madara's favorability towards me. But the premise is a complete resurrection. But if there is no contract, I don't really want to completely resurrect Uchiha Izuna. After all, you can't be partial, right? Even the second generation hasn't been completely resurrected by me because they haven't been contracted by me yet. The rules can't be broken. He won't lick Uchiha Madara. No need to revive completely. It's also possible to revive in the form of impure world reincarnation first. After that, when Tobirama is completely resurrected, Madara will naturally know what to do and what attitude to have towards you, right? He's not stupid. Anyway, didn't you say that Tobirama's favorability towards you has increased rapidly recently, and it won't be long before he can meet the contract requirements? Hehe. Hashirama smiled kind. At this time, he was not honest at all. That's fine. Xianqing listened, then nodded, and then raised a key question. The only problem now is that I don't have Uchiha Izuna's cell samples as a trigger for performing reanimation jutsu. Do you or the second generation have them? Or, let Uchiha Madara provide them directly. He remembered that Uchiha Izuna was not buried in Konoha. Leave it to me. Although Tobirama and I don't have it, Madara 16 knows where to get it. He was the one who took Izumi's body away and dealt with it. I believe that in order to completely revive Izuna, he will agree. Hashirama said with great responsibility. With his living example of resurrection, he believed that Uchiha Madara should know how to make a choice. Okay. Then you should do it as soon as possible. Xianqing nodded. If possible, I actually hope to contract Uchiha Madara as soon as possible, so that he can break through the 6 paths level as soon as possible. Among us, he is actually the closest to the 6 paths level. If we are willing to get 9 tails chakra, make a 10 tails, and let him become 10 tails Jinkraki, even if it is not the complete version of 10 tails, he may be able to ascend to the sky in one step and directly become a 6 paths level existence. Anyway, the ninja world has more than one sacred tree at this time, and Satsuki Ishiki has not died completely. He also has a malnourished sacred tree. Oh. Hashirama's eyes lit up when he heard this and asked, have you found the location of Ishiki and his sacred tree? Yes. Xianqing smiled and nodded. It's not in vain that I asked the 3 clans to constantly light up the map of the ninja world in the past few years. Through map surveillance, I followed the traces of the activities of the Kara organization, plus my spiritual perception, and successfully found the location of Ishiki and his sacred tree. If I wasn't worried about my lack of strength and letting him escape, I would have taken action long ago. In fact, he was still waiting for his eye technique to be successfully nurtured. He had a vague feeling that his eye technique should be able to help him completely eliminate the possibility of Ishiki escaping. That's really great. Hashirama was overjoyed when he heard it. Then after Madara makes a contract with you and is completely resurrected, if we are sure, we can try to destroy Ishiki, catch his sacred tree and give it to Ban to try. If we can really successfully let Madara break through the 6 paths level, then we don't have to worry about the sage of 6 paths in the ninja world. We can be more bold and radical, right? Almost. Xianqing nodded, although, after all these years of hiding, the strength of sage of 6 paths may be stronger than 1,000 years ago. But it should not exceed the 6 paths level, otherwise, our little move will be discovered by him. So, at the same 6 paths level, even if he is stronger, he can't be too much stronger, and he should be able to barely compete. This is enough for Xianqing at present. It only needs 6 paths Madara to temporarily block Sage of 6 paths when Sage of 6 paths detects that something is wrong with the ninja world and wants to attack him. Paths for a few years, when he grows up a little, he will be completely fearless of the Sage of 6 paths. Yet. I think so. Advertisement. Hashirama nodded in agreement. Then there is no time to lose. I will go back to the ninja world now and persuade Madara to get Izuna's cells or hair or something. You can perform reanimation jutsu to revive Izuna first. Okay. Xianqing naturally had no objection. Anyway, things here have come to an end for the time being, and then, just leave a shadow clone here. As he said, he looked at Koshiro and Hitaki Sakumo and said, Teacher Koshiro, Senior Sakumo, the pirates will be handed over to you for the time being. Remember to remind me when you arrive at the 7 Seas City. No problem. Koshiro nodded with a smile, and then asked curiously, as for the 7 Seas City, are you going to recruit Tom, who built the pirate's ship for the Pirates King? Or is it for the Pluton design in his hand? In addition, Kojiro really couldn't figure out why Xianqing paid special attention to the Seven Seas city. Both. Xianqing smiled and said, Tom can create a sea train, he is definitely a top mechanical manufacturing talent. Not limited to ship manufacturing. Such a talent must not be missed, and he must not be allowed to die in the hands of the world government. Even his 2 apprentices are very good talents. In addition, I naturally want the Pluton design. I'm not interested in Pluton itself, I know that thing is in Wano Kuni. But the design involves a lot of black technology, which will be of great benefit to our development and cannot be missed. In addition, teacher, don't you think the sea train is also a good thing? Whether it is used in the ninja world, connecting the islands of the water country with the mainland in the future, and promoting economic and trade exchanges between the sea and the land. Or when we take over a large piece of land in the new world or even the entire pirates world in the future, it is a good choice to use it to build a means of transportation connecting many islands. This thing is a very angry invention. The black technology that can't be blacker. Indeed. Kojiro nodded in understanding, don't worry. I will contact you as soon as we arrive at the Seven Seas capital. Okay. Then the first generation and I will leave first. Xianqing nodded, and immediately, like the first generation, he separated a shadow clone to stay here, and the original body was directly teleported back to the ninja world. Then, Xianqing was pulled by the first generation to find Uchiha Madara, who was working on the construction site. What do you want to come to me for? Uchiha Madara saw Xianqing and Hashirama coming together, and his face was a little dark. Think about what kind of person Uchiha Madara was in the past. Now he has fallen to the point of being forced to work as a laborer in Konoha's construction projects. It's a great shame. If it weren't for the many seals and restrictions on his body, and the inferior materials used to revive him, which greatly limited his strength, he would have run away long ago. It's really too much. But he still has no way to deal with it. After seeing Hashirama completely resurrected, he felt even more uncomfortable. He could even foresee that Senju Tobirama, the BD, would definitely be completely resurrected in the future. Advertisement. Of course, he knew that Uchiha Xianqing seemed to have his own conditions for completely resurrecting people. If these conditions are not met, he will not take action. This can be seen from the fact that Senju Tobirama has not been truly resurrected so far. As for what the conditions are, Uchiha Madara combined with Hashirama's frequent nagging of Uchiha Xianqing in front of him, trying to change his views and feelings about this kid, it can be seen that it should be related to his own Uchiha Suinking's affection for him is related. As for how Uchiha Xianqing judges how much a person likes him, what is the baseline? Uchiha Madara is not sure. He admitted that during this period of time, what Uchiha Xianqing did caught his eyes, and he had to admire him. But it is impossible to make him take the initiative to surrender. Haha. Madara. Don't say that. I brought Xianqing here today because I actually have something important to ask you. It's about Izuna and your resurrection. Are you sure you don't want to hear it? Hashirama smiled and tried to smooth things over. Hey. Uchiha Madara's expression suddenly froze after hearing this, and he looked at Xianqing and Hashirama seriously and said, resurrect Izuna and me? Will Xianqing really be willing? Hashirama listened and immediately looked at Xianqing. Xianqing shrugged and said, it's conditional. If you don't meet my conditions and complete a contract with me, it's impossible. On the contrary, if you and Izuna has met my requirements and signed a contract with me. Not only Izuna, but even if you are resurrected in your prime, it is not impossible. All choices are yours. As for whether I can completely resurrect you, I think you already have the answer from the first generation, so I won't say much. Think about it carefully. I look forward to the day when you meet the requirements. By the way, the second generation has almost met my requirements, and it will probably be almost there in a few months. By then, I will completely resurrect him. After saying that, Xianqing said nothing more, but just smiled at Uchiha Madara. Sure enough. Uchiha Madara's face became even uglier. He may not care about other things, but he really doesn't want to see Senju Tobirama being completely resurrected before him. In addition, whether it is resurrecting Izuna or letting him revive in his prime, it is very tempting for him. Are you serious? If I sign a contract with you, will you let me be resurrected at my peak? Are you sure you know my peak? If you really resurrect me at my peak, most of your methods of restricting me will probably be ineffective. By then, you will not be my opponent. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms and asked Xianqing with arrogance. The reason why he lost at the beginning was that he was careless, and he was far from his peak. Otherwise, Ten Xianqing and Uchiha's Hairi would not be his opponent. Chapter 223, Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Izuna is speechless to Hashirama. One more. Please subscribe. Of course I know it very well. Xianqing curled his lips in disdain and said, isn't it just the Rinnegan? Didn't you use it last time? Although it's not the complete version, it's just the pupil power blessing, that thing is indeed very powerful, that's all. Anyway, it's not at the 6 paths level. Besides, you don't think that a contract with such high requirements will really be that simple. I'm not afraid to tell you in advance that after making a contract with me, you will be subject to me to a certain extent, and you will never be able to do anything to hurt me, and you can't even think about it. Of course, in return, you will also get benefits you can't imagine. That benefit will help you break through the 6 paths level or even surpass the Sage of 6 paths in a short period of time in the future. I think, as perceptive as you are, you should have discovered that the recent changes in the strength of the first generation and the changes in the strength of Uchiha and many Konoha shinobi are very abnormal, right? Those are the benefits obtained after the contract with me. And, even if you break through to the 6 paths level or even above the 6 paths level, this contract is impossible to break. That's all I have to say. It's up to you to decide what to do. You are still valuable enough now that I have come all the way here to persuade you. After a few years, I won't even bother to contract you. Ha! When he breaks through the 6 paths level, the value of Uchiha Madara will be greatly reduced. Advertisement. The longer the time goes, the more people of the 6 paths level will surely come under his command, and the value of Uchiha Madara will naturally become lower and lower. Until Xianqing completely loses interest in contracting Uchiha Madara. He can't waste too much time on a person who is worthless and stubborn. When Uchiha Madara heard these words from Xianqing, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he looked very surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect Xianqing to be so confident in his contract and understand Rin Egan so clearly. He was silent for a long time before he looked up at Xianqing and nodded, okay. Then use the reanimation jutsu to revive Izuna first. I haven't seen him for many years, so I should have a good talk with him first and reminisce about the past. Hashirama, you come with me to get it later. At this point, Uchiha Madara looked at Xianqing and said, Xianqing kid, you come too. The place where Izuna was buried is not within the scope of Konoha. Without you, I am afraid I can't leave Konoha, right? Hehe. Xianqing listened and smiled slightly and said, you can leave, but I can be forced to teleport back at any time. Since you invited me, I will accompany you. Tell me. Where is the specific location? Let's teleport directly. As he said, Xianqing raised his chin to Hashirama. The first generation immediately stepped forward and put a hand on Uchiha Madara's shoulder, and then asked Uchiha Madara, Madara. Where? Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes slightly and said, a valley 50 kilometers north of the End Valley. It used to be the secret base of our Uchiha clan. Understood, let's go. Hashirama listened and immediately locked the location mentioned by Uchiha Madara through the time-space gate map. The next 10 minutes, he took Uchiha Madara to the store mentioned by Feng's Haibo Madara. Xianqing followed closely behind. After taking a look at the surrounding scenery, Xianqing found that there were indeed many traces of buildings here in the past, but most of them were abandoned or even collapsed. Obviously, no one has taken care of it or lived there for many years. On the contrary, a forest of tombstones in the middle area seemed to have been cleaned in recent years. Among them, Xianqing found the tombstones of Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Tajima. Apparently, this is a little-known Uchiha cemetery. At this time, Uchiha Madara turned to look at Hashirama, and asked with certainty, Hashirama, what you just did was not Flying Thunder God technique, right? Is it possible that there are Flying Thunder God coordinates left here? Hey! Hashirama listened, looked at Uchiha Madara in surprise, and then, facing Uchiha Madara's firm gaze, he touched the back of his head and laughed loudly, haha. You found it? Indeed, this is not Flying Thunder God technique, but I can't tell you what it is. Det. Uchiha Madara listened, curled his lips in disdain and said, do you think I can't guess it if you don't say it? It must be related to Xianqing Xiaogui. What means did he use to teach you? After all, you didn't have the qualifications to learn Flying Thunder God technique in the past. Not only you, Uzumaki Mito and many Uchiha, Uzumaki, people from the 3 Senju tribes don't have this talent. If the time and space talent is so common, there will be no one who can learn the Flying Thunder God. Advertisement. But now, the ability of space teleportation has become rampant in Konoha, as if everyone can teleport, and it seems that there is no need for coordinates. There is a big problem no matter how you look at it, He suspected that this ability of space teleportation was simply given to all those who made a contract with Uchiha Xianqing by some means. This is the only way to explain it. At the same time, this should be one of the great benefits of making a contract with him that Uchiha Xianqing said. As for the others, it is related to Hashirama's recent rapid growth in strength. What exactly it is, I guess I can only know after making a contract with Xianqing. Otherwise, no matter how I ask indirect questions, Hashirama seems unable to reveal a single word. Many times, he found that Hashirama subconsciously wanted to answer his questions, but he seemed to be forcibly silenced and could not speak. In the end, he would always laugh to cover it up. He didn't know the reason before, but now he finally understood. It was all because of the contract. This also made him more curious about Xianqing's contract. Hehe. That's right. Hashirama smiled awkwardly after hearing this. Madara, you are so smart, how could you not see any flaws? But it doesn't matter if you know it. No more words, let's take some of Izuna's things first. It seems that only bones are left, it seems that only a piece of bones can be taken. There is no special barrier set up in this cemetery, so it is naturally impossible to hide from Hashirama's spiritual perception. Let me do it. So as not to destroy this tomb. Xianqing saw this and spoke immediately. Then, without waiting for Uchiha Madara to say anything, he waved his hand and a piece of bones was teleported to the ground in front of him. This move made Uchiha Madara narrow his eyes slightly, thinking, it can actually teleport? Doesn't that mean he can even teleport people to other places? If this is used in battle, wouldn't he be invincible? Even if he can't win, he can just exile the opponent, run away, and hide far away, right? Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara had even less hope of escaping. Besides, it seems that there is no good place for him to escape. I can't continue to find Black Zetsu to pretend, and then find a way to revive, right? That might just be what Black Zetsu wants. He believes that there must be a bigger pit waiting for him at the end of that road. Since Black Zetsu intends to use him to revive his mother Kaguya, he himself can only be a chess piece for him to revive his mother. Chess piece. In the end, he can only be sacrificed. This is what Uchiha Madara doesn't want to see. So, instead of running away to find Black Zetsu, it is better to stay in Konoha. Anyway, didn't Xianqing Kid just promise him that as long as he met his requirements, he could be contracted and resurrected? Even his brother Izuna is the same, so it seems that there is no need for him to be arrogant and go against him. Besides, Hashirama is also here, and it is foreseeable that Konoha will unify the ninja world in the future, so there is really no need for him to continue to toss. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara felt that the whole world was widening. Metal Reanimation Jutsu. At this time, Uchiha Madara saw Xianqing waved his hand to summon a white Zetsu and landed on Izuna's bone. Then, he raised his foot and stepped, and countless sealing techniques emerged from the bottom of his feet, quickly forming a magic circle with white Zetsu as the center. Advertisement. Then, Xianqing pinched the seal with one hand, and the magic circle suddenly lit up. Countless paper-like objects emerged from the ground and covered white Zetsu. Soon, a tall figure appeared in front of Uchiha Madara and the others. Looking at this familiar face, Uchiha Madara was stunned for a moment, and murmured with a look of nostalgia, Izuna. At this time, Uchiha Izuna over there just opened his eyes slowly, and heard Uchiha Madara's call. He was stunned for a moment, and he didn't understand the current situation. Then, he turned his head to look at Uchiha Madara. 01450121601011821170. When he saw Uchiha Madara, he was stunned again, and called out uncertainly, "Brother! It's me!" Uchiha Madara forced an ugly smile, walked up quickly, hugged Izuna, patted his back, and then separated, looked at Uchiha Izuna seriously and said, "Long time no see. Izuna. I didn't expect to see you again one day, and in this way." "Me too." Uchiha Izuna nodded with emotion, then looked at Xianqing and Hashirama with a wary look, and asked Uchiha Madara in confusion, "But, what's the situation with Big Brother now? Am I not dead? What's my situation now? Also, you don't look like a living person to me. Also, why is Senju Hashirama here? Who is this powerful kid from the Uchiha clan?" He was full of doubts now. The main reason was that he died too early. When he died, he was not really established. "Hey! Izuna, don't care. Haha." At this time, Hashirama also smiled and waved to Izuna. Izuna saw that Hashirama was still as silly as before, and his forehead was immediately blackened. He said speechlessly, "You haven't changed at all." He didn't know how many times he had complained about this character. He always felt that it was a bit embarrassing that his elder brother had become an equal enemy with such a stupid person. What's worse is that he himself is far inferior to this stupid guy, which is simply a shame. Haha. Right. Hashirama heard it and immediately smiled happily while touching the back of his head. "Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Izuna, this. I'm not praising you. BD." The two simply ignored Hashirama. Chapter 224, Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama quarrel, 2nd update. Uchiha Madara immediately introduced to Izuna some of the general things that happened in the ninja world in the years after Izuna's death. At the same time, he also explained the situation of himself and Izuna. At the same time, he also explained Suinking's identity. "What? It has been more than 30 years since my death." Uchiha Izuna looked at Uchiha Madara in astonishment, then looked at Hashirama, pointed at Hashirama and asked in confusion, "Then why is Senju Hashirama still so young?" Advertisement. And you, brother, are already dead? Are you still in a state of living dead like me? DB. Uchiha Madara listened and said helplessly, isn't it that I haven't had time to tell you? Hashirama was only recently resurrected in a peak state. Didn't I just say that he had been dead for many years before? Izuna was also speechless. I thought you were joking. I didn't expect that so many years have passed. Have you and Senju Hashirama's original dreams finally come true? Uchiha Madara listened and shook his head. It can't be considered as a success. In fact, it can be considered a failure. Our method ultimately failed to bring true peace to the ninja world, but greatly increased the intensity of subsequent wars. The original chaotic war between ninja clans has become a national war led by the 5 major ninja villages. The number of wars has indeed been greatly reduced, but the degree of cruelty has increased by who knows how many times. Since the establishment of Konoha, the ninja world has started 2 ninja world wars. Countless casualties. Well. In fact, there is a shadow of his encouragement behind the 2 ninja world wars. But Uchiha Madara knows that even without his instigation and provocation, the ninja world war will still break out. This is determined by resource interests. He is just going with the flow. 697. This is expected. Izuna listened and nodded in understanding. As long as the ninja world is not unified and a large community of interests is not formed, the war will never stop. The divided pattern will inevitably lead to the outbreak of war. Brother, you and Senju Hashirama can't see this, but why can't Senju Tobirama, that old coin, see it? Why didn't I persuade you to directly destroy other ninja villages and unify the ninja world? Izuna couldn't understand it at all. I tried. I just failed. At this time, Senju Tobirama suddenly teleported to Uchiha Izuna's side, looking at Uchiha Izuna and said faintly. Of. Advertisement. Uchiha Izuna saw Senju Tobirama suddenly appear, and prepared to take action without hesitation. But when he found that Senju Tobirama was just a living dead, he stopped. He stared at Senju Tobirama with disgust. What are you doing here? And the flying thunder god mark you left on me is still there? It's really insidious. Uchiha Izuna was so angry when he thought about how he was killed by Senju Tobirama with flying thunder god technique. It's just that I accidentally found another flying thunder god mark of mine, and it feels familiar, so I came to take a look. You and I are already dead, there is no point in talking about whether it is insidious or not. Senju Tobirama walked to Hashirama's side, folded his arms and looked at Uchiha Izuna. He didn't mock this defeated opponent. In his opinion, Uchiha Izuna is his nemesis, and Uchiha Madara is not unworthy. Indeed, Uchiha Madara is much stronger than him and Uchiha Izuna. But in terms of intelligence, BGDD, he felt that Uchiha Izuna was worthy of being his opponent. Ha! Uchiha Izuna sneered after hearing this, and walked to his elder brother's side, looking at Senju Tobirama coldly and said, if you hadn't killed me, the ninja world would never be in this situation now, and it might have been unified long ago. Real peace would have been achieved long ago, right? Because Izuna knew very well that if the situation continued to develop as it did, he would be powerless to stop his elder brother and Senju Hashirama from joining hands to form a ninja village. He only didn't expect that he would die in the last period before the village was built. That's true. Uchiha Izuna originally thought that Senju Tobirama would refute his words, but he didn't expect that Senju Tobirama nodded in agreement and sighed, if I knew the future would be like this, I really wouldn't have killed you. After you died, I wanted to persuade my elder brother to unify the ninja world without any foundation. Because he didn't agree with this at the time, but Uchiha Madara would strongly agree with this. But I was at odds with Uchiha Madara at the time, and it was impossible to persuade him to change my elder brother's mind. I can only say that it's fate. Fate is sometimes really amazing. If Uchiha Izuna hadn't been killed by him. With his and Uchiha Izuna's brains, plus the fact that both of them could greatly influence their elder brother's ideas. It is foreseeable that they would reach a consensus and launch a war to unify the ninja world. Det. Uchiha Izuna saw that Senju Tobirama actually thought so, and immediately curled his lips in disdain. What's the point of saying this now? Also, the current Hokage is actually from our Uchiha? Boy, whose descendant are you? As he said, Shinsaiha Izuna looked at Uchiha Xianqing. My mother is Uchiha's Hilly, Izuna Sr., maybe you know her. While Xianqing was talking, he also contacted his mother through the communication space. Oh? Hilly. Uchiha Izuna raised his eyebrows when he heard it. Of course I know her. She is the granddaughter of the great elder. I remember that when I last saw her, she was just a little girl. I didn't expect that even her son is so big and so strong, and even became the leader of Konoha. Very good. At this point, Uchiha Izuna showed a relieved smile. Can you tell me specifically what happened after Konoha was built? What the eldest brother said just now was scattered, and many of them were not clear. Xianqing listened and shook his head and said, it's too troublesome to talk about it, I'll pass it to you directly. As he said that, Xianqing raised his hand and pointed at Uchiha Izuna's eyebrows, and directly passed on to him a lot of things that happened in Konoha and the ninja world in the years since Konoha was built. Uchiha Izuna couldn't help but close his eyes and began to digest this information. Advertisement. At this time, Senju Tobirama looked at Xianqing and asked in confusion, "So, what is your purpose in resurrecting Izuna?" Hashirama listened and answered first, "It was my idea, so that Madara could meet the requirements of Suinking's contract as soon as possible. In the future, we can really resurrect him and make him a helper of Xianqing and Konoha. Tobirama, you have to keep working hard. I heard from Xianqing that you are about to meet the requirements of the contract. By then, you can be completely resurrected. Don't slack off, otherwise, Madara and Izuna will get there first, don't blame me for not reminding you." Senju Tobirama listened and his eyes slightly squinted. He looked at his elder brother speechlessly. He wanted to scold his elder brother, but considering the future enemies of the ninja world, he suppressed these words. Because he knew very well that facing the future Tsutsuki clan, his consideration for his brother was not very necessary. Uchiha Madara is indeed a very good fighter, worthy of being recruited and resurrected. Don't worry, I know what to do. Senju Tobirama finally nodded. Swish. At this time, Uchiha's Hilly suddenly teleported over and appeared next to Xianqing. Seeing Uchiha Izuna who was still closing his eyes to digest the information, she was also slightly stunned. 10 faces sighed. "I didn't expect you to resurrect Senior Chuan Nai. Not bad." She roughly knew the main reason why Xianqing and the others did this. It must be to increase Uchiha Madara's favorability so that he can be contracted earlier. This is also good. At this time, Uchiha Izuna digested the information, opened his eyes, saw the newly appeared Uchiha Yuri, felt that her face was vaguely similar to her childhood face, and couldn't help but smile. "It's really you. Long time no see, Yuri. Thank you for your hard work over the years, you did a good job. Also, you gave birth to a son." After seeing the situation in Konoha over the years, he knew very well that Uchiha Yuri had made great contributions to the Uchiha clan in the past few years. If it weren't for her, Uchiha would never be what it is today. He knew very well that his eldest brother was never a qualified candidate for the clan leader. No way. Uchiha Izuna smiled and shook her head, saying, "I just gave birth to a good son. If it weren't for Xianqing, he would have died of injuries a few years ago. If that were the case, Konoha would not be in the situation it is today. Uchiha is likely to be gradually destroyed under the suppression and persecution of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others." Yet. She paused and glanced at Senju Tobirama and said, "The Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan are no exception." Senju Tobirama's face turned black when he heard it, thinking, "You are really talking about something else? Even if what you said is true, can't this matter be turned over?" He really wanted to go back 20 or 30 years ago and beat himself to death for accepting Sarutobi Hiruzen and others as his disciples. A few evil disciples. Oh. Uchiha Izuna looked at Senju Tobirama with some surprise, and then looked at Uchiha Yuri. Thought about the information about Konoha that Xianqing had just passed to him. He deduced it according to this development, and then said with some understanding, "Indeed, if your son Xianqing had not appeared, what you said would really happen." Speaking of this, he looked at Senju Tobirama with a mocking face and said, "I didn't expect that you, Senju Tobirama, would also miscalculate one day, and actually accepted such a few trash who betrayed their teachers and ancestors. Even the Senju clan was almost wiped out in their hands, and the Uzumaki clan was almost pitted to death. Tisk tisk. Shame on you." Senju Tobirama heard it, and immediately clenched his fists, staring at Uchiha Izuna with veins on his forehead, and said angrily, "What does it have to do with you? You didn't even live to build a village. What qualifications do you have to say this, Lee?" Chapter 225, Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama at loggerheads. Good news for Vegapunk, one more. Kr. Uchiha Izuna was also angry after hearing this, and looked at Senju Tobirama with resentment and said, "Who do you think is responsible for this? You despicable sneak attacker. If he hadn't been unprepared for the Flying Thunder God technique, how could he have died at the hands of Senju Tobirama? What a shame. If it wasn't inappropriate, he would have wanted to fight Senju Tobirama directly now." Advertisement. This guy is such a piece of shit. Humph. At least, the Hokage of Konoha is from our Uchiha clan now. Moreover, the people who will lead Konoha to greater glory and unify the ninja world in the future are all from our Toyokaha clan. Uchiha Izuna knew that he couldn't win if he continued to dwell on the previous topic, so he immediately changed the topic and choked Senju Tobirama. Kr. But Senju Tobirama was really choked after hearing this, and didn't know how to refute for a while. Because, what Uchiha Izuna said is the truth. For a moment, he hated Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo even more. And he swore in his heart that he would beat them up later to vent his anger. Okay. Stop arguing. Uchiha Yuri saw the childish appearance of the two people, rolled his eyes speechlessly and said, it's all over, you have all died once, let it go. In the future, as long as you meet the conditions of the contract, you can truly revive and start over. What's there to argue about? If you really don't accept it, you can compete peacefully in other aspects in the future. Whether it is to unify the ninja world in the future or other things, people are needed to do things. You can compete based on who will contribute more to the village in the future. Isn't it good? In this way, the village will not fall into internal strife, but it will benefit the village and solve the problem between the two of them, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. I have no objection. Do you dare? Senju Tobirama raised his eyebrows and challenged Uchiha Izuna. You know, he is now the deputy director of the scientific research department and is in charge of many research tasks. Once these studies are successful, the contribution to the village will be huge. He does not believe that Uchiha Izuna can compete with him in terms of contribution. He admitted that Uchiha Izuna was as good as him in terms of brains and strength, but in terms of research possibilities, he was far better than Uchiha Izuna. Humph. What's there to be afraid of? Let's compete. Although Uchiha Izuna felt something was wrong, he agreed directly. Advertisement. Haha. You are sure to lose. Senju Tobirama smiled smugly after hearing this. Ha, it's not certain who will win or lose. Let's wait and see. Uchiha Izuna sneered, Kide. Seeing the two people quarreling endlessly, Xianqing couldn't stand it anymore and said directly, okay. Let's go back to the village first. You can keep quarreling later. As he said that, before everyone could react, he waved his hand, and everyone felt a change in space, and they returned to the top of Konoha Shadow Rock. Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama, and others saw it, their pupils shrank, and they looked at Xianqing with narrowed eyes. He thought, this kid actually mastered such a terrifying space ability. There is no need to contact them, and there is no need to consider whether they agree or not. Just wave your hand and teleport them to another place together. This space method is too terrifying. If used in battle, they may not know how they were killed. The two of them just thought about it for a while, and they thought of many ways to use this terrifying space teleportation ability to trap the enemy. Is this also the ability that the contract can grant? But it seems that none of the Big Brother and the others have mastered this ability. Or is this a more powerful space-time ninjutsu developed by Xianqing Boy Flying Thunder God technique? Although Senju Tobirama wanted to ask Xianqing directly, but he still held back. Because this must involve Suinking's core secrets. I haven't met the contract requirements yet, and I haven't signed a contract with Xianqing yet, so I'm afraid I can't get a satisfactory answer from Xianqing. It seems that I have to work hard to improve my favorability towards this kid. Thinking of this, Senju Tobirama felt helpless. I didn't expect that one day I would have to take the initiative to refresh my favorability towards an Uchiha. Time is so incredible. It can happen at any time. Uchiha Izuna was stunned when he saw the scenery around him change drastically, and then he was attracted by the scenery of Konoha below. He took a few steps forward and stared at the prosperous Konoha below. He couldn't help but muttered, is when Konoha? It feels very different from the Sengoku era. Very peaceful, very relaxed, very prosperous. This kind of scene is hard to see in the war era. It seems that the ninja village era is at least better than the Sengoku era. But this is not enough. Unifying the ninja world is the most correct choice. Not bad. Xianqing listened and took a few steps forward and said to Uchiha Izuna stood side by side, looking at the storm below and continued, order is always better than chaos. Even the worst order is better than chaos. In what ways will Izuna-senpai help the village develop next? Since he was resurrected, he would not waste such a good student like Uchiha Izuna. He must work for him. It is impossible to be idle. DB. Uchiha Izuna was stunned and said, I really haven't thought about this yet. Although you gave me a lot of information about the scenes after the establishment of Konoha village, which gave me a certain understanding of this era. But I have been away from this era for too long, and I don't know the situation of this era very well. I don't know what I should do for a while, what I am suitable for. What suggestions do you have? As he said, Izuna looked at Xianqing and gave him an inquiring look. Xianqing listened, pondered for a moment and said, why don't you come to the Hokage office and act as a temporary consultant to assist me in handling some of the Hokage's affairs? This way, you can have time to adapt to the situation of this era, and you can quickly understand a lot of information about Konoha and even the ninja world during your work, which will accelerate your integration with this era and allow you to quickly integrate into this era. When you are fully integrated, you will naturally know what you are most suitable for. What do you think? This guy was able to fight with the second generation at the beginning, so there must be no problem with his brain. It is just right to help with government affairs. As for the trust issue? That is even less of a problem. He was resurrected by Xianqing, so could Xianqing not leave some tricks on him? It's just that he didn't tell Izuna and Uchiha Madara. For those who can't be absolutely trusted, he will definitely keep a hand. This is also his habit. Okay. Izuna listened, his eyes lit up slightly, thinking that this is indeed a good choice, and agreed immediately. Uchiha on the side Madara saw it, but didn't say anything. Since Izuna agreed, let's do it. Moreover, he could see that Xianqing didn't mean to treat Izuna badly. Advertisement. Very good. Then, the few of them chatted for a while before leaving. Half a month later, Xianqing, who was practicing, suddenly received a reminder from the communication space. He immediately thought and checked. It turned out that it was a message from Vegapunk. Human fruit ordinary man form Vegapunk has been successfully copied. Great. Finally completed. Haha. After reading the message, Xianqing was overjoyed and replied to Vegapunk directly, making an appointment to meet at the Space-Time Gate main space number 1 research base. What's wrong? What's completed? His words attracted the attention of Mikoto, Kushina, and others who were practicing not far away. Mikoto stopped practicing and couldn't help asking. Human fruit ordinary man form Vegapunk has been successfully copied. Soon, we will all have one. Are you happy about this? Xianqing explained with a smile. What? Really? Mikoto and others heard this and immediately stopped practicing. They rushed over excitedly to confirm. Of course it's true. Xianqing nodded affirmatively. Let's go. Come with me to the Space-Time Sect Master's Space number 1 research base to meet Vegapunk. I have already made an appointment with him. As he said this, Xianqing disappeared from the spot with a thought. Mikoto and others followed him. Soon, everyone came to a main laboratory in the number 1 research base in the main space of the Space-Time Gate and met Vegapunk, who had already come here. It is worth mentioning that after the construction of the past 1 or 2 months, Xianqing has built a large-scale survival, living, production and scientific research base with a radius of more than 5,000 meters in the main space of the Space-Time Gate. Not only a large number of living and production areas have been built. A large number of medicinal materials, food crops, fruits, trees, etc. have been planted in the production area. 5 large research bases have also been built. Research base number 1 has been assigned to Vegapunk. Number 2 belongs to Orochimaru. Number 3 belongs to second generation. These research bases can be used for them to study some projects they want to study and focus on. Of course, they often do not meet to communicate or even cooperate. At present, because of the addition of Vegapunk, the research on blood limit potion has progressed rapidly. According to Orochimaru and his team's prediction, they should be able to develop the first bloodline limit potion in a year or so. Once this starting point is established, the subsequent development of other bloodline limit potions will become extremely fast. Chapter 226, The Human Fruit, the common people's form is successfully copied. 2ND update. Let's get back to the point. After Xianqing and the others came here, Xianqing looked at the 2 devil fruits on the central laboratory table. He immediately walked over curiously and asked Vegapunk while looking at the 2 devil fruits, are you sure that the perfect copy was successful? How difficult is it to make? When can it be mass-produced? What is the output? Vegapunk listened and smiled. I think it is a perfect copy, but whether it is or not, you need to judge it yourself, Master Xianqing. As for the issue of mass production and output, there is no rush. Advertisement. Can you tell which of the 2 devil fruits is the original and which one is the copy? Oh. Xianqing raised his eyebrows slightly after listening, and immediately used his mental power to deeply examine and analyze the 2 devil fruits. The result is undoubtedly that there is no difference. Then, he directly used the authority in the space to analyze and check, and soon distinguished the difference, pointing to the one on the left and said, this one is a replica. Vegapunk's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he asked curiously, that's right. Can you tell me what the difference is? Is my devil fruit a perfect replica in your eyes now? If it is, then it should be impossible to tell the difference. Xianqing smiled and nodded. 220 After hearing this, normally, it can't be distinguished. I just used mental analysis to scan and couldn't tell any difference. But this is my talent space. I have extremely high control over this place and can see more in-depth and thorough things. Therefore, some traces of artificial replication can be seen. However, these traces do not affect the ability and effect of this replica of the devil fruit itself. So, this is still a perfect replica of Emu. So, can you tell me if this can be mass-produced? What can be the output? What kind of resources are needed? Kushina and others listened, and looked at Vegapunk, expecting his answer. Vegapunk immediately said happily, perfect. Perfect. As for mass production, it is of course possible at any time. I can build a production line for this kind of devil fruit at any time. I can provide all the materials needed. However, if the quantity is too large, it will definitely cause world government said with no doubt. Therefore, if I provide the materials, the maximum production of 10 copies of the human fruit per month is already the limit. However, if you, Lord Xianqing, can provide sufficient materials, the monthly output can be increased to 50, this is almost the limit of what I can take care of. If there are more, it will delay my other research and affairs, which is not worth the loss. As for the list of materials, here, you can take a look. As he said, Vegapunk took out the paper and handed it to Xianqing. Xianqing took it immediately, quickly flipped through it, frowned slightly and said, most of the materials are unique to the pirates' world. It seems that we have to build and improve our trade network in the pirates' world as soon as possible. He saw that many of the materials here are very precious and cannot be easily obtained. You need to have enough strength and power to get them continuously. That is, Vegapunk is backed by the world government, in order to continuously get the wool from there and ensure that 10 pieces can be produced every month. Otherwise, if Xianqing relies on himself to collect materials, 1 piece a month is currently not guaranteed. Indeed. Vegapunk nodded affirmatively, so, it is better to speed up the travel process of the 4 emperors, enter the new world as soon as possible to seize territory, and establish the position of the 4 emperors of the Uchiha pirates. It will be convenient to collect these materials later. Xianqing listened and nodded in understanding, I understand. Leave these to me. I will ask teacher Kojiro to speed up the sailing. Also, maybe, we should go to Shuki more often to improve her favorability as soon as possible and then sign a contract. With her intelligence network and relationship network, maybe she can bring me surprises in terms of material collection. He didn't pay much attention to this before, because he didn't need much information about Shuki. But now it's different. Advertisement. Shuki? It's a good choice. Even, mentor, after the Uchiha pirates become the new 4 emperors, you can also find a way to contact the Shanghai Shipping King, and other underground kings to collect these materials through them. I think it will be much easier by then. But if you want to get in touch with these people and use them to collect materials, you must first become a 4 emperors and have enough prestige and power. Vegapunk nodded and suggested. Having obtained information about the past and future of the pirates' world, he naturally knew who Shuki was. He also knew her abilities. Xianqing Dian nodded again and said, I understand. This will take some time. Let's wait until the Uchiha pirates enter the new world, seize territory and become the 4 emperors. For now, I can only work harder for you to get some money from the world government and produce 10 per month to meet the emergency. Anyway, if it is only for his relatives and friends, a dozen or 20 pieces will be enough for the time being. It will only take 1 or 2 months. As for equipping all the contractors with one in the future, we can wait until the Uchiha pirates become the 4 emperors and build a material collection network to increase production. No problem. Leave it to me. Vegapunk nodded and agreed immediately, pointing to the 2 devil fruits on the lab table and said, you can use the replica, but the original one will have to stay with me as the core component of the production line. Even, it will have to stay here until it stops production in the future. Although, it is not impossible to use the replica as the core of the production line. But a slight difference can lead to a great mistake. Since you can judge that there is still a difference between the 2 devil fruits through the power of space, it is best to use the original one as the core to avoid problems. What do you think? Okay. Xianqing naturally had no objection, and it was best to be rigorous, just do as you say. I'll take this replica first. Thank you for your hard work this time. Do you need my help in building the production line? Xianqing said as he picked up the replica and handed it to Kushina, who was staring at him. Kushina happily took it and took a bite. She ate the replica directly, and then she felt the familiar devil fruit ability returned. She immediately took Mikoto and the others to the side to experiment with the specific effect. Vegapunk nodded affirmatively after hearing Xianqing's words, I can provide the materials for the production line, but you still have to build the production line. Using your spatial authority, you can shorten this process to the limit and save a lot of trouble. He was unwilling to waste time on such things. Okay. You prepare the materials first, and then contact me, I will come to build the production line. Xianqing nodded, then remembered something, and said to Vegapunk, when the first batch of human fruits are produced, you should eat one too. It should further improve your understanding and thinking ability. It can also greatly improve your talents in all aspects and your ability to control your body. Advertisement. For you, it is definitely a 1+1 greater than 2 effect. He was looking forward to what surprises the smarter Vegapunk could bring him. DB. Vegapunk hesitated after hearing this, are you sure I can really take another devil fruit? Of course. Xianqing nodded affirmatively, I am a Logia Thunder fruit user, and I have taken the human fruit before. Because the curse and will are eliminated, even if I take multiple devil fruits, there will be no conflict, and the body will not die. I have verified this, so don't worry. Yet. Vegapunk nodded with relief after hearing this, rubbing his hands and said, in this case, I will be disrespectful to refuse. I am also curious about how many people will be improved after taking the human fruit ordinary person form again. For people like him, understanding and wisdom are never enough. You will know when you try it. Haha. Xianqing smiled. That's right. Vegapunk smiled and nodded, there's no time to lose. I'll go prepare the materials for the production line first. I won't delay any longer. He then sent a shadow clone to stay here to continue researching the blood limit potion, while the original teleported away from here 0.4 and returned to the base on Egghead Island. Xianqing teleported to Kushina and the others, and asked with a smile, seeing Kushina still experimenting, how is it? What are the results of the experiment? Is it different from the original? Kushina listened and shook her head, for now, no, it's as good as the original. It's just that there's still only one, I really hope everyone can get one sooner. In this way, we can all enjoy this kind of comprehension and talent bonus permanently. I guess, then our improvement will only be faster. If we keep rotating, it will not only be troublesome, but there will be very little time to use it every day, because it's inconvenient and unsatisfactory. Yes. After a month, it will be almost done. At that time, I'll give you one first. Xianqing promised with a smile. Of course, his mother, Uzumaki Mito, and Hashirama were also among the first batch of people to be granted the human fruit, and they were all single ministers. Xianqing was eager to help them improve their strength as quickly as possible, so he naturally had to give priority to them. As for Chopper and even Konoha, they had to wait for the second or even third batch. Anyway, Chopper was still young, and Konoha was not so keen on improving her strength, so it was okay to postpone it for a few months. Chapter 227 Pupil Technique, Death, Pupil Technique, Time, 1st Update. Great. Xianqing, you are so kind. I really hope this day will come soon. Kushina heard this and immediately threw herself into Suinking's arms happily, saying excitedly. Haha. As long as you are happy. Xianqing smiled and hugged her, touching her hair kite. After that, Xianqing personally tested the effect of the replica of the human fruit, and after confirming that it was indeed no different from the original, he returned the human fruit ordinary form to Kushina. The next few hours were all about discussing Kushina, so naturally the order could not be messed up. Okay, we have tested it, let's go back first. I still have to tell my mother and the others this good news. Advertisement. As he said that, Xianqing took Kushina and others and teleported out of the space-time gate master space, leaving them at the Shimotsuki Island base to practice. He returned to the ninja world and found Uchiha's Hilly, who was training in the training ground in his backyard. He said to her directly, Mother, Vegapunk has successfully and perfectly copied the human fruit ordinary form. And the production line will be built soon. Then Xianqing told Uchiha's Hilly the details of the matter. Really? That's great. Uchiha's Hilly was also very happy to hear this. In this way, soon, we will each have a human fruit ordinary form, which will greatly improve our understanding, talent, and physical control, and accelerate the improvement of strength. Sure enough, your decision to contract Vegapunk earlier was right. This kind of talent is too important. 16 Indeed. Xianqing also nodded in agreement. In the next few months, Xianqing either practiced or dealt with the development of Konoha every day. With the busyness of the first generation in Uchiha Madara, Konoha began to transform at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only did the buildings become more novel, tall and neat, but the area of the entire leaf was also constantly expanding. At the same time, new residents continued to come to Konoha to register and become new residents of Konoha. The increase in population brought more business opportunities, and the trade routes between Konoha and several major countries and several major ninja villages were completely unblocked. Many commodities such as home appliances began to be dumped in large quantities to major countries, making Konoha more and more prosperous. In this process, new people met the standards every week and were given contracts by Xianqing. And those who had already signed the contract, their strength continued to soar under many magical skills and abundant resource supply. The group of ninjas who signed the Konoha contract were getting stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. It surprised their relatives and friends around them. But if they asked, they just shirked and said that it was all the credit of Hokage. If you want to ask specifically, you can only let them meet the standards of Hokage. As for what the standards are, I won't say. The only thing I can say is that the more you recognize and admire Hokage, the more chances you have to meet the standards. This also makes the ninjas of Konoha more centripetal to Xianqing. In such a 6, the pupil skills nurtured by Suinwinian were finally nurtured. Finally, they are nurtured. I didn't expect that there are 2 pupil skills like this. No wonder it takes so long to nurture with my pupil power and mental strength. Indeed, these 2 pupil skills are too heaven-defying. Xianqing couldn't help but sigh after savoring the information of his 2 pupil skills. Pupil skill Death, similar to the Death Eye, the pupil skill can see the target's dead line, and the target can be killed by cutting the dead line. Of course, the premise is that the target's strength cannot exceed itself too much. Because, whether it is to see the target's deadline or not to cut the deadline, it takes a lot of pupil experience. The stronger the target, the greater the consumption. The stronger the target, the fewer and stronger his deadlines will be. Unfortunately, although this eye technique is very strong, it is not that strong. It is probably not realistic to use this to kill people above my level, such as killing Sage of Six Paths. Advertisement. It is mainly aimed at targets of the same level or even weaker than me. But I can usually kill those of the same level as me. That is, it can kill quickly like Kaido and others. It doesn't take too much time to kill people like Aokiji. It seems not bad. It can be used to deal with more difficult enemies. Xianqing thought. Eye technique time. With this eye technique, you can perform time acceleration, time deceleration, and time prohibition, and other powerful things. Wow! Another eye technique is actually a time-related eye technique. Moreover, it is directly named after time. It actually directly includes 3 time abilities: time acceleration, time deceleration, and prohibition. Even in the future, as I develop and improve my eye power, this ability will be further improved. Awesome! Seeing the information about this eye technique, Xianqing was completely shocked. With this, my strength will increase dramatically. In addition, I can easily deal with time-related abilities and opponents. For example, Uchiha Yuri's current ability to slow down, Future Bonnie's ability to use the Age Fruit, and Moonlight's ability to use the Time Fruit. In addition, if this ability is used in combat, it will be an extremely powerful means. If he is not careful, even opponents who are much stronger than him will die under his ability. With these 2 eye techniques, I am more and more confident in facing the Sage of Six Paths. Give me some more time, even if I face the Sage of Six Paths, I will not be afraid. Hehe. Xianqing thought happily. You are so happy, it seems that the eye technique you bred this time is heaven-defying. Tell me about it. At this time, Uchiha Yuri, who had been guarding Xianqing, couldn't help but ask. Mikoto and Kushina also looked at Xianqing with a smile. No problem. Xianqing came back to his senses from his own imagination, touched the back of his head a little embarrassedly, and immediately told the 3 people about his 2 eye techniques. Deaf. The 3 of them gasped after hearing this. What a pervert eye technique. It's actually an eye technique that directly involves death and time, it's really heaven-defying. Is this the eye technique that can be obtained by the perfect promotion of the Eternal Eye? Uchiha Yuri said in amazement. She envied this level of eye technique. It's much stronger than her eye technique. Indeed. Advertisement. Mikoto and Kushina also nodded in unison. Mikoto couldn't help but imagine, I wonder what kind of eye technique I can breed by then? Will it be so strong? Kushina was even more envious and jealous after hearing this. You will soon have the opportunity to open the Eternal Eye and obtain such a heaven-defying eye technique. I don't know when I can have my own Sharingan. Speaking of this, she looked at Xianqing and complained, Xianqing. When will the research department be able to produce the Uchiha Blood Inheritance Potion? I can't wait. This kind of cheating ability, she can't wait to have it immediately. DB. After hearing this, Xianqing helplessly spread his hands and said, the research department has worked very hard. With the help of Vegapunk, the magnetic blood medicine has been successfully developed. Uchiha Blood Inheritance Potion and Vortex Blood Inheritance Potion have also been developed. Wait a few months. It should be almost done. In fact, you can inject magnet-style blood inheritance first, which is also good. Forget it. After hearing this, Kushina shook his head and refused, I'm not very interested in magnet-style, I'd better wait for Uchiha Blood Inheritance Potion. It's not a good thing to master too many blood inheritance limits. You will be too busy. It's better to develop 1 or 2 targeted ones. Uchiha Blood Inheritance and my own Uzumaki Blood Inheritance can complement each other. At most, I can inject a Senjua Blood Inheritance later. Maybe, Senjua Blood Inheritance can be fused and sublimated with my Uzumaki Blood Inheritance to become stronger. Magnet style, it doesn't suit me. She was still very rational and didn't plan to do anything rash. She was not Xianqing, who could learn anything quickly. Even though they all had a human fruit commoner form, and their comprehension and talent had increased several times, it was still the same. Okay. It's good that you have made your own choice. Wait a little longer. Be patient. It's not that easy to study bloodline limits. Xianqing nodded with some satisfaction, and comforted. In addition, it doesn't mean that with Sharingan, opening the Eternal Eye will definitely make my eye technique as powerful. This thing still varies from person to person. Not to mention the difference in everyone's strength, Sharingan is known as the eye that reflects the soul, and its eye technique is closely related to the soul of the person who opens the eyes. Not only is the deepest obsession in the mind when opening the eyes closely related to the eye technique, but the strength of the mind itself will also greatly affect the generation and strength of the eye technique. So, while you haven't opened your eyes or even obtained Sharingan, practice meditation as much as possible to improve your soul and mental power. In addition, the devil fruit should also be developed well, and strive to completely integrate its spiritual light as soon as possible, turn it into your own use, and strengthen your own spiritual power. In addition, Haki is also closely related to the power of the mind, and it is also necessary to work hard to improve it. In this way, when you open the eternal eye, the pupil technique will be more powerful. Do you understand? Speaking of this, Xianqing also looked at his mother and said, Mom, you should have noticed that with the improvement of your Haki and the development of the devil fruit meditation method, your pupil power and pupil technique strength are also increasing, right? Mikoto and Kushina listened, and they all looked at Uchiha's Hilly. Haha. Not bad. Uchiha's Hilly listened, smiled, and nodded. Xianqing, your guess is right. The pupil technique itself will improve with the improvement of one's own soul and mental power, especially the improvement of the spiritual power. This thing is not permanently fixed. So, if you want to have two powerful pupil techniques in the future, work hard now. You at least have the opportunity to change your fate by heaven defying, but I can't do that here. At most, I can improve the strength of the pupil technique. It is impossible to obtain the heaven-defying pupil technique again. Chapter 228, The Temptation of the Longevity Pill, Contract with Shuki and Riley, 2ND Update. There is no way, because Uchiha's Hilly opened the Mangeki Sharingan a long time ago. Even now, her eyes have transformed into the Eternal Eye. But the pupil technique is fixed and cannot be changed. At most, after the transformation into the Eternal Eye, the pupil technique has been greatly enhanced. At the same time, this also verifies one point. That is, with the continuous improvement and nourishment of soul power, mental power, and heart power, the Mangeki Sharingan can successfully open the Eternal Eye without the fusion of another pair of Mangeki Sharingan of a close relative. Advertisement. This is also of great significance to Uchiha. This shows that the Uchiha clan is not a truly cursed clan. It is not necessary to sacrifice close relatives to open the Eternal Eye. The culprit of everything is just the result of bloodline degeneration. And the many divine functions created by Xianqing avoid the defects caused by bloodline degeneration. Hehe. That's right. Mikoto and Kushina were both happy when they heard it. It seems that we have to work hard to practice meditation, Haki, and work hard to develop the human fruit. Right. At this time, Mikoto suddenly thought of something, turned to look at Xianqing and asked, Xianqing, if I take another devil fruit, can I improve my spiritual power faster? After all, the human fruit ordinary person form does not need to be specially developed. As long as it is practiced, it can be used at any time, and it does not take up extra practice time. What do you think? Yes. Kushina also looked at Xianqing after hearing this. Haha. Smart. You found this out. Hearing this, Xianqing smiled knowingly and nodded affirmatively, indeed. So, I suggest you choose another devil fruit ability as soon as possible and develop it. After choosing, remember to tell me and I will take you hunting. In the past few months, the Uchiha pirates have become more and more famous in the pirates' world, and the bounties of each of them have also increased. The bounty of Captain Xianqing alone has been increased to 1 billion. This is the bounty after he defeated Aokiji last time. There has been no change in recent months. But Xianqing is expected to be soon. Because, the Uchiha pirates have arrived at the Sabayati archipelago at this time, and are about to set off for the Fishmen Island, and then enter the New World. By then, they will definitely make a lot of big things happen when they fight for the territory, and the bounty will not increase rapidly. It is worth mentioning that Tom, the boatman of the Seven Water City, and his 2 apprentices have been recruited by Xianqing and sent to the base of Sky Island for temporary settlement. He plans to wait until the Uchiha Pirates group opens up the situation in the New World and becomes the 4 Emperors group, and then take them to his territory in the New World to continue to contribute their strength. Of course, these 3 people are far from meeting the contract standards at present. There is nothing to be done about it, not everyone is Vegapunk, his fanatic believer. The reason why they have been staying in Sabayati archipelago these days is actually to brush up the favorability of Shuki and Riley, and want to contract the 2 people for their own use. At present, the favorability of the 2 has reached 79 points, and they are only 1 step away from the contract. It is not in vain that Xianqing has worked hard for more than half a month. Advertisement. Mikoto and Kushina nodded after hearing this. We will decide as soon as possible. They had thought about the other devil fruit in the past and had some goals, but none of them were finalized. Now that it is related to the strength of the future Eternal Eye, they have to make the final choice as soon as possible. As for whether it can be obtained, with Suinking's recent improvement in strength, as well as Koshiro, first generation, Mito-sama, Uchiha Chiri, and others' recent improvement in strength, they think that as long as the target is not in Pangu City, it should not be a big problem. Okay. Just decide as soon as possible. Remember to inform Kuina, Minato, and others. Xianqing nodded in understanding and reminded. He would also tell them himself, but he was afraid that he would forget it because he was busy. Okay. Mikoto and Kushina naturally had no objection. Pirates World, Sabayati Archipelago, Shuki's blackmail bar. On this day, Xianqing finally raised Yuanxian and Rayleigh's favorability to 80 points. Then, Xianqing waved his hand to set up an isolation barrier, and directly chose to confront Shuki and Rayleigh. Shuki, Uncle Rayleigh, we are ready to leave tomorrow. Before we leave, I have something else to discuss with you. Oh. After hearing this, Shuki and Rayleigh raised their eyebrows and looked at Xianqing. Shuki smiled and said, I know you have been trying to win the favor of me and Rayleigh recently. There must be something going on. Tell me. What do you want to discuss with us? Do you need to spend so much time to win the favor of us two old guys? Yes. Tell me. Rayleigh listened, took a sip of wine, and nodded with a smile. In fact, given our relationship, you really don't need to be so polite. As long as it's not too difficult, we will definitely not refuse you. It's not that I'm polite. Xianqing listened and shook his head helplessly. This is a necessary condition of the contract. Then, Xianqing told them that he wanted to sign a contract with them, as well as the pros and cons of the contract. After hearing this, Shuki and Rayleigh fell into silence. That is to say, if we can make a contract with you, we can get huge benefits, but we will also be restricted by you to a certain extent and cannot do anything to hurt you? Can you tell me the specific benefits? Shuki and Rayleigh looked at each other and asked again. This matter is quite big, and it is indeed not an easy choice to make. No wonder Xianqing has been trying to win their favor. I can't say too much for the time being. Xianqing nodded, then shook his head and said, in short, space teleportation is a basic benefit. In addition, I have life-extending medicine in my hand, which can extend a person's life by up to 90 years. If you are willing to make a contract, you will have all these. In addition, there are greater benefits, which can only be known after you make a contract. As for space teleportation, Shuki and others had guessed it as early as after he made a contract with Hancock. After all, everyone around Xianqing has this ability. It's not normal at first glance. More later Hancock met him, and she instantly mastered it. This was obviously some method that Xianqing mastered, which could give a person this teleportation ability. In the past, they only had vague guesses, but now they can be sure that this must be the effect of the contract. As for the longevity pill, with their relationship and Suinking's strength, not to mention that Rayleigh and others would not leak it, even if it was leaked, it would be nothing. If you want people to agree to the contract, others have asked this point, so you have to say something that will move people. The effect of the longevity pill is what Xianqing thinks is most likely to impress the two. After all, these two are not young anymore, and they must be eager to restore their youth. Sure enough, after hearing the information about the longevity pill, the two automatically ignored the matter of space teleportation, and their eyes began to shine. They stared at Xianqing and asked, really? After the contract, are you really willing to give us the longevity pill that can extend our life for 90 years? Of course. Advertisement. Xianqing nodded affirmatively, although this thing is very precious, it is nothing to me. So, do you want a contract? At this moment, Shuki and Rayleigh's favorability towards Xianqing soared by 5 points again, reaching 85 points. Xianqing was filled with emotion. If I had known this, I should have used the longevity pill to seduce them and improve their favorability a few days ago. But he couldn't have predicted this kind of thing. It's not bad now. What are you waiting for? Come on. What should we do? Shuki and Rayleigh looked at each other, and immediately made up their minds together and said to Xian. 0145012116 Fila 10119230. There is nothing to hesitate about. For the sake of 90 years of life and to restore youth, they are willing to fight. Anyway, with their relationship and their understanding of Xianqing, they are not very worried that Xianqing will cheat them. If he really cheats them, they think they can get rid of the contract. This is their confidence in their own strength. In their opinion, Suinking's so-called contract is probably a kind of devil fruit ability. Maybe it's a contract fruit or something like that. As long as it's a devil fruit ability, then there is a way to crack it. It can only be said that the two of them are too confident and don't think about what the essence of the contract is and how high the status is. Koshiro and others on the side were even more smiling, and didn't say anything. This is not the time to destroy Suinking's plan. Xianqing roughly saw their thoughts at this time, so naturally he didn't say much, and just smiled knowingly and said, okay. Immediately, 2 money contract runes condensed from the center of the eyebrows were sent to Shuki and Rayleigh and said, touch this rune and agree to the contract in your heart. Okay. Shuki and Rayleigh were attracted by the mysterious contract rune. After hearing Suinking's words, they immediately touched the rune with their hands. And after the voice in their hearts sounded, they chose to agree. The next moment, the two runes followed the hands of the two people and sank into the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows of the two people in the blink of an eye. Steadily rooted in the center of their sea of consciousness. Immediately afterwards, a large number of related information about the past and future of the pirates' world, and some information about the past and future of the ninja world kept pouring into the minds of the two. They had to close their eyes for a while and began to digest it with all their strength. Later, meditation, health-preserving exercises, source chakra refining techniques, and other exercises all poured into their minds. More than half an hour later, the two slowly opened their eyes and took a long breath. Hey! Then, they looked at Xianqing and others with extremely complicated and horrified eyes. Rayleigh couldn't help but speak first. I didn't expect the truth to be like this. Are you from Otherworld? No wonder we couldn't find any information about you at the beginning. You just popped up out of thin air. Now, everything is finally revealed. Chapter 229 Rayleigh, Roger and I are still too narrow-minded. One update. Yes. Shuki listened and nodded with a wry smile. We had made a bold guess at the beginning, but our imagination was still a little too small. Hee hee. Xianqing listened and laughed happily. There is no way. Before the contract, I could not tell you these truths at the beginning. How about it? Don't you regret signing a contract with me now? Advertisement. By the way, this is the longevity pill for you. 5 pills per person, eat them all, and you can roughly extend your life by more than 90 years. This is also the limit that everyone can take. As he said, Xianqing took out 2 porcelain bottles and threw them to Shuki and Rayleigh. The two hurriedly took them, opened them, smelled them, and looked at them, and their eyes lit up. But they all covered them and did not rush to take them. Instead, they said in unison, no regrets. It's better to say that we are very glad that we finally agreed. Otherwise, I don't know how much opportunity we missed. Shuki added. Indeed. Rayleigh also nodded and said, like you said, teleportation ability and longevity pills are just the most basic contract benefits for you. What else is not heaven-defying? Not only did they not regret it, the two felt that they had encountered a great opportunity and made a fortune. At the same time, they were very glad that they did not refuse, otherwise, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. Oh. They may not regret it. Because, without a contract, you don't know how much opportunity you have missed. By the way, is the information you gave about our world accurate? In the future, Garp's grandson Luffy will become my disciple? He is also very likely to become the Pirates' King and realize Roger's dream. Rayleigh then couldn't help asking Xianqing. Yet. 587 Xianqing nodded affirmatively. If there is no intervention from me in the ninja world, the future is indeed like this. But you are clear about the current situation. With the intervention of me in the ninja world, and now you have been contracted by me, the future will definitely be completely different from the original. Maybe we can't wait for Luffy to go to sea, and we have already overthrown world government, subvert the order of this world and establish a new order. By then, there will be no talk of Roger's dream or anything like that. As for whether you will accept Luffy as your disciple in the future, it all depends on you. Even if you don't, I will find a way to contract him next. After all, his brother Ace and Sabo have been contracted by me and are growing rapidly under my training. When they go out to sea in the future, their strength may be very strong. The future trajectory will be very different from the original destiny. Advertisement. Changing the fate of some of the characters you like is what Xianqing likes to do. Ace and Sabo are both on this list. As for King Luffy, this guy is just a byproduct. He did this for the sake of Ace and Long. After all, for him, the protagonist is not important at all. If he appears, then the protagonist of these two worlds can only be him. Others, all have to stand aside. That's right. Rayleigh listened, pondered for a moment, and nodded with a complicated expression. Compared with Roger's dream, Xianqing, your plan and ideas are undoubtedly better. Roger's plan is actually just to receive the power of Nika and the prophecy, gather many forces to eliminate celestial dragons, kill the person behind celestial dragons, and overthrow the rule of world government. But after overthrowing the world government, how to change the world and make it better directly, neither he nor we actually considered it. Or rather, there is no way to consider it at all. Because our ideological height and cultural level seem to be unable to support us to consider these things. It can only be that compared with you, our plan is a little ashamed. Now think about it, if the future really goes according to their plan, then when they eliminate celestial dragons and Yim and overthrow world government, the whole world will definitely become better than before. It is very likely to become more chaotic and cruel. This is not what Rayleigh wants to see. Although, Roger started the Great Pirates era, which involved countless innocent people in the dispute. But at that time, they considered it for a better future. Now, their so-called better future is very likely not better, but worse, and Rayleigh himself can't get over it. At this time, he can only be thankful. Fortunately, Xianqing appeared. It's nothing. Xianqing smiled and waved his hand and said, you haven't read much books, and you haven't received any formal and complete education. It's normal that you can't think so carefully. Knowledge and vision determine everything. Fortunately, it's not too late now. We can plan well and build a better future. I hope that in the future pirates' world, pirates will completely disappear, and there will only be various adventure groups that are truly for the purpose and banner of adventure and treasure hunting, and a more peaceful and beautiful world. Rayleigh and Shucky were stunned for a moment, their eyes lit up and said, adventure groups? This is a very good direction of development. Indeed, in a world dominated by the sea, it is impossible to completely ban people from going out to sea. But the continuous existence and birth of pirates is not a problem. Replacing pirates with adventure groups and adventurers can solve this problem well. Of course, both Xianqing and Rayleigh know very well that even if pirates are banned in the future and a complete adventurer system is introduced, it is impossible to completely eliminate the appearance of pirates. There are always some people with bad intentions, BGD, who want to take shortcuts and do evil. This is human nature, which cannot be completely banned. We can only continue to severely crack down on them in the future, increase the cost of people becoming pirates and doing evil. In this way, the appearance of pirates can be greatly reduced. Advertisement. If Roger knew your plan, he would be very happy. Because this is much better than the future he dreamed of. Rayleigh smiled and took a sip of wine. It's not that there is no way to let him know all this. Xianqing raised his eyebrows after hearing this. Hey! Rayleigh and Shucky were both stunned after hearing this, and then suddenly recalled the information about the ninja world that they had initially digested before. Rayleigh suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Xianqing, and asked excitedly, yes. Xianqing, you have mastered the reanimation jutsu and even the resurrection technique that can revive the dead, so can you also revive Roger, that BD? By the way, can this forbidden technique of the ninja world work in the pirates' world? If Roger can be resurrected, Rayleigh still hopes to revive him and witness the new future together. Of course it is possible. Xianqing listened and nodded affirmatively, I have tried reanimation jutsu in the pirates' world in the past, and it was undoubtedly successful. Since reanimation jutsu can successfully summon the souls of the dead from the underworld, then resurrection can naturally work. However, you should now understand the premise of resurrection. It has to wait until Roger signs a contract with me. So, do you want to use reanimation jutsu to resurrect Roger first? Rayleigh and Shucky looked at each other, and after thinking for a moment, Rayleigh raised his head and looked at Xianqing seriously and asked, please resurrect him. Please. At that time, I will find a way to make him meet the requirements of the contract and sign a contract with you. Besides, he is very strong and can also be a good assistant. The only thing to worry about is that after he is resurrected, if he is discovered by others, especially by the world government, it is likely to cause great trouble to you and our plans. This needs to be considered first. After all, Roger has been to Raftel knows the history of the past 800 years that was buried by the world government. The world government will not allow him to continue to exist. Once they know that he has been resurrected, they will definitely send people to kill Roger. At the same time, Xianqing will be exposed to the attention of the world government and will be targeted. This is not a big problem. Xianqing smiled and shook his head and said, at most, let him disguise himself and hide his identity first, and don't expose it for the time being. No one stipulates that he must appear in front of the world openly after his resurrection. Especially after he contracts with me, he can learn chakra and transformation technique and so on. At that time, it will be even easier to change his appearance. It's easy to deceive the world government. That's right. Rayleigh's eyes lit up and nodded, then please use reanimation jutsu to resurrect him first. As for his body tissue, I have to go to Logue Town to get it. That's right, Roger's body was buried on the island where Logue Town is located. That is Roger's hometown. However, the burial site was hidden and disguised, and the world didn't know it at all. Only a very few people knew it. Oh? Logue Town? Sure. Let's go now and revive him first. Hearing this, Xianqing raised his eyebrows slightly and immediately stood up to leave. At the end, he turned to Rayleigh and asked, by the way, the world government should not know about Roger's grave, right? There won't be spies from the world government there. No. Rayleigh also stood up and shook his head and said, only a few people like me, Garp and Jabba know about it. The world government definitely doesn't know. Shall we leave now? Yes. Let's go. The next moment, Xianqing put his hand on Rayleigh's shoulder and teleported away with him. Chapter 230, Resurrection of the Impure World. Roger, restored to the Rayleigh of 1970s, 2ND update. Logue Town, in a cave deep in a mountain. Xianqing and Rayleigh suddenly teleported here. Seeing that there was a huge tomb in the center of the cave. However, the tombstone of the tomb was blank, without any name or words engraved on it. Obviously, they didn't want people to know who was buried in the tomb. Advertisement. Here it is. Do you need me to open the tomb? Rayleigh looked at the long-lost tomb and turned to Xianqing. No need. Just take it out from the air. Xianqing shook his head and saw the situation in the tomb clearly with a sweep of his mental power. At this time, Roger's body had already turned into white bones. With a thought, he took out a bone from it and put it on the open space in front of him. Then, he stepped on the ground. Countless spell runes flowed out from the bottom of his feet, and soon an impure world reincarnation array was constructed with the skull as the center. Then, he waved his hand to take out a white zetsu and put it on the dry bones. With his hands together. Forbidden technique reanimation jutsu. The next moment, the magic circle lit up, and countless white paper-like things continued to pour out from the ground, covering the white zetsu and the dry bones in the middle. After a while, the white zetsu and the dry bones were completely covered, and their appearance kept changing. Soon, Rayleigh saw Roger's tall and familiar figure appear in his sight. He couldn't help but reveal a look of nostalgia in his eyes. Click. The next moment, Xianqing snapped his fingers, and at the same time, with a wave of his hand, a barrier was quickly set up by him, covering the entire cave. Roger over there woke up immediately and slowly opened his eyes. What am I doing? The resurrected Lai was stunned at first, and he didn't understand the situation. His mind was still stuck at the moment of his death. But soon he saw Xianqing and Rayleigh, and at the same time, he looked down at his body and noticed something unusual. I couldn't help but ask Rayleigh, Rayleigh? You look a lot older. Can you tell me what's going on with me now? I seem to have been resurrected by you, but not really resurrected. Is this some kind of power of the devil fruit? Then, what is your purpose in resurrecting me? Haha. Rayleigh heard it, laughed out loud, walked forward, patted Roger on the shoulder and said, long time no see. Roger. Yes, you were resurrected by us, or to be more precise, I asked Xianqing to resurrect you as a living dead. Just think of this as the power of a devil fruit. At this time, it has been many years since you died. Isn't it normal for me to be a little older? But don't worry, I will soon recover my youth, or even directly return to my peak period. As for the purpose of resurrecting you? That's because after Suinking's suggestion, I found that your past plan was too rough and naive, and it was not feasible. So, if you want to resurrect you, you are invited to work with us to improve and implement the new plan. Advertisement. Then, he roughly described Suinking's future destruction of world. I described to Roger part of the plan framework of the government, transforming the world and making the future world a better place. Roger immediately fell into deep thought, and it took him a while to come back to his senses. He looked at Ziaiqing in amazement and said, you are the young man Xianqing that Rayleigh mentioned, right? I have to say, your plan is too shocking. Compared to your plan, my so-called plan in the past is indeed too naive and too rough. If it is really implemented according to my plan, then after overthrowing the world government and destroying the celestial dragons, the world will most likely not become better but worse. In the past, I was indeed too naive. I didn't think so far and comprehensively. Since you resurrected me, I am naturally willing to join your plan and improve and realize your plan together. Xianqing listened and nodded with satisfaction. In this way, it couldn't be better. This is not the place to talk, let's go back to Sabayati Archipelago first. As he said, Xianqing didn't wait for Roger to react, raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Roger only felt the scenery in front of him change, and then found that he had left the previous cave and appeared in Shuki's bar. Hey? You guys are back so soon. Also, long time no see. Roger. When Shuki saw the three people, especially Roger among them, she immediately smiled and greeted them. Her observation Haki sensed that Roger's aura was completely wrong and he was not a living person. Is this reanimation jutsu? It's really magical. Shuki murmured. It's you, Shuki. Long time no see. Roger recognized Shuki when he saw her, and immediately raised his hand to greet her with a smile, then looked at Shuki seriously and said, but I didn't expect that you not only didn't get older like Rayleigh, but became younger, which is really magical. Is this also the secret method of your Nine-Snake Island? After hearing this, Rayleigh couldn't help but look at Shuki. He was stunned to see that Shuki had actually recovered to his peak appearance in his 20s or 30s. He couldn't help but ask, did you take the longevity pill? Is it so effective? Yes. I took it. Shuki nodded with a smile, it is indeed a miraculous effect. You should take it as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you keep looking like an old man, I will dislike you. Haha. Rayleigh was speechless after hearing this, and then he took his bottle of longevity pills without hesitation, opened it, raised his head and swallowed all 5 longevity pills in one gulp. Soon, Rayleigh felt a stream of warmth flowing through his body. His appearance also began to change rapidly in Roger's surprised expression. His braided hair quickly regained its luster and turned golden again. His body and skin also became younger and more shiny at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a moment, Rayleigh has recovered to the current state of being in his 20s or 30s. His vitality and momentum also surged, and he completely recovered to his peak. Feeling his vibrant body, he couldn't help but move his body, clenched his fists, and then raised his head and laughed, ha ha ha. This feeling is really long lost. Then, he turned to Xianqing and said, thank you, Xianqing. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would never be able to experience this feeling of youth again. Congratulations. Xianqing and Kojiro and others heard it and smiled and asked. What's going on? What is the longevity pill? Can it extend a person's life? Such a thing actually exists. And, it was given to Rayleigh and Shuki by this young man Xianqing? It's really a big deal. At this time, Roger on the side couldn't help but speak. He finally saw a shocking change. Rayleigh now is no different from a resurrected person. Advertisement. Seeing the reply of the young Rayleigh, Roger also showed a nostalgic look. This reminded her of Rayleigh who had just gone out to sea with him. In fact, Rayleigh was much younger now than then. Almost. Rayleigh nodded, this thing was indeed given by Xianqing, so that the two old guys, Shuki and I, can continue to shine. This is one of the benefits of the contract with him. So, Roger, you have to work hard next time, strive to reach the contract standard as soon as possible, and also contract with Xianqing. At that time, you can be completely resurrected, instead of becoming a living dead like now. It was Xianqing who agreed to tell Roger this. It is also to better improve the favorability of people like Roger. Ek. Roger was stunned when he heard it, looked at Xianqing in surprise, and then asked Lei Heli, the benefits of the contract? Completely resurrect me? Are you telling the truth? What are the conditions of the contract? Of course it's true. Rayleigh nodded affirmatively, as for the conditions, it's enough to have a certain level of favorability towards Xianqing. Of course, this is not so easy to achieve. After all, it's not so easy to improve favorability. As for your complete resurrection, it is also true. The premise is to make a contract with Xianqing. By the way, your son Ace has already met the requirements of the contract a few years ago and has made a contract with Xianqing. In addition, he has gained great benefits from him and is constantly working hard to become stronger. In the future, it is only a matter of time before he surpasses you. Rayleigh continued. Ace? My son? Rouge really gave me a son? Where is he now? Also, how is Rouge now? The world government hasn't found them, right? Roger was overjoyed when he heard the news about Ace, and couldn't help but ask Rayleigh excitedly. You know, after he died, Ace was far from being born. Although he entrusted Rouge and her son to Garp, he himself did not have complete confidence that they could escape the pursuit of the world government. Rayleigh listened and sighed, Ace is fine. But Rouge, in order to avoid the pursuit and hunting of the world government, forcibly restrained Ace from being born, and persisted for 2 years before giving birth. Ace. Because of this, she exhausted her vitality and died after giving birth to Ace. Then, Rayleigh roughly told Roger about the situation that year. Pa. After hearing this, Roger slapped himself in the face and said, it's all my fault. I am sorry for Rouge. If it weren't for me, she wouldn't have died like this. I deserve to die. He didn't mean to blame Garp. Because, this matter was originally entrusted to Garp by him. And, Garp has done his best for this matter. At least, Garp finally saved them and Ace was born successfully, right? As for Rouge's death, I can only say that she is a great mother. Chapter 231 Roger's Confession, Rayleigh and Shuki being seduced, one more. My condolences. Rayleigh sighed and shook his head after hearing this, regret is useless now. Since you can be resurrected, Rouge can be too. I believe that as long as you make enough contributions, Xian will definitely not mind helping you to resurrect Rouge. As for Ace, he hates you because of his mother's death and his identity problems. Advertisement. So, when you come into contact with him in the future, I'm afraid you will have to find a way to resolve his hatred for you. Since there is already a resurrection technique, the regret of Rouge's death is not unrecoverable, because it is not as painful as this. Hey! Roger was stunned again after hearing this, and then looked at Xianqing. He thought, yes. Since Xianqing has mastered the ability to resurrect others, then I will do my best to help him, and then ask him to help resurrect Xiaoju. But Ace hates me? Roger thought about it carefully and understood why. He immediately shook his head with a bitter smile, it's normal for him to hate me. Because of me, he was born with an unfortunate fate. I will find a way to resolve the hatred in his heart later. Father and son, there will always be a way. Well. Just know it yourself. Rayleigh listened, nodded, and did not continue to say anything more on this topic. Instead, he looked at Xianqing and asked, speaking of which, Xianqing, you are so anxious to contract me and Shuki, there must be something you need our help with, right? Otherwise, there is no way to release it. Xianqing can take his time. Well. Xianqing listened, nodded affirmatively and said, I have some precious materials and supplies here, and I need to use your channels to collect them. Here. The list of materials is here, see if you can help me collect as many as possible. These are all long-term needs. As he said, Xianqing flipped his hand and took out a few pieces of paper with material names and even patterns, and handed them to Rayleigh. Rayleigh took it immediately and quickly looked through it with Shuki. Shuki couldn't help but be surprised, none of these things are easy to collect. Advertisement. Many are even world government prohibits trading. There are also many rare materials that are unique to some kingdoms and islands. No wonder you want us to help collect them. Indeed, judging from the current development of your power, it is very difficult to collect these things. As a person who has a powerful intelligence network and has close ties with many underground forces, Shuki naturally easily saw the problem of these materials needed by Xianqing. That's it. How about it? Can it be collected? How much can be collected every month? Xianqing nodded and asked. Sure. Shuki nodded affirmatively and said, give me half a time, I can establish a collection channel for these materials. As for how much can be collected in each subsequent one? Even I can't guarantee it at present. We have to contact the relevant personnel first to confirm it. Can I ask what these materials are used for? In my channels, these materials are basically what the world government has been vigorously collecting. This point can't be hidden from her intelligence network. It's not something I can't tell you. Xianqing shrugged and said, these are mainly materials used to replicate devil fruit. Replicate devil fruit. Shuki and the others' pupils shrank suddenly. Shuki said, I remember that this technology is mainly in the hands of the world government, or more precisely, in the hands of Garpunk, right? X. Xianqing put a finger to his mouth when he heard this, shh. Just know it. Don't say it out. When the time comes, you and Rayleigh will also have a share of the replicated devil fruit. So, please collect as many of these materials as possible next. This is related to the production of this devil fruit. X. Shuki and Rayleigh were stunned when they heard this. Then Shuki shook his head and said, I don't need devil fruit or anything like that, right? I don't have the idea of taking devil fruit. Me too. Rayleigh also nodded and said, I have a sword, that's enough. Even though they got a lot of magic skills from Xianqing, they were not going to change their main fighting style. Rayleigh must still focus on swordsmanship. Shuki focuses on physical skills and archery. F. Hearing this, Xianqing directly said, you will need it. Because, the devil fruit we copied is very special, its full name is Zoan Human Fruit Ordinary Person Form. Hey! Shuki and Rayleigh were stunned, human fruit ordinary person form? There is such a devilish devil fruit. If a person eats it, won't he be unable to gain anything and become a landlubber? Won't it be useless and cursed by the sea? I'm afraid it's not that simple. Otherwise, you wouldn't take it so seriously, brother Xianqing, and plan to copy it in large quantities. Roger, who had been listening, couldn't help but ponder. Yes. Xianqing nodded affirmatively and said, this devil fruit seems to be very ordinary, and even has no benefit to humans. Actually not. In my opinion, this devil fruit can actually be called Zoan human fruit, in human form. People who eat this devil fruit can not only become all-rounders, but also become a master in any field that humans can learn. Their understanding will also be multiplied, and their control over the body will be greatly enhanced. In short, the skills that can be mastered by the concept of human beings can be learned and mastered by the ability users of this devil fruit, and their talents in this area are all genius level. What? Shuki and the others were all shocked when they heard it. Is it like this? Rayleigh's eyes lit up and said, then the value of this devil fruit is quite amazing. It's even what anyone dreams of, especially for pure physical and sword practitioners like us. The value of this thing is unimaginable. I was superficial before. At the same time, Rayleigh also thought that the information given in Xianqing's previous contract seemed to have a way for him to extract the curse and demon will from the devil fruit. It could eliminate the defects in the devil fruit, so that the user would not be cursed by the sea and become a landlubber, and there would be no limit on the number of devil fruits to be taken, and would not be affected and assimilated by the demon will in the devil fruit. It was simply perfect. Combined with the effect of the human fruit ordinary person form, Rayleigh felt that it was perfect for him. He immediately said to Shuki, you have to pay attention to the material collection, and I will help you with everything. Yes. Shuki nodded solemnly, then looked at Xianqing and said, leave the material collection to us. Advertisement. However, if it is only for the short term, my funds cannot support it. For the long term, you may need financial support from Xianqing. After all, the value of these things is not low. Xianqing nodded knowingly, it's not a problem. I have recently obtained a lot of money and directly transferred it to your storage space. You can check it yourself, use it first. If it's not enough, tell me at any time. Not to mention the money Xianqing has obtained from the business layout in the pirates' world. Not to mention the huge amount of gold obtained from Sky Island. The money collected from the destroyed pirates along the way by the Uchiha pirates alone is worth no less than 10 billion baileys, which is enough for Shuki to use for a long time. While speaking, Xianqing moved his mind and directly transferred 10 billion baileys of money from his own storage space to Shuki's storage space. Shuki immediately received a prompt, checked it, and couldn't help but smack his lips and said, "Tisk tisk. I have received intelligence that you have killed a large number of pirates along the way. It seems that it is all true. This is a huge harvest." Kojiro and others smiled knowingly. Xianqing spread his hands and said, "There is no way. There are always some guys who are looking for death who come to us actively or passively, plus the high bounty given to us by the pirates some time ago. It is not GE if you don't want to get rich. Fortunately, these are all people who deserve to die, and there is no worry about killing them." At this point, he looked at Roger and said, "I have to say that you are very naive. The great pirates era opened by you has really brought too much pain to ordinary people in this era. There have been too many evil pirates. It is no problem to say that you are deeply sinful. No matter what Roger's purpose is, his sins cannot be erased. No matter how good the original intention is, it is evil if the wrong method is used." DB. Roger heard this, touched the back of 0.9's head helplessly, and smiled awkwardly. "There's nothing we can do about it, you showed up too late. If you had shown up before I did this, and told me your more perfect plan, I might not have done this. Of course, I'm not trying to shift the blame to you. I just feel a little regretful. If possible, he didn't want to commit this sin." Xianqing heard this and shrugged, "Time and fate. You can only make up for it as much as possible in the future." "Of course." Roger nodded affirmatively, "I will do my best to help you realize your plan, so that this world will become completely different and truly beautiful." This is his atonement process. As he spoke, his favorability towards Xianqing was also increasing rapidly. He was very grateful to Xianqing for giving him the opportunity to make up for his sins and regrets. At the same time, he was also grateful to Xianqing for bringing a more perfect world change plan. "I'll wait and see." Xianqing nodded and said, "Next, you stay with Rayleigh to help. Because there is no contract, it is not convenient to stay in the Uchiha pirates." "Okay." Roger naturally has no objection. Chapter 232 Arriving at the Fishmen Island, Neptune and Princess Otohime, 2ND update. Very good. Then, it's time for us to set off for the Fishmen Island and even new world. Let's go now. As he said this, Xianqing and even Kojiro and others stood up and prepared to set off. "Let us see you off." Shuki and Rayleigh also stood up and saw them off. Soon, the group arrived at a nearby harbor. Advertisement. Seeing Xianqing and others board the ship of the Uchiha pirates, Rayleigh couldn't help asking, "Well, I wonder when we can get the human fruit." Now that he has regained his youth and obtained so many magical skills, he is naturally ready to start practicing again and further speed up. He is looking forward to the scene of beating Roger and even Whitebeard, Garp, and others in the future. It will definitely be wonderful. So, he is now very enthusiastic about practicing. Wait. If you collect materials quickly and in sufficient quantities, it will be your turn in 1 or 2 months at most. If you collect materials slowly and in small quantities, it will probably take 1 or 2 years. So, work hard to collect materials. There are many people waiting in line for devil fruit. The higher the contribution, the higher the ranking. Xianqing encouraged with a smile. Understood. We will do our best to collect materials. Have a safe journey. Rayleigh and Shuki nodded and waved goodbye. You too. Let's go. Xianqing and the others also waved goodbye to Rayleigh and the others. Then, at Xianqing's command, the coating was activated directly, and then the ship began to dive. Soon, it disappeared on the water. Then, Rayleigh and Shuki returned to the bar. Roger saw the two people coming back, and then he looked at Rayleigh and asked, Rayleigh, I wonder if Fang 19 can take me to see Ace. Also, what do I need to do to let brother Xianqing help me with the resurrection of Zheng Yuan? Even if I revive in my current form, it's good. This way, at least it will be convenient for him to speed up the resolution of Ace's hatred for him. Otherwise, he really has a headache. See Ace's flower, anytime. Rayleigh smiled and said, after contracting with Xianqing, I gained the ability of space teleportation, and I can take you to see Ace at any time. As long as you are ready. As for the resurrection of Rouge, it is also simple, no additional conditions are required, I will tell Xianqing and ask him to help revive Rouge. Advertisement. But it is only the resurrection of the dirty world. If you want to revive both her and you need your efforts. You must be contracted by Xianqing first. How about it? Do you want me to take you to see Ace now? Or take you to revive Rouge first? The contract is very rich in information obtained from Xianqing. With this information, Rayleigh can naturally respond easily. He knows very well that Xianqing must also hope that Roger can be contracted by him as soon as possible. This is an important combat force. In the future, Roger will definitely be useful in overthrowing the world government. Masters. The more the better. Is it that simple? Brother Xianqing just went to the Fishmen Island, isn't it a bit late? Are you going to take me to the Fishmen Island to catch up with them? Roger was slightly stunned after hearing this. Of course there is no need to be so troublesome. Rayleigh shook his head with a smile. I can contact him at any time after the contract. With his ability, he can also teleport here at any time. No need to be so troublesome at all. However, we may need to find the location of Rouge's grave. I only know that her grave may be somewhere on Bartala Island. You should be familiar with it, right? Roger listened and showed a nostalgic look on his face. Bartala Island? Of course I am familiar with it. Without further delay, shall we go there now? Can you teleport directly to Bartala Island? Of course not. Rayleigh laughed and shook his head, saying, that place hasn't been lit up yet, so we can't teleport directly. However, an island hundreds of kilometers away from that island has been lit up. I can teleport there first, and then summon a flying ninja beast to fly over there. It won't take too much time. You wait at the bar first, don't run around. Then don't open the door of the bar. Otherwise you'll be discovered. Especially if the world government and marine notice it, it will be a big trouble. Because of this, he didn't let Roger go with them to send Xianqing and others off. Understood. Roger nodded, listening. I won't mess around, so you can leave quickly. Okay. Rayleigh nodded and glanced at Shuki. Go ahead. The sooner you go, the sooner you come back. I also have to arrange the collection of materials here. Shuki waved at Rayleigh. She had more to think about. Not only did she want to get the allocation of the human fruit for herself and Rayleigh, but she also wanted to help some elites on Nine Snake Island get a few of these devil fruits. Hancock was not mentioned. She had already made a contract with Xianqing, and she was devoted to Xianqing and had a close relationship with Xianqing. Naturally, she didn't need to consider the issue of the human fruit. She believed that Xianji would prepare it for Hancock. But in the future changes, Nine Snake Island needs more strong people. Even, Shuki was already considering how to make the warriors of Nine Snake Island admire Xianqing more and reach the standard of being contracted by Xianqing. It would be best if all members could become Xianqing's contractors as soon as possible. In this way, the future Nine Snake Island will seize the opportunity and become extremely powerful. Okay. Then I'm leaving. Rayleigh nodded, and the next moment, with the thought, he disappeared in the bar. Xianqing and his team. Advertisement. Wow. The scenery of the seabed is really nice. There are so many strange fish and even sea kings. This is much more beautiful than the ocean in the ninja world. Xianqing looked at the scenery of the ocean outside the coating and couldn't help but admire it. Indeed. Hitaki Sakumo and the first generation nodded in agreement. The species and even the scenery in the pirates' world are indeed much richer than the ninja world. By the way, how about calling Mito and the others to come and see this rare scenery together? The first generation suddenly remembered something and suggested. Good idea. Suinking's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he immediately sent information to Uzumaki Mito, Uchiha Chiri, Kushina, Mikoto, Minato Kuina and others through the communication space. After a while, they were teleported to the pirates' ship one after another. Wow! Seeing the ocean scenery outside the coating, everyone exclaimed. 014501219161272240. After appreciating it for a while, Uchiha's Hilly asked, Are you going to the Fishmen Island? Today. Xianqing nodded affirmatively. I just made a contract with Rayleigh and Shuki, and asked them to help collect the materials needed to replicate the human fruit. In addition, I also resurrected the pirates' king Roger. Now that things here are done, it's time to go to the new world. Oh. Uchiha's Hilly raised his eyebrows and said, You actually resurrected Roger? That's good, but will this guy be obedient and can he be subdued by contract? This kind of person is as difficult to deal with as Uchiha Madara, right? Of course. Xianqing nodded affirmatively, and immediately told him about his plan to attract and persuade Roger, and then said, In addition, I also plan to resurrect Roger's wife Rouge, plus my ace's training. I don't have to worry about him being disobedient, not having a good impression of him, and not being able to be contracted by me. He had already arranged everything for Roger clearly. That's good. Uchiha Yuri listened, and then nodded with satisfaction. Half a day later, Xianqing and his team took the pirate's ship, followed the ocean current, and successfully arrived at the Fishmen Island. Is this the flag of the Uchiha pirates? Quick! Send a message to King Neptune, tell him this news, and see how to deal with it. The guards at the gate of the Fishmen Island saw the familiar flag of the Uchiha pirates, and immediately sent a message in horror. These naturally fell into the eyes of Xianqing and his team, but they didn't care too much. Directly control the ship to enter the customs and sail into a port of the Fishmen Island. At this time, Neptune and Princess Otohime had received the news of the arrival of the Uchiha pirates, and hurriedly rushed here, and ordered the guards at the pass to ask Xianqing and others to wait for a while, and they would arrive soon. The guards naturally accepted the order, approached Xianqing and his ship directly, and conveyed Neptune's meaning. We understand. Then wait for a while. Xianqing and his friends listened, looked at each other, and then said to the guard. Since we have come to someone else's territory, it is better not to embarrass others. Moreover, in Suinking's plan, the Fishmen Island itself is also in the ranks of conquering. Not to mention the strategic value of Princess Shirahoshi's Poseidon, the value of the Fishmen Island alone cannot be ignored. After development, they can become an important force in their hands. Half an hour later, Neptune brought Princess Otohime and his eldest son to the pass and met Xianqing and others. After some communication, Neptune was relieved to learn that Xianqing and his group had no ill intentions and were just stopping here temporarily before heading to New World. Then, Neptune immediately invited Xianqing and his group, saying, since you have come to the Fishmen Island, I, as the host, should naturally do my best to be a good host. Would you like to follow me to Ryugu Castle to attend the banquet? He was also quite familiar with the deeds of the Uchiha pirates. He knew that this pirates group was very different from the general pirates group. They seemed to never oppress ordinary civilians or friendly forces, instead, they were very active in fighting against evil pirates. After the contact just now, he felt that these people were not bad, so he naturally extended an invitation. The Fishmen Island was in an awkward situation. He was naturally willing to make friends with such a powerful and potential pirates group. Chapter 233, Vanderdecken and the Target Fruit, 1 update. It is important to know that at this time, the Fishmen Island is not a force under the protection of the Whitebeard pirates. This seems to be a few years away. That's what we want. Then we'd better obey your order. Xianqing and the others smiled and nodded in agreement. Haha. That's good. Please. Advertisement. Neptune laughed heartily and made a gesture of invitation, inviting Xianqing and his party to get on the fish cart and rush to the Dragon Palace city. On the way, Neptune looked at Princess Otohime, who looked a little strange, and couldn't help asking, my beloved, what's wrong? You seem to be worried. Is there something wrong with the Uchiha pirates? Not really. Princess Otohime shook her head and said, you also know that my observation ability can sense other people's thoughts and emotions. This ability has always been invincible. But just now, I tried to sense the thoughts and emotions of the Uchiha pirates and found that I encountered great obstacles and couldn't sense their specific thoughts and emotions at all. The only thing I know is that they really have no ill will towards us. This makes me a little uncomfortable. This is the sequelae of her reliance on this ability and suddenly realizing that this ability has failed. Hiss. Can't sense anything. Neptune listened and took a sip of seawater, and couldn't help asking in horror. Yes. All of them. Otohime nodded affirmatively. I even felt that the kindness was deliberately made by the other party for me to sense, otherwise, I would most likely be completely unable to sense any of their emotions and thoughts. This is terrifying. It seems that the Uchiha pirates are far from as simple as they appear. In this case, we must not offend them, and we must make friends with them as much as possible. Since they are willing to show kindness to you and me, then we should respond to this kindness well. What do you think? After pondering for a moment, Neptune asked Princess Otohime. Yes. That's the only way. Otohime nodded in agreement. This is already the best way to deal with it. What they didn't know was that their conversations, even at a long distance, were all heard by Xianqing and others. Soon, Xianqing and others entered the Dragon Palace city under the leadership of Neptune and others, and sat down in a hall. Neptune clapped his hands, and soon, many beautiful mermaid maids brought fruits, vegetables, and drinks to the reluctant table of Xianqing and his friends. Haha. Everyone, please. Try the special food of the Fishmen Island, you're welcome. Advertisement. Neptune greeted with a smile. Thank you very much. Xianqing and his friends were naturally not polite and started eating. Wow. This taste is really good. Indeed. It's on par with the top chefs in the base, and the flavors are different. This is the first time I've eaten this fruit. It's very good. It should be the specialty of the Fishmen Island. For a while, with Xianqing and others praising, the host and the guests were all happy, and both sides were full of smiles. Seeing that the banquet time was halfway through, Neptune finally couldn't help it and asked Xianqing, I wonder if you are going to New World next, Mr. Xianqing? Yes. Xianqing nodded affirmatively. The first half of the Grand Line has no meaning for us to stay. Next, we should go to New World, compete with the 3 emperors, and also take the position of Pirates Emperor. Speaking of which, we are honored to have you treat us today, so we can't eat for nothing. I will give you a gift as a return gift. Please wait a moment. As he said this, Xianqing immediately stood up and disappeared in the hall with a thought. Where is Xianqing going? Neptune saw it and immediately looked at Kojiro and others with a beautiful face and asked. Don't worry. Kojiro smiled immediately. Kide, didn't the captain just say that he would give you a return gift? He is going to prepare a gift. Wait a moment, he will be back soon. Neptune listened and felt a little relieved, but he became more curious. He was really confused about what Xianqing was talking about. As for Xianqing, he teleported directly from the main hall of the Dragon Palace back to the Fishman Island below, and then his mental perception was fully developed. The next moment, he teleported directly to the supergiant Noah's Ark on the top of the Fishman Island. After a while, he came to the top of the Fishman Island. At this time, he was less than 10 kilometers away from Noah's Ark. The entire Noah's Ark was within his mental perception range. I found you. You are here. The next moment, Xianqing's mouth curled up slightly, and then, with the thought, Vanderdecken in Noah's Ark was forcibly moved over. 1+4. Advertisement. The moment Vanderdecken was moved over, his face was full of confusion, and he had no idea what was going on. Then he saw Xianqing and was about to say something. But Xianqing was too lazy to listen to his nonsense. Fit. The next moment, he punched Vanderdecken on the head. He was knocked unconscious. Then, after thinking for a while, he first put the Space Minister of the Space Gate into the Time and Space Gate. Then, he directly extracted the target fruit from Vanderdecken's body. Then, he controlled some minimally invasive surgery on Vanderdecken's brain, turning him into an idiot. He used illusion to clear the memory of the target fruit in his mind, and then he gave up and teleported him out again, holding the minister in his hand. The next moment, he teleported back to the banquet hall of Ryugu City. He threw the Vanderdecken in his hand directly in front of Neptune and Princess Otohim and said, Here. This is my gift to you. Are you satisfied? This is. When Neptune and others saw the familiar look of Vanderdecken, they stood up excitedly and said in amazement, Isn't this the BD Vanderdecken? Lord Xianqing, you actually caught him. How did you do it? Where did you catch him? Their family is naturally familiar with this BD Vanderdecken. In fact, it can be said that they wish to cut him into pieces. Because this BD took their woman Princess Shirahoshi shortly after she was born, and shamelessly proposed to King Neptune. Although he was rejected, he still did not give up and kept coveting the White House. In fact, 2 years ago, when Princess Otohim brought Shirahoshi to hold a signing event, he took the opportunity to touch Shirahoshi and successfully left a mark on Shirahoshi with his target fruit. Since then, Shirahoshi's nightmare began. Almost every day, various weapons were thrown from an unknown distance. Neptune and Princess Otohim had to lock Shirahoshi in the hard shell tower for protection. Although this protected Shirahoshi, it also made Shirahoshi lose his freedom. It is conceivable how much the Neptune family hated Vander. It's just a Vanderdecken, it's easy for me. As for where it was caught, it was naturally in the Noah's Ark above the Fishman Island. Have you never searched there? Xianqing chuckled. Kide. Noah's Ark? It's actually there. Neptune and the others were stunned, and then Neptune smiled bitterly and shook his head. In fact, we have searched it. But the Ark is too big. It's not easy to find someone in it. In addition, Vanderdecken has been hiding from us. How difficult is it to catch him? Anyway, thank you, Mr. Xianqing. Without Vanderdecken, my daughter Shirahoshi finally doesn't have to be locked up in the hard shell tower every day, and can finally come out and see people freely. I bring Shirahoshi to thank you. As he said, Neptune's family saluted Xianqing together. Don't worry too much. It's just a little help. Didn't you already entertain us? Xianqing saw it and smiled and waved his hand. No. Neptune heard this and shook his head, just entertaining is far from enough to repay your kindness. Do you have any needs? Just tell me. I will do my best to meet you. In addition, you will be the benefactors of the Fishman Island in the future. We will always remember this kindness. Treating Xianqing and the others is just normal socializing, and the 3 energy qualities are rewards? Nothing I want for the time being. Xianqing heard this and shook his head, and then thought of something, raised a finger and said, Oh. By the way. If it's convenient, after the banquet, can you send someone to take us to the sea forest to see the historical text there? I'm still a little interested in that. Mainly because he promised, good, Robin, that he would make a copy for her. She is very interested in this. It's just right to use this to brush up her favorability and let her reach the standard of the contract as soon as possible. At present, this girl's favorability towards him is only 61 points, and it's a bit slow to improve. Xianqing can also understand. Because, Robin had experienced too many intrigues in the past, and was very wary of everything in the outside world. It was not easy to raise her favorability to 80 points. In the future of the original timeline, Luffy and his team rescued her from Spondam's desperate hands, and even went to war with the world government for this, which made her completely open her heart. Maybe, I should take some time to take her to see Aokiji and Sol, so that she can completely open her heart. Xianqing thought. Oh? The history of the sea forest? No problem. Neptune was slightly startled after hearing this, and quickly nodded and agreed, and told his eldest son, you go down to the sea forest from the lower pavilion. Yes. Father. Prince Sharkstar immediately accepted the order. Then, Neptune had Vanderdecken taken away and sent to the prison. He was going to wait until the banquet was over, and then he would slowly cook up this BD back. He swore that he would never let this BD have an easy life. Chapter 234, Resurrection of Porgas de Rouge, really, Momonosuke must die, 2ND update. Speaking of which, Mr. Xianqing, how did you know that we wanted to catch Vanderdecken? This should be your first time to the Fishman Island, right? Not many people know the true situation about Vanderdecken and Shirahoshi. Neptune asked casually while eating. Just think that I have the ability to predict the future and see the relevant future. Advertisement. Hearing this, Xianqing smiled mysteriously and looked at Neptune meaningfully. Neptune heard this and saw Suinking's eyes, and his heart was frightened. He seemed to understand that Xianqing was telling him that he knew why Vanderdecken coveted Shirahoshi, and he knew Shirahoshi's true identity even more. Kr. For a moment, Neptune hesitated and didn't know what to say. He was very uneasy. He was very worried that Xianqing would have feelings for Shirahoshi. But Xianqing comforted him the next moment, but don't worry, I have no ill will towards Shirahoshi, and I don't plan to do anything to him. Although that thing is very powerful, I haven't really taken it seriously yet. Neptune understood the meaning of Suinking's words, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Xianqing gratefully and said, thank you for your help. You are really extraordinary. It seems that he didn't even take Poseidon's power seriously. This person is really different. He feels too confident. But, he really has the qualifications. A few months ago, Marine sent out Marine Hero Garp and Admiral-level combat power, Logia's elite Vice Admiral Aokiji, at the same time, but they couldn't take them down. Instead, they were severely beaten and repelled by Xianqing and his men, and their strength was terrifying. They are indeed qualified to say that they are not interested in Poseidon's power. After the banquet, Xianqing didn't go to see Shirahoshi. There is no need. Shirahoshi is too young now. It's not the time to see her. Let's wait a few years. Anyway, with this favor, he believes that Shirahoshi, this simple girl, will continue to favor him. I believe that in a few years, this girl's favorability towards him will be greatly increased. When the time comes, I will come to contract him. At that time, it is also the time for him to strengthen his connection with the Fishman Island. Next, he naturally went to the sea forest accompanied by the Prince of Sharkstar and copied a copy of the historical text there. Then, he returned to the Fishman Island and accompanied Mikoto and others to play here for a day. Then, they did not stay for long, and under the eyes of Neptune and others, they took a boat to leave the Fishman Island and headed for New World. Of course, Xianqing and others left the Fishman Island soon after they left the Fishman Island, and the original body returned to the ninja world. It will take half a day on this journey, and it is getting late, so they are too lazy to waste time. It's better to wait a few days until the Uchiha pirates officially start to grab territory in New World before coming here. The next morning, while he was still doing morning exercises on Shimatsuki Island, Rayleigh and Roger teleported directly here. Hey! Xianqing was slightly stunned when he saw the two people who suddenly appeared, and asked in confusion, Rayleigh? Roger? Why are you here? Fortunately Ace is not here today, otherwise, there will be a lot of fun to watch. Hehe. Recently, Garp returned to Windmill Town, so it was naturally inconvenient for Ace to come here, so he stayed in Windmill Town to practice. Advertisement. Of course, in front of Garp, he naturally would not practice the skills taught by Xianqing, but simply practiced haki and daily ordinary physical training. As for the source, he had already used the retired big pirate's old man at the garbage dump and Luffy's father Long as an excuse to fool him. Of course, Garp did not go into it, otherwise, he would definitely find a lot of doubts. Well, in order to cover up Ace and Luffy's training, Long did meet Ace and Luffy. Garp also knew this. Of course, Long's meeting with Luffy and Ace was just a passing matter. His real goal was actually the kingdom next to Fengjun Town. At present, the people of the Revolutionary Army have completed the infiltration of the Kingdom of Goa, and the Vice Admiral has secretly taken control of the entire kingdom. The king and the high-ranking officials of the kingdom have long become their puppets. At present, some reforms of the Revolutionary Army have also quietly begun in the Kingdom of Goa. It's just that it's not obvious yet. Because now is not a good time to expose it. Ahaha. Roger smiled awkwardly and touched the back of his head, saying, Ace? Now is not the time to see him. We came here for Ace's sake. I want to ask you to help me revive my wife Rouge with reanimation jutsu. Is that possible? I believe that when I bring Rouge to meet Ace, he will be more likely to forgive me. Please. Roger bowed deeply to Xianqing. No need to be polite. Xianqing saw this and quickly helped Roger up, patted his arm and said, it's just resurrecting a person with reanimation jutsu. It's nothing to me. I agree. So, you should have brought Rouge's body. Otherwise, he should have come to see him yesterday, right? After a day of delay, he must have gone to get the bones. Not bad. Rayleigh and Roger both nodded. Roger took out a small package wrapped in cloth from his arms. He opened it and showed it to Xianqing. This is a small section of Rouge's bones. Do you think it's okay? Enough. Xianqing glanced at it, nodded affirmatively, and waved his hand immediately. Roger felt his hand lighten. The bone disappeared in his hand and fell on the open space not far away. Then, Xianqing stepped on the ground directly. Countless spells flowed out from the bottom of his feet, and with the bones as the center, a reanimation jutsu array was quickly constructed. Then, he waved his hand again, and a white zetsu was released by him and fell into the center of the array. Pa! Then, he put his hands together. Buzz! The whole array lit up. Countless paper-like objects poured out from the magic circle, covering white zetsu and the skeleton. Soon, they wrapped both of them. After a while, a tall and beautiful woman appeared in front of everyone. Wow! So beautiful! Advertisement. At this time, Mikoto and others who had been attracted by the movement here couldn't help but exclaimed. I have to admit that poor Gastiaju is really beautiful. When Roger saw this familiar face, he couldn't help but reveal his longing and admiration in his eyes, and murmured, Rouge. At this time, Rouge was successfully resurrected and slowly opened her eyes. She seemed to have just heard Roger's call, and the confusion in her eyes quickly faded, and she immediately turned her head to look at Roger. Then, her eyes lit up, and she said with surprise, Roger. It's me. Long time no see. I'm sorry for you. Roger nodded, walked up and hugged the ball in his arms. 014501219161272540. Next, it was time for the two to talk about their feelings and reminisce about the past. Xianqing and the others consciously left this place quietly, leaving the space here for the couple temporarily. Even Rayleigh followed Xianqing to a distance, looked at Roger and Rouge over there, and couldn't help but pour a sip of wine into his mouth. Thanked Xianqing. Thank you. Xianqing. No way. Xianqing waved his hand nonchalantly and said, it's just a small matter. Besides, reviving Rouge is a good thing for both Ace and Roger. It will also make it easier for me to contract Roger faster, so you don't have to thank me specially. Build the material collection channel for me as soon as possible. It is most important to collect more materials every month. Yes. Rayleigh nodded and said, this Shuki has been urgently dealt with. I believe there will be good news soon. It is enough for her to handle this matter. I don't need it. Oh. Xianqing listened and glanced at Rayleigh and said, in this case, why don't you also assign a shadow clone to go to the two good bases every day to teach the contractors how to practice haki? Roger can also come together, how about it? Such a good tool person can't be wasted, right? Although, compared with the good teacher Kaido, Rayleigh's teaching efficiency seems to be very average, but it is undeniable that he is very grandmaster of Conqueror's haki. With his teaching, Xian believes that the contractor's haki practice will be smoother. Is that so? Rayleigh was slightly stunned and nodded in agreement, no problem on my side. I will practice the source chakra refining technique as soon as possible, extract chakra, and practice shadow clone technique 89. Anyway, it's just shadow clone teaching, so it won't delay his original practice. Now that his body has become older, and he has obtained so many magical skills that can continue to improve, he naturally wants to spend most of his time on his own practice. He also thought that after he succeeded in his practice, he would go to New World to find Whitebeard to learn from him, or go to Marine to find Garp to learn from him. Or, go to Wano Kuni to beat up Kaido and vent his anger for Moonlight Odin. He obtained the original past and future of the pirates' world, and naturally knew that Moonlight Odin was killed by Kaido. He must be very angry about this. No matter what, Moonlight Odin was their companion at the beginning, who helped them successfully land on Raftel and complete the journey. He was an important companion of their Roger Pirates group. Now that he was killed by Kaido, Rayleigh would be fine if he didn't know, but if he knew, he would naturally have to avenge him. As for asking Xianqing to revive Moonlight Odin, Rayleigh considered it comprehensively and rejected this idea. Because, Gecko Odin was too stupid, he estimated that Xianqing would not be willing to revive him. In addition, Gecko Odin's lecherous son Momonosuke was also an extremely disgusting and shameful guy. This can be seen from the description of Momonosuke in the message Xianqing gave him. The team battle can be lost, but Momonosuke must die. This sentence is part of the confidence that Xianqing conveyed to him. It can be seen that Xianqing despises Momonosuke. Chapter 235 How to Untie Robin's Heart Knot, 1 Update. Let alone Xianqing, even Rayleigh himself was full of disgust for this thing after reading the information of Momonosuke in the future. I don't understand why Kojiki Oden gave birth to such a scum. But considering that Kojiki Oden was stupidly killed by himself, Rayleigh suddenly understood a little. It seems that it is not so incomprehensible that such a brain gave birth to a scum like Momonosuke. In short, this father and son are not worth saving, and he will not ask Xianqing about this. Advertisement. So as not to cause Suinking's dissatisfaction. At worst, he will kill Kaido in the future and avenge Gekko Oden. As for Momonosuke, he estimated that Xianqing would definitely kill him as soon as possible in the future. Now Momonosuke is still in the time and space corridor, and it will take more than 10 years for him to appear. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. That's good. Xianqing nodded with satisfaction. He immediately continued to practice. More than an hour later, Roger came over with Rouge, and they thanked Xianqing together. Thank you, Mr. Xianqing, for resurrecting my husband and me. Otherwise, we would never see each other again, let alone Ace. Thank you very much. It's a small matter. Seeing this, Xianqing waved his hand and said indifferently, but don't go to Windmill Town to see Ace now, Garp is there now. Besides, you can't be seen in the light now, and you can't let the world government know, otherwise, we will never have peace. It's better to wait for a while, when Garp leaves Windmill Town and Ace comes to practice again, and then you can meet him. Is that okay? He didn't want to bring unnecessary trouble to himself because of Roger and his wife. Of course. After listening, Roger and Rouge nodded in agreement. Although they hated to go to see Ace immediately. But they were not ignorant and impatient people. Similarly, they didn't want to cause trouble to Xianqing, the great benefactor. That's good. You guys go do your things first. I still have to practice. Xianqing nodded with satisfaction, waved his hand and started to drive people away. $7.89. Roger and Rouge nodded and left immediately after hearing this, and the couple continued to chat. After the morning exercise, Xianqing suddenly remembered the historical text, and immediately found Robin who was practicing at the Sky Island base, and took out the historical text of the Sea Forest, handed it to Robin and said, Robin. Here, this is the historical text of the Sea Forest of the Fishmen Island. Hey? Really? Thank you. Robin heard this, and immediately took the historical text with a look of surprise and thanked Xianqing, and then put the historical text rubbing in his hand on the table and spread it out to read it carefully. Advertisement. After a while, she finished reading, and then raised her head with a look of today and said, it's a pity that it is not the real history buried 800 years ago, but an apology letter written by a man named Joy Boy to the mermaid princess. Very normal. Xianqing smiled and said, if there is really any history from 800 years ago, the world government would have destroyed it or moved it away. How could it still be there? Don't underestimate the world government's intelligence capabilities. Besides, the name Joy Boy is not simple at all. When I go to Raftel that day, I can take you there to see other historical truths. I believe you will understand it then. Of course, if you really can't wait, I can also send you to ask the vice captain of Roger Pirates, Pluton Rayleigh Raftel, about the truth. What do you think? Nico Robin was stunned and fell into deep thought. If possible, she would naturally want to ask Pluton Rayleigh Raftel about the truth directly. But after thinking about it, she shook her head and refused. I'll wait until you go to Raftel one day, and then go with you. I want to witness the truth of simple history with my own eyes. But, does Raftel really have the truth of history 800 years ago? She was very curious about this. Of course it exists. Xianqing nodded affirmatively after hearing this, otherwise, why would the world government try so hard to stop people from going to Raftel? You don't think it's just to prevent the birth of the Pirate King, do you? Also, you don't think that Pirate King Roger's choice to start the Great Pirates era is really just an accident, right? Hey! Robin was stunned after hearing this, isn't it? Of course not. Xianqing shook his head and said, although Roger had a terminal illness and surrendered himself when he was about to die, but he actually deliberately started the Great Pirates era when he was executed. In order to eventually overthrow the rule of the world government. The reason is because he saw the real truth 800 years ago in Raftel, and he knew very well that the world government and the celestial dragons behind it were never positive characters. Xianqing naturally didn't ask Rayleigh and Roger about these, they were just his guesses. But he felt that the truth should be like this. The historical truth 800 years ago, Raftel must have it. But if there is anything else, then you really need to ask Rayleigh and Roger. But he didn't plan to ask, but planned to go to Raftel in person to take a look after collecting all 4 red coordinate historical texts. For such things, it is naturally more meaningful to witness them with your own eyes. Coincidentally, by then, it should be the time for him to mature his plan and prepare to launch the final general attack on the world government and Yim. The timing is perfect. Is it really like this? Robin was shocked, but she felt that what Xianqing said was more in line with common sense. However, the pirates' king actually surrendered himself back then? And he was dying of a terminal illness. Isn't the truth that he was captured by the marine hero Garp? She really didn't know this before. How can it be so easy for Garp to capture Roger? Xianqing shook his head and said, Roger is the pirates' king after all, and his strength is among the top in the world. In the past, Garp has been chasing Roger pirates for many years without success. How could he succeed shortly after Roger became the pirates' king? This is obviously abnormal. It can only be said that in order to enhance the prestige of Marine and World Government deliberately flattered themselves and announced it to the outside world. Few people in the world know this truth. And those who know it will not tell it for Roger's plan. At least, not for now. In the original future, perhaps Uranus Luffy, who led the pirates and marines to overthrow the rule of the world government and destroy the celestial dragons, might tell the truth. But that would probably be many, many years later. This is still the original future. As for now, King Luffy can no longer wait for that day. I see. Robin listened and nodded in understanding, thank you for telling me this. At this time, Xianqing discovered through his talent that Robin's favorability towards him had increased to 65 points. 0. Advertisement. He was slightly happy in his heart. Finally, it has increased a little. It's not easy. He thought about it and made a contract with Robin as soon as possible in the future to let her grow up as soon as possible. He immediately said to her, by the way, I defeated Aokiji in my disguised identity some time ago. You should have known this news, right? That's right. Robin knew Xianqing's disguised identity in the Uchiha pirates. Anyway, she is currently in Sky Island and it is impossible for her to leak this news. In addition, in order to improve as soon as possible Robin's favorability, there is no need to hide this news from her. Yet. Robin nodded affirmatively after hearing this, and looked at Xianqing with a complicated expression and said, I have seen it. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. I thought that a terrifying person like Aokiji would also be pale. What's the matter with you suddenly mentioning him? At this time, Robin was still very nervous. She was afraid that Xianqing would send her out. Don't be nervous. Xianqing saw what she was thinking at this time, and immediately smiled and touched her head to comfort her, it's not a bad thing, I don't plan to send you out to Marine or something. Point 0. You should know very well that sooner or later I will stand on the opposite side of Marine. Besides, you are the one I saved with great effort, so you naturally belong to me, and I can't do such a thing. Robin listened, and then relaxed and nodded, yet. Seeing this, Xianqing continued, I mentioned him to you because I know your past experience very well, and I also know Aokiji is a hurdle in your heart. I want to help you solve this hurdle, so I mentioned Aokiji to you. I plan to find time to take you to meet Aokiji and relieve your fear of him. Robin's body trembled slightly after hearing this, and she didn't know how to choose for a while. She was indeed afraid, terrified and hated Aokiji in her heart, and there was also some gratitude. In short, it was very complicated. She was obviously not ready to face Aokiji. Xianqing saw it and immediately broke the news, you don't know yet. In fact, Aokiji didn't kill your good friend Saul. What? Robin heard this and suddenly raised her head and looked at Xianqing in horror. She rushed forward and grabbed Xianqing's arm and asked anxiously, are you telling the truth? Saul is not dead? Is he really still alive? Do you know where he is? This news was really a huge surprise for her. But at this time Robin was also very scared. She was afraid that this was just Xianqing's lie. Of course I know. Xianqing nodded affirmatively and said, Saul is Aokiji's best friend after all. With Aokiji's personality, he really can't do anything to kill Saul with his own hands, especially at the beginning. He also felt that the world government and marine were wrong about O'Hara. But the order is as big as a mountain, he can't disobey the order of the world government. So, he froze Saul with ice, put him in a state of suspended animation, deceived the world government and other marines, and at the same time, let you, who were still young at the time, go. As for where Saul is? He is now in his hometown, the giant kingdom, Elbaf. How about it? Do you want to go with me to see him? At this time, Xianqing thought of the best way to open Robin's heart not as soon as possible, make her feel good about him, and ice contract her. Chapter 236, Giant Kingdom Elbaf, Saul, 2ND Update. Can I? Robin asked with red eyes and misty eyes. She didn't expect that she would hear such great news from Xianqing today. Saul was still alive, which was no less than the sound of nature for her. It made her feel hopeful and redeemed. Advertisement. Of course. Xianqing nodded affirmatively, if you want, we can set off now. However, I haven't left the coordinates in Elbaf yet, so I can't take you there directly. You have to fly there on the Millennium Dragon first, which will take some time. Have you thought about it? Do you want to set off now? Del. Robin nodded with great certainty, looked at Xianqing pitifully and begged, please, Master Xianqing. Please take me to see Saul. After that, she bowed deeply to Xianqing. Okay. No need to be polite, let's go now. Seeing this, Xianqing quickly helped her up and put his hand on her shoulder. After she nodded, he took Robin away from Sky Island with a thought. The next moment, he appeared in the nearest map-lit area opposite to Elbaf in New World. Then, he contacted the Millennium Dragon directly through the communication space. Bulletin. After a while, the Millennium Dragon suddenly teleported over. The huge body suddenly appeared, scaring Robin. Let's go. Seeing this, Xianqing smiled and teleported Robin to the back of the Millennium Dragon, and then said to the Millennium Dragon, it's time to go. Fly directly to Elbaf. At the fastest speed. As he said that, he waved his hand and set up an isolation barrier on the back of the Millennium Dragon, isolating the airflow in the area several meters around the back of the Millennium Dragon. Okay. Hold on tight, I'm leaving. After sending a voice message to Xianqing and Robin, the Millennium Dragon flapped its wings and flew high into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it reached a height of several thousand meters, and then rushed to the area where Elbaf was. At its full speed, Xianqing and his group successfully arrived above the kingdom of Elbaf in just half a day. Xianqing directly launched his spiritual perception and easily locked Saul's position. Millennium Dragon, go back and do your work. You've worked hard on this trip. Xianqing thanked the Millennium Dragon, then removed the barrier, took Robin's hand, and teleported away from the Millennium Dragon's back with Robin in his mind. The Millennium Dragon waited for them to leave, and did not stay for long, and teleported back to West Blue. Who are you? The sudden appearance of Xianqing scared Saul so much that he looked at Xianqing and Robin very vigilantly. But soon, his eyes were fixed on Robin, his whole body trembling slightly, looking at Robin with some disbelief and excitement. His mouth trembled slightly and asked, You are wearing. Yet. Robin saw Saul's familiar figure and heard his trembling voice, bit his lips, red eyes, and nodded heavily with tears, it's me. Saul. Long time no see, I thought you really died in O'Hara. I didn't expect you to be still alive. This is really great. Woo woo woo. As she spoke, Robin couldn't hold it back anymore and began to sob. The tears were like a flood, flowing out non-stop. She cried very sadly, but also very happily. Xianqing could feel that her heart and emotions, which had been closed and suppressed for many years, were completely opened at this time. The heavy burden in her heart was also relieved a lot. Yes. Great. I actually thought I was dead at the beginning. But, in the end Kuzan still couldn't really find the heart to kill my good friend. Advertisement. It was also thanks to his mercy that I was able to survive. However, because of this, in order not to cause trouble to him, I have been living in seclusion in Elbaf for these years and have not dared to go out to sea to find you. But I have always asked Kuzan to pay attention to you and ensure your safety as much as possible. Some time ago, I received a message from Kuzan saying that you disappeared, and I was very worried. I didn't expect to see you so soon. I am happy to see that you are okay and that you have grown up healthily. Hee hee ha ha. Saul also had tears in his eyes, and he reached out to touch Robin's head, with a look of emotion. Then, he looked at Xianqing and said, You are the captain of the Uchiha pirates, Uchiha Xianqing, right? I have heard of your name and seen your bounty order. I didn't expect that Robin was taken away by you. And you brought her to meet me, I really want more of you. Robin has been taken care of by you during this period. I can see that she has been living well during this period. He did not doubt Xianqing's Robin has some bad thoughts. Because if Xianqing really has such thoughts, then Robin would not have lived so well during this period. At the same time, Xianqing would not have brought Robin to see him at this time. It can only be said that Robin has met a companion who is really good to him. In this way, he is completely relieved. Haha. No way. It's just a coincidence. Suankai listened, smiled, and waved his hand and said, Robin is a cute and well-behaved child. He should not suffer such a fate at such a young age and be displaced in danger. You two can talk about the past first. I'll take a walk around first. Speaking, Xianqing left the two of them, turned to the side, and began to visit the surroundings. When old friends meet, there are always some things to say. It's not good for me to stay here. When Saul saw him, he recognized Xianqing more. He immediately began to ask about Luo Guan's experience over the years. Robin naturally told him everything she knew, except Xianqing's secret. At this time, her favorability towards Xianqing soared to 89 points, almost reaching 90 points. With such a high favorability, even when facing Saul, she would not tell any of Xianqing's secrets. At this time, her recognition and favorability towards Xianqing burst out. And this is what Xianqing wanted to see. His goal this time has been achieved. After a long time. Hey. I didn't expect you to have experienced so much hardship over the years. It's really hard for you. Kuzan basically didn't tell me these things. I'm afraid he was afraid that I would worry about you, and that I would be impulsive and leave Elba to find you. At this point, Saul also smiled bitterly and shook his head. I felt even more pity for Robin. This kid has really suffered in the past few years. It's nothing. Everything is over, isn't it? Robin smiled and said, I am so happy to see you alive and well, Saul, and to be cared for and nurtured by Master Xianqing. Compared to these, what I suffered in the past is nothing at all. People. I am afraid of having no hope. As long as there is hope, many things can be ignored. Advertisement. You are a good kid. Saul touched Robin's head with emotion and asked, so, are you going to go back to him with Master Xianqing? I didn't seem to see you on his pirate's ship in the news before. Plus, the means you used to come here just now seemed to be the ability of space teleportation. It seems that he didn't put you on his pirate's ship, right? He didn't think seriously about the sudden appearance of Xianqing and Robin before. Now that I think about it, it must be some kind of space-type devil fruit ability. With this devil fruit ability, it's no wonder that the Uchiha pirates can grow to this point in just a few months. Even Kuzan with frozen fruit and marine hero Garp were defeated. When he saw this news, he was shocked. As a former marine vice-admiral, he still has a clearer understanding of the strength of Aokiji and Garp. These two are real emperor-level combat power. Yet. Robin listened and nodded affirmatively. I was placed in Sky Island by Master Xianqing, where marine can't pay attention, it's very safe. Oh? It's Sky Island. Saul listened and was surprised, no wonder Kuzan can't find your trace anymore. I've heard about it there, it's really a good place for you. But you shouldn't be prepared to stay there for a lifetime, right? Although he didn't have much contact with Robin, he still knew Robin's character better. This child is quite strong-willed. After experiencing the destruction of O'Hara, she can't let it go. In addition, she can also read the historical text, so she might want to understand and unravel this history. Sure enough. The next moment, Robin nodded affirmatively, well. I plan to go out to sea to search for the historical text when I am strong enough, interpret the historical text, and find the historical truth 800 years ago that brought disaster to O'Hara. Then, announce it. Master Xianqing also supports my idea, and he is also going to take me to see it when he goes to Raftel in the future. I have promised him. Sure enough. Saul listened, his face was clear, and at the same time as 2.3, he was a little helpless. He wanted to stop Robin from exploring this. Because it is really dangerous. This obviously touches the minefield of the world government. Once the world government knows about it, it will definitely be hunted down with all its strength. The end will definitely not be good. But he also knows that he can't stop Robin from doing this. Fortunately, there are still Uchiha pirates who are willing to protect Robin and help her to solve these secrets. With the strength and potential shown by the Uchiha pirates, as long as they grow for a few years, they can really protect Robin and help her in the future. Therefore, Saul did not persuade much, but told Robin earnestly, since you have made a decision, I will not break the trend. You should be careful and remember to listen to Mr. Xianqing. Do you understand? Yes. Robin smiled knowingly and nodded repeatedly. Even if Saul did not say it, she would do so. Xianqing is a golden thigh in her heart at this time. What are you waiting for if you don't hold on to the golden thigh? Moreover, Suinking's status in her heart is equal to Saul at this time, and they are both people she can fully trust. Therefore, she has no worries or embarrassment about holding Suinking's thigh. Chapter 237 Contract Nico Robin, Robin's Curiosity, one more. Half an hour later, Xianqing sensed that Robin and the others had finished their conversation and that Robin was about to come over to find him. He immediately took the initiative to return to Robin and the others, looked at them with a smile and said, What? Are you done talking? Robin, are you going back with me, or are you staying here for a while? Robin listened and immediately said, I'd better go back with you. Staying here will easily bring unnecessary trouble and even danger to Elba and Saul. I'm worried that the world government knows that Saul is not dead, and has been sending people to monitor him. Xianqing listened and shook his head with a smile and said, You don't have to worry about this. At least, at this time, I haven't found any spies from the world government monitoring Saul. Of course, there is no guarantee that they have developed spies among the giants, or that they are just not monitoring at this time. Since you have decided, then come with me. Later, if you miss Saul, you can tell me at any time, and I will send you over. Anyway, Robin's favorability towards him has reached the standard, and even exceeded it by a lot. He plans to go back and sign the contract later. Advertisement. Robin. At that time, Robin can be teleported here at any time, and he doesn't need to send her here in person. Yet. Robin nodded with emotion and said gratefully, "Thank you. Master Xianqing." "What master?" "Just call me Xianqing." Xianqing smiled and touched Robin's head, then asked, "So are you going to stay here for a while, or are we going back now?" "Go back directly. We have talked about it almost today. Come back next time." Robin looked at Saul, and after Saul nodded to him, she turned back and said to Xianqing, "Okay. Let's go." Xianqing nodded, took Robin's hand, nodded to Saul, and said goodbye, "See you." After that, he took Robin away from here. The next moment, Xianqing took Robin back to the Sky Island base. Taking this opportunity, he told her about the contract and explained the pros and cons. Robin was a little surprised and said, "So, the skills that Kuina and the others in the base usually practice are actually obtained after they signed a contract with you, right? In addition, the space teleportation ability they mastered is not the same, right?" Robin is very smart and thought of the key point at once. "Yes." Xianqing nodded affirmatively, "It's not that I didn't want to teach you before, it's just that those things are too precious and important. Non-contractors can't wear them outside, otherwise, it will be harmful to me." Yet. Robin nodded in understanding, and smiled with a relaxed face, "In fact, you don't need to explain this to me. Those skills are extremely precious at first glance. It's up to you to pass them on or not. Others have no right to comment. If it were me, I would make the same choice as you. I believe you won't hurt me, and I'm willing to make a contract with you." Robin looked at Xianqing seriously. His eyes were full of determination. "Okay." Xianqing smiled and nodded after hearing this. He immediately thought about it and condensed a contract rune from his brow and sent it to Robin. He said, "Touch it with your hand, and then agree in your heart." "Tay." Robin nodded in response and immediately stretched out a hand to touch the contract rune. The next moment, a voice sounded in her heart, asking her master to agree to the contract. Robin chose to agree without hesitation. The next moment, the rune sank directly into her hand, and quickly entered her sea of consciousness between her brows along her arm, and landed steadily in the center of Robin's sea of consciousness. Then, a large amount of information about the past and future of the pirates' world and part of the past and future of the ninja world poured into her mind. Then, about the source chakra refining, meditation, health preserving, longevity secrets, and many other magical skills and some insights also poured into her mind. Robin had to close her eyes and digest them with all her strength. More than an hour later. Advertisement. Robin slowly opened her eyes, looked up at Xianqing with a surprised face and said, "I didn't expect the truth to be like this. Master Xianqing, you and Kushina are all from Otherworld." "Hee." Xianqing smiled knowingly and said, "How about it? Are you surprised? There is no way, without a contract, such important information must not be revealed to you." Yet. Robin nodded repeatedly and said, "I can understand. This is normal. Well, can I go to the ninja world in the future? A world of ninjas is very curious." She really wanted to see what the ninja world was like with her own eyes. As an archaeologist, she was very interested in the various magical ninjutsu and cultural history there. "Of course you can." Xianqing smiled and nodded, "You have already signed a contract with me, so the ninja world is naturally welcome to you at any time. I have arranged everything there, and you will appear at a fixed teleportation point when you go there for the first time. There will be someone there to entertain you and arrange your identity in the ninja world. However, it's best to let Kushina and the others accompany you for the first time. At that time, they can also act as guides for you and take you to visit yet in some parts of the ninja world." Don't think that Robin is not familiar with Kushina and the others just because he placed Robin in the Sky Island base. That's not the case at all. Kushina and the others basically come to the Sky Island base once a week. It's for training and also for fun. Sometimes they will take Robin to other bases to play. After a while, and Robin is good at socializing, they have become good friends. Therefore, Robin agreed to Suinking's suggestion without hesitation, "Yes. I will ask Kushina and others later. In addition." Then, Robin hesitated for a moment, looked at Xianqing and asked, "Are the information about the past and future of our world true? Will I join the pirates called Luffy in the future? Has my fate changed since you rescued me and took me away?" "Yes." Xianqing nodded affirmatively, looked at Robin with admiration and said, "You are very smart. You don't think the future is unchanging. The future information I gave you is just the information about the future without me. But since I and my contractors appeared in this world, many things have begun to change. And, as more of us come here, the longer we stay, and the more things we do, the greater the changes will be. So, you can just use the future information as a reference. Don't take it seriously." "Yes." Robin nodded in understanding, "I understand. But at least, this information makes me more thoroughly understand our world, and I also understand many people and forces better. Advertisement. This is extremely beneficial to my future development. This feeling of being able to cheat from a god's perspective is great. It's good that you understand. Xianqing listened and looked at Robin with appreciation. This girl is really smart. Next, Xianqing patiently taught Robin to successfully get started with the source chakra refining technique, condense her own chakra seeds, and refine her own chakra before stopping. Then, she took Robin to the Shimotsuki Island base and handed 0 to Kushina and the others, saying, I'll leave it to Kushina and Mikoto. She has also signed a contract with me. You should teach her various subsequent techniques. In addition, she also wants to visit the ninja world. You can be her guide. Kushina heard this and immediately patted her chest and promised, leave it to us. Hee. Then, she took Robin's hand and congratulated with a smile, congratulations Robin. You have finally been contracted. Now, you can practice with us and grow quickly together. Yes. Robin heard this and smiled, it's my honor. As she said this, she also secretly glanced at Xianqing, her eyes full of gratitude for Xianqing. If it weren't for Xianqing, she would have to suffer for more than 10 years in the future. Even if she eventually joins Luffy's Straw Hat Pirates, she will still have to endure a lot of hardships, and the future is full of uncertainty. Unlike now, she feels that her future is bright. By the way, at this time, Mikoto looked at Robin and remembered something, and couldn't help looking at Xianqing and asked, Xianqing, have you helped Lingxi remove the curse and will of the devil fruit in his body? Hey! Xianqing was stunned and said, really not. As he said, he looked at Robin and said, don't resist first, I will take you to the time and space gate to enter the space to remove the curse and will of the devil fruit in your body. In this way, you will no longer have the defect of not being able to contact seawater and sea stone in the future. At the same time, the hidden dangers of devil fruit will be completely eliminated, and you can even take more devil fruit. Okay. Robin really knew this information, which was in the information Xianqing gave before. It's just that she received too much information before, and she forgot it for a while. Now she will naturally not refuse. This is a great thing. Very good. After hearing this, Xianqing immediately waved his hand and put Robin into the space of the master of the time and space gate. Without waiting for Robin to react, he separated and extracted the curse and will of flower fruit from his body. Thrown it into a blank sea area somewhere in the first half of the Grand Line. Let the curse and will sink into the void and return to the embrace of Alaya consciousness. Then, he waved his hand again and released Luo Ding directly. Chapter 238, Breaking the Limits of Chakra Refining Technique, Practicing Sage Art Eternal Green Chi Training Technique, 2ND Update. Robin, who had just come out, was still a little dazed, but soon came back to his senses, looked at Xianqing and asked, is it over? I don't seem to feel anything. I just feel vaguely that some shackles have been removed. That's right. Xianqing smiled and nodded, because, I have extracted the curse and will from the devil fruit in your body. As long as you continue to use and develop flower fruit, you will eventually be able to digest it completely and take it as your own. Advertisement. And, you will no longer be afraid of seawater and sea stone in the future. Work hard. Flower fruit still has great potential. It should be said that the potential of each Paramecia devil fruit is actually very large. It mainly depends on the ability user's own development talent. With Robin's intelligence and understanding, the future is promising. Yes. I will. Robin nodded seriously. Half a year later. Your source chakra refining technique breaks the limit of great perfection, you suddenly realize, and merge the fairy technique chakra condensation, health preservation, longevity secret, and origin divine eye meditation method were combined to create the immortal cultivation method, Chongqing Qigong. Hey! Finally succeeded. Sure enough, breaking the limit of the source chakra refining method and integrating the immortal technique chakra condensation can really create an immortal cultivation method. However, I didn't expect that even health preservation, longevity secret, and meditation method can be integrated to create this real integration of the three elements of spirit, energy and spirit, and the three elements of cultivation are cultivated together. Xianqing felt the Chongqing Qigong running in his body with an amazed look on his face, and felt that his spirit, energy, and spirit were running with the method and constantly improving, and his eyes were full of surprise. He was integrating the immortal technique after learning the chakra condensation method, he actually already acquired the Qigong. But he had an idea at that time and tried to integrate the health-preserving exercises and meditation methods into it to see if it would work. As a result, it really worked. And the gains were much greater than he imagined. Not only does this method cultivate the spirit, energy, and spirit at the same time, but the effect is more comprehensive and powerful. The key is that in the future, he doesn't have to divide different time to practice chakra, meditation, and longevity. Just practice this Chongqing Qigong to achieve all the effects of the above exercises, and even the effects are more than doubled. However, the basic requirements for others to practice this technique are not low. At least you need to practice the source chakra refining technique to the great perfection. The immortal technique, it's only when you have achieved a minor success in chakra condensation, a major success in crystal meditation, and a major success in health preservation. However, compared to its effect, this requirement is actually nothing. Advertisement. Xianqing murmured, touching his chin. The effect is too strong. Even though he has just started Chongqing Qigong, this technique can be operated automatically at any time according to his wishes, without deliberately practicing. At the same time, because the tolerance of his tendons and veins has also been improved to a new level in the previous immortal art practice and chakra practice, he can completely maintain this automatic practice every day without worrying that his tendons and veins can't bear it. This is actually the reason why practicing Chongqing Qigong requires such a high prerequisite. Of course, Xianqing can actually simplify and degrade Chongqing Qigong at this time to create an ordinary Qigong with lower requirements. For example, specializing in absorbing and refining natural energy into immortal chakra. No. It should be a method of cultivating immortal power. But he doesn't think it's necessary. Instead of letting others practice this in the early stage, it is better to let them practice the source chakra refining technique and health-preserving exercises, meditation methods, and immortal chakra condensation methods first. In this way, they can realize their potential faster and improve their strength, and they can also work hard to lay a solid foundation for practicing Chongqing Qigong in the future and improving faster. It will take a few days to completely refine the chakra in the body and transform it into mana with this technique. Don't rush to come out of retreat, continue to practice in retreat until the transformation is completed. Thinking of this, Xianqing immediately sent a message to his mother and others through the communication space, and then continued to choose to retreat. 3 days later. Ong. When Xianqing refined the last group of chakra in his body into mana, he burst out with a terrifying energy breath. His own momentum also increased by more than 10 times. After a while, Xianqing took back his leaked aura, calmed down, slowly opened his eyes, stood up and stretched his body, feeling the high quality of the mana in his danshan, which contained a lot of characteristics. He couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. In this way, my strength may at least reach the peak of the super shadow, and it's only a matter of time before I reach the 6 paths level. Next, in addition to the Chongqing Qigong, the focus of cultivation should also be on Conqueror's Haki, life return, and the extreme changes and fusion of the forms and properties of the 7 chakras. He was very curious about what kind of surprises Conqueror's Haki would bring him after he cultivated it to the great perfection and then broke through the limit. He guessed that after breaking through the limit, he should be able to create a real method of cultivating the power of the mind. And life return involves the control of the body. After breaking through the limit of great perfection, Xianqing guessed that he might have great gains in body training and developing the secrets of the human body. The ultimate changes and fusions of the last 7 chakra forms and properties are related to the fusion of the bloodline net and even the truth-seeking ball, which is the key to breaking through the great Dao level. Xianqing has a hunch that perhaps when he integrates and masters the bloodline net and the truth-seeking ball and enters the 6 paths level, he may be able to open his Rin Egan or even more magical eyes without relying on external forces. It may not need Indra and Ashura's chakra as assistance and key. In particular, he did not know whether this method of using Indra and Ashura chakra as a key to open the Rin Egan would have hidden dangers, and whether it would affect the potential of his eyes. If possible, he still wanted to completely rely on himself to open his own Rin Egan or some divine eyes. Therefore, he would not be in a hurry next time, and would not blindly fuse Indra and Ashura's chakra to open the Rin Egan. Unless he found that he could not upgrade his eternal eye again by his own methods. But this is impossible. Every time he practiced the Origin Divine Eye meditation method or the Chongqing Qi training technique, he could feel that his eyes were improving and receiving nourishment. In the future, he would definitely be able to evolve further by himself. Hey! It's time to come out of retreat, otherwise, my mother and others might be worried. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Xianqing immediately closed the barrier of the retreat room, left the retreat room, and took a shower first. During this period, he also sent a message to his mother, Mikoto, Kushina, Tsunade, and others. When he came out of the bathroom, changed his clothes and came to the living room, he found that Uchiha's Hilly, Tsunade, Mikoto, Kushina and others were already waiting here. Seeing him appear, the worry in Uchiha's Hilly's eyes completely dissipated, smiled and said, "You are finally out. Tell me. What did you gain from this retreat? Did the method of cultivating immortals that you speculated before succeed?" Others also looked at Xianqing curiously. He. Xianqing listened and walked over with a smile. Of course it succeeded. Immediately, he described the information of Chongqing Qigong to them, and also encouraged them to condense the magic power to show them. Finally, he even led everyone to teleport into the space of the Master of the Time and Space Gate, and performed some ninjutsu with the calendar for testing. Result. His. The power of this ninjutsu, with the same level of consumption, is more than 100 times more powerful than ordinary chakra. right? Tsunade and others saw the terrifying great fireball, hundreds of meters long fire dragon, and so on, couldn't help but exclaimed. These ordinary ninjutsu, falling into Suinking's hands, can no longer be described as terrifying. Even S-level ninjutsu is a little brother in front of Suinking's ninjutsu with mana amplification. This also made everyone more enthusiastic about Chongqing Qigong and mana. But considering the prerequisites for practice, everyone was a little discouraged. I really want to practice this Chongqing Qigong as soon as possible. Not only is it amazingly powerful, but it is also very convenient. Even, it can be practiced automatically at all times, and a lot of time can be freed up every day to practice other things. Unfortunately, it may not be realized in a short time. Xianqing, can't you find a way to reduce some of the conditions for practice? Kushina looked at Xianqing with a bitter face and envy. Tsunade and others also had the same expression. No way. Xianqing shook his head with a smile, didn't I explain it to you before? Those prerequisites are necessary for their existence, if these prerequisites cannot be met, there is no way to get started. So, don't even think about shortcuts. Just practice hard. In fact, you can't practice Chongqing Qigong for the time being, but relying on other magical skills alone is enough to make you grow and improve at a speed dozens of times faster than others. Don't be ungrateful. Compared with non-contractors, they are already much happier. That's right. We are greedy. Tsunade and others listened and nodded helplessly. That's what they said, but they are still unwilling to accept it. What is your current strength? Can you defeat the Sage of Six Paths? Uchiha asked Xianqing. Xianqing listened, pondered for a moment and said, I'm not really sure about this. In my judgment, I should be at the peak of the super shadow at this time. Before he could continue, Uchiha Yuri couldn't help but roll his eyes and interrupted him, forget it. Judging from the increase in your mana to ninjutsu, you are much stronger than me and even Hashirama, definitely not just as simple as the peak of the super shadow. Chapter 239, Uchiha Bloodline Potion is successfully developed, 1st update. Maybe. Xianqing smiled and touched the back of his head and said, but I haven't mastered the bloodline network and the truth-seeking ball yet, and I haven't really fought with the Sage of Six Paths. I really don't know whether I can defeat him. You can only know after the real fight, but we can't take this risk, right? Otherwise, if we win, it's okay, but if we lose, we will probably have to temporarily give up everything in the ninja world, run to the pirates' world to develop for a few years, and then come back for revenge. That's right. Uchiha Yuri listened and nodded in agreement, it's better to be cautious. When you master the bloodline network and condense your own truth-seeking ball, tell the waterway immortal. Then we'll see whether he is a human or a ghost, an enemy or a friend. Advertisement. Although, they feel that the Sage of Six Paths will most likely be their enemy. Because, from all indications, Sage of Six Paths has always had a plan for the ninja world, and has a desire to control it, and wants to bring the entire ninja world under its control, so that it can become a source of food for its growth. This is absolutely in conflict with Suinking's future plans. The conflict between the two sides involves a conflict of interests, and the contradiction is basically irreconcilable, unless Sage of Six Paths is willing to give up its desire for the ninja world and even the pure land of the underworld. But how is this possible? Sage of Six Paths has been planning for the ninja world for more than 1,000 years, so how could it be submissive to a junior? As for the possibility that the two sides may not conflict, Sage of Six Paths stopped his mother in order to save the ninja world, and he has always had a desire to save the ninja world. In Suinking's opinion, it is nonsense. He admits that Sage of Six Paths may have had such ideas at the time, and did so. But the Dragon Slayer eventually becomes the dragon. 1,000 years have passed, which is enough to change too many things. From the time he defeated and sealed his mother, the roles began to exchange. Everything has changed. Haha. That's what I thought. 710. Anyway, we're all better off if we don't delay the reveal for a day. We won't be the ones who are anxious. The later we delay, the better for us. Xianqing smiled knowingly. By the way. At this time, Kushina on the side couldn't help but interrupt, Xianqing, I heard that the research department has successfully developed the Uchiha bloodline potion, is it true? Others looked at Xianqing after hearing this. They were very curious about the news. It's true. Xianqing nodded affirmatively after hearing this, not only Uchiha bloodline potion, but also Senju, Uzumaki, Mizuno Tsuki, Magnet Style, Tuten, and other bloodline limit potions have been successfully developed. Recently, Orochimaru, second generation and Vegapunk have been studying ways to mass produce and have begun to prepare to build related production lines. Soon, a large number of ninjas with various bloodline limits will appear in the village. Half a year has passed, and the research department should naturally produce results. Of course, this is also thanks to the participation of Gapunk. Otherwise, it will take another year and a half. So many? Even Uzumaki and Senjua bloodline limit potions are available. If I inject Senjua bloodline limit, can I have wood style? Kushina asked in surprise. No way. Wood style is also available. Tsunade asked with wide eyes. You think too much. Xianqing listened and said speechlessly, I said a long time ago that wood style is not a bloodline limit, but a bloodline elimination, right? The wood style of the first generation is actually the product of the fusion of the nature transformation of the three chakra ultimates of water, earth, and yang. The real bloodline limit wood style should be the wood style used by Yamato in the future. The two are completely different. Because there is no ready-made wood style bloodline limit, only wood style bloodline elimination, so even if you want the wood style bloodline potion of Yamato now, I can't provide it for the time being. Of course, the research on elimination by entrapment has been put on the agenda. Whether it is Orochimaru or the second generation, they are very interested in this and want to study it out. It can only be that every Konoha person has a special feeling and obsession with the wood style of the first generation. This obsession is particularly evident in the second generation. Xianqing has teased more than once that the reason why the second generation is so obsessed with wood style is definitely because they wanted to replicate and develop their own wood style, but failed. If they can't get it, they will definitely be obsessed. This is normal. Ah? Is that so? What a pity. Kushina and Tsunade were disappointed when they heard it. But they can understand it. Indeed, the wood style of the first generation is so strong, it doesn't look like an ordinary bloodline limit. Then the Uchiha bloodline limit is also good. When can you give me one? I also want to open my Sharingan as soon as possible. Seeing that you and Mikoto have made rapid progress in strength with Sharingan, I envy you. Kushina looked at Xianqing eagerly and asked. And me too. I'm also interested in Sharingan. Tsunade raised her hand quickly after hearing this. In recent years, she has seen so many Uchiha contracted by Xianqing, relying on many magical skills and the cooperation of Sharingan, and their strength has skyrocketed faster. She is also envious. Especially the Eternal Eye, as long as the eyes are opened, they can basically enter the super cage level, and they can also have extremely powerful pupil techniques. Who wouldn't be confused after seeing it? As for you, wait a few days, I'll let Orochimaru and the others produce more. However, this kind of blood-related potion must first draw your blood for gene matching and adjustment. Advertisement. For the time being, there is no way to directly produce a complete version of the universal blood-related potion. Xianqing did not refuse, but also reminded. That's not a problem. Tsunade listened and nodded in understanding. However, since customization is required, how do you achieve drug quantity production? Xianqing shrugged and said, in order to solve this problem, we have studied for several months to divide the blood-related drugs into two parts. One part is a universal drug, and the other part needs to be adjusted according to the user's genes. Finally, the two drugs are combined into one, which is the real customized blood-related limit drug. Among them, the first part is more complicated to make, and using a production line to batch it can save a lot of time and cost. The second part is relatively simple, and the trouble is mainly genetic testing and reagent adjustment. Only this can truly achieve mass production of these blood-related drugs. Otherwise, it can only be customized. I see. Tsunade, Kushina and others heard it and suddenly realized, this is really good. It seems that you have considered all aspects. When are we going to draw blood? In a few days, wait for my notice. Xianqing shook his head. Okay. Tsunade and Kushina naturally had no objection. Kushina was even more excited and held Mikoto's hand and said, Mikoto, I will soon have Sharingan too. Hehe. Congratulations. I will teach you how to open and warm your eyes, and learn how to use Sharingan. Mikoto smiled kind. Yeah. Then I'll trouble you. Kushina nodded repeatedly in agreement. At this time, Uchiha Yuri looked at Xianqing and asked, Xianqing, are you going to open up the bloodline potion qualification to all ninjas in the village? Of course not. Xianqing shook his head and denied it. For now, it is definitely aimed at my contractors. Advertisement. It is not appropriate to disclose the bloodline limit potion to non-contractors for the time being, otherwise it will easily cause problems. It is not the time to cause too much vigilance and hostility from other ninja villages. At present, the reconstruction of Konoha has only been completed, and the expansion has only been completed to a tenth of the time. The commercial invasion plan has just started. It is not the time to show off with many ninja villages. He is not stupid, so he naturally cannot do such a thankless thing. You have to eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Then I feel relieved. Uchiha Yuri was relieved after hearing this, and said with a look of relief, it seems that I was overthinking, you are still so thoughtful. Let the contractor come first. Hehe. Xianqing smiled knowingly after hearing this, in fact, it takes a long time just to satisfy every contractor. At present, the number of contractors is increasing every day, and its number has reached 40% of the number of Konoha shinobi. Thousands, not a small number. Although, the people of the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki tribes account for about one-third of them. But the people of these three tribes also need other bloodline limits. Let alone Sharingan, everyone wants it. And Uchiha also needs the bloodline of Uzumaki and Senju to improve his bloodline genes and further promote the evolution and improvement of Sharingan. That's right. Uchiha Yuri nodded. Speaking of which, Senju Tobirama hasn't met the requirements of the contract yet? Didn't you say it was almost there a month ago? If this goes on, even Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna have probably met the requirements of the contract, right? It's been half a year. Uchiha Yuri still feels that she can only be truly relieved if she contracts Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Izuna as soon as possible. These people are not easy to deal with. It has reached the standard. Xianqing smiled and said, second generation has been obsessed with research for some time, and has reduced communication with me a lot, so the improvement of favorability has slowed down. But recently, the research of Uchiha Blood Inheritance Potion and Senju Blood Inheritance Potion has been successful. I don't know why, since his favorability towards me has skyrocketed, it has directly increased to more than 85 points. If I hadn't been in seclusion a few days ago, I would have contracted with him. While speaking, Xianqing also checked the list of other people's favorability towards him. Chapter 240, Contract Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Izuna, and Senju Tobirama, 2ND Update. Hey! As a result, he was surprised to find that Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna's favorability towards him actually represented. This is really strange. Xianqing was very surprised. What's wrong? Advertisement. Uchiha's Hilly asked curiously. I just found out that Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna's favorability towards me have reached the standard, and they can start the contract. It's quite unexpected. Xianqing touched his chin kide. Oh. Uchiha Yuri raised his eyebrows in surprise, then said with some understanding, it's not surprising. Maybe the recent rapid growth of Uchiha in first generation has stimulated them. Let me tell you good news. Just 2 days ago, your Aunt Jaime and Fugaku's father successfully opened the Eternal Eye. Including them, plus you and me, there are currently 5 Eternal Eye owners in Uchiha. Maybe this stimulated them. After all, neither of them is stupid. On the contrary, they are very smart. They must have seen that these changes are all brought about by the contract with you. In this case, if they don't work hard to brainwash themselves and improve their favorability towards you, they will be really stupid. Not only that, Uchiha, Senju Hashirama has been practicing health-preserving exercises, obvious, source chakra refining techniques and conqueror's haki for more than half a year, which has made his strength really leaps and bounds, almost changing every day. It is hard for Uchiha Madara and Izuna not to notice and envy. I see. After hearing this, Xianqing suddenly realized, I didn't expect that my aunt also opened the Eternal Eye. As expected, she is your sister, mother. This gene and talent are really not bad. Speaking of which, the talent that my uncle-in-law said is also very good. He opened the Eternal Eye earlier than my aunt. He is worthy of being the son of Senior Jing and the father of future Shui. That's right, the other person who opened the Eternal Eye is Uchiha Chuan, the father of future Shisui. In the original future, he didn't even have a name and died without appearing at all. Xianqing is probably Danzo killed him. Of course, there could be other accidents. But in this world, because of Suinking's appearance, he naturally couldn't die inexplicably and die young. Indeed. Uchiha Yuri also smiled knowingly, the probability of a genius appearing in the descendants of a strong man is still relatively high. Especially in a family like ours with a bloodline limit. In addition, your aunt is pregnant recently. Maybe Shui will be born a few years earlier. Hey! Xianqing was stunned when he heard it, pregnant? But it's normal. World War II ended many years earlier because of me, so it's normal to be born earlier. Maybe it's not just Shisui, many future celebrities will be born earlier. But, if the time is advanced, will the people born be the same as before? Xianqing expressed doubts about this. Tay. Uchiha Yuri was also slightly stunned after hearing this, and said suspiciously, that's right. It is really possible that different people were born. Sure enough, the trajectory of fate changes more and more. I just hope that your aunt will still give birth to a genius. Of course, even if it is not a genius, as long as you make a contract with Xianqing, relying on those magic skills, you will become a genius sooner or later and improve your strength. It's just that if you are a genius, and then get these magic skills, the improvement will be greater, and the future will be broader. Advertisement. Innate talent is still very important. I hope so. Xianqing didn't know what to say about this. No more words, I'll go to the second generation to make a contract first, so as to avoid more dreams at night. Xianqing turned to Uchiha Yuri and others. Okay. I'll go and see it too. Uchiha Yuri naturally had no objection. I'll go too. And me. Let's go together. It's just right to see my second grandfather resurrected. Mikoto, Kushina and Tsunade listened and stood up to agree. Then let's go together. Xianqing had no objection to this, and immediately called a few people, and with a thought, he was teleported to a huge laboratory in the research department. At this time, the second generation was discussing the bloodline potion production line with Suinking's shadow clone, Orochimaru, and a shadow clone of Vegapunk. As a result, when they saw Xianqing coming with a group of people, they stopped immediately. Why are you here? Is there something wrong? Also, Xianqing, your aura has changed a lot. It seems that you have made a big breakthrough this time. The second generation looked at Uchiha's Hilly and others, and finally stopped at Xianqing. He noticed something and couldn't help but speak. Not bad. Xianqing smiled and nodded, I have indeed made a big breakthrough, but I can't tell you the details for the time being. I have to wait until you sign a contract with me. Now that you have met the requirements of the contract, do you want to sign a contract with me? Oh. After listening, the second generation raised his eyebrows and said, is it finally up to standard? Of course I want it. I don't want to be in a state of living dead all the time. It's not only inconvenient, but also unable to improve my strength. The key is that I have to bear the wear and tear of my soul all the time. This is not a good thing for me. Do you need me to prepare anything? He is not blind, how can he not see the abnormal speed of strength improvement of his elder brother and sister-in-law, and even Tsunade and Orochimaru? Not to mention them, the improvement of Uchiha alone is quite terrifying. According to his observation, Uchiha now has several people who have opened the Eternal Eye. It's simply terrifying. If you say that this has nothing to do with Suinking's contract, he won't believe it even if you kill him. No need. As long as you agree. Xianqing shook his head, but wait a moment, there are two more people who have also met the requirements, just in time to sign a contract together. As he said that, Xianqing started to perceive mentally, and soon locked onto Uchiha Madara who was doing construction and Uchiha Izuna who was helping with affairs in the Hokage building, and directly teleport the two of them over. Hey! Uchiha Madara was slightly stunned when he came over, glanced at him, and then looked at Xianqing, the instigator, with some surprise and asked, Xianqing boy, you teleport me here? What's the matter? This attitude, this tone, is still so arrogant. Advertisement. If Xianqing hadn't been able to see through his talent that his favorability towards him had reached 81 points, he would have thought that this guy was still hostile to him. At this time, the first generation also suddenly teleported over. Seeing so many people here, he curiously touched the back of his head and asked with a smile, haha. Why are there so many people? Xianqing, you teleport Madara here just now, right? Looking at this, could it be that their defense has reached the contract standard? After hearing this, Xianqing looked at the first generation in surprise. He thought, who said the first generation is stupid? Isn't this very sharp and smart? Before Xianqing could answer, Uchiha and Madara heard the first generation said, all of them looked at Xianqing. Yes. Xianqing understood what they meant and nodded affirmatively, you three have met the requirements of the contract. If you want to contract with me, just touch this contract rune and agree in your heart. You already know the benefits and restrictions, I won't say more. As he said that, Xianqing's mind moved, and 3 contract runes condensed from his brows, and sent them to Senju Tobirama and the other 2. The 3 looked at the contract runes and felt that they were extremely mysterious. Without hesitation, they reached out and touched the contract runes in front of them, and chose to agree in their hearts. 01450122 Fila 171322 The next moment, the 3 contract runes followed their hands and sank into their sea of consciousness between their brows, firmly rooted in their soul cores. 0. Let their souls quickly stabilize and no longer wear out. Even the previous wear and tear began to recover rapidly. Then, a large amount of partial information about the past and future of the ninja world, all the information about the past and future of the pirates world poured into their minds. Then, many magical skills such as the source chakra refining technique, the longevity technique of health preservation, ideas, the main color haki training method, the fairy chakra condensation method, and so on also poured into their minds. Even with the strength of their souls and spirits, they had to close their eyes and digest them with all their strength. The first generation and others saw that the 3 of them were successfully contracted, and smiles appeared on their faces. Finally, this step has been achieved. Half an hour later, Uchiha Madara and the other 3 opened their eyes almost one after another, and their expressions were a little surprised and complicated. They all looked at Xianqing and said in unison, I didn't expect you to have such a great ability. Then, the 3 of them looked at each other, snorted coldly, and retracted their eyes. Then, Senju Tobirama couldn't help but say to Xianqing and the first generation and others, I understand why my brother, sister-in-law, and Xiao Gang have improved their strength so quickly. Fourth generation can come up with so many special things, and there are still people like Vegapunk. You are such a person. It turns out that it's all because of the fourth generation in Otherworld. My imagination was too poor before, and I didn't guess the truth at all. No wonder you, the fourth generation, are so confident that you can unify the ninja world and bring long-term peace to the ninja world. With such resources and strength, and such a means of prolonging life, it's really not surprising at all. Indeed. Uchiha Izuna also nodded and continued, I think I know why every member of the Uchiha clan has such a terrifying improvement in strength, such great potential, and such good talent. Even those old men are the same. It turns out that it depends on the magic skills and resources provided by you, Xianqing. Uchiha is really lucky to have you. If this goes on, every Uchiha in the future may be able to open the Eternal Eye or even the Rinnegan, right? I can't imagine how glorious Uchiha will be in such a future. Chapter 241, Resurrection of the Uchiha Madara Trio, Rinnegan Problem, one more. Indeed. Hey. Uchiha Madara on the side couldn't help but hum proudly when he heard this, looking very proud. He was also very glad that he had completed his self-brainwashing and improved his favorability towards Xianqing. Otherwise, he would have missed this great opportunity. So many magical skills, such a high ceiling, and such an interesting and vast otherworld. Advertisement. All of them made him fascinated. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Hashirama and complain, Hashirama, you are so unkind. You didn't tell me about this good thing. No wonder your strength has improved so terribly in the past 6 months, and you are so happy every day. You always use Shadow Clone for engineering construction. I'm afraid you have been crazy in the pirates' world. How is it? Is it fun there? What have you done there in the past 6 months? Haha. Hearing this, Hashirama immediately said happily, of course it's fun. We built a 4 emperors group there and ventured into the Sea of Sky. In recent months, we have been grabbing territory in New World 623 to expand our influence and reputation. Madara, you are completely resurrected, you can also go and help. With your joining, we will expand faster, and we will follow. As for why I didn't tell you before, isn't it because you haven't been contracted yet? Not to mention the restrictions of the contract, I can't tell you. Even if there are no restrictions, I won't tell you these before. After all, you were in a hostile state with Xianqing and even Ye before. Telling you this, isn't it annoying Xianqing and Konoha? Now that you have also been contracted, your thoughts and attitudes in your heart have changed. We are all a family again, with a common goal, isn't it great? Hashirama was very happy at this time. Finally, he and Madara are on the same front again, with the same dreams and goals. This feeling is great. He actually regretted that his thoughts were too naive at the beginning, and received a lot of Tobirama's influence, made the wrong decision at the critical moment leading to the final break in opposition between himself and his followers. Now, everything is finally back on track. Even better than before. And all this was brought by Xianqing. Therefore, the first generation is full of gratitude to Xianqing. Hey! Uchiha Madara listened, snorted coldly, and said proudly, you are right, let's forget it this time. Later, let's go to the pirates' world together. Advertisement. As for the ninja world, I feel that I don't need much at present, and there will be basically no major accidents in the future ninja world. It was after the contract that he truly understood Suinking's strength and background. In his opinion, whether it was the Sage of Six Paths or Black Zetsu, or Kagayaheim, the Tsutsuki clan, they would not be Suinking's opponents in the end. His growth and talent were too terrifying. Wait a few more years, he would probably be invincible in both worlds, right? Okay. Hashirama listened and nodded happily, I've been waiting for you to say that. It's much bigger than the ninja world, and it's much more fun. When the time comes, I'll take you around. In addition, we can also go to Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom to compete with the pirates' emperors. These people are all very strong. In the past few months, because of the competition for territory, the Uchiha pirates have fought against the people of the 3 foreshore groups. Naturally, Hashirama had to fight directly with Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, and others. The final result was a draw. Facing Whitebeard, Hashirama was under some pressure, but it was too difficult for Whitebeard to defeat him, especially after being contracted. After several months of training, his strength had improved a lot compared to the original peak period. A true emperor-level peak character. As for Kaido and Big Mom, they were also quite difficult. He could put them at a disadvantage, but he couldn't defeat them. The main reason is that he has been under contract for too short a time, and he has not yet caught up with the cultivation of those magical skills or physical training, and he still has shortcomings. These 3 people? If you don't tell me, I will also fight them at that time. Haha. Uchiha Madara listened, recalled the information of these three people in his mind, and a strong desire to fight rose in his heart, against Hashirama Kide. At this time, Senju Tobirama on the side couldn't help but look at Vegapunk on the side and said, I didn't expect that you are actually from Otherworld, and you also have the strange and powerful devil fruit such as the brain fruit. No wonder there was no trace of you in the past in the ninja world. Although I had some guesses about your identity before, I couldn't guess the truth. Haha. Vegapunk listened and laughed loudly. It is indeed unimaginable that there is a world without being contracted by Master Xianqing. As for the brain fruit, if you really envy it, it is not impossible to try to study and replicate it. Now, you can take a human fruit ordinary person form, which can also increase your comprehension several times or even dozens of times, and can also give people almighty talents, which is very good. Even I have taken one, and now I am a dual fruit ability user. This also makes his research ability stronger. Human fruit ordinary person form. Senju Tobirama couldn't help but look at Orochimaru beside him and said, no wonder I feel that your comprehension, strength and many talents have been greatly improved in recent months. Is it because of this? Hehe. Orochimaru licked his tongue and said, it's not that we didn't tell you, it's because you haven't been contracted. But it's not too late to know now. When Xianqing completely resurrects you, he will naturally give you another one. Advertisement. Your strength, talent and contribution are worth it. The second generation has also made great efforts in the research of various bloodline limits. Complete resurrection. Hearing this, Senju Tobirama couldn't help but look at Xianqing, and asked with desire in his eyes, fourth generation, when can you completely resurrect me? Although, after the contract, I feel that my soul is completely stable and no longer needs to be worn out, but I am really tired of the impure world reincarnation body. In addition, if you want to continue to practice and improve your strength, you also need to be completely resurrected. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna also looked at Xianqing. This is easy, I will just perform the resurrection technique directly. Wait a minute. As he said, Xianqing directly clasped his hands together and performed the resurrection technique on the three people of the second generation. Buzz. The next moment, 10 magic circles of the gathering magic appeared under the master's feet. The magic circle lit up, and the three people were directly submerged in the light. Then, the body began to change rapidly. After a while, the light dissipated, and the impure world reincarnation bodies of the three people had been completely transformed into real flesh and blood bodies. Boom boom boom. Feeling the beating heart and the vitality of the new body, Senju Tobirama and the other two raised their hands in amazement and looked at their hands, feeling unbelievable. It was so easy to be completely resurrected. Uchiha Madara murmured in disbelief, this is much more powerful than the Rin Tensei technique of Rin-Egan. Hey! However, at this moment, Uchiha Madara's eyes began to shatter, and finally the eyeballs directly shattered and dissipated. What's going on? My eyes. Uchiha Madara was immediately shocked. Others looked at him one after another, and after discovering his situation, they all cast inquiring eyes to Xianqing. Xianqing shrugged and said, no way, his eyes are not here, but with Uzumaki Nagato. I can reshape a new pair of eyes for him just now. But those will be completely new eyes, not the original Rin-Egan. He needs to start from ordinary eyes and open Sharingan, Eternal Eye and then Rin-Egan step by step. This is obviously unnecessary and not what he needs, right? On the contrary, for Senior Izuna, because his Manjiki Sharingan has been fused by Madara and is completely gone, so when I resurrected him just now, I directly created a new pair of eyes for him. Later, you will need to open your eyes again. However, this may not be a bad thing for you. In this way, you can completely accumulate and open the 3 Megatama step by step from the beginning, and then nourish and accumulate, and directly open the Eternal Eye with stronger potential in one step, which is much better than your original Manjiki Sharingan. Chapter 242, Black Zetsu and Satsuki Ishiki are targeted, 2ND update. Is that so? Uchiha Madara was stunned when he heard this, then calmed down and said, indeed, I don't need new eyes, just wait until I get my own Rin-Egan back. However, this may require your help. Black Zetsu is not easy to deal with, and his ability to escape is too strong. I think it would be best if you can catch him while helping me get my eyes back. I have left a means in my eyes that can locate his position at any time and provide coordinates. How? Uchiha Madara said this, closed his eyes, and looked in the direction of Xianqing based on his perception. Of course, no problem. Xianqing nodded affirmatively, even if you don't say it, in order to restore your peak strength as soon as possible and break through the 6 paths level as soon as possible, we will help you get your Rin-Egan back. Of course, after getting your Rin-Egan back, I hope you can lend it to me for a few days. I want to see the difference between Rin-Egan and the Eternal Eye and the key to achieving Rin-Egan. This will be of great help to me in opening Rin-Egan and creating Rin-Egan opening method in the future. Advertisement. In the past 6 months, he has successfully created the corresponding Mangekyou pupil training method by studying Uchiha Kagami's Mangekyou Sharingan, and successfully cultivated the pupil bed of Feng Haihajing's 2 Mangekyou Sharingans. He has even learned the Mangekyou pupil technique of his mother Uchiha's Hili and the Mangekyou pupil technique of Uchiha Guang and others. Okay. Uchiha Madara listened and agreed without thinking. This is a good thing. When Xianjing figures out the system activation method of Rin Egan, the entire Uchiha clan, especially his younger brother Izuna, will also benefit. In addition, according to Suinking's practice, the 22-year-old method he created at that time Kenzu will also be of great help to the further development and practice of the Sharingan. This is also very tempting to him. As long as you agree. Xianjing is very satisfied with Uchiha Madara's attitude. As for capturing Black Zetsu, I agree too. Indeed, since the Rin Egan has been taken back, it seems unnecessary to let him stay outside and cause trouble. But in this way, my original plan to take Black Zetsu's hand to attract hatred, continue Project Tsuki no Mi, release Kagaiji, and let other ninja villages approach us will completely collapse. It is better to find a way to continue to implement this plan. What do you think? Otherwise, if he wants to attack several major ninja villages, he will have to accumulate a lot of hatred, which is not conducive to his development of contractors in other ninja villages. Senju Tobirama listened and said directly, when the time comes, we can completely control Black Zetsu and let him continue to carry out the plan, or let Uchiha Madara continue to be the mastermind behind the future Akatsuki organization, recruiting people to clear up the hatred. Anyway, this was originally a plan he was going to carry out in the past. Now he is just resuming his old business. It must be very simple for him. Especially now that he has been completely resurrected and is at his true peak, and has obtained so many magical skills, his strength will only be stronger in the future. In this way, it can be used to attract the attention of the immortals, and we can buy more time. Oh. Xianjing and others couldn't help but ponder after hearing this. It must be said that they all thought that although Senju Tobirama's proposal was a bit bad for Uchiha Madara, it was indeed very good. Uchiha Madara naturally also noticed that Senju Tobirama's proposal was full of prejudice against him, but he just turned his head to look at Senju Tobirama, then turned back to look at Xianjing and said, although I am very unhappy with Senju Tobirama, I agree with this plan. This is quite simple for me. When the time comes, I will leave a shadow clone there to carry out the plan most of the time. I can completely let the Akatsuki organization come out in advance, personally train Uzumaki Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, and then secretly recruit the original Akatsuki members. Continue to implement the original plan in the name of Akatsuki. If there are resources from Konoha in secret, it will be even more seamless. We can completely cooperate to speed up Konoha's unification plan. By the way, speaking of this, Uchiha Madara paused and said to Xianjing boy, you'd better disguise your identity and get a vest in the Akatsuki organization. I will cooperate with you to improve the favorability of future Akatsuki members, so that you can sign contracts with them all as soon as possible and completely accept them as your own people. In this way, there will be another pair of thugs with strong strength and potential in the future. Kill multiple birds with one stone, what do you think? Oh. Hearing Uchiha Madara's suggestion, Suinking's eyes lit up, it's you. This pattern is opened up all of a sudden. Okay, your plan is very good, I agree. After we capture Black Zetsu, I will send a shadow clone to cooperate with you to form the Akatsuki organization. As for the cooperation on the Konoha side, that is even less of a problem. Advertisement. How about Izuna, the senior, as the person in charge of the plan on the Konoha side, connect with you? As he said, Xianjing also glanced at Uchiha Izuna. Yes. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna looked at each other. Although Uchiha Madara couldn't see, he could sense it, and they both nodded in agreement. Haha. This is also good. Hashirama saw it and said happily. At this time, Senju Tobirama looked at Xianjing again and said, Fourth generation, do you have any plan to deal with the Tsutsuki clan? Can we plan to capture that Tsutsuki is Heiki and get his sacred tree seedling? Conduct research first. It's not a good thing to let him continue to recover and make trouble in the ninja world in secret. In addition, will Tsutsuki Momoshiki, Shiki, and Urashiki definitely show up? He obviously doesn't like passive defense, but hopes to make many response preparations in advance, and even take the initiative to counterattack. In addition, he is also very curious about the Tsutsuki clan and the sacred tree, and wants to catch them for research. He thinks that he can definitely find many interesting things. Tisk tisk. I think the second generation is right. It's too dangerous to leave that Tsutsuki is Heiki and his sacred tree outside. It's better to catch them. Orochimaru listened, licked his tongue, and said excitedly. Agree. Vegapunk also nodded with a smile. After hearing this, Xianjing looked at the three people speechlessly and said, do you think they are dangerous? You obviously want to study them, right? Don't be embarrassed, just say it directly. It's not like I can't understand it. Haha. Orochimaru and the other two laughed immediately. Senju Tobirama crossed his arms and looked at Xianqing and said, just tell me if you are tempted or not. He knew very well that Xianqing was definitely a research maniac. Xianqing sent a shadow clone to the research department every day to help with research, without missing a day. His research ability even surpassed his, and he was definitely a research master. He didn't think Xianqing could resist the temptation of the Tsutsuki clan and the living body of the sacred tree. Of course I am tempted. Xianqing smiled knowingly after hearing this, then let's settle the file. After we help Madara get his eyes back, capture Black Zetsu, and establish the Akatsuki organization, we will capture Tsutsuki Ishiki and the sacred tree. Advertisement. Anyway, I have basically locked his hiding place more than half a year ago, he can't run away. The reason why he didn't take action directly at the beginning was because he felt that his strength was not enough. It's not that he was worried that he couldn't beat a half-dead Tsutsuki Ishiki, but he was not absolutely sure that he could completely catch him and prevent him from running away. These are two different concepts. But now with the time pupil technique, plus his current strength, he has absolute certainty. Okay. Senju Tobirama and the other three listened, and nodded with a smile. Tisk tisk. Uchiha Izuna on the side saw it and couldn't help but smacked his lips. You researchers are really crazy. Even the Tsutsuki clan has become a research object in your eyes. I can't imagine what you will become in the future. I guess everything is a specimen in your eyes, right? Speaking of this, he felt a chill. Crazy. All crazy. Xianqing, you guys should take it easy. Even if you are doing research, you should pay attention to the bottom line and measure. Uchiha Yuri listened and looked at Xianqing with some concern and reminded him. She didn't want her son to really become that kind of crazy scientist. Tobirama, you too. Hashirama listened and looked at Senju Tobirama with a serious face. And you, Yin Zishe. Tsunade also lowered his eyebrows and glanced at Orochimaru at this time. Constrain yourself, I don't want to personally deal with you in the future and beat you back. Orochimaru shrank his neck after hearing this, and looked at Tsunade with some embarrassment and said, that day will never come. Not to mention, he was actually quite afraid of Tsunade's fist. This woman is very violent. As for her fighting back, this woman is not only his good teammate, but it seems that she has an unclear relationship with Xianqing in recent years. He dare not. Senju Tobirama faced his elder brother's serious gaze and said calmly, don't worry. Big brother. Are you still worried about me? I know how to do things. However, Hashirama couldn't help but roll his eyes after hearing this and said, forget it, kid. I admit that you are very sensible and smart in other aspects, but once it comes to research, you are completely crazy. Otherwise, how could you come up with so many forbidden techniques in the past? Only this one I can't believe you. Senju Tobirama felt a headache after hearing this, and his face was Hashirama looked at him without giving in. He could only nod helplessly and said, okay. I promise you, I will pay attention. Besides, there are fourth generation watching over us. We can't go crazy. Not bad. At this time, Xianqing also nodded and said, don't worry. I will control the direction and bottom line of the research, won't let them mess around, and will also pay attention to their mental state. Yet. After listening, Hashirama nodded with satisfaction and said to Xianqing, then I'll trouble you, fourth generation. Then, Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara and said, Madara, please sense the position of your eyes now. We will help you find your eyes first, and then we will talk about it when Black Zetsu catches them. He was still waiting to take Uchiha Madara to the pirate's world. Madara can't see anything without eyes. Chapter 243, Pupil Technique, Time Stands Still, Black Zetsu easily defeated, 1st update. Let me sense it. Uchiha Madara listened and sensed it immediately. He quickly locked the position of his eyes and pointed to the direction of the rain country and said, in this direction, to be specific, we need to get closer to confirm it. Let's teleport directly. Xianqing looked at the direction pointed by Uchiha Madara and roughly judged, this direction can only be the rain country. Haha. Interesting. It seems that Black Zetsu is playing tricks under the lamp. Okay, then let's go and take a look first. But it's best not to get too close, and don't let too many people go, so as not to alert the snake. Let Madara and I go to confirm the location first, once it's confirmed, summon everyone to come and set up a net to capture Black Zetsu. As he said, he moved his mind and teleported Uchiha Madara to the border of the rain country in an instant. Advertisement. Then, while developing spiritual perception, he looked at Uchiha Madara and asked, now sense which direction it is in. This way. Uchiha Madara immediately pointed to the direction of Rain Shinobi village in the central area of Rain country. And Xianqing also unexpectedly successfully sensed the figures of Black Zetsu and Uzumaki Nagato in Rain Shinobi village. He raised his eyebrows and said, I didn't expect this guy to be here. This saves me a lot of trouble. I have locked the location of Black Zetsu and Uzumaki Nagato. Let's go. As he said, Xianqing immediately teleported away from the original place with Uchiha Madara again. The next moment, he appeared in a huge basement inside a tall building in Rain Shinobi Village. I+4. Black Zetsu was alerted when he noticed someone suddenly appearing, and turned his head in horror to look at Xianqing and Uchiha Madara when he saw Xianqing and Uchiha Madara's faces clearly, he was shocked. How could it be you? How could you come here at this time? And, Uchiha Madara, you have been completely resurrected. What's going on? Although Black Zetsu was shouting, his reaction was not slow at all, and he was ready to pull the revolving door and leave directly. Dojutsu time prohibition. But the next moment, Suinking's eyes turned into eternal eyes, and he directly performed the dojutsu of his left eye. Suddenly, Black Zetsu and the White Zetsu in the entire building were all fixed in place, time was stopped, and they could not move. On the contrary, Uzumaki Nagato, Yahiko and Konan on the side were not fixed by Xianqing at this time. Because, there was no need. Done. I'll seal this guy first. As he said that, Xianqing stepped forward and came to Black Zetsu in front of the horrified expressions of Uzumaki Nagato and the other two, and raised his hand to press on Black Zetsu's head. A large number of sealing techniques flowed out from his palm, and instantly covered Black Zetsu's whole body, forming an extremely complex composite seal. Black Zetsu completely lost the possibility of resistance and escape. Then, Xianqing had a thought and directly put Black Zetsu temporarily into a small space in the main space of the time-space gate that was specially used to imprison people. The time in this small space was also stagnant. Even if Xianqing unlocked the time-forbidden pupil technique on Black Zetsu, he still couldn't move. Advertisement. Then, Xianqing spent a few seconds flashing hundreds of times in this building, knocking out all the White Zetsu hidden in the building and putting them into the time-space gate space, which was specially used to store White Zetsu. After finishing all this, he flashed back to the big room. Ah! My eyes! What are you doing? Let go of Nagato and return his eyes. As soon as he came back, he saw Uchiha Madara standing in front of Uzumaki Nagato, digging out the Rinnegan from his eye socket and slowly pressing it on himself. Then, looking at Yahiko and Konan, he said, "Little ghosts, this is not this little ghost's eyes, but mine. It was just placed on this little ghost of the Uzumaki clan by Black Zetsu. You don't really think that people from the Uzumaki clan can have Rinnegan?" Hehe. Although he said so, Yahiko and Konan did not believe it, but Nagato himself believed it faintly. Because he always felt that his past memories were much less. Moreover, he could not control these eyes at all. It also continued to extract his chakra and even a small amount of vitality. This was obviously very abnormal. The moment the Rinnegan was taken away, he felt that his whole body was relaxed, and there was no longer the oppression of carrying a mountain on his back. Madara, you are really rough. Can't you explain it to them first and then take back your eyes? Xianqing saw this scene and shook his head speechlessly. First of all, Uchiha Yuri, first generation and others were directly teleported here. Then, without further explanation, he came directly in front of Uzumaki Nagato. In the somewhat horrified eyes of Yahiko and Konan, he stretched out his hand and pressed it on Uzumaki Nagato's head. The next moment, a warm light appeared on his hand and enveloped Uzumaki Nagato's head. What are you going to do? Stop! Yahiko and Konan saw it and cried out in surprise. Advertisement. They wanted to rush over to Xianqing. Yahiko. Konan, stop. I'm fine. This sir is treating me. At this time, Nagato put down his hands covering his eyes, opened his eyes and raised his hands to stop Yahiko and Konan. Nagato, your eyes, are restored. Yahiko and Konan saw the bright eyes in Nagato's frame, and they immediately stopped and asked in horror. 0145012223 Fila 1812323360. At the same time, they couldn't help but look at Xianqing, with a look of doubt. Yet, Uzumaki Nagato nodded affirmatively, looked at Xianqing with a complicated look, and thank you sir for curing my eyes. Nothing. Xianqing smiled and waved his hand after hearing it, saying, I just gave Madara is just cleaning up the mess. But, I think you should have realized by now that what Madara said before is right, that Rinnegan is indeed not your original eye, right? Really? Nagato. After hearing this, Yahiko and Konan walked to Nagato in shock and asked. Tay. Nagato nodded affirmatively under the gaze of the two, touched his eye sockets with his hand and said, although I had some doubts before, I was basically sure after losing the Rinnegan just now. Now this sir has helped me restore my eyes, I have completely confirmed. Those are indeed not my eyes. Also, my memory has been restored. Thank you, sir, I haven't asked for your name yet. Nagato looked at Xianqing respectfully and gratefully. At the same time, he also felt sad. Because, in his restored memory, his parents had been killed by Black Zetsu. Fortunately, he had always regarded the thief as his father in the past few years, and regarded Black Zetsu as his savior and even his mentor. It's ridiculous. Chapter 244, Brainwashing and Controlling Black Zetsu, Satsuki is Heiki stands still in time, 2ND update. My name is Uchiha Xianqing, and I am the 4th Hokage of Konoha. You can just call me Suinking-sama. Xianqing smiled and kaied. Suinking-sama. Uzumaki Nagato immediately bowed to Xianqing respectfully and thanked him, thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, I would have been deceived by my enemies and played around. I really don't know how to thank you. You're welcome. Xianqing heard it and waved his hand and said, it's just a coincidence. Advertisement. Hey. Yahiko on the side couldn't listen anymore, looked at Nagato and asked, Nagato, what's going on? It's like this. Seeing this, Nagato immediately explained to Yahiko and Konan that he had recovered his memory and that Black Zetsu killed his parents, tampered with his memory, brainwashed him, and replaced his eyes. What's going on? Madara, have you got your Rinnegan back? Where's Black Zetsu? Hashirama and the others were confused when they saw all this, and Hashirama asked Uchiha Madara directly. Of course it's back. Suinking's strength and ability are much stronger than I thought, and he easily dealt with Black Zetsu. That ability should be a time-related eye technique, right? Speaking of this, he couldn't help but look at Xianqing and asked, I didn't expect that your eternal eye would host such a powerful ability, which is really enviable. This ability to stop time, if used well, can be called invincible. He admitted that he was envious. For a moment, he felt that his Rinnegan was not so good anymore. Haha. It's not just time that stops. At this time, Uchiha's Hilly on the side chuckled, Suinking's left eye's pupil technique is time, which includes time acceleration, deceleration, and time stoppage. It is a pure time pupil technique ability. 11. What? Deaf. Uchiha Madara and others were shocked when they heard it, and looked at Xianqing one after another. When Xianqing nodded affirmatively, they all took a breath of cold air. Uchiha Madara was shocked, there is such a heaven-defying pupil technique. You kid is really enviable. If I had this pupil technique, I would have knocked down Hashirama long ago. How could there be so many things later? Is this the benefit of opening the eternal eye directly through practice? It can be said. Xianqing listened and nodded without comment, the pupil technique obtained by opening the eternal eye directly through practice and accumulation will naturally be more powerful. But the pupil technique depends on yourself and luck. Although Sharingan is known as the Eye of Soul Reflection, it still requires enough accumulation and a little bit of luck to obtain the eye technique. The obsession in the heart can certainly affect the formation of the eye technique, but it is not completely absolute. I also have a certain tendency. That's right. Uchiha Madara listened, nodded in understanding, and then asked curiously, since the left eye is time, I think the eye technique of your right eye is also not simple, right? Can you tell me what it is? Death. Xianqing directly spit out these two words, but did not finish more specifically. Hiss. Death. Uchiha Madara and others took a breath again after hearing this. Uchiha Madara looked at Xianqing deeply and said, you little devil are really heaven-defying. I think, maybe there is no need to wait any longer, even now the last immortal is probably not your opponent. These two eye techniques are too heaven-defying. Enough to allow Xianqing to fight against a higher level. Time pupil technique can include various time abilities. He estimated that the death pupil technique must also include many death-related skills. For example, one-hit kill. This is definitely an extremely dangerous combat pupil technique. With the two combined, wouldn't it be easy to fight against a higher level? Maybe. Who knows about this? We can't bet on the strength of Sage of Six Paths, right? After all, he has survived in the pure land of the underworld for more than 1,000 years. It must not be that simple. Xianqing shook his head without comment. That's right. Advertisement. Uchiha Madara nodded and asked, how are you going to deal with Black Zetsu? Can you completely control him or even brainwash him? If possible, he hopes to produce a useful tool man. Black Zetsu is undoubtedly this kind of person. His all-pervasive escape technique and super mobility are what Uchiha Madara likes. Yes. Xianqing nodded affirmatively, his strength is not strong, but his existence is rather special, I roughly checked it when I sealed it just now, and he himself has a soul. I can completely use a soul sealing technique developed in the past to restrict and control him and make him work for us. So, are you going to let him continue to join your Akatsuki organization and work for you? Not bad. Uchiha Madara nodded affirmatively, this guy is still very useful. Moreover, it is best to use him to lure out Kagaiji and even Sage of Six Paths. I'll trouble you to help seal and brainwash him. Okay. Xianqing nodded, it's not a big deal. I will take care of it and hand it over to you later. As he said, he looked at Uzumaki Nagato and the other two, raised his hand and pointed at them in the air, passed some information directly to them, and then said, in the future, you will follow us to join the Akatsuki organization we are about to establish. We will teach you well, let you become strong, live well in this world, and work hard for world peace. What do you think? Nagato and the other two quickly digested the information in their minds, and had a clearer understanding of Suinking's identity and the world peace plan. They immediately nodded and said, Master Xianqing, we are willing to accept. In fact, they didn't think too much, they just thought that Master Xianqing was a good person, and an extremely powerful person. If they followed him to learn, they would definitely live a better life. As for achieving world peace, they also looked forward to it. Because they thought of their past experiences. Isn't all this caused by war? If war can be eliminated and world peace can be achieved, will tragedies like theirs not be born in the future? For this, they are willing to contribute their own strength. Very good. Xianqing saw it and nodded with satisfaction. Then, he looked at Uchiha Madara and said, the subsequent teaching of them will mainly be handed over to you. Hey! After hearing this, Uzumaki Nagato and the other two looked at Uchiha Madara in astonishment. At this moment, Uchiha Madara also looked over, and the three of them were immediately frightened by his gaze. They couldn't help but lean together and pushed back in fear. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara's eyes twitched slightly, and he said speechlessly, don't be afraid, three little ghosts. Uchiha Madara, don't even bother to attack you. Before, it was just to get my eyes back as soon as possible. And, I didn't lie to you, those are really my eyes. You know, Nagato, you couldn't open and close these eyes freely before, right? As he said that, Uchiha Madara directly let his eyes return to ordinary eyes, and then opened the three Megatama like a show of skill, followed by the Eternal Eye, and finally the Rinnegan. Nagato and the other two were all staring at him. Odo. Nagato swallowed and said, can it be closed? I now believe that this eye is really yours. Ha! You are smart. Uchiha Madara smiled faintly after hearing this, then looked at Xianqing and said, should we deal with Black Zetsu first? Or should we capture Tsutsuki Izhiki and his sacred tree first? Xianqing immediately said, deal with Black Zetsu first, and keep him here to help look after Nagato and the others. As he said this, without waiting for Uchiha Madara to continue speaking, he sank 11 parts of his mind into the space of the time-space gate. He locked onto Black Zetsu and first used the authority of space to conduct a study and analysis of him. He even intercepted a little sample before stopping. He directly planted a powerful composite soul seal in the depths of Black Zetsu's soul. And he cleansed its memory. After doing all this, he checked it several times again, and made sure that there was no problem, then he waved his hand to let it out. Then, he snapped his fingers and woke up Shiki. Master. After waking up, Black Zetsu looked around, and finally locked his eyes on Xianqing. In the vigilant expressions of Uchiha Madara and others, he bowed respectfully to Xianqing. Advertisement. Hashirama and others were slightly surprised when they saw it. Yet. Xianqing nodded calmly and ordered, next, you continue to stay here to take care of Nagato and others, and teach them basic ninjutsu and chakra knowledge. We will leave for a while after taking over the shit. Yes. Black Zetsu immediately accepted the order. Very good. Xianqing then turned to look at Uchiha Madara and others with satisfaction and said, things here are temporarily settled. The next step is to capture Tsutsuki Izhiki and his sacred tree alive. Let's go now. Madara, have you adapted to your Rinnegan? Hey. Uchiha Madara heard it and immediately sneered arrogantly, what a joke, these are my eyes, do you still need to adapt? Let's go directly. Very good. Let's go. The next moment, Xianqing's mind moved, and he disappeared with everyone. The next moment, he appeared directly in an underground subspace near Rain Shinobi village. It turned out that Xianqing had already discovered this subspace through his mental power and found that Tsutsuki 10 Styles or CICI still has his sacred tree seedling. Who is it? The moment Xianqing and the others appeared, they alarmed Xianci and several members of the shell organization who were in this subspace. However, before they could make any other moves, Xianqing directly activated the Eternal Eye Technique Time Stillness. The next moment, everything in the entire subspace except Xianqing and the others was frozen in time and could not move. Wow! This consumption is a bit high. Is it worthy of Tsutsuki and the sacred tree? Xianqing sensed that just now, his pupil power and mana were instantly consumed by 1%. Moreover, to maintain the ability to stop time in the future, 1% of pupil power and mana will be consumed every minute. Fortunately, the evergreen chi training technique in his body is now automatically running, and the speed of vitality recovery is far faster than the current consumption. The speed of pupil power recovery is also the same, so he is not afraid of this consumption. Tisk tisk tisk. At this time, Uchiha Madara and the others couldn't help but smack their lips when they saw that all the living creatures in the entire subspace were frozen in time and unable to move. Fourth generation, your ability is really heaven-defying. Not to mention people of the same level, even people who are one level higher than you will probably have to fall down when they meet you, right? Too shameless. Uchiha Izuna gave Xianqing a thumbs up. He also wanted this kind of eye technique. If he had this kind of heaven-defying eye technique in the past, what Senju Tobirama, what Flying Thunder God technique, all would be rubbish. It's a pity that he didn't have it in the past. Fortunately, although he has to practice and improve his Sharingan from scratch, he also has the opportunity to regain his eye technique. He decided that he would work hard in the future and try his best to open a pair of eternal eyes with more powerful eye techniques. At that time, what Senju Tobirama? He suddenly thought of the Uchiha bloodline potion that the research department has currently developed. 2. This means that Senju Tobirama can also possess the Sharingan. I don't seem to have any advantage in this regard. It seems unrealistic to want to defeat Senju Tobirama by opening a stronger eternal eye. Fortunately, I am not afraid of Senju Tobirama with my talent and hard work. I will work hard to practice the magic skills given by Xianqing in the future. I can't slack off in the future. Uchiha Izuna swore secretly in his heart. This time, he must defeat Senju Tobirama. Is it over? Then what are we doing here? Are we just here to make soy sauce? Hashirama looked at Suansi and Shenju who were fixed, and touched the back of his head helplessly. No way, I didn't expect them to be so weak now. Xianqing heard it and spread his hands helplessly. It can only be that his pupil technique is too heaven-defying, and Otsushiki and his Shenju are too weak at this time. Chapter 245, Tragedy of Tsutsuki Ishiki and the Sacred Tree Seedling, 1st update. Senju Tobirama and others looked at Xianqing who was pretending to be cool, and then walked to Xianxi and looked at him. Senju Tobirama even stretched out his hand and used his mental power and chakra to explore and analyze it. Then, he retracted his hand, frowned slightly and said, "Is this the parasitic form of qi? It's really strange. Xianqing, do you have a way to deal with him in this state, limit his parasitism, or even separate him, or completely kill him in this state? If not, then it will be impossible for them to completely kill a Tsutsuki in the future." Advertisement. Of course it can be done. Xianqing listened, nodded affirmatively, walked forward, scanned Xianxi's situation with mental power, and said, "Whether it is collected in the main space or the death pupil technique, it can easily solve him. In addition, I feel that my magic power can also play a killing role on him. This ability of qi seems to be unsolvable, but it is only relative to you, relative to people below the 6 paths level." Everyone was speechless after hearing this. Do you want to hear what you are saying? What do you mean by only relative to us? This is too annoying. Forget killing him for now, let's control him completely and study him carefully. Whether it is the genes of the Tsutsuki clan or the ability of this contract, they are all worth studying. If we can replicate the principle of this ability, the survival ability of each of us will be greatly improved. Senju Tobirama said at this time. Indeed. Vegapunk and Orochimaru also nodded, and their eyes began to shine when they looked at Suansi. They wanted to study him carefully right away. In addition, the sacred tree not far away was also their target. Okay. Xianqing nodded in agreement, but for safety reasons, let's control him and take him to the main space research base for research. In this way, it will be foolproof. Even if he has some means of escape, he will have no chance there. What do you think? Even if Xianqing is very confident in his sealing methods, he doesn't want to take the risk of leaving him outside. Because he doesn't know the abilities of the Tsutsuki clan thoroughly enough. Agree. This is what I want to say. Senju Tobirama listened and nodded in agreement without hesitation. In fact, even if Xianqing didn't say it just now, he would have suggested so. Such a dangerous person should naturally be placed in the main space of the space-time gate. There, Xianqing has absolute authority to control him, and no matter what means Tsutsuki has, he can't escape. Del. The next moment, Xianqing waved his hand and took Xianxi and all the people of the shell organization in this subspace into the main space of the space-time gate, and used the space authority to control their souls so that they fell into a permanent state of time stasis. Unless Xianqing is willing to release them from this state of time stasis, otherwise, they will never wake up. Advertisement. No matter what research others do on their bodies. Xianqing, can this sacred tree be transformed into 10 tails? If I become the Jinkriki of this sacred tree, can I directly break through the 6 paths level? Uchiha Madara looked at the sapling of the sacred tree and couldn't help asking Xianqing. If possible, he naturally hopes to break through to the 6 paths level as soon as possible. In this way, they not only don't have to worry about the problem of Sage of 6 Paths, but his strength can also completely surpass Hashirama again. It's definitely no problem to transform into 10 tails. But whether becoming its Jinkriki can make you break through the 6 paths level, I really don't know. Xianqing said this, shook his head and said, in fact, I know that in the future, you will break through to the 6 paths level after becoming 10 tails Jinkriki, and successfully condense the truth-seeking ball. But I don't know how much the power of the 9-tailed beasts and the other 10 tails played a role. To be safe, it is better for you to master the bloodline network by yourself first, and then condense your own truth-seeking ball to break through the 6 paths level. This is also the best way to advance, and it will not harm your future potential. You must know that external forces are only external forces after all. Becoming a 10 tails Jinkriki and achieving the 6 paths level is too unstable. You should be able to see this clearly from the future information I gave you. The power that you have fully cultivated and mastered is the most suitable for you. That's right. Uchiha Madara nodded after listening, and said proudly, hearing what you said, I really don't need to pursue any 10 tails Jinkriki, this is not suitable. With my talent, plus the many magical skills and resources you have given me, I am confident that I can achieve the 6 paths level on my own within 1 or 2 years. There is really no need to borrow external forces. Please give me flowers, 0. At this time, he became disdainful of this method of achieving the 6 paths level. As expected of you, Madara. Hashirama couldn't help but smile and gave Uchiha Madara a thumbs up. Humph. Uchiha Madara saw it and snorted speechlessly. What's this? Advertisement. He's not a child, does he need your praise and encouragement? Of course, Uchiha Madara's slightly raised mouth corners at this time revealed his true thoughts at this time. Since you are not interested, why don't we give this sacred tree seedling to study? At this time, Vegapunk took the initiative to speak. 0145012224 Fila 1811523000. 0. He is really interested in this magical sacred tree that can absorb the original power of a planet and produce special power fruits. This kind of thing is indeed worthy of its name as a famous minister of the sacred tree. If he hadn't known the devil in the pirate's world, fruit is a miraculous product of the light of the human mind that was accidentally created when humans ascended to a higher dimension more than 800 years ago. He even wondered if there was a devil fruit tree behind devil fruit. I have no objection. Uchiha Madara and others shook their heads after hearing this. Since this thing is not suitable for helping people break through the 6 paths level, its value is naturally greatly reduced. It is better to give it to Vegapunk and other researchers to study. Maybe they can research something good. Aren't the blood-related potion and the replica of the human fruit the best examples? In the past 6 months, as the research department has continuously produced extremely valuable research results, everyone has paid more and more attention to the research department. Xianqing, what do you think? Seeing that everyone else agreed, Vegapunk immediately looked at Xianqing. Okay. Xianqing naturally had no objection and nodded in agreement, I will also put this thing into the main space for you to study. I am worried about leaving it outside. If it is allowed to take root in the ninja world and continue to extract the essence of the ninja world, I am worried that the ninja world that has not yet recovered will suffer a complete devastating blow and eventually become a dead world. There is no way, the absorption ability of the sacred tree is too strong. Chapter 246, Controlling the Rain Country, Establishing the Akatsuki Organization, Kushina injected with the Uchiha bloodline potion, 2 more. That's true. Senju Tobirama and others all looked stern after hearing this, and looked at the sacred tree with complicated expressions, nodding in agreement. This kind of horrible thing is indeed not suitable to stay in the ninja world. Similarly, it is not suitable to appear in the pirate's world. These 2 worlds have been regarded as a treasure by Xianqing and others, and naturally do not want them to be drained of their essence and destroyed by the sacred tree. Advertisement. Immediately, Xianqing waved his hand and put the seedling of the sacred tree into the space of the master of the time and space gate, and imposed certain restrictions on it. He was worried that if there were no restrictions, the sacred tree might also cause a bad influence on the space of the disciples of time and space. He will conduct research and experiments on this later. Okay. Things here are done. We can go back. After doing all this, Xianqing said to everyone. 89-3 is also good. Everyone nodded. Then, without waiting for them to act, Xianqing directly teleported everyone to the land of rain, Black Zetsu's side. Then, he began to help Uchiha Madara secretly take over Rain Shinobi village and even the Rain country, and establish the Akatsuki organization. This was very simple for everyone present. He used the Sharingan illusion to easily control some key people, and then easily controlled Rain Shinobi village and the Rain country. After that, Uchiha Chiri and others left here and returned to Konoha to continue to work on things there. In the Rain Shinobi village, only Uchiha Madara was left here temporarily to continue to improve the control of Rain Shinobi village and the Rain country, and improve the structure of the Akatsuki organization. At the same time, Uchiha Madara also began to teach Nagato-sans. Well, In order to quickly improve the favorability of Nagato and the other three and make a contract, Xianqing also left a shadow clone here to teach Nagato and the other three. 10 days later. In the research department. Advertisement. Kushina, Mikoto, Uchiha Chiri, Uzumaki Mito, Tsunade, etc., all the Konoha high-level officials who could come came. Yes. All of them are contractors. Non-contractors cannot even know the core secrets of the research department at present. Kushina, are you sure you are ready? Xianqing asked with a syringe, looking at the vortex Kushina with a smile. Well. Come on. I can't wait to have my own Sharingan. Hehe. Kushina nodded affirmatively, and went forward to roll up the sleeve of one arm, exposing his arm and said to Xianqing. Okay. Xianqing didn't say anything more, and directly pierced the syringe needle in his hand into Kushina's arm, and with a push, he directly injected the Uchiha blood inheritance potion into Kushina's body. Let's go to the main space of the time and space gate. It's safer there, and the observation is more thorough. As he said, Xianqing's mind moved, and he took everyone in the entire laboratory to a large laboratory in the number 1 scientific research base of the main space of the time and space gate. Then, he stretched out his hand and pressed on Kushina's shoulder, and his mental power and spatial authority came out together, and began to carefully observe all the changes in Kushina's body. Although he had conducted more than 10 experiments with death row prisoners before, confirming that the potion had absolutely no problems and hidden dangers, Xianqing still couldn't help but worry about Kushina. Mikoto, Uzumaki Mito, Tsunade, and Uchiha's Hilly were also worried. Everyone looked at Kushina nervously. Kushina, how do you feel? Mikoto couldn't help but ask. Nothing else, I just feel a warm current flowing through my body, transforming every cell of mine. In addition, my brain, eyes, and glasses are all a little itchy. I can sense through my mental power that new meridians are being generated in my brain, eyes, and surrounding areas. Some changes are also taking place inside the eyeballs. Obviously, these should be the changes I have acquired the Uchiha bloodline. It's quite strange. I thought this process would be painful. Hehe. Kushina described with a smile. Haha. Vegapunk couldn't help laughing after hearing this and said, then you underestimate us too much. If we can't even eliminate the pain caused by injecting the drug, then we are not considered top scientists, right? We can even research various bloodline drugs, so this little problem is even more of a piece of cake. Speaking of which, this is actually a kind of genetic supplement for you ninja people. I suggest that if you don't notice any problems later, you can inject another tube of Senju bloodline potion and a tube of Vortex bloodline potion. Advertisement. Kushina was stunned and couldn't help asking, I can understand Senju bloodline potion, but as a member of the Uzumaki clan, why do I need to inject the Uzumaki bloodline potion? Isn't this redundant? Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but say at this time, that's what I want to say, Vegapunk, is there something else we don't realize? Almost. Vegapunk nodded affirmatively, I found some problems in the process of studying the bloodline limits of you bloodline ninjas. Uchiha's bloodline, although different people have different levels of genetic perfection. It shows that everyone's Sharingan talent is different. But this can be improved through practicing Sharingan meditation, through the nourishment of the body, and with the opening and continuous evolution of Sharingan. When the Uchiha people open the Eternal Eye, then the difference in the degree of completion of the Uchiha bloodline gene will be minimized. But the bloodline abilities of the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan are mainly reflected in the body. Although, you can also improve your gene integrity by practicing health-preserving exercises and bodybuilding techniques. But this process is too time-consuming. Instead of practicing and perfecting it slowly by yourself, it is better to directly inject a tube of the corresponding bloodline potion and perfect it directly, which is better and faster. Kushina, your Uzumaki clan genes are definitely not the most complete, so it is naturally necessary to inject a Uzumaki bloodline potion. As far as I know, you haven't opened the Uzumaki clan's Kagura Heart Eye talent ability yet. No. Kushina heard it and shook his head directly, this was naturally opened more than 2 years ago with my practice. All this is the credit of the health-preserving exercises. Oh? Is that so? Vegapunk listened and nodded in understanding, that's good. But I still suggest you inject a Vortex blood inheritance potion. At least in my perception, your Uzumaki sage body is not perfect enough. Injecting this will be of great help to you. Chapter 247, Kushina, the heir of Senju, Uzumaki, and Uchiha, 1st update. Kushina listened and nodded in understanding, since you said so, then I will inject it. It can accelerate the perfection of her own genes, and there are no side effects, so she will naturally not refuse. Who can refuse to cheat? At this time, Uchiha's Hilly couldn't help but say, drive. Vegapunk, according to your statement, the Uchiha clan should actually inject 10 more Uchiha blood inheritance potions to be better, right? Well, it stands to reason. Vegapunk listened and nodded affirmatively, but then said, but, for the time being, I don't recommend doing this. It's better to wait until the person who injected the Uchiha blood inheritance potion successfully opens the Eternal Eye or even Rinnegan, and then conduct some verification to confirm that there is no bad effect, and then consider whether to inject the Uchiha with the Uchiha blood inheritance potion. Because, Teacher Xianqing has proposed a possibility, that is, if the Uchiha people are injected with this Uchiha blood inheritance potion, it can certainly improve everyone's Uchiha blood inheritance gene, but it may also affect their subsequent opening of the Eternal Eye or even Rinnegan. Advertisement. Indeed, Sharingan is the eye of the soul, and the eye technique is mainly related to the deepest obsession in the heart of each eye opener. This is very likely to involve factors related to the light of the soul, but no one can guarantee that there is no influence on the genetic aspect, right? Injecting Uchiha with Uchiha blood inheritance potion can certainly make each Uchiha's Uchiha blood inheritance gene reach the same height and perfection, but it may also kill the possibility of eye technique diversity. Although this possibility is extremely low, we can't gamble. So, it's better to wait until the first or even the third or fourth Uchiha bloodline potion recipient successfully opens the Eternal Eye or even the Rinnegan, and test their pupil skills before considering this issue. What do you think? This involves the future of Uchiha, so we can't be careless. Is that so? Uchiha Yuri's pupils shrank suddenly after hearing this. This is indeed a very critical issue. You are right, we really can't gamble, let's wait. After confirming that the Uchiha injection of this potion will not affect the diversity of pupil skills, we can consider injecting all Uchiha people with the Uchiha bloodline potion. Anyway, even without the injection, the Uchiha people can rely on the Sharingan meditation method to quickly improve their blood inheritance genes, so they can wait. No matter how small the possibility is, it is related to the future of the Uchiha clan, so Uchiha Yuri and others naturally attach great importance to it. So, after hearing Vegapunk's words, both Uchiha Yuri and Uchiha Izuna nodded and agreed with his proposal. Then wait a little longer and make sure it's safe. Yet. Next, Xianqing injected Kushina with the Whirlpool blood inheritance potion and the Senjua blood inheritance potion. After her body was completely transformed by the potion, Xianqing asked, Kushina, how do you feel? Very good. Kushina nodded happily and said, not to mention that my vitality has increased a lot, and my recovery ability has also been greatly improved. Advertisement. In addition, I feel that my adamant and sealing chains talent and Kagura's mind-eye talent have been further improved on the original basis. Although not much, it is estimated to be only about 20% to 30%, but it is already very surprising. If this is improved by self-cultivation, it is estimated that it will take several months. It is also good to save a lot of time. What about Sharingan? Do you feel that it can be opened? Xianqing nodded and asked again. This is the key. Well, I feel that it takes a while to adapt, and it is most appropriate to warm up the new meridians and eyes. At least, that's how I feel. Kushina pondered and comprehended Kide. Her physique and mental strength naturally meet the standards for opening Sharingan, and even far exceed them. But her Uchiha bloodline has just been injected, and the corresponding meridians have just grown out. It will not be good for her to rush. Well, this is normal, then get used to it first, and then use your mental power and chakra to nourish and strengthen these meridians, so that they can open their eyes naturally. Don't be too anxious. Xianqing nodded with satisfaction. He was actually afraid that Kushina would be too anxious. Now it seems that his worries are unnecessary. Kushina is much more stable than he thought. Next, Xianqing used the authority of space and mental power to carefully analyze and check Kushina's body, and confirmed that the 3 blood-related potions were well integrated without any side effects. He then turned to Vegapunk and said, no problem at all. Next, we need to build a mass production line as soon as possible to complete the mass production of these blood-related potions as soon as possible. At present, the number of contractors is increasing day by day, and the demand for these blood-related potions will continue to expand. Don't delay too long. Of course, I will also send Shadow Clone to help. As he used Shadow Clone to help with research every day, his ability in various scientific research was constantly improving. Especially after eating the copied human fruit ordinary form, his talents in all aspects have been further enhanced. With the talent of heaven-defying, his scientific research and other aspects have improved several times faster. At present, he has far surpassed second generation in Orochimaru in many scientific research fields, and is only slightly weaker than Vegapunk. Advertisement. But it is only a matter of time before he surpasses Vegapunk. Admittedly, Vegapunk ate the brain fruit and human fruit ordinary form, and his scientific research and intelligence are extremely terrifying, but he can't stand it. Heaven-defying combined with powerful talents is definitely not comparable to brain fruit and human fruit ordinary form. There is no retreat, and continuous improvement every time is the most heaven-defying part of heaven-defying. I know. I will devote more time and energy to this matter next time. Vegapunk listened and nodded in understanding. Speaking of which, he himself has actually injected the 3 bloodline limits injected by Kushina. He even injected magnet style. Obviously, he is also very interested in these. Especially Sharingan. He is not interested in the powerful eye technique and its increase in combat power, but purely in the Sharingan's powerful insight and copying ability. Because this is of great help to his research work. A pair of eyes with strong insight is crucial for scientific researchers. Chapter 248, Tensegan on the Moon, Arrangements for the Hyuga clan, 2ND update. Oh, right. I wonder if we can study the Byakugan next? Actually, I'm also very interested in this. I feel that the Byakugan's ability is probably much more valuable to my scientific research than the Sharingan. It's a pity that we can't obtain this bloodline. Vegapunk suddenly said to Xianqing again. It's not that he hadn't thought about studying the Byakugan bloodline before. Advertisement. But last time Xianqing temporarily suppressed this matter and asked him to study the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki bloodlines first. Now that these have been successful, he naturally can't wait any longer. What about this? Hyunqing listened, pondered for a moment and said, it's time. Then start researching. I will let Shadow Clone provide you with some Hyuga blood samples for your research later. I hope to make Hyuga blood inheritance potion as soon as possible. In addition, the standard of the Ensutsuki clan is also the Byakugan. It is even more advanced than the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. I think we can also focus on studying the Byakugan of Tsutsuki in the future. In the future, we can even conduct comparative research with the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. I believe there will be great gains. Yet. Hyun Vegapunk listened, nodded happily and said, I realized this even if you didn't say it. I will list the research plan as soon as possible. At this time, Senju Tobirama frowned and looked at Xianqing and said, 4th generation, are you going to take action against the Hyuga clan? What are you going to do? Since Xianqing is ready to research the Hyuga blood inheritance potion, he must get the ancient version. Hyuga clan. Otherwise, if they knew, they would never give up. This family attaches great importance to its own bloodline, and will never allow bloodline to become something that everyone can have. It's better to be cautious. Those old-fashioned people in the main family of the Hyuga clan are not easy to deal with. Uzumaki Mito said without frowning. Hat. At this time, Uchiha Madara crossed his arms and couldn't help but sneered, you just worry too much. In the face of absolute strength, all stubborn and corrupt people are nothing but scum. If you don't agree, just shoot those old antiques from the Hyuga clan. If you ask me, we should have taken action against them long ago. Advertisement. What era is it? They are still using slavery and control within the family to limit the so-called bloodline outflow. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Our Uchiha Sharingan is much better than the White Eyes. Did you see when we did this? In the final analysis, it's because they are too weak, and the Hyuga clan is just selfish for their own interests. This kind of village-in-village power must not be allowed to continue to exist. Humph. Whether from his expression or tone, it can be seen that Uchiha Madara is full of disdain for the Hyuga clan. Well. Mainly for the Hyuga clan and Caged Bird. Indeed. Uchiha Izuna on the side also nodded in agreement, and then changed the subject, but, can the Byakugan really evolve into a Tensegan? Is it time to go to the moon to see the Tsutsuki clan and the giant Tensegan there? I think that is also worth studying. After being contracted, he was actually quite surprised when he got information about the Byakugan and the Tensegan. Although the Byakugan has always been regarded as one of the 3 major eye techniques in the ninja world, the Uchiha have never looked down on the Hyuga clan and do not agree with this statement. But now it seems that the Byakugan is indeed far from as simple as they imagined. The reason why the Hyuga clan performed so poorly is that they are too weak and their bloodline is too incomplete. If possible, I agree. Vegapunk and Orochimaru heard this and their eyes lit up. But before Xianqing could speak, Senju Tobirama directly rejected it, not yet. I don't suggest that we send people to the moon to study the Tsutsuki clan and Tensegan there at this time. Don't forget, it was created by Tsutsuki Hamura, the younger brother of Sage of Six Paths, to monitor the ninja world. Although he is indeed dead, how can you be sure that he is dead? With his strength, I suspect that he is just like Sage of Six Paths, both of them died physically, and his soul may still exist on the moon or in the netherworld, passively monitoring the ninja world at all times. It may be okay if we don't go there, but once we go there, it is very likely to alarm him and even Sage of Six Paths. This is definitely not what we want to see now, right? Advertisement. Indeed. Xianqing nodded affirmatively, 2nd generation said exactly what I wanted to say. For the time being, we should not go to the moon to make trouble. Let's wait a few years until 1 or 2 of us break through the Six Paths level, and then we can attract the attention of the Sage of Six Paths. At that time, we can even deliberately attract the attention of the Sage of Six Paths, draw him out from his base camp in the Pure Land of the underworld, and try to suppress him. If it succeeds, it may be easy to deal with the Sage of Six Paths. Xianqing will not underestimate this possible future enemy. They have been planning for more than 1,000 years, and their strength is definitely not as simple as imagined. This idea is not bad. Uchiha Izuna listened, touched his chin and nodded with a smile, and gave Xianqing a thumbs up. This move is quite shady, and maybe in the future, the Sage of Six Paths can really be saved. Then it's decided. Vegapunk and others listened, and did not continue to struggle with this issue. Xianqing then said, as for the Haiga clan, I actually met Haiga Hisashi on the frontline battlefield as early as World War II, and was able to win him over. Relying on my performance on the battlefield and my attitude towards him, I raised his favorability to the contract standard and made a contract with him. Over the years, I have also been secretly supporting him in his layout of the Good Zhao Zhao, Haiga clan. Because of the domineering nature of the contract, the caged bird engraved on his body and soul was directly annihilated by the contract rune at the moment he made the contract with me. So, at this time, Haiga Hayashi actually no longer had the caged bird on him. However, in order not to be discovered by the old guys of the Haiga clan, I took the time to study the caged bird and disguised Haiga Hayashi to prevent him from being discovered. I even completely cracked the caged bird. Bird seal, optimized. The bird seal will only protect the Byakugan, and will not control, restrict, or suppress it, scared. This new seal will not cause any bad effects on the blood and Byakugan of the Haiga clan. On the contrary, it can purify their blood and Byakugan to a certain extent. Chapter 249, For the sake of his children, Haiga Hisashi can do anything, one more. At this point, Xianqing paused and continued, at present, with the cooperation of Haiga Hisashi, I have spent more than half a year to win over most of the people in the daily branch house. Not only did I plant the Asuka seal on them, I even contracted these people. If there was no seal to hide their strength, the people of the Haiga main family would have found something wrong long ago. Now, the time is ripe, and we can act. I will contract the last batch of people in the Haiga branch house, and then support Haiga Hisashi and the old guys in the Haiga main family. If they know what's good for them and are willing to cooperate and hand over their rights, then it's okay, we can keep one of them, but if they still want to resist, then there is no need for them to exist. Hehe. Just like Uchiha Madara said, he doesn't need a disobedient Haiga clan from Tokyomi village. Hey. Senju Tobirama raised his eyebrows and said, you kid actually started preparing a long time ago, and you have done this? It seems that I still underestimated you. Hisashi Kyuzaka? I remember he is the twin brother of the Haiga clan leader of this generation. Advertisement. He is also the leader of the current Haiga clan branch house. Tisk tisk. No wonder you can easily turn him against the clan. Indeed, no matter who is in his position, just because he was born a few minutes late, he would end up being planted as a caged bird, becoming a branch house, and being controlled by the main family for life. I'm afraid they would not be willing, right? From this point, we can see the problem of the Haiga clan branch house and the main family system. If it were him, he would not be able to bear it. Haiga Hisashi. At this time, Orochimaru licked his tongue and asked in confusion, why do I remember Haiga Hisashi and Haiga Hayashi and his brother have a good relationship, right? Logically, he shouldn't have such a big grudge against the main family and his elder brother, right? Besides, as the biological son of the previous head of the main family, the biological brother of the current head, and the head of the branch house, even the people from other main families would not dare to use caged bird's control method on him easily, right? How could such a person so easily choose to stand against his elder brother and the main family? This is a bit unreasonable. Obviously, there are factors that he doesn't know about. He immediately looked at Xianqing and cast a questioning look. Indeed. I remember that the relationship between the two brothers is also very good. Tsunade also interrupted at this time. It should be for the child, right? Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Mito looked at each other and stood up. Advertisement. Child. Others were stunned when they heard it. That's right. Xianqing nodded affirmatively and said, that's right. It's for his own children. Admittedly, Haiga Hisashi is still young and has no children of his own, but he must consider and plan for his future children. This is also a problem he cannot escape in the future. If he doesn't want his children to be marked with the caged bird mark at a young age in the future and live a miserable life, then he must make plans early. Coincidentally, relying on my horrific record during World War II, he has a high admiration for me and has increased his favorability towards me. Naturally, I took the opportunity to contract him and let him see the tragic fate of himself and his son Haiga Niji in the future. If these can't shake him and make changes, then I have nothing to say. But obviously, Haiga Hisashi is not. He didn't even dare to tell his eldest brother about his and Xianqing's plan. Even though his relationship and feelings with his eldest brother had not broken down at this time, he could actually feel that his elder brother was still full of guilt towards him and had many dissatisfactions with the branch house and the caged bird system. But Haiga Hisashi still didn't dare to tell his elder brother about his plan for Xianqing. Because he couldn't afford to gamble. He didn't dare to gamble. If he lost the bet, he would have no choice but to kill his elder brother or launch a coup in the clan in advance. CGFC. He just wanted to change the branch house and caged bird system of the Haiga clan, not really wanting to kill his brother and father. Indeed. Uzumaki Mito nodded, no matter how good the relationship between brothers is, it can't beat considering the future of their children. As a parent, except for some beasts, no one can sit back and watch their children fall into a tragic fate. Since you have already instigated so many Haiga branch houses, it's a good thing. In this way, the coup within the Haiga clan will not involve too many people, and will not cause too many casualties. Very good. As for those stubborn old guys of the Haiga main family, what if they want to die? Uzumaki Mito thinks that he will let them do it. Let them die for what they deserve. Advertisement. On the same day, Xianqing summoned Haiga Hisashi to the Hokage's office and asked him, Hisashi, how are you preparing? I checked, and the last batch of Haiga branch house people have reached the standard of favorability towards me, and can make a contract. After that, we will move forward. In addition, I think you have heard about the blood limit potion of the research department. Haiga Hisashi listened and nodded affirmatively, yes. It's ready. I can arrange for them to come and make a contract with you, Lord Hokage, at any time. When they complete the contract, it will be time to show off with my eldest brother and the people of the main family and completely solve the problem between the main family and the branch house. In fact, I also hope to start earlier. Because, I am worried that if it is delayed, it will reveal its flaws sooner or later. After all, most of the people in the branch house have been planted with the Asuka mark and are no longer under the control of the main family. Even if you have your means to cover it up, it is not Fang Shizu's. As for the blood limit potion, I have heard about it. I didn't expect the research department to be so powerful that they can even make blood limit potions. It's simply a miracle. In this way, won't every contracted Konoha shinobi be able to obtain various blood limits in the future? In this way, the concept of ninja clan may no longer exist in the future. Speaking of this, he thought of the Haiga clan. If the research department can develop the Byakugan bloodline, then in the future, won't we have to worry about others coveting the Byakugan? It can only be that this is too late, otherwise, the problems of the Haiga clan will be solved earlier, right? Now that we have the Asuka mark, we don't have to worry about these. Obviously, the Asuka mark can better protect the Byakugan of the Haiga clan and promote the purification of their bloodline. Chapter 250, The Resolute Haiga Hisashi, Water Mirror Technique, 2ND Update. That's right. Xianqing listened and nodded affirmatively. In the future, as the number of contractors increases and blood inheritance potions spread, the concept of ninja clans may be greatly weakened, but if the policy is implemented well, it may not be the case. It all depends on the future operations of our own and many ninja clans. I mentioned this to you, and also to tell you that the research department is ready to start researching the Byakugan blood inheritance potion. Because of the foundation of the Uchiha blood inheritance potion, the speed is estimated to be very fast. In 1 month, the Byakugan blood inheritance potion is estimated to be able to be researched. Do you have any ideas and arrangements for this? After all, it involves the blood inheritance limit of your family. How to deal with it, I still have to ask for your opinion. So that you and the Haiga clan can be prepared. Uchiha, Senju, I have also asked about it. The subsequent launch of the Haiga blood inheritance potion must be carried out in conjunction with the new clan rules and contribution system of the 3 clans. To enhance the cohesion and centripetal force of the 3 clans. Advertisement. At the same time, bring fresh blood to the 3 clans. Is that so? Haiga Hisashi listened and nodded in understanding. He thought, as expected. He said it. Uchiha Senju's bloodline can be copied to make bloodline potion, there is no reason to let Haiga's bloodline go. Can I ask how the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki clan are going to respond and adjust to consolidate the interests and cohesion of the family? Haiga Hisashi asked directly. He hit the key point right away. Xianqing smiled knowingly and said, good question. In fact, there is nothing else, just the clan rules and the family's merit system, and the exchange system of the merit hall have been adjusted and constructed accordingly. Increase the family's attractiveness to those who have the bloodline of the 3 clans in the future. It is convenient to absorb the elites among them to join the family in the future, and provide the family with more outstanding talents, so that the ninja clan will not only not be weakened, but will continue to become stronger. Of course, I will also help the 3 clans to strengthen the family's foundation, create corresponding, unique secrets, ninjutsu, bloodline training secrets, and so on, to enhance the main clan's attractiveness to outstanding talents. If you have no objection, I will also provide you with these help at that time. In addition. Speaking of this, Xianqing paused, and then said, I think you also know that the Byakugan is not unique to the Haiga clan. And the Sharinganais are from the Tsutsuki clan. And the Byakugan is still the Tsutsuki clan's signature bloodline ability. At present, I have captured Tsutsuki Ishiki, and in the future I will get Tsutsuki Kagaya and even Sage of Six Paths. From them, we can also obtain information about the Byakugan bloodline, create Byakugan bloodline potion and even Tsutsuki bloodline potion. Advertisement. That Byakugan bloodline potion must be more powerful than the Byakugan bloodline of the Hyga clan. If you disagree, I can stop the research on the Hyga bloodline potion, but I will definitely turn to research the Tsutsuki bloodline potion directly. But in that case, the Hyga clan will definitely have no choice. What is your choice? After all, he is his contractor. Xianqing did not force him directly, but gave Hyga Hisashi two choices. The future of the Hyga clan depends on his choice at this time. It is true that the contractor's favorability towards him will eventually be raised to the maximum value, but this does not mean that they will not have their own ideas and interests. Only when the interests of Xianqing are taken into consideration, will they be biased towards Xianqing. There is nothing to consider about this. I will fully cooperate with the Hokage and support the research on Hyga bloodline. If this can be promoted in an orderly manner, the Hyga clan will be safer. Coupled with the compensation terms and plans you have given, I think this is the best choice for the Hyga clan. I believe that with your planning and compensation, the Hyga clan will become better and stronger in the future. He is looking forward to the future after his son Niji is born. I think it must be beautiful. Don't worry, Niji, Dad will definitely create the best future for you, so that you can grow up happily and peacefully all the way, instead of being controlled and planned by others from the beginning, which is miserable. Hyga Hisashi swore secretly in his heart. Very good. Xianqing was very satisfied with Hyga Hisashi's attitude, and immediately ordered, then you arrange the last batch of Hyga branch house people to sign a contract with me first. Then, tomorrow we will confront the people of the Hyga main family directly, is that okay? Do you need me to provide additional support and help? No need. Hyga Hisashi shook his head and said with a firm look, I have already mastered the absolute advantage. If I still can't perfectly solve the main family's problems, then I am too useless. Advertisement. Leave the follow-up matters to me. I will handle this matter perfectly and will not cause any trouble to the village. How can I miss this opportunity to show my ability and value? Very good. Let's go. I'll wait for your good news. Xianqing nodded with satisfaction. Immediately let Hyga Hisashi prepare. Then it took some time to arrange the last batch of Hyga branch arranged by Hyga Hisashi. After signing a contract with the people of the branch house and planting the flying bird mark on them, he began to practice and busy himself while waiting. The next morning, Hyga Hisashi directly and openly summoned all the people of the Hyga branch house to gather in the clan land. Such a big commotion naturally attracted the attention of the main family. When Hyga Hisashi brought the people of the branch house to the area where the main family was located, he happened to meet Hyga Hayashi and all the people of the main family who had rushed over. Hyga Hisashi, what do you want to do by summoning so many people from the branch house and bringing them to the main family area? Do you want to rebel? The elder of the Hyga main family saw Hyga Hisashi and the thousands of people from the branch house behind him, and took the lead and couldn't help but scolded. Hisashi, what do you want to do? At this time, Hyga Hisashi's father, Hyga clan member, also frowned and stared at Hyga Hisashi angrily and asked. Hyga Hayashi looked at his brother with a worried and puzzled look, not knowing his purpose at all. He felt that his brother was impulsive. At this time, Xianqing and others were gathered in the Hokage's office, watching the situation in the Hyga tribe's territory in real time through the water mirror technique that Xianqing created by combining the telescope technique and the water mirror technique. This water mirror technique is like a live TV, which can clearly see the clear images and sounds of the confrontation between Hyga Hisashi and others in the Hyga tribe's territory. Chapter 251 Hyga Hayashi assesses the situation and rebels, one more. Haha. What? Hyga Hisashi heard this and immediately laughed contemptuously, don't you understand? Just as you think, I want to rebel, overthrow the corrupt system of the Hyga clan's main house and branch houses, and establish a brand new Hyga clan. At the same time, many branch house people behind Hyga Hisashi also stared at the elders of the main house, and their expressions showed that they fully supported Hyga Hisashi. What? How dare you? Ahole, what are you talking about? Advertisement. Arrogant. When the elders of the main house heard this, their faces suddenly changed drastically. Almost all the people in the main house directly made hand seals and shouted, trying to activate the control method in Caged Bird. It's not that they want to directly kill Hyga Hisashi and all the people in the branch house present, but they want to make them suffer and punish them first. Otherwise, if they directly use the killing method of the bird in the cage 307, the Hyga clan will be almost exterminated. However. Hey? Why didn't you react? This is impossible. Could it be? The next moment, they activated the punishment method in Caged Bird but found that neither Hyuga Hisashi nor the others reacted at all, and did not show any pain at all. This made the elders of the main family change their faces drastically. They looked at Hyuga Hisashi and others with horror and disbelief and asked, "Did you crack Caged Bird? How is this possible? If Caged Bird is so easy to crack, it is impossible for the main family to use it to control the branch house for so many years without any mistakes. Could it be the Hokage?" The elders of the main family quickly made a connection. If it is, who in Konoha or even the entire ninja world is most likely to crack the seal of Caged Bird? It must be 4th Hokage Uchiha Xianqing or Uzumaki Mito. These two people are the masters of the strongest sealing techniques in Konoha and even ninja today. Hisashi, what's going on? What did you do? Or did the Hokage do something? The Hyuga clan member took a deep breath and asked, staring at Hyuga Hisashi with his eyes fixed. Hyuga Hayashi looked at Hyuga Hisashi with a very complicated look. He didn't expect that his brother would do such a big thing behind his back. Overthrowing the clan would soon mean that he, the head of the clan, would also be overthrown. Would he lose his power? Advertisement. He was naturally resistant and dissatisfied with this, but at the same time, he also understood his brother's thoughts. For a moment, Hyuga Hayashi was very conflicted and didn't know what to say. And his father's words also aroused his vigilance and attention. Is this really the work of the Hokage? It is very likely. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Hisashi to achieve this level quietly, let alone crack Caged Bird. Thinking of this, Hyuga Hayashi frowned and became frightened. The old guys in the main family who didn't participate in World War II didn't know the horror of the 4th generation, so how could he not know? Although he didn't stay on the front line for a long time during World War II, he also witnessed some things. At the same time, he also knew clearly from Hyuga Hisashi that Uchiha Xianqing had a terrifying power. If such a person wants to change the problems within Hyuga, he will never fail. He will not allow himself to fail. Not to mention that there are Uchiha, Uzumaki, Senju, and other ninja clans standing behind him. The strength of these ninja clans has increased abnormally in recent years. In fact, the Hyuga clan has discussed this many times, and they really want to find out the secret so that the Hyuga clan can also get a share and keep up with the big group. Otherwise, the Hyuga clan will only be eliminated. Now, Caged Bird's control has been broken, and the main family has no means to control the branch house. With these dozen people in the main family, it is absolutely impossible for them to be the opponent of more than 1,000 people in the branch house. In this coup, the main family has completely lost from the beginning. If we continue to resist with these old guys, we will be completely wiped out. It is better to change the flag directly to support Hisashi. In this way, even if I lose the power of the clan leader, as Hisashi's brother, with my support this time and my care for Hisashi in the past, I should be able to at least get a position as a powerful elder afterwards. And, after Hisashi takes power, our Hyuga clan will probably become the direct line of the 4th Hokage. By then, we will definitely get the full support of the 4th Hokage, and we will also be able to share the secrets and resources of the Uchiha and other ninja clans to become stronger, and keep up with their footsteps, right? In this way, the Hyuga clan will not only not become weaker, but will become stronger. Advertisement. The only ones who are really hurt are the old guys from other branches of the main family. Considering this, Hyuga Hayashi feels that the situation is not as bad as he imagined. His eyes suddenly became firm, and he directly interrupted the curses of the old guys from the main family, and a strong chakra aura burst out from his body shouted, "Shut up!" Immediately, whether it is the people of the main family or the branch house, they temporarily shut their mouths and looked at Hyuga Hayashi. Want to see what he is going to say? But the next moment, they saw Hyuga Hayashi reach out and grab his father's shoulder and bring him to Hyuga Hisashi's side. Amid the cautious looks of many branch houses, he nodded to Hisashi, then looked around and said, "Everyone, I have always felt that the main branch house and the Caged Bird system are very unreasonable. In the past, I have discussed this with Hisashi many times, wanting to completely eliminate this problem. But there has never been a good way. Of course, this is also due to my lack of courage and decisiveness. But today, since Hisashi has solved the problem of Caged Bird, the Hyuga clan has reached the time when it has to change. On behalf of the clan leader, I fully support Hisashi. No matter what decision he makes." His words shocked the people in the branch house and the main family. The eyes of the people in the branch house looking at Hyuga Hayashi became complicated. At the same time, they also softened a lot. Yes, this is Hisashi's 5.3 brother, and the two have always had a good relationship in the past. Hyuga Hisashi heard Hayashi's words and looked at his own brother with a complicated expression, and didn't know what to say for a while. "Are you touched?" "Of course I am." But at the same time, he also understands that his elder brother is a smart man. He chooses to do this for his own benefit. Of course, this is already very good. He will not deny his elder brother's support for this. However, The old guys on the main family's side were furious when they heard Hayashi's words. What? Hayashi, what do you mean? A hole. Hyuga Hayashi, don't forget that you are the patriarch of the main family. You represent the interests of the main family. You are sitting on the wrong side. Chapter 252, The Hyuga clan was destroyed, 2ND update. Hayashi, what do you want to do? The Hyuga clan member brought by Hyuga Hayashi took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice while looking at his eldest son. He also didn't expect his eldest son to make such a choice, and actually chose to stand on the side of his younger brother Hisashi to fight against the clan. It's simply ridiculous. The head of the clan took the lead in the rebellion. Is there anything more ridiculous than this? Advertisement. At this time, Xianqing and others who were watching the show through the water mirror in the Hokage's office saw Hyuga Hayashi's behavior, and couldn't help smacking their lips and showing a playful smile. What do you think, is Hyuga Hayashi really standing on Hisashi's side without hesitation because of brotherly love, or because of other reasons? The first generation touched his chin and asked curiously. Isn't it obvious? Senju Tobirama crossed his arms and sneered disdainfully, brotherhood may exist, but it is definitely not the main thing. The more important thing is that this kid is a smart man and knows that things cannot be done. Caged Bird has been cracked, and the main family has lost the ability to control the branch house. It has been completely at a disadvantage, and the situation cannot be reversed. That's why he made such a choice. Only by doing this can he further gain the favor of Hyuga Hisashi and many branch house people, so that he will not lose all his rights and interests after the power change in Hyuga. He can still enjoy the rights and interests of Hyuga High Level as a high-level member of the Hyuga clan. Indeed. Uchiha Izuna also nodded in agreement after listening. In addition, he wants to let it be seen that the person standing behind Hisashi must be Xianqing and the village. This is the general trend and cannot be violated. Otherwise, Hisashi could not have achieved this level silently. It is impossible to crack Caged Bird by himself. Speaking of this, Uchiha Izuna couldn't help but look at Xianqing and said, speaking of which, I didn't expect that you, Xianqing, could actually break the Caged Bird seal. It seems that you have a very high level of attainment in the seal technique. He had known about this thing before. Advertisement. This is a double seal involving the body and soul, which is extremely high level and complex, and almost impossible to break. But Xianqing did it. But considering Suanking's own talent and creativity, he didn't think it was strange. It's okay. When the sealing technique reaches a certain level, Caged Bird is actually just like that. Xianqing smiled faintly, looking at Hyuga Hayashi in the water mirror, and chuckled. Hisashi still doesn't know his brother well enough. Obviously, he didn't expect his brother to make such a choice at a critical moment. For a long time, because of the future, I actually didn't think much of Hyuga Hayashi, thinking he was too weak and pedantic. But now it seems that I still underestimated him. This guy at least did a good job in judging the situation. If I can be contracted in the future, I can give him a burden. This kind of calm and capable person is also very good. Indeed. After listening, the others nodded in agreement, and looked at Hyuga Hayashi with a touch of appreciation. At this time, the Hyuga clan, isn't it obvious what you want to do? Hyuga Hayashi heard the questions from the main family and his father, took a deep breath, and sighed, everyone in the main family, surrender. You have no chance of winning. It's time to end the corrupt system of the Hyuga clan's main house and branch house. I believe that the Hyuga clan will definitely become stronger and more glorious under the leadership of Hisashi. I propose that the Hyuga clan abolish the main house branch house system and the Caged Bird system in the future, and nominate Hyuga Hisashi as the new Hyuga clan leader. Who is in favor and who is against? Hyuga Hayashi finished speaking and looked around. Are you kidding? This is absolutely impossible. The main house branch house system has been established for hundreds of years and must not be abolished. That's right. Caged Bird is a guarantee to protect the Hyuga clan from losing their eyes. It must not be abolished. Even the people in the branch house have to plant the Caged Bird seal for me again. 12. Yes. However, before that, the Caged Bird seal technique must be adjusted so that it can no longer be cracked. It is best to strengthen the seal technique by several levels so that the cracking is completely eliminated. Also, Hyuga Hisashi and the branch, all the people who are the leaders of the house must die. Also, Hyuga Hayashi, since you choose to stand on the side of Hyuga Hisashi and the branch house at this time, you are no longer qualified to continue to serve as the patriarch of the main house. Your line must be severely punished and abolished from the main house, and be sent to the branch house. The old guys of the main house said fiercely. The eyes looking at Hyuga Hisashi and others are also like looking at a dead person. The eyes looking at Hyuga Hayashi are also like looking at a traitor. Ha ha ha. Hyuga Hisashi was directly laughed out of anger after hearing this, and stared at the old guys of the main house with sharp eyes, and said sharply, you are really stubborn and looking for death. Advertisement. Since you have all made your choice, I have nothing to say. Go to hell. There is no place for you in the future, Hyuga and even Konoha. The next moment, Hyuga Hisashi and the ninjas of the branch house more than 10 meters away from him suddenly burst into a terrifying chakra and momentum. The white eyes are directly opened. Swish swish swish. Ah! The next moment, at an extremely terrifying speed, they killed one of the 240 main house members on the opposite side. Before they could react, they hit their vital points. These main house members eventually died with screams and expressions of disbelief. Hiss! Seeing this scene, both the Nissan main house members and Hyuga Hayashi couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, looking at the Hyuga branch house members who killed the main house members with horror, and muttered in disbelief, how is it possible? Although these main house members are basically pampered, half of them are old guys, but everyone's strength is not weak. It's not an exaggeration to say that all members are Jainin. As a result, they didn't even have time to react, and they were all killed instantly by more than a dozen branch house people. Even the two of them almost didn't react, which shows how terrifying these people have experienced. When did the branch house have so many powerful ninjas? Hyuga clan member muttered with a dull look. Hyuga Hayashi on the side took a deep breath and said with some understanding, sure enough. It seems that Hisashi has long been in the eyes of the fourth generation and has become a direct descendant of the fourth generation. Including him and many people in the branch house have gained huge benefits from the fourth generation. Otherwise, Hisashi and these people in the branch house would not have become so strong in just a few years or even half a year. Chapter 253, Fusion of the Byakugan and Sharingan, the Byakugan Project, 1 update. Moreover, are there really only these dozen people who have become so powerful? Thinking of this, Hyuga Hayashi couldn't help but turn his head to look at the other branch house people. These branch house people noticed Hyuga Hayashi's gaze and nodded slightly to him, with a pretty good attitude. After all, this person is not only Hyuga Hisashi's brother, but also made it clear that he stands on their side and supports Hisashi-sama to become the new clan leader. This is one of our own. Advertisement. It's all over. Clan members, from today on, the Hyuga clan will enter a new era. I, Hyuga Hisashi, will become the clan leader of the new Hyuga clan and lead everyone to a different future. A bright and glorious future. Hyuga Hisashi turned around and looked at the many Hyuga branch house people and swore. Long live the clan leader. We all support the clan leader. When the branch house people heard these words, they all waved excitedly in response. When the Hyuga clan members and Hyuga Hayashi saw this scene, their expressions were also very complicated. They could see that Hyuga Hisashi had a very high prestige in the eyes of the branch house people and could not be shaken. The people of the main family were dealt with, and Hyuga Hayashi, the head of the main family, also took the lead in joining the branch house, and the affairs of the Hyuga clan naturally came to an end. Next, Hyuga Hisashi convened all the Jainin in the clan to hold a meeting, quickly sorted out all the affairs in the clan, and built a new leadership team in the clan. As Hyuga Hayashi expected, he was arranged to be an elder because he joined quickly and was Hyuga Hisashi's biological brother. It can be regarded as Hisashi's love for his elder brother who chose to join him and support him at a critical moment. As for giving the position of clan leader to Hyuga Hayashi, that is absolutely impossible. It's not that he is reluctant, but Xianqing needs him to become the clan leader of the Hyuga clan. Only in this way can he fully cooperate with him to do things. In the Hokage's office. Advertisement. Is this the end? Tsunade was slightly stunned when she saw the main family being easily wiped out. What else? Xianqing spread his hands with a smile and said, in the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks, repeated tugs and pulls are vain. With the strength of Hisashi and others, the ending was doomed from the moment the main family lost the caged bird, a means of controlling the branch house. In the final analysis, it is because there are big problems with the system of the Hyuga branch house and the main family. The Hyuga clan leader who established this system and created the caged bird may not have wanted to see the current situation. It was probably for the survival of the Hyuga clan at the beginning. When I watched anime in my previous life, there was a speculation that the reason why the Hyuga clan created the caged bird was actually to guard against the Tsutsuki clan on the moon. Because the Byakugan of the Tsutsuki on the moon has been integrated into the huge Tenseigan, and they no longer have Byakugan. In order to open the Tenseigan, they need to seize the pure Byakugan from the Hyuga clan. The ancestors of the Hyuga clan knew this and created the caged bird to protect the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. However, as time goes by, no matter how good the original intention is, it is inevitable to go astray. The Dragon Slayer eventually becomes the evil dragon. The caged bird, which was once used to protect the lives of the Hyuga clan, eventually became a real cage and shackles. It became the indelible shackles of the Hyuga branch house. It became the root cause of their enslavement by the main family. The main family also used this method to constantly oppress the branch house people. That's why the situation is like this today. That's right. Tsunade listened and nodded in agreement, I have always felt that the differences between the main family and branch house of the Hyga clan and the caged bird are extremely inhumane and the system is extremely corrupt. But, in the past, neither I nor others could change this. I didn't expect that this matter would be easily accomplished in your hands, Xianqing. The Hyga clan will be grateful to you in the future. By the way. Advertisement. At this point, Tsunade suddenly changed his words, when the bloodline of the Hyga clan is developed, give me a copy. Hey! Xianqing and others looked at Tsunade in astonishment. Why? Sister Tsunade, don't you want the Sharingan anymore? Kushina asked in confusion. Of course I want it. Hehe. Tsunade smiled proudly after hearing this, then looked at Xianqing and said, I want both Sharingan and Byakugan. In fact, in terms of help and practicality to me, Byakugan is undoubtedly better, its ability can help me greatly improve my medical methods, but Sharingan, especially the ability and strength enhancement of Eternal Eye and Rinnegan are too strong, too good to be true. I am also reluctant to give it up, so, Xianqing, you must have a way to make these two bloodlines coexist perfectly, so that I can have both bloodlines at the same time. Facing Tsunade's eager eyes, Xianqing smiled helplessly, Sister Nate, you really dare to think. Byakugan and Sharingan have the same origin, but they are two different development and differentiation directions. In theory, it is indeed possible to perfectly integrate and possess these two bloodline limits, but the details are definitely not that simple, because Byakugan and the eyeball structure of Sharingan and even the meridian structure around the eye are actually very different. This is really not something that can be perfectly obtained by injecting these two bloodline potions at the same time. The best way is to completely merge the two bloodlines and turn them into a new bloodline limit that possesses both points at the same time. But this is undoubtedly extremely difficult. We must first study the Byakugan bloodline, and then conduct more in-depth research and continuous attempts. That is, this time we caught Tsutsuki Ishiki and got it from him the genes of the Tsutsuki clan, otherwise, the difficulty of completing this fusion experiment will be greatly increased. Even now, it's not easy. So, wait a minute. In fact, Xianqing is not only preparing for the research, but also preparing to try to inject the Byakugan bloodline potion in the space-time gate space, and try to open his eyes to see if it works. As long as the master, Zhao Qian, is in the space-time gate space, he doesn't have to worry about the failure of the experiment causing a bad impact on himself or even endangering his life. In addition, he wants to see the limit of the talent of God's reward for hard work. Can it really allow Xianqing to have two kinds of pupil-type bloodline limits at the same time and continuously improve them simultaneously? If it works, then he will continue to brush the proficiency of both and raise them to the limit. Then, break the limit, have an epiphany, and try to combine the advantages of both in the epiphany, creating a Byakugan and Sharingan as a new bloodline. It would be even better if we could create a training method that combines the two bloodlines. In this way, even if we cannot research a new bloodline with the advantages of both bloodlines in the future, we can rely on this training method to obtain a new bloodline with both I-type bloodlines. Xianqing has already thought of the name of this new bloodline, which is called the White Sharingan. Chapter 254 Senju Tobirama's Marine Infiltration Plan, 2ND Update. Okay. Tsunade nodded in understanding, then I will fuse the Uchiha bloodline potion first and open the Sharingan first. I hope you can succeed in your research soon. She would not inject the Uchiha bloodline potion and open the Sharingan just for the sake of the Byakugan. If so, wouldn't she fall behind Orochimaru and the others? Advertisement. This is absolutely not possible. As for Jiraiya, this guy has not yet reached the standard for his favorability towards Xianqing, so he cannot be contracted, and naturally he cannot enjoy these benefits. If Tsunade and Orochimaru had not forcibly stopped him, he would not even be in Konoha at this time. After all, they have been companions for many years. Orochimaru and Tsunade do not want Jiraiya to be completely eliminated, but hope that he can be contracted by Xianqing as soon as possible. Therefore, they forced him to stay in Konoha, and at the same time, they often instilled in him the wisdom and greatness of Xianqing in an attempt to improve his favorability towards Xianqing. At the same time, they also hope that Konoha will develop better under Suinking's leadership, so that Jiraiya will recognize Xianqing and improve his favorability towards Xianqing. In short, for this idiot, the two of them are really worried. Try your best. Xianqing nodded without comment. 547 Fourth Generation. At this time, Senju Tobirama said to Xianqing, we should also take into account the development of the pirates' world. The pirates' camp is doing well at the moment. But we should also start to increase our infiltration efforts on the marine side. I suggest that you and Minato and others should find an opportunity to join the marine, and then join the elite training camp of the naval headquarters to become marine's direct talents. In addition, Uchiha, Senju, the three vortex tribes and even other contractors should also be divided into a part to infiltrate the marine headquarters and the marine branches of the four seas. It will be convenient for us to control the marine of the four seas and the marine headquarters in the future. It is best to attract as many people in the marine as possible and make them your contract killers. Subvert marine directly by using a shell. If possible, it is best to infiltrate some people in the world government's army and CP. In this way, it will be easier for us to overthrow the world government in the future government, and can quickly stabilize the world situation after that. What do you think? DB. Advertisement. After listening, Xianqing looked at Senju Tobirama with some surprise and said, the idea is good. It can be implemented, Judge. In fact, in the past few years, we have sent some people to infiltrate various forces and even kingdoms. And the number is still increasing with the increase of contractors. However, I didn't expect to take down the marine of the four seas by infiltration, and then develop more contractors in it. Then do as you said. You will draw up a detailed charter later. As for infiltrating the world government and even CP? Let's forget about it. We are not sure about the means of the world government, especially the five elders and I'm. We can't bet on our people that they can't find it. Even if they have the life-saving transmission function, there is basically no danger to life, but we are afraid of one. Although the means of teaching the space-time gate are almost unsolvable, at least in pirates and the ninja world. But it does not mean that the government definitely doesn't have any means to counter this life-saving teleportation. Don't gamble. Even if there is only a 1 in 10 million chance, Xian doesn't want his people to take this risk. Indeed. At this time, Uzumaki Mito also nodded affirmatively and said, forget about the world government and CP. If they are discovered, our people can rely on the life-saving teleportation ability to save their lives. But this will also expose our infiltration plan to the world government to a certain extent. At that time, only the world government will know what scale of spy cleansing operations they will launch. With the celestial dragon's attitude of not treating people as human beings, based on the principle of killing the wrong person rather than letting him go, they may indiscriminately launch a cleansing against the world government, CP, and even Marine. It's totally not worth the loss. As long as you control Marine, it doesn't matter whether you infiltrate the world government and CP, right? Although most celestial dragons are pigs. But it cannot be denied that there are elites among them. That's true. Senju Tobirama frowned and nodded, saying, I didn't think it through. Then don't infiltrate the world government and CP. Focus on infiltrating Marine and those more powerful and important kingdoms. That's enough. Yet. Advertisement. Xianqing naturally had no objection. I will send a special clone to join Marine in the near future. It just so happens that I have tested it. My new clone technique can send out special clones that cannot be identified by haki and other means, and are enough to be real. You don't need to go there in person and don't have to worry about being discovered. In this case, you don't have to worry about delaying things at the Marine headquarters. I will teach this advanced ninjutsu to all contractors later. You should try to complete the entry as soon as possible and practice to the Grandmaster stage as quickly as possible. In this way, you can be in order without worrying about Shadow Clone being discovered. Before that, Minato, you may need to send your real body to join Marine for a while. Is there any problem? Xianqing said and looked at Minato, Kushina, and others. No problem. You can practice at Marine anyway. It's just a little inconvenient. I will practice the advanced Shadow Clone technique to Grandmaster level as soon as possible. Fortunately, with the blessing of the human fruit commoner form, this time should be greatly shortened. Minato nodded affirmatively. No problem on my side. Hehe. I want to join Marine with you, Xianqing. Kushina smiled and raised her hand. Me too. Uchiha Mikoto also agreed. Very good. Xianqing nodded with satisfaction, and then reminded, however, when you go to Marine, remember not to use ninjutsu and chakra methods, so as not to reveal flaws. After all, chakra and ninjutsu are too unique, and the Uchiha pirates have already used them externally. If they go to Marine and use them, it will definitely make Marine and even the world government think of something and expose them. Of course. We are not stupid. You mentioned this a long time ago, and we still remember it. Minato and others nodded. Yes. Xianqing nodded, and then, with the thought, he directly used the function of the space-time gate and the function of the contract rune to directly pass the advanced version of the Shadow Clone technique practice method to all the contractors, which saved a lot of effort. This can be regarded as a new development and application of his low contract rune recently. The effect is very good. He plans to deliver new methods and even some urgent information to the contractors in this way in the future. Chapter 255, Hyuga Hisashi's Transformation and Vow, Part 1. Wow, this method of transmitting information, it seems that you, Xianqing, have made a breakthrough again. This is so convenient. Orochimaru suddenly received the advanced practice method of the Shadow Clone and even some insights, looking surprised as he praised Xianqing. Indeed. Senju and others nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Haha. Xianqing chuckled and said, the most convenient way is still for me myself. Otherwise, if we pass on knowledge individually, not only will it consume a lot of energy, but it will also be very troublesome. Alright, all of you should quickly practice and master the true shadow clone technique. This way, you will be able to send real shadow clones for infiltration missions. Advertisement. Everyone has to do this. Only when there are enough strong infiltrators can we quickly gain control of the core of the Marines and many kingdoms, facilitating the implementation of our future plans. Relying solely on the lower ranks is far from enough. Understood. Orochimaru's people all nodded in understanding, stating, "We will grasp it as soon as possible." Although such matters are troublesome, they are inevitable for everyone. Early the next morning, in the Hokage's office. "How are things going? Has everything been sorted out within the clan? Do you need any help from me?" Xianqing asked with a smile, looking at the somewhat spirited Haiga Hisashi in front of him. Haiga Hisashi, in the past, although his mental state was decent, there was always a hidden melancholy in his heart, giving off a heavy-hearted feeling. But now, Haiga Hisashi had completely changed. Obviously, by thoroughly resolving the issues within the family and his own problems, becoming the new head of the Haiga clan, his inner conflicts had been completely unraveled. "Well, thank you, Lord Hokage, for your concern. The issues within the clan have been mostly resolved." Haiga Hisashi affirmed, then somewhat hesitantly inquired, "I heard that clans like Uchiha, Senju, Uzumaki and others have received assistance and support from you for establishing the Hall of Merit. I wonder if the current Haiga clan has the qualification to receive your support in this regard." "I don't expect to receive the same level of support as Uchiha, Senju or Uzumaki, even a lower level of support is acceptable. I just hope, Lord Hokage, that you can provide some assistance," he continued. "After all, except for my father and elder brother, everyone in the Haiga clan is already in a contract with you, isn't that right?" Now that the biggest issue within the clan had been resolved, as the head of the Haiga clan, he naturally had to strive for more benefits for the family to expand and strengthen the Haiga clan, leading it to unprecedented heights. In order to keep up with Genking's pace, continuously grow. At the same time, able to give back to Genking's efforts. No problem with that. Listening, Genking smiled knowingly and immediately handed a document to Haiga Hisashi, saying, "Here. I've prepared this for you a long time ago. Take a look. If there's no problem, you can go find my mother later to receive the corresponding supplies and resources. At the moment, she is leading in this aspect." Advertisement. In fact, currently, besides Uchiha, Senju, Uzumaki clans, many ninja clans like Inyazuka, Nara and Akimichi have already received support in this regard. If the Haiga clan's internal issues had been resolved, they would have received this support long ago. But fortunately, it's not too late now. Work hard to develop the clan. The potential of the Haiga clan is huge, you should be aware of this. I look forward to the day when a wielder of the Transcendent Eye is born in the Haiga clan. I believe that on that day, the Haiga clan will reach new heights. After all, most of the Haiga clan are contractors, the stronger they become, the better for Genking naturally. Well, I will not disappoint the expectations of Lord Hokage. Haiga Hisashi, moved and excited, received the documents handed over by Genking and pledged. He never thought that Genking had prepared them long ago. In addition, I will do my best to cultivate a wielder of the Transcendent Eye. At the same time, I will strive to make my father and brother meet the requirements of the contract as quickly as possible and become your contractors too. In the future, my Haiga clan will always be the sharp blade in the hands of Lord Hokage. Haiga Hisashi promised. Well. Genking nodded without commenting, and continued, regarding the matter of the Transcendent Eye, in addition to the Tsutsuki style that has fallen into our hands so far, we will begin to explore the moon when we produce a 6 paths level powerhouse here. Exploring the Tsutsuki clan over there and the huge Transcendent Eye there. At that time, it will definitely be helpful for you to explore and activate the Transcendent Eye, you can look forward to it in advance. Oh, seeking fresh flowers. In addition, the research on Byakugan blood inheritance has already begun. When the research is successful, each contractee of the Haiga clan will receive an injection to raise the Haiga clan's bloodline and Byakugan purity to the current maximum, enhancing your potential and strength, increasing your chances of unlocking the Transmigration Eye. Advertisement. However, correspondingly, the subsequent Byakugan blood inheritance potion will also be open to all contract acts, you need to be clear about this. Got it. Upon hearing this, Haiga Hisashi nodded affirmatively and said, Hokage-sama, you already mentioned this last time, and I have already explicitly agreed, there's no need to say more. Regarding this matter, both I and the Haiga clan have no objections. 0. Not to mention that the Haiga clan also benefits from this matter. Even if they weren't, for the sake of Genkyo's interests, he is willing to represent the clan wholeheartedly support Genkyo. Moreover, the Haiga clan is not the only one making sacrifices. In the future, members of their clan can also inject other ninja bloodline limits, such as Uchiha, Senju, Uzumaki, and other ninja clans' bloodlines. Over these many years, although the Hyuga clan has always regarded themselves as one of the three great eye technique families in the ninja world and believed that the Byakugan is not inferior to the Sharingan, they are well aware that from the Manjiki Sharingan onwards, the Byakugan and Sharingan are completely incomparable. Over these many years, the Byakugan has been constantly suppressed by the Uchiha's Sharingan. It is impossible for them not to have any thoughts about the ability and potential of the Sharingan. Now that there is an opportunity to easily obtain their own Sharingan, how could they not be moved? Got it. Excellent. Genkyo listened and nodded in satisfaction, saying, you can go and get busy for now. I look forward to the future development of the Hyuga clan. By the way, now that the internal issues of the Hyuga clan have been resolved, moving forward, the Hyuga clan is considered completely liberated. In the future, they will have to take on more responsibilities and send more people to reside in and assist in the pirate world over there. You need to be prepared for this. Going forward, I will assign missions to your clan. Chapter 256 Koshiro vs Hawkeye My Hawk, 2 updates. In the past, in order not to alert the snake, he basically did not send pirates to the contractors of the Hyuga clan a permanent mission. Even, consciously assign as few tasks to the Hyuga clan as possible. There is definitely no such preferential treatment now. I understand. The Hyuga clan is looking forward to your mission as time goes by, Lord Hokage. However, after hearing this, Hyuga Hisashi was not only not disappointed because the preferential treatment was cancelled, but instead became happier. Advertisement. Yes, if you can go to Pirate's World to help Xianqing do things, he and the people of the Hyuga clan are eager to do it. There is no war in the ninja world at present. If you want to make more contributions and gain more benefits, going to Pirate's World to perform missions is the best choice. Pirate's World, New World, in a desert martial arts field in the kingdom of Uchiha. Tier. Shimotsuki Koshiro is fighting fiercely with Hawkeye May 27. Xianqing suddenly flashed and appeared nearby. Looking at the fierce battle scene over there, he raised his eyebrows slightly and asked First Generation on the side, when did this guy Eagle Eye run over? Just yesterday. First Generation heard this and touched the back of his head, saying helplessly, this guy came to Koshiro and wanted to compete with him for kendo. I originally wanted to fight with someone like him, but I didn't expect that after he knew that I was not particularly good at kendo, he refused. This guy is a swordsman. No wonder he has won the title of the world's #1 swordsman. With this guy's current accomplishment in kendo, he is not disappointed. However, he obviously hasn't grown to the level of the future yet. First Generation can see that Koshiro has not tried his best and has not used many methods. Otherwise, Hawkeye will definitely not be his opponent at the moment, and it will not be possible to fight Koshiro for so long. Obvious. Xianqing shook his head without comment. It's not long since he won the title of the world's #1 swordsman, so naturally he hasn't reached his peak. But this is indeed a genius. Oh. First Generation raised his brows slightly when he heard Xianqing's words, waved his hand to set up a barrier around the two of them, and then asked Xianqing, Fourth Generation, don't you fall in love with this guy and want to conquer him? Absolutely. Advertisement. Xianqing nodded without hesitation, this guy has grown to this level by himself. If he becomes my contractor and gets my help, his future will be limitless. How can you let go of it if you are an excellent high-end combat power and a worker? It's not only him, but I'm also going to find a way to recruit him in the near future. There are never too many high-end talents. Although, in another 3 to 5 years, he will be confident that he will be invincible in both worlds. But maybe I can find a way to go to more worlds by then? In recent years, besides practicing and planning, he has not given up on the research and development of his 2 talents. He believed that he would definitely find a calendar that would further improve his talent. That's true. First Generation heard this and nodded with a smile, but, you have found it with Fujitora? This person is so powerful and sensitive, so easy to deal with, right? I didn't want to see this dirty world, so I poked my eyes blinded and was also a werewolf. However, First Generation does not agree with his behavior very much. In First Generation's view, this is undoubtedly an act of escape. In his opinion, no matter how dirty the world is, since you can't stand it, just try to change it. To blind yourself and make yourself unable to see it is just deceiving yourself and escaping reality. It should be noted that even if one cannot change the whole world with one's own strength, it is a good way to change the filth you see from the small to the big, and to change the filth you see little by little. Indeed. Xianqing nodded affirmatively. It is normal for people like Uchiha to be convinced, but as long as you find the right solution, it is much easier to handle than ordinary people. Because, he is an idealist, a person with his own thoughts. Don't he behaved with the filth of this world? I can give him the opportunity to realize his ideals and clear the filth of this world. Because, this is the goal we are doing and are ready to achieve in the future. I believe that as long as he understands our plan seriously and reads the Red Book, he will definitely join us for it. As long as he proves that what he said is true and he is also seriously implementing this plan, he will not worry about not being able to increase the favorability of a Smile Zero. Hey? It's true. Advertisement. First generation was stunned at first, smiled aftertaste, and nodded in agreement. It's better to think thoroughly from fourth generation. Indeed, our plans and goals are indeed the most suitable for sarcastic smile. Haha. I'm looking forward to his joining. It just so happens that this guy seems to like gambling too. I think I should have many common topics with him. Tay. When Xianqing heard this, he was speechless. I'll tell you the serious business, do you tell me this? He felt that first generation had not been cleaned up enough by Lord Mito. I've already broken one Tsunade, but I'm still thinking about this matter. This is not okay. Hatch. Who is talking about me? At this time, first generation suddenly slashed, felt a chill on his spine, and he couldn't help but look around twice, and said in confusion. Xianqing, who was beside him, twitched slightly, and he felt very funny. You are still sensitive, strange. Boom. Okay. Let's get to this place. I lost, I can feel that you are far from doing your best. It seems that I am even more arrogant than myself. Can I see your full strength? Hawkeye was knocked out dozens of meters again, first interrupting the competition, and then looked at Kojiro with excitement. At this time, he was completely disappointed and unwilling to lose, but only excitement and fanaticism. Because, since defeating countless swordsmen and becoming recognized as the world's #1 swordsman, he has not encountered a sword master who can defeat himself in simple swordsmanship for a long time. This also greatly reduced his progress in kendo. Now that he meets Kojiro, who is stronger than himself in his kendo attainment, he will naturally not be disappointed or unwilling. Because, he regained the feeling of making rapid progress. It's not impossible. But if I try my best to attack you, you will die. Kojiro was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then said to Hawkeye with a serious expression. Chapter 257 Hawkeye joins the Uchiha pirates. Then, before Hawkeye could continue, Kojiro said, however, I can show you my strongest sword move and let you see and feel it. I'd better not use this trick on you. You are undoubtedly a top-notch kendo talent, and you will definitely be able to make further progress in the future. I don't want you to die in my hands now, it would be such a pity. Kojiro's words startled Hawkeye for a moment, then he looked at Kojiro with gratitude, bowed slightly and said, Thank you very much, Mr. Kojiro. You're welcome. Just watch. Advertisement. Kojiro smiled slightly, and the next moment, his momentum suddenly surged, and the terrifying aura even made the air around him seem to solidify. At the same time, dark lightning-like objects appeared around Kojiro. The sword in Kojiro's hand was quickly wrapped in both Conqueror's and Armament Haki, emitting a terrifying aura. Cut. The next moment, Suzy also swung his sword towards the sand in front of the left rib. Immediately, a terrifying slash flew out from his sword, and continued to expand. In an instant, it had flown hundreds of meters, and the slash also expanded to hundreds of meters in length. Wherever it passed, it left a deep trench several meters deep on the ground. The sand on both sides of the gully presents a smooth-cut mirror surface. The slash flew out for several thousand meters before gradually dissipating. It seemed as if a deep abyss several thousand meters long appeared on the ground. There is an invisible force stagnant on the cross-sections on both sides of the abyss, giving people a feeling of sharpness and danger. It's really strong. And this sharp aura is the sword's will? Why is the sword's will so strong? And it also carries a unique aura. Hawkeye witnessed the entire slash and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. As a great swordsman, he naturally understood and mastered the sword intent. But not only was his sword intent far less powerful than Kojiro's, it also lacked the special aura of Kojiro's sword intent. Even the other swordsmen and great swordsmen he had met didn't have it. He couldn't help but be curious. Haha. The reason why my sword power is so powerful and contains a unique aura is because the captain taught me the practice of sword power. Through this practice, I can constantly improve and purify my swordsmanship by practicing and honing my sword skills. In addition, it can also allow me to comprehend my own special attribute of sword intent. The special aura you sensed is the aura of my wind-attributed sword intent. Kojiro explained with a smile. Advertisement. The reason why I told Hawkeye this secret concerning Xianqing was naturally because I got Suinking's permission in advance. The purpose is naturally to better attract and recruit Hawkeye. Otherwise, given Hawkeye's pride and character, the recruitment would most likely fail. This is not what Xianqing and Kojiro wanted to see. Hey! As expected, Hawkeye was greatly surprised when he heard what Kojiro said, Your Fujun is so accomplished in kendo. You can actually create a method to cultivate sword intent, and even come up with something as magical as attribute sword intent. I have never heard of such a thing before. If I remember correctly, your captain is not very old, maybe not even an adult yet. Can he really do such a thing? It's no wonder he was suspicious, Xianqing was just too young. Hee. Koshiro smiled and said, ambition is not limited by age. Geniuses are often unreasonable. Just like many swordsmen can't understand how a sword genius like you can achieve such success at such a young age, right? In this world, only geniuses can impress others. My captain is just like that. Besides, there's no need for me to lie about this kind of thing, right? Not to mention Hawkeye, even he, Suinking's contractor, was so surprised that he was speechless when he was taught the sword practice method. That's right. Hawkeye listened and nodded in realization. Indeed, Shiro had no need to deceive himself about this kind of situation. There is no need for such easily exposed lies. But it was precisely because of this that he was even more horrified. He was indeed a kendo genius, but if what Koshiro said was true, then his kendo talent was nothing compared to Uchiha Ziking. At least, he felt that it was impossible for him to create a method to cultivate sword intent and a method to cultivate attribute sword intent. Although he really wanted to learn how to practice these two sword techniques. But he was too embarrassed to speak up about such an important inheritance. Even if you ask, I don't think people will teach you. Advertisement. Therefore, Hawkeye sighed with some regret and said, such a miraculous practice method, it's a pity that I have no chance to learn it, what a pity. What a pity. Well, it's not completely impossible. Koshiro heard this and smiled knowingly. Hawkeye was stunned when he heard this. He couldn't help but ask Koshiro, really? I wonder what price I have to pay. If it is really possible, it is not impossible even if the cost is higher. He was too excited about this thing. He felt that if he could learn the cultivation methods of sword intent and attribute sword intent, his future swordsmanship limit would definitely be infinitely raised. See the storm of Tojo Kankai's swordsmanship. This was something he couldn't refuse. Join my captain's command. Once you have a good impression of my captain, just sign a contract. At that time, not only will you be able to practice sword skills, but even greater benefits will be waiting for you. It all depends on your choice. Koshiro directed. There's no need to beat around the bush with someone like Hawkeye. It's best to just say what you want to say. Would you like to join your pirate group? Although I have never thought of doing so before, it is not impossible for me to do so for the sake of sword training. But isn't this a bit strange about your captain's favorability? Can favorability be quantified? As for the contract? Hawkeye didn't mind. For such an important inheritance, people are willing to pass it on through a contract, which shows their sincerity. After all, in Hawkeye's current understanding, a contract is just a written document and whether it is followed or not depends on the person who signed the contract. 014502210 Philo 1915822050. Of course, with his pride and character, once he signed the contract, he would never go back on his word, and he couldn't afford to lose face. Others may not be able to do this, but my captain has a way, so you don't have to worry about this. So, do you want to try it? Before you reach the standard, I cannot teach you the practice of swordsmanship, but I can still share your daily swordsmanship experience and spar with you. Koshiro asked with a smile. Is that so? It seems your captain is more complicated than he lets on. Hawkeye listened, looked at Xianqing in the distance with a little surprise, thought for a while, nodded to Koshiro and said, okay. I agree to this. I just hope I can achieve my wish, sign a contract with your captain, and get what I want. Chapter 258, Chopper in commoner form after taking the human fruit. No. We are the captain. Welcome to join us, my hawk. Koshiro smiled and held out his hand to Hawkeye. Thank you very much. Hawkeye also smiled and stretched out his hand to shake Koshiro's hand. Haha. Welcome my hawk to join our Uchiha pirates. Let's go. I'll hold a party for you to welcome you. Haha. Advertisement. At this time, Xianqing teleported over directly, smiled and patted Hawkeye's shoulder. At the same time, he inadvertently revealed a hint of his sword intent. You really have great accomplishments in kendo. I'm beginning to look forward to my future life. Hawkeye sensed this and couldn't help but exclaim in horror. Although it was only a fleeting glimpse, Eagle Eyes could tell that the sword intent revealed by Xianqing was of extremely high quality, which was not comparable to Koshiro's. This made him even more excited, and he couldn't wait to learn the sword practice method as soon as possible. Although you haven't reached the contract requirements yet, and I can't teach you the sword training method without a contract, we can still exchange sword skills when we are free on weekdays. Xianqing smiled knowingly. Really? That's great. Hawkeye's eyes lit up when he heard this. If the time was not right, he would have wanted to spar with Xianqing right away. He really wanted to try out the extent of Xianqing's attainments in the way of the sword, as he was able to create the sword intention cultivation method. He wanted to get a glimpse of the way forward. Drum Island, in Yuha's yard. Hey! Chopper! You are training. Why didn't you go to Shimatsuki Island to join everyone? Xianqing suddenly teleported here and saw Chopper, who was practicing in the yard. He smiled and raised his hand to greet him. Adult Gensei. When Xiao Bie heard the voice, he first looked up at Xianqing with an excited look, then rubbed his hands a little embarrassedly, twisted his body and said, "Everyone is too enthusiastic, I am embarrassed and feel uncomfortable, so I will go back here to practice." He. By the way, it has been a while since he took the human fruit and transformed into an ordinary person. During this period, his intelligence was greatly opened, he learned a lot, and grew very fast. Now, he has not only been contracted by Xianqing, but also received a large number of magical skills. Still learning medicine from Konoha. Advertisement. Every day is fulfilling. Haha. Is that so? Xianqing was also happy to hear this. He walked forward, smiled and reached out to touch Chopper's head and said, "It's mainly because you are so cute, Chopper, everyone is so enthusiastic because they like you. But I believe that after a while, when everyone's excitement has passed, they will stop pestering you. Then you can live a normal life. Work hard. I look forward to your future." He really wanted to see Chopper surpass his original future self. Yet. Dr. Linyang said the same thing. "I will go to Shimatsuki Island tomorrow to practice with everyone." Master Xianqing, do you have anything to do with Dr. Linyang when you come here? Do you need me to take you in? Chopper nodded and asked curiously. No need. I can go in by myself. I do have some research matters that I need to ask Dr. Konoha. Upon hearing this, Xianqing waved his hand to refuse, then under Chopper's gaze, walked into the house and saw Konoha, who was preparing some medicine in the house. Why are you here today? What's the matter? Konoha noticed Xianqing coming in. While doing what she was doing, she glanced at Xianqing and asked in confusion. Nothing else, mainly because I found pure gold here and obtained the method of making pure gold, and I wanted to ask if you are interested in studying it together. Xianqing said this, and took out a small piece of pure gold and placed it in his hand. The next moment, the dazzling golden light emitted by the pure gold made the room too bright and dazzling. Konoha couldn't help but cover her eyes with her hands and took a deep breath. While looking at it, she locked onto the pure gold in Xuanqing's hand through her spiritual perception. She walked forward and asked in surprise, "Is this pure gold? Although I have heard of it in the past and learned about it from the future information you gave me, this is the first time I have seen it with my own eyes. This thing is really amazing, but the light is too dazzling. Is there no way to block or suppress it? There's really no way around this." Xianqing shook his head helplessly. This thing has this characteristic. The pure gold in his hand was naturally obtained from the belly of that giant lanternfish. Also obtained at the same time was the method of making pure gold in the doctor's mind. Advertisement. Certainly. The father and daughter have been rescued and recruited by Xianqing. The doctor himself also joined the research department in his new world territory and continued to shine. As he spoke, Xianqing threw the small piece of pure gold in his hand directly to Konoha. Konoha hurried over and noticed something was wrong as soon as she took it in. She frowned and said, "I feel like the state of my body cells seems to be frozen. Is this the fundamental reason why this thing can greatly extend a person's lifespan?" Good. Xianqing nodded affirmatively. Although it is a bit useless, if it can be further improved and its shortcomings can be eliminated, it can also be an excellent life-extending item. That's right. Konoha nodded. However, it would be very difficult to eliminate the flaws of such a heaven-defying thing. Be prepared for a long research journey. It's okay for me to join. I can just shoot a real shadow clone and that'll be fine. Come to think of it, she actually did a lot of searching for the whereabouts of pure gold in the beginning, hoping to obtain some to continue extending her life. Unfortunately, no substantial progress has been made. Fortunately, she developed the Dragon Bone brand of life-extending medicine, which greatly extended her life. Now that he has acquired many magical skills and his lifespan is increasing every day, he no longer needs pure gold. But this does not mean that pure gold has no research value. Thank you for your support. Xianqing listened, nodded with satisfaction and said, "The research related to pure gold is in the Space-Time Gate main space number 2 research base. Remember to send a real shadow clone to help tomorrow." Not only Kuroha, but also Vegapunk, Orochimaru and the second generation also joined this research. No problem. I'll be there on time. Konoha nodded and started to chase people away. Do you have anything else to do? If not, please leave early. I'm still busy here. All right. Xianqing shrugged helplessly. Besides checking out the drug production factory on Magnetic Drum Island and collecting a batch of finished drugs, there is nothing else to do. I'll take my leave first, nephew. Having said that, Xianqing immediately dodged and left. This kid. Konoha looked at the pure gold in her hand that was still shining brightly, shook her head in amusement, put it into her storage space, and continued to prepare the medicine. Chapter 259 Meeting with a Smile and Sending an Invitation. In a casino on an island where pirates gather in New World. A blind middle-aged man was playing dice inside with great interest. In fact, he won several rounds in a row, but the dealer took advantage of his blindness and deliberately said that he lost. But, he smiled with a look of annoyance. Finally, after losing all his money, he had to leave the casino with a look of regret. He walked to an empty space with no one around, turned his head and looked behind him and said, "You've been following me all the way, why don't you come out and have a chat?" Advertisement. He had long sensed that someone was watching and following him. If he had not sensed any hostility from this man, he would have taken action long ago. He would never have been as peaceful as he was now. The next moment, Xianqing came over and said with a smile, "Haha. That's fine. Before we get down to business, can I ask you a question?" "Oh? What's the problem?" he asked back with a smile in confusion. "Nothing else." Xianqing chuckled and said, "I just want to ask you, with your knowledge of observation, you should be able to easily sense the score of each game before, and you should know that you didn't lose, right? Why don't you expose the other party and get back the money that belongs to you? Don't say you don't want to cause trouble or that you don't care about money. You are penniless now. Besides, neither the dealer nor the casino is a good person. You shouldn't have any moral concerns." This is indeed something that Xianqing doesn't understand. Uchiha gave him a somewhat contradictory feeling about this person. DB. Uchiha was slightly stunned after hearing this, then shook his head and said, "I simply felt it was unnecessary, but I didn't consider anything else. I don't gamble for the sake of winning money, I just enjoy the process of gambling." X. Okay. I really can't understand your idea. Xianqing shook his head, then his face straightened and he smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself first, my name is Uchiha Xianqing, and I am the captain of the Uchiha Pirates." "I know." Advertisement. Uchiha nodded, "I recognized you before. Some people in the casino also recognized your identity. You guys have been very active in New World recently and are very famous. It's hard not to recognize you. So, what do you, the new 4 emperors, want from an unknown blind man like me?" Uchiha also felt very strange at this moment. However, he did not hate Xianqing just because he was a pirate. Because he already had a deeper understanding of what the Uchiha pirates had done in the past. This pirate group is very special. They seem to have never hurt innocent people or done anything evil. On the contrary, they are very keen on fighting crime. This is true whether they are evil pirates, royal nobles, or bandits. In addition, he recently heard that the Uchiha pirates were currently carrying out reforms within their own sphere of influence in order to allow ordinary civilians to live a better life. And, judging from the current situation, they are not just talking, but really practicing. The lives of the common people in the kingdom under the rule of the Uchiha pirates are indeed getting better. This is incredible. This is also the fundamental reason why Uchiha has no ill feelings towards Xianqing and the Uchiha pirates, but instead has a great liking for them. Of course, the fate of those guilty nobles, merchants, and even civilians within the influence of the Fengshaiha pirates was not so good. All these people were purged during the reform process. According to the sins they committed, they were given corresponding punishments. It can be said that a lot of people were killed. But Uchiha didn't think there was anything wrong with it. This is justice, isn't it? He even thought, if the whole world fell into the hands of the Uchiha pirates, and they carried out a cleansing and reform according to their current methods, would the filth of the whole world be completely cleansed? Haha. It seems like we are really famous these days. Xianqing smiled slightly when he heard Uchiha's words, "This is not the place to talk, let's go somewhere else to talk." Good. Psek, he smiled and nodded in agreement. After hearing this, Xianqing didn't say much. He just waved his hand and teleported away with a smile, appearing on an empty beach at the other end of the island. Advertisement. Uchiha saw the surrounding environment change, and first showed a look of astonishment then looked exclaimed, "Junior heard that the Uchiha pirates have the ability to teleport. Today I had the honor of seeing and experiencing it myself. It is indeed very strong and unreasonable. Can we teleport easily without even touching the target or getting the target's consent? With this method, you are naturally invincible. With this ability, no matter what kind of enemy you face. If you can defeat them, you can prevent the enemy from escaping. If you can't defeat them, the enemy will have no chance of keeping them or threatening them. It's just horrible. No wonder the Uchiha pirates have grown so fast and become so invincible." Haha. That's nothing. Xianqing listened and smiled, "Song is just a small trick. He smiled and nodded without comment, then asked, "So, sir, you brought me here, is there anything you want to tell me?" After hearing this, Xianqing did not beat around the bush and directly invited Uchiha. "I know your past deeds quite well, and I also have a better understanding of your strength. I wonder if you have learned about the reform policies under my Uchiha pirates." Of the Uchiha listened and nodded affirmatively. "I have indeed understood this. I have to say that Mr. Xianqing, you are completely different from other pirates. In fact, in my opinion, you are not pirates, but practitioners of ideals, people who deserve my admiration. You guys did what I wanted to do but couldn't." At the same time, Uchiha also vaguely guessed the purpose of Xianqing looking for him this time. He was feeling somewhat excited at this moment. "Oh." When Xianqing heard Uchiha's praise, his eyes lit up and he said with a wide smile, "I am very happy to get your recognition, Uchiha. I will not hide it. My ultimate goal is to overthrow the world government and establish a new order. We will put an end to pirates and most crimes, and replace the existing world power structure with the reform policies we are currently trying out, so that civilians throughout the world can truly live a happy and fulfilling life, and their lives will get better and better. Therefore, we are currently in urgent need of various talents, and we are in urgent need of strong people who are capable and who share our ideals. And in my opinion, you are our next talent. I am now formally inviting you to join our team, become one of us, and contribute to our ideals. Are you willing?" Chapter 260, Contract, a smile of choice. "I couldn't ask for more. I agree to this." Uchiha nodded without hesitation. He didn't expect Xianqing and his team to be so bold and have such ambitious goals. Their ultimate goal was to overthrow the world government and build a new order. This is much better than just doing this in your own territory. Moreover, with the strength and potential currently demonstrated by the Uchiha pirates, Uchiha, for some reason, is surprisingly confident in them. Advertisement. This is also the reason why he joined without hesitation. "Haha. Great. Uchiha, welcome to join us." Xianqing was overjoyed when he heard this. At this time, he noticed through his talent that Uchiha's favorability towards him had soared to 89 points. They were all slightly stunned. "I didn't expect that I would reach the target right away. This is really, It fits Uchiha's personality very well. It seems that he really recognizes me from the bottom of his heart. This saves a lot of JE. Many plans for Uchiha can be brought forward." Xianqing Xinchen couldn't help thinking with joy. Immediately, Xianqing told Uchiha about the contract, including its benefits and limitations. Uchiha was slightly startled after hearing this, then nodded and said, "Okay, I agree to the contract." He believed Xianqing would not lie to him. This is what his perception told him. "Very good. Please touch this contract rune and agree." Xianqing showed a satisfied smile, and immediately condensed a contract rune from his brows and sent it to Uchiha. Uchiha did not hesitate and immediately reached out and touched the contract rune. The next moment, a voice sounded in his heart, asking him whether he agreed to the contract, and explained the pros and cons of the contract. Uchiha chose to agree without hesitation. Immediately afterwards, the contract rune turned into a stream of light and sank into Uchiha's body, along his arm, and in an instant sank into his sea of consciousness, firmly settling in the center of Uchiha's sea of consciousness. At this moment, he felt that his observation haki had become stronger. Before he could think more, countless information about the past and future of the pirate world and part of the past and future of the ninja world began to pour into his mind. This forced him to concentrate and digest it with all his strength. At the same time, he also sensed that many magical skills such as health-preserving exercises, longevity techniques, source chakra refining techniques, etc. all flooded into his mind. It made him even more shocked. Advertisement. It's all true. I really made a fortune this time. After Uchiha had initially digested the information about the magical skills and confirmed their authenticity, he couldn't help but think in horror. He now has more confidence in Xianqing and the others. I am more certain that Xianqing and his team's plan will succeed. More than an hour later, Uchiha digested the information in his mind, and then looked at Qingdao. "Sir Dongqing, you really gave me a big surprise. I'm glad I agreed to the contract with you, otherwise, I would definitely regret it for the rest of my life. But can I ask what's going on with the information about the past and future of the pirate world that you provided? You don't seem to be among them, so, is this the future of the pirate world without you?" "Good." Xianqing nodded affirmatively. "I have to say, you are very perceptive." Uchiha listened and laughed at himself. "Without sufficient strength, it is meaningless to be sharp. I didn't expect that without you, the future of pirates would turn out like that. Would I actually join the marine? Like something I would do. However, from the information you provided, the opportunity for the future change of the pirate world actually lies in Garp's grandson, a pirate. How ironic. However, Uchiha also thought it was reasonable. If you want to change the world, it is impossible to just look at Marine. Only among pirates could such a person appear. However, he always felt that the fate of Luffy in the future was a little strange. It feels like cheating. There are too many uncertainties. This is not the future he wants. Sure enough, the future would be better with Xianqing and others around. There's nothing we can do about it. The Marines are being suppressed by the world government. We can't rely on them. But that's without us. Now that we are here, Marine is naturally also in our attempt to win over and instigate a rebellion. At present, we have sent many people to join the Marine in various capacities and become one of them. And try your best to help me gain Marine's favor and win them over. Advertisement. I even sent a real shadow clone to join the Marines, and he has now entered the elite training camp at the Marine headquarters. We are going to take the high-end route and gradually improve the favorability of the Marine executives in order to gradually win over their contracts. So, what are your plans next? Xianqing said, looking at Uchiha and asked. Since the contract has been signed, he will not let Reng Xiao continue to be idle. He must make use of her and maximize her value. Planning. Uchiha was slightly stunned after hearing this, and after thinking for a while, he looked at Xianqing and asked, how are you going to arrange for me? Xianqing listened and said bluntly, there are two choices. First, you can directly join my pirate group and help us expand our territory. Secondly, joining the Marine will help me accelerate my control of the Marine. 0. Choose one of the two. After hearing this, Uchiha immediately smiled knowingly and said, it's about what I guessed. I'll choose Marine. I feel that place is more suitable for me, and I can play a greater role there. Okay. Xianqing naturally had no objection, then let's go. Find an opportunity to join us. Or, I can try to recommend you. No need for this. After hearing this, Uchiha shook his head and said, I'll find a way to join myself so that you won't be exposed. On the surface, it's better for us to have less contact for the time being. Xianqing nodded, then remembered something and said, do you need me to help you heal your eyes? This is very easy for me. I can even provide you with Sharingan, Byakugan, and other bloodline limit potions to help you gain pupil-related bloodline abilities and improve your strength and potential. After hearing this, Uchiha was slightly stunned and fell into deep thought. After a while, he finally let out a long sigh, raised his head and looked at Xianqing and said, then I'll leave it to you. Help me heal my eyes first. As for the blood-related potion, if it's convenient, give me one. Naturally, he would not refuse if he could improve his strength and potential as much as possible. He had already obtained the information about these blood-related potions and their abilities when he signed the contract, so he naturally knew what these blood-related potions represented. Chapter 261, Mastering the Bloodline Net and Condensing the Truth-Seeking Ball. Haha. Okay. No problem. Xianqing laughed loudly after hearing this and said, however, to inject these medicines, you have to take some time to go to the Ninja World Research Department to provide some blood samples for medicine customization and trial adjustment. When the time comes, you will be injected with these blood-related potions on the spot. Let me heal your eyes first. As he spoke, Xianqing walked forward and put his hands on Uchiha's eyes. Advertisement. He smiled without dodging. The next moment, a warm color appeared on Suinking's hands. Uchiha suddenly felt his eyes being enveloped by a stream of warm current, and at the same time, his eyeballs began to itch. After a while, Xianqing withdrew his hand, and with a smile he felt the itchiness in his eyes subside. At the same time, he felt the presence of light through his eyelids. The eyes have recovered already? Uchiha asked in some surprise. Yes. Xianqing smiled and nodded, as I said, this is very simple for me. Don't open your eyes so quickly. Get used to it for a while. When you feel you are ready, open your eyes. Okay. Thank you very much. He smiled and accepted the advice without rushing to open his eyes. Instead, he chatted with Xianqing for a while, and only opened his eyes when he felt he had almost adapted. Feeling his vision restored, he saw the familiar yet strange world, smiled with a complicated expression and sighed, ah. Sure enough, the world is still the same world. He knew that there were many ugly and filthy people in the pirate world today, but it was different from the past. This time, he would not escape, but choose to stand with Xianqing to completely change the world and eliminate the corruption in the world. He wants to create a world full of hope and beauty with his own hands. Next, Xianqing returned to the ninja world with a smile, went to the scientific research department, and injected him with a blood-related potion. As for the Byakugan bloodline potion, it will take a few more days to fully research the results. You will probably have to wait a week or two before you are eligible to receive the injection. You can come here by yourself when the time comes. You are already familiar with this place anyway. After Uchiha has been injected with and adapted to several blood-related potions, Xianqing said to him. Advertisement. I've made note of it. Thank you, Master Xianqing. Uchiha smiled and nodded, with gratitude written all over her face. The improvement brought to him by the several blood-related potions he had injected was already huge. But Xianqing provided this kind of thing for free. He couldn't help but be grateful. It's okay. You adapt for a while, and then I'll arrange for you to join the marine, how about that? Xianqing shook his head without comment and asked again. Then I'll have to trouble you again. Uchiha just nodded in acceptance. Although he felt embarrassed to have to accept Xianqing's care all the time, now was not the time for him to act willfully. As long as he fully cooperates with Xianqing's arrangements, it will be the greatest support for Xianqing. Well, it's settled then. Xianqing nodded in satisfaction, and immediately separated a shadow clone and went to the Sky Island base in the pirate world with a smile to receive training. More than a year later. In the ninja world, in a secluded room in Suinking's home. Finally succeeded. Next, it's time to unify the ninja world and completely resolve the issues of the Sage of Six Paths and Princess Kaguya. Xianqing looked at the black truth-seeking ball floating in his hand, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a satisfied smile. That's right, after spending more than a year, he finally cultivated and elevated the chakra's properties and form changes to the extreme and completed the fusion. He successfully mastered the bloodline net and condensed his own truth-seeking ball. His strength naturally broke through to the Six Paths level. Furthermore, once he entered the Six Paths level, his strength far surpassed that of ordinary Six Paths. Because, at this time, all the chakras in his body had been replaced by high-quality mana. In fact, strictly speaking, his strength had already reached the Six Paths level a long time ago, but he had not mastered the bloodline network, and he always felt that he was a little short of condensing the truth-seeking ball. Now that he has made up for this point, his strength is naturally far more than just an ordinary Six Paths level. In addition, it is worth mentioning that Suinking's own appearance does not show any characteristics of the Tsutsuki clan. For example, white hair and skin, horns on the forehead, etc., or your original appearance. Advertisement. Obviously, even though Xianqing had been injected with many bloodline potions including the Tsutsuki bloodline over the past year or so, his race had not changed. Instead, he melted all these blood genes into his own blood, and completely refined and controlled them. Because he didn't trust Tsutsuki and was worried that they might have left some tricks in their genes. Next, Xianqing did not rush to come out, but continued to condense the melting chain. He condensed 24 truth-seeking balls in succession, and only stopped when he felt he had reached the limit of what he could condense. He summoned all 24 truth-seeking balls from behind and nodded in satisfaction at the sight of so many truth-seeking balls. According to the Sage of Six Paths limit of 12 truth-seeking balls, my ninja strength alone is far superior to his, not to mention that I have mastered the pirate world and many methods I created myself. I think it should be easy to deal with the Sage of Six Paths now. It's time to leave. Thinking of this, Xianqing immediately stood up, walked out of the retreat room, went to the bathroom to wash up, changed clothes, and then sent a message to Uchiha Chiri, Mikoto, Kushina, Uzumaki Mito, Tsunade, Minato, first generation, second generation, Omi Shihamadara and others. Then, I came to the living room of my house and sat down and waited. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, Zhaibo's Hilly and others were teleported here one after another. Xianqing, fourth generation, have you really made a breakthrough? As soon as these people came over, they looked at Xianqing excitedly and asked. Xianqing waited until all the notified people were present before nodding his head in affirmation. He then summoned the 24 truth-seeking balls that he had condensed and circled behind him. He smiled and said, it took some time, but it finally worked. Next, we can take action against the Sage of Six Paths, the pure land of the underworld, and Princess Kaguya without any reservations. Very good. Everyone was delighted when they heard this. We can finally begin. In fact, over the past few years, we have already penetrated and controlled the economies of the major ninja villages to a relatively high level, which has aroused their vigilance and preparedness. There will be no greater results if we continue to wait. If we didn't have absolute military power, they would have even started to eliminate our infiltrations. So now is a good time to start. The second generation couldn't help but speak. Chapter 262, The Space-Time Sect Masters Space Fighting Arena, Uchiha Madara escapes. AST. At this time, Uchiha Madara crossed his arms and curled his lips in disdain. If you ask me, with our strength, we could have taken action a long time ago. Xianqing, I feel that your strength a year ago had already reached the Six Paths level. You insist that you have not yet mastered the bloodline network and condensed the truth-seeking ball, so you cannot be considered Six Paths level. That's not safe. Is it finally what you want now? If you keep waiting, I'll soon master the bloodline network and break through to the Six Paths level, hehe. Advertisement. His practice over the past year or so was not in vain. Haha. It's better to be safe. Isn't this good now? It didn't delay much time. Isn't it the best option to keep any accidents under control? There's nothing urging us to speed up. First generation laughed and tried to smooth things over. Indeed. The second generation and Izuna both nodded affirmatively. There's really no need to rush into this kind of thing. Humph, 16. Uchiha Madara saw that even his brother did not support him this time, and he snorted coldly, then looked at Xianqing and said, since you are ready to end it, then the plan should start from the Akatsuki organization. I will immediately order the Akatsuki organization to begin hunting Jinchuriki and activate the Moon Eye project. Can. Xianqing nodded affirmatively, and then reminded, however, if possible, you should try not to show up, and it is best not to use your own identity. Unless it is absolutely necessary. This way, it will be easier for me to win over the hearts and minds of the 4 major ninja villages, and our plan will not be easily exposed. Don't treat others as fools. As everyone knows, Uchiha Madara was killed by him several years ago, and then resurrected by the impure world reincarnation technique and imprisoned inside the leaf. The flying contractors were not aware that Uchiha Madara and the others had been completely resurrected. At this time, if Uchiha Madara becomes the mastermind behind the Akatsuki organization, it is easy to think that the real mastermind behind this is Konoha. Of course, if we really need to find an excuse, we can just let Uchiha Madara leave Konoha now and tell the outside world that he escaped. Advertisement. Uchiha Madara was speechless when he heard this. Is it necessary to make such a fuss? The next moment, he waved his hand again and said, forget it. Let's do as you say. However, I will also make some preparations here, just let me escape from Konoha. It can be regarded as a supplementary backup plan. Uchiha Madara is not a reckless man and he is quite smart. Okay. Then let's have a fight between first generation and Madara, just for show. Xianqing nodded in agreement. Sure. X2. Upon hearing this, the first generation and Uchiha Madara looked at each other and nodded in unison. There was a look of eagerness in both of their eyes. Come to think of it, they haven't had a good fight for a while. This time the opportunity is very good. Xianqing saw what was going on in the two men's expressions, and immediately warned them speechlessly, this is really just a fake fight, performed for outsiders to see, don't fight with all your strength, otherwise, the village will be destroyed, don't blame me for settling the score with you. Let's double the construction and come back. After all, most of this village was built by the first generation in Uchiha Madara. I believe they don't want to destroy the fruits of their hard work, right? DB. After hearing this, Uchiha Madara and Hashirama froze in silence and looked at each other helplessly. Okay. That's fine. Madara, let's find a time to fight next time. Hashirama challenged Uchiha Madara to a fight. Good. Uchiha Madara smiled and nodded. Xianqing saw this and added, actually, if you want to fight, you can go to the pirate world or the space-time master space. When the time comes, I will enter a space that is specifically used for fighting. As long as the rules are set, with your current strength, you will definitely not be able to shake this space. Hey! Uchiha Madara and the first generation were stunned when they heard this. Two looked at Xianqing speechlessly and said, why didn't you tell me about this good news earlier? If they had known this earlier, would they have endured it until now? You didn't ask. Advertisement. After hearing this, Xianqing was speechless and spread his hands. How did he know that these two people wanted to fight? Uchiha Madara and Hashirama were also speechless after hearing this. Indeed, they never asked Xianqing if he had any way to give them a good beating. After that, I'll ask Xianqing to build a battlefield in the space-time sect master's space. It would be best if it were permanent, so we can come in and spar with each other anytime in the future. Hashirama immediately asked Xianqing. That's right. Uchiha Madara nodded quickly, it would be better to add some more rules, such as near-death attacks triggering teleportation. It allows us to completely let go without any scruples. 0145022116 Fila 1810025990. At this time, the second generation and Izuna also looked at each other, and saw the sharpness in each other's eyes. Qi Shen said to Xianqing, Xianqing, this space is best to be public for all contractors to use. Well, if possible, we can build a few more. They don't all have to be built according to this level and specification. Battle spaces of different specifications can be built according to different strength levels. If possible, we can build spectator stands around the space so that other contractors can watch the battle up close in real time without any danger. That would be the best. In this way, the contractors can find others to fight or even fight to the death without any scruples to increase their combat experience. You can also increase your gains by watching other people's battles, killing two birds with one stone. Is that so? Sure. Xianqing listened, pondered for a moment, nodded and said, "This is actually very simple for me. I will directly build several fighting arenas of different levels in the main space of the space-time sect for everyone to exchange ideas and even fight to the death. Actually, I should have considered this a long time ago, but I overlooked it before." As he spoke, Xianqing's mind moved, and he sank part of his mind into the space of the Lord of Time and Space. He used the authority of space and the materials retained in it to construct 10 fighting arenas of different sizes and supporting viewing platforms, and many other facilities in the blink of an eye. After doing this, he regained his concentration, while sending the information of the fighting field to each contractor through the contract rune. He said to Uchiha Madara and others, "It's done. You can go there to fight any time in the future." Everyone just received the information and digested it. First generation gave Xianqing a thumbs up, efficiency. Now, Madara and I can let go and fight over there more often, haha. Chapter 263, Reactions from the Major Ninja Villages, the Thoughts of the Raikage. This kind of authority is just like God. Uchiha Izuna couldn't help but sigh. Senju Tobirama on the side glanced at him and said, "In the space-time gate space, Xianqing is originally a god, there is no doubt about that." Hash hot mom. Madala. Come back. It's not too late to turn back now. Why are you leaving? Haven't you turned over a new leaf? Advertisement. Haha. Turn over a new leaf? Are you kidding? That's just a temporary solution. I've been looking for a chance to remove the seal on my body. Now my goal has been achieved, you can't stop me, Hashimama. I'll stop you. Motor. On that day, Hashirama and Uchiha Madara staged a chase and escape battle outside Konoha. In the end, first generation and Uchiha Madara fought to a draw. Then, Uchiha Madara found a chance to escape from the vomit. This news was quickly passed back to the major ninja villages through spies within Konoha. Well, Xianqing and Wei naturally knew all about these spies inside the village, but they just kept some of them and didn't clean them all up. These people were deliberately kept for use at times like this. Of course, in order to avoid suspicion from the major ninja villages, Konoha would occasionally send people to clean out some of the more arrogant and unsuitable spies. What? Uchiha Madara fell out with Konoha again, fought with Senju Hashirama again, and escaped from Konoha's control. Wasn't he resurrected by Konoha using the impure world reincarnation technique? Wasn't he controlled by Konoha? How could he escape from such control? The fourth Raikage said in shock upon hearing this news. Mabi, who was standing by, heard this. Kide said, "This is the information that was sent back. It's impossible that it was a mistake, but we can't rule out the possibility that this was just a show put on by Konoha, especially for us to see." As the secretary and think tank of the Raikage, it was impossible for her to easily learn the information in detail and directly reveal her thoughts. The fourth Raikage frowned upon hearing this. "Performing for us? What's the purpose?" "Uncertain." Mabai shook his head, "This is just my guess. We'll have to wait and see what Uchiha Madara does next to know for sure. Perhaps, my guess is wrong. Uchiha Madara has indeed escaped from Konoha's control and is standing against Konoha again. It's not impossible." Advertisement. After all, any forbidden technique has the risk of getting out of control, especially when facing a powerful figure like Uchiha Madara. As proud as he is, he reconciled with Senju Hashirama and Konoha after falling out. "In my opinion, this is actually hard to believe. Of course, it's up to you, Raikage, to make your own judgment. Don't let my opinion easily influence your judgment." As a secretary and think tank, his main job is to help Raikage find out the gaps and provide opinions from various angles. The fourth Raikage listened and nodded in understanding. "I know this very well. No matter what the possibility is, we should do our best to prepare for it." "Why?" At this point, the fourth Raikage suddenly sighed and said with a worried look on his face, "In fact, judging from the development of Konoha in recent years, I can no longer see the future of the Hidden Cloud Village. I can foresee that in the future, the ninja world will definitely be ruled by Konoha. They have the capability now, and the future is even easier. And, their fourth Hokage Uchiha Xianqing also has this ambition. This can be seen from the Konoha development and reform policies he has formulated over the years and the economic erosion and infiltration plans for other countries and villages in the ninja world." At this point, the fourth Raikage frowned in pain. That's right, he has seen through all of this now. But what's the use of this? Unfortunately, we realized it too late. Konoha has already completed most of its economic infiltration plan against us and the ninja world. We are no longer able to fill the gap. No. Mabi, who was standing by, saw this and quickly advised, "We still have a chance, Raikage-sama, please don't give up so easily. Haven't we secretly joined forces with several other major ninja villages to resist, and have achieved some results? It's going to be okay. It's useless." The fourth Raikage didn't feel any better after hearing this. Instead, he shook his head helplessly and said, I know exactly what you said. This is just a powerless resistance. In the face of absolute strength, these resistances seem ridiculous. It's not that he wants to be so depressed, it's just that the gap in strength between the two sides is too big and can no longer be made up. Are you going to give up and play like this, Reikage-sama? After hearing this, Mabai became angry and questioned. Advertisement. Turning to pieces? Of course not. The fourth Reikage heard this and immediately wiped away the faded color on his face, and laughed out loud, haha. This is not me, not the style of Kyumigakuer. Even if we lose, we must lose with dignity, losing on the way to the charge. So, I can't just give up, and I can't just give up like that. Eventually, we will definitely have a battle with Konoha. By then, even if I lose, I will be able to convince myself and accept the result with all my heart. As for the future of Kyumigakuer and the ninja world, it is not something he can control. 0145022175 Philo 1813022100. Reikage adult. Mabi's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he looked at Reikage with excitement and admiration. This is the movie she knows. Haha. Seeing her like this, Reikage also laughed loudly and said, don't worry, Mabi. No matter how it ends, I will do my best to give Kyumigakuer the best farewell and strive for the best future for the ninjas and villagers of Kyumigakuer. He would definitely not let the ninjas in the village go and die. This is not a smart move. Mabai heard the hidden meaning in Reikage's words and didn't know how to persuade him for a moment. At the same time, she knew in her heart that this might be the best choice. 051977. Iwagakuer Village. Uchiha Madara escaped Konoha's control, fought another battle with Senju Hashirama, and escaped Konoha. Haha. What a joke. I admit that Uchiha Madara is very powerful and worthy of the title of Shura of the ninja world. He may really be able to escape the control of the impure world reincarnation technique, but I don't believe he can really escape from Uchiha Xianqing. This little brat is much more powerful than the old ancestor Uchiha Madara. Look at his methods and actions over the years. Is there anyone that is simply extended? Now the economic lifeline of the entire ninja world is almost completely controlled by him. I even have reason to suspect that the daimyo and high-ranking nobles of the major countries have probably fallen into his control. Or, he used his interests to bind me and I stood on his side. Unaki said with a sneer. Chapter 264, Helpless Onaki and the Sober Yellow Earth. Because Onoki had a very good relationship with the daimyo of the Land of Earth, so half a year ago, he received a subtle reminder from the daimyo of the Land of Earth, who told him to be prepared to give up resistance and submit to Konoha, and not to think about going against Konoha and Uchiha Gensei, as there was no chance of winning. Although he didn't know what inside information the daimyo of the Land of Earth knew, it could be seen from these that Uchiha Suinking's layout and control over the ninja world had reached a very high level, and it was too late for them to react. I regret it. If I had known this would happen, I should have united more people to kill Uchiha Xianqing in the Rain Shinobi village during World War II. Onoki said with a look of regret. DB. Advertisement. Huang Tu, who was standing by, hesitated for a moment and said, Father, didn't you join forces with the third-generation Kazekage to attack Uchiha Xianqing at the same time? It just failed. At that time, Uchiha Xianqing was already invincible and unbeatable to us. Not to mention that you couldn't have united more ninja villages at that time, even if you could, I don't think we had any chance of killing Uchiha Xianqing at that time. You should stop imagining, old man. It's useless. Just work hard. Onoki. Rebellious son, don't I know all this? Do you need me to remind you and attack me? The next moment, Noki roared at Huangtu angrily. This brat really feels uncomfortable if he is not beaten, right? But facing his father's roar, Huangtu calmly reached out and touched the saliva splashed on his face. Kide, father, there is no need to be angry. Now that you have seen the situation clearly, just accept your fate. Faced with such an unbeatable opponent, surrendering with one's life may not be a bad choice. You've seen it, haven't you? Under Konoha's governance, life in Konoha and even the entire Land of Fire is getting better and better. In fact, not only Konoha and the Land of Fire, but also many people in our Land of Earth and the Rock Village have seen their living conditions improve a lot. If we choose to join directly, we will definitely get better education. Haven't you been coveting Konoha's mysterious means of becoming stronger and resources for a long time? If you join them, you will definitely get some benefits, not all of them. BHCD. Besides, the sooner this happens, the better. Advertisement. I believe that as a suzerain village that has surrendered, the benefits we can gain will definitely be the greatest. Even if it's out of the idea of buying a horse's bones for a fortune, Konoha will do it. Yes. The premise is that I can be the first to surrender. R. Onoki was furious when he heard this and said, Are you so anxious for our Iwagakuer to surrender to Konoha? Are you so eager to destroy the achievements of our Iwagakuer village? He watched the Uegakure grow from its establishment to what it is today. It can be said that he has spent his entire life on the Uegakure. How could he easily give it up? That's not what I meant, father. Huang Tu listened, sighed, and shook his head and said, hey. If there is a choice, as long as there is a possibility of defeating Konoha, I will not say such discouraging words. But ask yourself, father, do we really have any hope of winning? Is he born a coward? Is he willing to see his father's business destroyed? How come not? What if Uchiha Madara really escapes Konoha's control? With him here, we have a chance to defeat yet. At the very least, it can destroy Konoha's ambition and possibility of unifying the ninja world, right? Uniki retorted stubbornly. Oh. Father, you may just fool others with this, but do you believe it yourself? Huang Tu was speechless after hearing this and said, 2 years ago, Uchiha Xianqing was only 8 or 9 years old, but he was already invincible in the ninja world. Even you were no match for him. Given his terrifying talent, how terrifying do you think his current strength is? Even if Uchiha Madara really escaped from his control, should we be sure that Uchiha Madara is a match for the current Uchiha Xianqing? Not to mention, Uchiha Madara's so-called escape is most likely just a play directed and performed by Konoha, just to make Uchiha Madara leave Konoha and become a mastermind behind the scenes. I don't even need to guess to infer that Uchiha Madara will definitely stir up trouble in the ninja world in the future, stand on the opposite side of Konoha and even the entire ninja world, and attract all the ninja villages to go to war with him. Advertisement. Konoha will definitely not miss the opportunity during this process. It will definitely find a way to facilitate the establishment of the Ninja World Alliance. Then, in the process of fighting against Uchiha Madara, it will gradually control and integrate the ninjas of the major ninja villages in preparation for the subsequent unification of the ninja world. By then, if Uchiha Xianqing has a kind heart, he will probably unify the ninja world in the most peaceful way possible. I have to say, there are many smart people in the ninja world. Of course, Huang Tu's ideas were not deduced by him alone. In the past few years, since they noticed that something was wrong with Konoha, many smart people in the Uegakure have often gathered together to discuss and make inferences. Actually, Onoki also participated in all of this and was very clear about it, but he was just stubborn and refused to convince himself. How can you be sure that this brat Uchiha Xianqing wants to unify the ninja world in a more peaceful way, rather than taking the opportunity to deplete our manpower? Onoki couldn't help but retorted stubbornly. Huang Tu was speechless after hearing this. Father, you are just making trouble. Didn't you say that with Konoha's current strength, it would be more than enough to defeat many ninjas? Since they have such a powerful force, if they really want to wear down our manpower, why would they go to so much trouble? Wouldn't it be better to just send someone to kill us? How can you deliberately put on a show for us like you are doing now? Complicating things. I even have reason to suspect that Konoha must be well aware that we can guess the true situation. But they still chose to do this, just to give us a way out, so that we can unify the ninja world in a more peaceful way. Although it may sound unbelievable, from all indications, it is indeed the case. It could only be that they couldn't see through Uchiha Xianqing. Ultimately, it can only be concluded that Uchiha Xianqing is either kind-hearted or cannot bear to see too many life and death incidents. Or, he has a bigger purpose and wants to keep the ninja power of the major ninja villages and use it for his own benefit. 0145022175 Philo 1813022230. In view of Uchiha Xianqing's brutal performance in the Rain Country battlefield during World War II, and his use of the terrifying lightning style to kill thousands of hostile ninjas, the think tanks of the Uegakure unanimously believed that the second situation was the case. Chapter 265 Joe and Ebas and the Gold Rush Kazekage Raza. So, in order to maximize our benefits, it would be better for us to take the initiative to contact Konoha and surrender as soon as possible. Uniki no longer insisted and looked at Huang Tu helplessly. Good. Huang Tu nodded affirmatively. This is also the consensus view of the think tanks recently. They also asked me to urge you, Father, to make a decision as soon as possible and send someone to contact Konoha. Advertisement. Especially after the Uchiha Madara escape scene. Because they are worried that people from other ninja villages will have similar ideas and surrender to Konoha before us. If that happens, we, the backward ones, will definitely not be treated as well as the first one to surrender. Please make your choice as soon as possible, Father. They don't think that there are no smart people in other ninja villages who can't see this point. However, compared to other ninja villages, their Uegakure is not without advantages. That is, there is more unity internally and more unified opinions. Of course, the Hidden Cloud village is relatively united, but there are also more hot-tempered and stubborn people within the village. It should not be so easy for them to voluntarily surrender to Shiyi. After hearing this, Onoki narrowed his eyes slightly, and after a long silence, he nodded and said, Okay. I will set off tomorrow and go to Konoha in person to meet Uchiha Xianqing again, and try to finalize this matter. Of course, I also went to verify something. If this is really just a play of Konoha, if Uchiha Soinking's strength has been improving rapidly over the years and has reached a point where he cannot be resisted, then we will do as you say. Otherwise, don't blame me for joining forces with the other 4 major ninja villages to directly besiege Konoha and eliminate this huge threat. Obviously, if you want Onoki to surrender so easily, there must be a sufficient reason. To be honest, among the 4 major ninja villages, he might be the one who is least willing to bow to Konoha. Of course it's not because of Xianqing, but because of Uchiha Madara. He would never forget the humiliation that Uchiha Madara brought upon him and his master, the second Tsuchikage. But the situation is pressing, because now there is a perverted Uchiha Xianqing, who made the Uegaku not strong enough now. As the Tsuchikage, he would never act on impulse and take the entire Uegaku with him because of a personal grudge. Advertisement. Father is wise, this is the most reliable method. When Huangtu heard this, he was immediately delighted and felt greatly relieved. In fact, this time he came here to persuade Onoki on behalf of the think tank and many high-level officials of the Uegaku. Because they all knew Onoki's hatred for Konoha, and they were worried that he would be unwilling to give in. When it comes to the life and death of themselves and their families, these people can only do this. Obviously, Onoki knew all this. Seeing his son's happy and relieved look, he pointed at Huangtu and said, "You kid. Did the other leaders of the village ask you to persuade me?" Huangtu listened, smiled awkwardly, and seemed to want to explain something but hesitated. But the next moment, Onoki waved his hand and said, "That's enough. No need to explain. I'm not a fool. How can I not know their thoughts? How can I not know the pros and cons? Of course I agreed, and of course I won't change it. I have been the Tsuchikage for decades. This Uegaku is my hard work. I can't just sit there and watch it get completely destroyed. Even if the Uegaku village no longer exists in name in the future, at least I want those villagers who have supported me over the years to continue to live well. That's enough. This is the best possible ending. The only pity is that I might be the last Tsuchikage, so you don't even think about becoming Tsuchikage," Unaki said jokingly, looking at his son. "DB." Huangtu listened and smiled innocently, "Dad, you know, I never planned to be a Tsuchikage. I don't think I have the qualifications to take on this important task. So, there is nothing to regret about this. As long as everyone in the Uegaku can live well, or even live better, he will be satisfied. Judging from Konoha's current policy, this is not impossible. Especially if their Uegaku was the first to surrender. Sand Village. Uchiha Madara actually escaped from Konoha? Do you think this news is credible?" Advertisement. After receiving the news, 4th generation Kazekage Luosha summoned Cho and others to discuss. It's very suspicious. With Uchiha Soinking's strength and means, even Uchiha Madara should not have a chance to escape. 160. This kid has been growing up all these years. This seems so fake. I suspect that this is a deliberate act by Konoha for us and the other 3 major ninja villages to see. Later, Uchiha Madara might stir up trouble in the ninja world, weaken us for Konoha, or even help Konoha unify the ninja world. Ebis said with narrowed eyes. He has always been smart and saw a lot of things at once. Indeed. Cho nodded affirmatively, her eyes somewhat gloomy as she said, over the years, Konoha has been infiltrating the major ninja villages and major countries from an economic perspective, including our Sand Ninja Village. In fact, we are the ninja village that has been most seriously infiltrated by them economically. The Wind Kingdom is also the most severely infiltrated and controlled by them. Now, the trust and peace of the Wind Country daimyo in Konoha has long surpassed the trust and peace of the Sand Village. Our funding is getting less and less every year. Even the number of missions entrusted to us is decreasing, and more missions are assigned to Tien. This has forced us to streamline the size of the village's ninjas in recent years and take an elite approach. And Konoha is growing stronger day by day. If they continue like this, our Sand Village will be destroyed sooner or later, even without them taking any other actions. Humph. Now they are doing this double act again. I think the ninja world will soon be in chaos. Kazekage should make plans early. Cho and Ebis are not saying discouraging words, the current situation of the Sand Village is really so bad. If it weren't for the fact that Raza could use the magnet style to pan for gold in the desert and sell minerals to Konoha to make a profit, the current situation of the Sand Village would be 10 times worse than it is now. This is also the main reason why Cho and Ebis still did not push their son, nephew, to become Kazekage even though their son and daughter-in-law did not die as originally planned. Because, whether it was a few years ago or now, the position of Kazekage has long become a hot potato, with more disadvantages than advantages. Anyway, with her and Ebis's status as elders, his son and daughter-in-law are both high-ranking officials in the powerful departments of the Sand Village, so they will not lose any rights and interests. Chapter 266, Frustrated Luosha, The Changes in the Mist. When Luosha heard what the two said, his brows furrowed. Because these words touched upon the crucial point, he also listened to them and also began to have doubts. But this made him feel even worse. Do the two elders have any good suggestions? Faced with this situation, what should we do? Advertisement. Luo Xia asked without any shame. Because he really didn't have any good way to solve the current situation. No. Ebis and Cho looked at each other and shook their heads. Cho said, for the time being, keep the status quo, and at the same time, maintain good trade and relations with Konoha, and wait and see what happens. I guess other ninja villages might send people to instigate us to do something outrageous to provoke and test Konoha. If they really come, Lord Kazekage, please hold back and don't be fooled and used as a pawn. This kind of thing is not suitable for our Sand Ninja village. Let other ninja villages do it. We just need to make corresponding countermeasures according to the situation. Anyway, no matter how bad the situation is, it can't be worse than it is now, right? After hearing this, the other senior executives nodded and expressed their agreement with Chiyo's opinion. Is that so? I see. I'll think about it carefully. After listening to this, Luo Xia pondered and nodded. At this time, he was not even dissatisfied with the fact that many Shenong executives agreed with Cho. Because he knew that this was really the best option they could choose at the moment. In fact, after becoming Kazekage, his greed for the power in his hands has been decreasing. Because, ever since he became Kazekage, he really hasn't had a single good day. I am exhausted like a dog every day. Not only do you have to manage the many affairs of the village, but you also have to consider the development and future of the village. Even more, because the daimyo of Wind Country reduced funding and the assignment of tasks, he had to use his magnet style to go to the desert to pan for gold to subsidize the village's funds. In a village facing internal and external troubles, there is really nothing for him to be proud of or arrogant about. Advertisement. The key is that the elders and cage-level strongmen of the two villages of Cho and Ebis are also very sensible. They will not easily stimulate his sensitive points, erode his rights, or make him embarrassed and uneasy. Even Ye Kang, who had always been his competitor, seemed to have completely given up the idea of becoming Kazekage after he became Kazekage after the end of World War II. Jito was content to be a high-ranking official in the village. That's all. This made Luo Xia feel very weird and uncomfortable at first. Of course, he also knew the reason why the upgrade was made. The main reason is that Ye Kang probably doesn't think the position of Kazekage is a good thing at this time, right? This is a hot potato, being put on the fire. In addition, after witnessing Xianqing's godlike strength and methods, Ye Kang has paid more attention to improving his own strength and developing his own abilities in recent years. Over the years, she has indeed achieved considerable results in her scorch style, and her strength has become increasingly stronger. But compared with Uchiha Xianqing, not to mention Uchiha Xianqing whose current strength is unknown, even Uchiha Xianqing a few years ago, she thinks she is far inferior to him. That kind of strength is simply despairing. Kirigakuer, Mizukage's office. Mr. Mizukage, regarding the Uchiha Madara incident, how should we deal with it next? Should we do something? The master looked at the fourth Mizukage Yagura with a serious expression and asked. That's right, Kirigakuer has reached the era of the fourth Mizukage Yagura. The third Mizukage died more than half a year ago. Uchiha Madara? Don't worry about him. We don't have time to take care of him now. Solving the problems within the village is the key. In recent years, the Mizuno Tsuki and Kagaya clans have been getting closer to the daimyo of the Land of Water. The daimyo is also trying to win them over, hoping to recruit them and form his own ninja army. This is a provocation to the Hidden Mist village. This is also a violation of the one country, one ninja village model. I and the Hidden Mist village will never tolerate this. In the near future, I will issue a final ultimatum to the two tribes. If they still refuse to repent, don't blame me for raising my butcher knife and slaughtering the two tribes. Humph. Yagura is wearing a cold suit and his face is open. Obviously, he was almost reaching his limit of patience with what the daimyo of the Land of Water, Mizuno Tsuki and Kagaya had done. Originally, the blood mist period that was supposed to occur in a few years seemed to be showing signs of happening ahead of time. There's nothing we can do about it. As time goes by, Suinking's influence on the ninja world becomes greater and greater. Many people and things are increasingly deviating from their original trajectories and starting to develop in an unknown direction. Advertisement. After hearing this, Master Yuan was slightly stunned, and asked in confusion and hesitation, do we really have to go this far? After all, the Kagaya and Mizuno Tsuki clans are also important parts of the Hidden Mist village. If we lose the power of the two clans, the strength and potential of Yuanyan village will be greatly reduced. Ninja, in the final analysis, the most important thing is blood inheritance. It is extremely difficult to produce enough strong people and geniuses relying solely on ordinary civilians. If possible, he really didn't want the village to be in turmoil and damage his own bloodline family. Besides, doing so would inevitably anger the daimyo and make the already tense relationship between us even worse. This will inevitably affect subsequent funding. How did it become like this? Of course, the master also knew that Mizukage really could not be blamed for this matter. It was ultimately a problem of the daimyo of the land of water. Yagura sneered after hearing this, haha. Do you think I don't know this? Do you think I want to do this? As long as there is room for retreat, I am willing to compromise. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given them chances over and over again. But what we got in return was the two clans and the daimyo's further demands. If I don't give them some powerful hints, they will seem to think that I am weak and can be bullied, and that the garden hidden village is just that good. Master Yuan, you are an old senior. You were one of the founders when the village was built. Tell me, if I don't do this, what else should I do? Master Yuan was speechless after being asked by Kang. A myriad of thoughts came to mind, but in the end, they all turned into a long sigh. Well, let's do as you say, Master Mizukage. However, please give me one last chance to meet the clan leaders and daimyo of the two clans and make a final effort. If he didn't do this, he would not be willing to give up. Can. Yagura nodded without hesitation, that's it. I actually hope you can succeed this time. But, to be honest, I really don't have much hope for this. Chapter 267, Mizuno Tsuki and the Yuryuaki clan, Conspiracy. Let's do our best and leave the rest to fate. Well. That's it. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. The master nodded helplessly, said goodbye to Yagura, left the Mizukage's office, and headed straight to the Kagaya clan's territory. What he didn't see was that at this moment in Mizukage's office, the figures of Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu suddenly appeared in Mizukage's office. Well done. When the time comes, remember to cooperate with me to quietly replace the people of the Yuryuaki and Mizuno Tsuki clans and fake their deaths. I'll provide genjutsu and technical support here. Don't let me down. Advertisement. Uchiha Madara turned to Yagura and gave instructions. Yes. Madara-sama. After hearing this, the pattern of the eternal eye appeared in Yagura's eyes, but the pattern disappeared the next moment. Yagura nodded and agreed. That's right, Yagura is still controlled by Uchiha Madara. This is not a recent thing, but a situation that was set up several years ago. However, after Uchiha Madara signed the 21-point contract with Gensei, and was subdued and resurrected by him, he continued, secretly causing the third Mizukage to die, passing the throne to Karakura, and completely controlling Yagura, and helping him become the perfect Three-Tails Jinchuriki. The Blood Mist policy was not promoted by Uchiha Madara, but was really something that was done between the daimyo of the Land of Water, Mizuno Tsuki, and Kagaya. But Uchiha Madara was well aware of Gensei's appreciation for the bloodline limit family. Uchiha Madara felt it was a pity to watch the Mizuno clan and the Yuryuaki clan being destroyed in the civil strife in the Hidden Mist village. Therefore, he planned to secretly rescue the people of the two tribes, let them fake their death and escape, so that they could be used by Xianqing in the end. But I'm afraid we can't accomplish this perfectly on our own, right? At this time, Heizetsu on the side couldn't help but speak. Black Zetsu has been controlled for many years, but the reason he is willing to take the initiative to offer suggestions is certainly not because he is used to being controlled. It was because Xianqing took him to meet Tsutsuki Ishaiki and promised him that he would help him rescue Tsutsuki Kagaya in the future. Only then did Black Zetsu change his attitude, and his favorability was raised to over 80 points by Xianqing over the past few years, and he was successfully contracted by Xianqing. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get in touch with these things. That's right. Uchiha Madara listened and nodded in agreement. Then let's contact Xianqing and see if he has any perfect solution. Advertisement. Immediately, Uchiha Madara contacted Xianqing through the communication space and explained the situation. In just a few breaths, Xianqing appeared here. He first glanced at Yagura, making sure that he was completely under control, then waved his hand to set up a solution, covering himself, Uchiha Madara, and Black Zetsu. Then, he said, I have understood the situation clearly. You have done a great job in this matter. It's such a shame to just sit back and watch Mizuno Tsuki and the Yuryuaki clan perish. I will go to the tribes of these two tribes later and plant a space transmission and sealing mark on all the people of their two tribes. This mark will be triggered at the moment of their death, teleporting them to the place I set, and locking up their remaining life force, giving them a breath of fresh air. In this way, we can save the people successfully without hindering the unrest in the Hidden Mist village. Of course, in this process, you, Madara, will also be needed to use the Eternal Eye to perform genjutsu to confuse all the participants in the battle. Let them think these people are really dead and ignore the fact that the real corpses have been teleported away by me. Is that okay? For the sake of the people of these two tribes, Xianqing was also very concerned. Of course. It's no big deal. Uchiha Madara nodded proudly. After I signed the contract with you, my cultivation has improved a lot, especially in terms of spirit and soul. I also learned quite a few of the powerful genjutsu you created. Even before I signed the contract with you, I could do this with my own strength and the Eternal Eye. Leave it to me. However, it seems that the hidden village doesn't really believe in the play that Hashirama and I put on. They are internally prepared to wait and see or even ignore it. If the Kirigakuer is like this, I don't think Kumigakuer, Iwagakuer, or even Sandigakuer will be much better. Obviously, Jirong seems to have failed from the beginning. What are you going to do? He felt like a clown in this matter and that he had worked in vain. Haha. You expected that, didn't you? Xianqing listened and smiled slightly, saying, I have never meant to look down on people in the world. Advertisement. Our plan itself is not very brilliant, coupled with the terrifying strength I have shown in the past and the powerful strength that Konoha has shown over the years. It's normal that they don't believe it. But this does not stop us from continuing with the plan. To be honest, Konoha currently has the ability and means to easily unify the ninja world in all aspects. If it weren't for the purpose of reducing the resentment and hatred of these ninja villages and countries towards me as much as possible, we would have taken action long ago. People from other ninja villages may not know all of these situations, but about 20% of them are not clear. But what can they do if they know? It's just a matter of believing or not believing. If they believe it, then I won't mention it. If they don't, then the only options left for them are to ignore it and wait and see, or to actively approach us and surrender before we take action. Whether it's 877 or not, it doesn't have much impact on us. The General Staff has already prepared hundreds of countermeasures to deal with various situations easily. So, just go ahead with your plan without any worries. It would be best if they surrender directly, or at worst, they would be best if they pretend not to know and secretly cooperate with us to unify the ninja world. Otherwise, all that is left for them is death and despair. The General Staff is also a department established by Xianqing in recent years. Among them, the Nara clan made a huge contribution. Currently, 50% of the staff members are from the Nara clan. Even so, Xianqing selected many outstanding talents from various ninja clans and ranks to add them in order to balance the department as much as possible and prevent it from becoming a one-man show of the Nara clan. Otherwise, if we really go by the brain, I'm afraid 80% of the staff members are from the Nara clan. There's no way, there are too many smart people in this ninja clan. It seems that I was born with a better brain. That's true. In the face of absolute strength and reality, as long as those ninja villages are not stupid, even if they know that all this is our conspiracy, they can only cooperate with us as much as possible and strive for the greatest benefits for themselves, hehe. Uchiha Madara nodded in understanding, with a look of disdain on his face. Chapter 268, First Generation Speculations, Onoki arrives in Konoha. That's the truth. Xianqing smiled and nodded, in fact, if they are willing to surrender directly to Konoha, that would be the best situation. That way, I can reduce the hatred to a minimum, making it easier for me to quickly improve the favorability of the people in these ninja villages and countries and complete the contract as soon as possible. Only by dealing with the ninja world as quickly as possible can he devote more time, energy, and manpower to the management and erosion of the pirate world. The world over there is too big, and without enough manpower, it is impossible to take it down perfectly in a short period of time. Advertisement. Don't forget that Sage of Six Paths hasn't been dealt with yet. You should be strong enough now, shouldn't you deal with him first? Uchiha Madara couldn't help but remind. Uchiha Madara was still worried about keeping such an old coin and possibly selling it at any time in secret. Of course I know this. In the near future, I will find a way to lure him out. Xianqing nodded. This is easy for him right now. With his strength and ability, he is now able to negotiate the location of the Pure Land in the underworld. Naturally, you can surprise the enemy and scare out the Sage of Six Paths. Alternatively, have Gamamaru contact the Sage of Six Paths to get him out. Finally, you can also go to the moon and try to release Kagaya, and use the seal to lure out the Sage of Six Paths. In short, there are many ways to lure him out. Okay. As long as you have a plan in mind, settle things here first. Then I can start planning. Uchiha Madara nodded and urged. Understood. Very soon. Having said that, Xianqing flashed out of the Mizuki's office and appeared near the Mizunotsuki clan's territory the next moment. Through mental power and spatial ability, he instantly locked onto all the members of the Mizunotsuki clan in the clan territory, and then silently planted a special seal on all the members of the Mizunotsuki clan through the air. Then, Xianqing went to the Hui tribe's territory and followed the same method, and also planted the seal on all the Hui tribe members. Afterwards, he even used his powerful perception range to find the ninjas from the two tribes who were not in the tribe's territory at the time, and planted the sealing techniques on them. After finishing all these, he was satisfied and found Uchiha Madara who was still in Mizuki's office and said, "Fortunately, I have done it. The follow-up depends on your actions. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." Okay. Uchiha Madara listened and nodded with satisfaction. Go ahead, leave this to me. Advertisement. Be ready to receive people at any time. Okay. Let's go. Xianqing smiled slightly, and the next moment he passed the message and left. 2 days later. Inside the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, the Tsuchikage of the Uegakuer, Lord Unaki, has come to visit us unexpectedly and is on his way to the Hokage's building. He only brought his son Huangtu and Sumashi with him. An Anbu ninja suddenly appeared and reported to Xian. Oh? Onoki came here without making any noise at this time? What does this guy want to do? Xianqing was stunned when he heard this. He used his mental power to sense with some surprise and locked the location of Onaki and others in the village. The first generation, Mito, Uchiha Chiri, and others standing by were also confused. Could it be because of the scene between Madara and Hashirama? Uzumaki Mito guessed, but then he started to wonder, but if they were here to investigate the authenticity of the information, then there would be no need for Onoki to come in person, and why was he so quiet? Something is wrong. Haha. After hearing this, Hashirama seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help laughing. Perhaps he has seen the truth, knows our determination to unify the ninja world, knows that we have begun to take action, and is ready to surrender directly. Ha! After hearing this, Uzumaki Mito and the others looked at the first generation in shock and speechlessness. Do you want to hear what you are saying? As far as I know, Onoki was once humiliated by Uchiha Madara along with his master, the second Tsuchikage. He has always been very generous to Konoha. Under this circumstance, there is no way he would surrender directly to Konoha, right? Uzumaki Mito's words were echoed by the others present. First generation smiled and said, maybe you are right, Mito. But I still think what I said is possible. No matter how great the hatred is, it is nothing compared to the survival of the villagers. Onaki is undoubtedly a very smart and scheming person. Perhaps he has seen through many of Konoha's details and plans, and knows that the trend revealed by the unification is irreversible. You can say that the first generation is naive, but you can't say that they are really stupid. Sometimes, he is still very smart. Advertisement. Now his words were recognized by Xianqing and Uchiha's Hilly. It is indeed possible. Xianqing and Uchiha's Hilly nodded in unison. Seeing this, Uzumaki Mito shook his head and said, there is no point in us speculating here, we can just wait and see what Onoki wants to say. By then, all the answers will become clear. Soon, Onoki, Koto, and Suma were led into the Hokage's office by an Anbu. Hey? Are Hashirama Dono, Mito Dono, Chizuri Dono, and the Hokage here? As soon as he came in, Onoki was surprised to see so many Konoha high-level officials here, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Haha. You are the third Tsuchikage Onoki, right? Hello. Hello. But you look a little old. Why aren't there new generations of Tsuchikage being trained? When the first generation saw Onoki, they greeted him cheerfully and asked in confusion. Unaki. This question stumped him directly. He really wanted to ask, are you serious about asking me this question? Don't think I don't know that you, Konoha, are preparing to unify the ninja world. By then, what difference would it make if he trained a new generation of Wang Ying? However, as an old coin collector, he also realized that the legendary first Hokage Senju Hashirama was indeed as recorded in the village's historical records, a straightforward and generous person with great wisdom. Therefore, he did not think that the first generation's words just now were intended to mock and make things difficult for him. I'll answer this question later. I came here today to represent the Uegakuer, who wants to surrender to Konoha and discuss the matter of completely joining Konoha. What do the Hokage and the others think? This time, Onoki didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. Hey. Ha. When everyone in Konoha heard this, they were all stunned and made sounds of surprise, with disbelief written all over their faces. Although, they had fantasies about this. But I really didn't expect that a ninja village would surrender so quickly. Moreover, the person who surrendered was actually Onoki. Unbelievable. Chapter 269, Rock Shinobi Village surrenders and asks for dust escape. After a while, Xianqing looked at Onoki seriously and said, are you sure you are not joking, Master Tsuchikage? Onoki simply shook his head and said, Hokage, there is no need to test or doubt me. I am indeed serious and come here with sincerity. Because I know very well that Konoha has basically controlled the lifeline of the major ninja villages and countries in the ninja world in terms of economy over the years. At the same time, the previous battle between Lord Hashirama and Uchiha Madara was just a show you put on for us, in order to unify the ninja world. Besides, I also know that you already have the strength to easily unify the ninja world. Advertisement. In view of this, our senior management and advisory team at Rock Shinobi made this choice. It's to get more preferential treatment by virtue of being the first ninja village to surrender. What do you think? Let alone Xianqing's surprise and disbelief, wasn't he also surprised by his own decision? But there was no way, he had no choice, and Rock Shinobi Village had no choice either. Oh. Xianqing raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and looked at Onoki seriously and said, I didn't expect that Master Tsuchikage and Rock Shinobi Village would be so courageous. It really surprised me. However, you did make the most correct choice. I believe you will be glad for the choice you made today. As for the preferential treatment you mentioned, since you are the first ninja village to surrender voluntarily, it is natural that you should be given some preferential treatment. We can discuss these carefully, and I'm sure you will be satisfied. As they were talking, Xianqing and even Yu-Hu and the others couldn't help but glance at the first generation. Unexpectedly, the first generation really guessed it. In fact, even the first generation themselves were very surprised at this moment. He was just guessing before and was not very sure. Next, Xianqing and his team called in members of the Konoha staff, represented by Narashikayama, to negotiate with Tsuchikage. Finally, after promising to give some high-level nutritional pills and blood-related potions to several big ninjas in Rock Shinobi Village every month, the matter was easily settled. Now that the agreement has been signed, Prince Ying, you should prepare the village as quickly as possible. Later, Konoha will send enough people to Rock Shinobi Village to take charge of relevant matters and departments and take control of Rock Shinobi Village. I hope nothing bad will happen, otherwise, it will be embarrassing for everyone. Advertisement. After Uchiha Xianqing and others signed the agreement, they said to Onoki. Nature. Onoki nodded solemnly, please rest assured, Mr. Hokage, I will do my best to cooperate with Konoha to complete the merger of villages, personnel relocation and power transfer. If we say that before coming here, he was actually still a little hesitant and had a gambling element in his mind. But after learning about the advanced training resources listed by Konoha and their related effects, neither he, Huang Tu, nor Suma Shi anymore had any fluke or small thoughts. Apart from anything else, the bloodline limit potion alone was enough to shock them immensely. I didn't expect that your village has already made such a terrifying research result on bloodline limit. We have even researched the bloodline limits of Uchiha, Hyuga, Senju, and Uzumaki, and have mass-produced the corresponding bloodline limit potions. No wonder Konoha has become more and more powerful in recent years. Could it be that everyone in Konoha already possesses a bloodline limit? If so, that would be horrible. That's not the case. Xianqing shook his head and said, although these blood-related medicines have been mass-produced, the current output is not high due to problems with materials and production processes. Besides, Konoha has its own exchange requirements. Not everyone can easily exchange for the corresponding blood limit potion. Of course, there are indeed quite a number of Konoha shinobi who have obtained bloodline limits such as Uchiha, Hyuga, Senju, and Uzumaki through exchange. However, compared to these, there are more people exchanging for bloodline limit potions such as Scorch Style, Magnet Style, Transparent Style, Inferno Style, Ice Style, etc. Firstly, the exchange restrictions and requirements for these blood-related potions are much lower. Secondly, for ordinary ninjas, the cost-effectiveness of these bloodline limits is probably higher than that of Sharingan, Sika, Byakugan and the like. After all, not everyone has enough savvy and talent to develop and use Sharingan and Byakugan well. It's okay for the contractors, but for non-contractors, it's not easy to open their eyes on their own without advanced meditation methods. But the attribute bloodline limit like Scorch Style is different. As long as you obtain this bloodline, you can initially develop and utilize it and awaken it as needed. It can directly and significantly enhance the strength of the ninja. In addition, non-contractors cannot exchange bloodline limit potions of the Uchiha, Hyuga, Senju, and Uzumaki clans. Advertisement. Because, no matter whether Xianqing is the patriarch of the 4 clans or not, he will not feel at ease. I see. That's true. Onoki listened and nodded in understanding, then asked tentatively, then I wonder if people like us from Rock Shinobi Village will have the opportunity to exchange for bloodline limit potions such as Uchiha, Hyuga, Senju, and Uzumaki in the future. So jealous. Who in the ninja world would not extend the bloodline limit of these ninja clans? Especially Uchiha's Sharingan. Just look at Xianqing, Uchiha Madara, and others and it will become clear. This thing increases combat power too much, and its upper limit of potential is too high. Xianqing listened, looked at Onoki meaningfully and said, it's not impossible, I said it before. As long as your people meet the requirements of the contract, after signing with me, you will automatically gain the right to redeem these blood-related potions. When the time comes, as long as you have enough contribution points, you can redeem them directly. But if you are not a contractor, you will never be able to obtain this authority. Here's the bottom line. Also, from now on, you will all be from the same village. Rock Shinobi Village will become a thing of the past, and the name should be changed. You must adapt as soon as possible. Onoki was startled when he heard this, and nodded quickly, of course. Of course. I'm just not used to it yet, haha. Sorry. Xianqing nodded without comment and said, that's about it. Oh, right. I definitely need to collect and copy all of your unique ninjutsu, secret techniques, sealing techniques, ninja tools, etc., including your dust release. However, don't worry, I won't embezzle your money directly. I will give you corresponding contribution points as rewards. But at that time, you can use your contribution points to come to Konoha's Merit Pavilion to exchange for precious ninjutsu, secret techniques, and even forbidden techniques, etc. Please be aware of this. Please complete the collection as soon as possible. I will come to pick it up in person when the time comes. Is that okay? He was still very interested in dust escape. In addition, he is also quite interested in light and heavy rock and weighted rock techniques. Chapter 270, The Temptation of the Longevity Pill. This. Unaki felt a sinking feeling in his heart when he heard this, but he quickly adjusted his attitude. After all, this was actually something that had been expected. At least the Hokage is willing to give enough contribution points as compensation, right? However, he still couldn't help asking, I wonder if there is anything in Konoha's Merit Pavilion that can be exchanged. Advertisement. Is there a list of that? Is there a place to exchange blood inheritance potions? Is there any redemption for Flying Thunder God technique? The people in Konoha coveted his dust release, and he himself was also coveting Konoha's large number of forbidden techniques. Flying Thunder God and Konoha's many forbidden techniques, except for reanimation jutsu, can be exchanged for Merit Pavilion power. Except for the bloodline potions of the 4 clans including the Uchiha, the other bloodline potions can also be exchanged. There are even some low-level meditation methods, physical exercises, bodybuilding techniques, advanced nutritional pills, and life potion exchanges. The most important thing is that there are a certain amount of longevity pills to exchange for every month. Each person can take up to 5 pills of the longevity pill, which can extend life by up to 90 years. Xianqing looked at Onoki and said with a smile. What? Longevity pills? 90 plus years of life? Konoha even has such heaven-defying stuff. When Noki heard the last words, he was shocked. So, if he could exchange for 5 longevity pills, wouldn't he be able to extend his life by more than 90 years? Could he live a long time? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Uzumaki Mito, Uchiha Chiri, and others. Seeing their overly young faces, he suddenly realized, no wonder. No wonder. I was wondering why you all look so young, is it the effect of the longevity pill? Hiss. At this point, he took a breath, looked at Xianqing solemnly and promised, please rest assured, Hokage-sama, when I return, I will immediately collect all the ninjutsu, forbidden techniques, secret techniques and our unique ninja tools from Rock Shinobi Village and give them to you, including the dust release. Please give me some rights to exchange for longevity pills when the time comes. Seeing Uzumaki Mito and the others looking no different from people in their 20s or 30s, Onoki felt that he also wanted to become younger and live another 100 years. The older people are, the more they fear death. Although he has now surrendered to Konoha with Rock Shinobi, he still wants to live longer and witness with his own eyes the scene of other ninja villages being defeated and annexed by Konoha. I want to witness the day when Konoha unifies the ninja world. I think the future will be exciting, right? Advertisement. He felt that when the people from other ninja villages knew that he had surrendered to Konoha, they would laugh at him. But he was prepared to see their faces when they were all defeated by Konoha and forced to surrender. I guess it must be ugly, right? Hey. Can. Xianqing looked at Onoki deeply and nodded in agreement. Not to mention that Onoki's contribution of bringing Rock Shinobi directly to surrender was enough to upgrade his contribution authority to a level sufficient to exchange for the longevity pill. Even if it meant spending a fortune to buy horse bones, Xianqing was prepared to let him exchange them. By then, won't the advertising effect come out? Thank you very much. Without further ado, I will go back and sort out my ninjutsu and other things. Lord Hokage, do you think you can send some people to go back with me? By the way, can you take over the affairs of Rock Shinobi Village as soon as possible? Unaki said to Xianqing with an impatient look. Haha. That's fine. Xianqing smiled knowingly, and immediately looked at Uchiha Izuna and said, Senior Izuna, you will lead a squadron of Anbu ninjas, plus a few people from the general staff and the political affairs department, and return to Rock Shinobi Village with Tsuchikage to start taking over the affairs there. If you need anyone later, please notify me and I will send someone over directly. The fact that many people in Konoha can teleport is actually no longer a secret in the ninja world. However, people from other ninja villages, even those in Konoha who did not have a contract with Xianqing, basically thought that this was the Flying Thunder God technique. This is the result of Konoha completely cracking all the secrets of Flying Thunder God, greatly lowering its training and learning requirements, and popularizing it on a large scale. In view of this, in the past few years, people from other ninja villages have also tried to send spies to obtain this optimized version of Flying Thunder God technique from the Konoha people. Unfortunately, it has not been successful so far. Just now, Onoki emphasized the Flying Thunder God technique because of this reason. Unfortunately, he didn't know that it was not the Flying Thunder God technique at all, and Konoha didn't have any optimized version of the Flying Thunder God technique that could be easily popularized. Well, that's not accurate. As Xianqing continued to improve his proficiency in the Flying Thunder God technique, and even sublimated the Flying Thunder God technique and mastered spatial teleportation, he optimized the Flying Thunder God many times. At present, many versions of Flying Thunder God technique have been developed. Among them, there is a version that lowers the learning and practice requirements. There are also optimized versions with greater power and capabilities. 0.016. But these have higher redemption requirements. Yes. I'll arrange it right away. Advertisement. Uchiha Izuna listened and nodded immediately, then looked at Unaki and said, "Well, Tsuchikage, if you have nothing else to do, please follow me." Your name is Uchiha Izuna? Are you the younger brother of Uchiha Madara? Unaki's focus at this time was not this. Instead, he realized it belatedly and looked at Uchiha Izuna with a shocked look on his face and asked. Given his past hatred for Uchiha Madara, how could he not know that Uchiha Madara had a younger brother named Uchiha Izuna? But wasn't this man killed by Senju Tobirama? Resurrected too? More importantly, hasn't Uchiha Madara already escaped from yet? Sure enough, all of this is just a play directed and performed by Konoha. It is a plan to unify the ninja world in the future. Fortunately, I surrendered with Rock Shinobi early on, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Unaki exclaimed in his mind. Yes. It's me. Any questions? Uchiha Izuna saw this, smiled faintly and asked. No more. Please lead the way. Onoki shook his head and gestured for invitation. What else could be the problem? He knew everything. Now I just feel lucky. Immediately, Feng Shiha Izumina took Unaki and others and left the Hokage's office. After they walked away, the first generation couldn't help but speak with emotion. I didn't expect that this Tsuchikage was so courageous. He not only saw through many of our plans, but also dared to surrender to us directly with Rock Shinobi village. He is not an ordinary person. First generation felt that if it were him, he might not be able to make such a bold move. Indeed. Uchiha Yuri listened and nodded affirmatively. Onaki is always insidious and cunning, and very smart. But it is precisely because of this that he can see the situation so clearly. And then we clearly know that our unification of the ninja world is unstoppable. We already have the power to crush the entire ninja world. This is the fundamental reason why he made up his mind to surrender directly with Rock Shinobi. It can only be that he is an amazing Tsuchikage. Really? Uzumaki Mito nodded and said, I actually thought that the first ones to see through the situation and surrender to us would be the Raikage and the Cloud Shinobi village. Chapter 271, Conspiracy, Uzumaki Mito's request. Hey! Uchiha Yuri heard this and looked at Uzumaki Mito in surprise and asked, why do you think so? You and I both know that this generation's Raikage has the hottest temper and is very stubborn. Cloud Shinobi is also stubborn, so he won't surrender easily, right? They have always had big ambitions. This kind of ninja village would never surrender easily. Advertisement. DB. Uzumaki Mito was also stunned when he heard this, and then he said with some sudden realization, I was wrong. I thought the current movie was the third generation movie. I see. Uchiha Yuri listened and nodded in understanding. If it's the third Raikage, then it's hard to say. That old guy may seem tough and reckless, but he's actually a very delicate old coin. If he sees through the situation, it may not be impossible for him to choose to surrender. But his son, the fourth Raikage, is different. Although he inherited his father's talent for training the 953, his personality is even more hot-tempered and impulsive. He is much less calculating and is not someone who easily compromises. Uzumaki Mito listened, nodded, then turned to Xianqing and asked, Xianqing, now that Rock Shinobi has surrendered directly, what are you going to do next? Do you want to adjust your plan? Also, should the news of Rock Shinobi village's surrender be kept secret for the time being or announced directly? In her opinion, both options have their pros and cons. Let's make it public. There's no need to hide it, and it's impossible to hide it, unless we don't plan to take over Rock Shinobi village and reform it for the time being. Xianqing immediately made a decision, if we keep it a secret, we won't be able to reform Rock Shinobi or even the Land of Earth for the time being. It will slow down our development of both, and the cost will outweigh the gain. Uzumaki Mito listened, nodded, and then asked, that's true. But if it is announced directly, it will have a great impact on the Akatsuki organization's plan, right? Maybe, we won't be able to unite all the ninja villages to form a ninja coalition. Others are not stupid. Rock Shinobi village has surrendered to Konoha. You still want to join us to fight against the Akatsuki organization? Who knows if all this is your conspiracy? That's not a problem. Xianqing listened, shook his head and said, just keep moving forward with the Akatsuki organization's plan. It can even be accelerated. I'll notify Madara to make adjustments. Anyway, as long as we don't show Konoha's true high-end strength, with Madara's current strength, the major ninja villages will feel a fatal threat and will actively move closer to us. This is enough. By then, it won't be a problem for us to take over and swallow these ninja villages. Whether they suspect us, like Rock Shinobi, that this is all our fault. It doesn't matter. In the face of absolute strength, doubt or no doubt cannot change the outcome. Advertisement. At that time, they can either pretend not to know and continue to fight against Madara, or just submit to us like Rock Shinobi did. Any of the above results is good for us, isn't it? As for whether they would not join forces with Konoha to fight against Uchiha Madara after knowing the truth, that's not a problem anymore. They are easier to deal with when they are scattered. Not to mention, Uchiha Madara's project Tsuki no Mi is real. If they don't stop him, Xianqing is indeed prepared to carry out this plan and release Kagayaji. By then, we should be able to attract the Sage of Six Paths. If they surrender honestly and Xianqing solves the problem of Kagayaheim and Sage of Six Paths, he will have to go to the moon to release Kagayaheim and lure out Sage of Six Paths. That's right. Uzumaki Mito suddenly realized what was going on. Since you have arranged everything, I won't say any more. I hope the issues in the ninja world can be resolved soon. After that, maybe I can put down the burden in my hands and go to the pirates' world to relax. In recent years, she and Uchiha's Hilly have been very busy taking care of the development of the family and the village, and have little time to go to the pirates' world. Not to mention traveling there for a long time. She is still very curious about the world of pirates. That world feels much more interesting than the ninja world. Let's go together then. The village and the family are actually on the right track, the next generation of the family is gradually growing up, and Izuna-senpai, I can finally put my draw aside. Uchiha Chiri heard this and also smiled at Kide. Sure. Uzumaki Mito listened and nodded happily, then said a little depressedly, speaking of which, the non-Shiha clan has indeed produced many talents in recent years. In comparison, Senju and Uzumaki are far inferior. Especially the Senju's side. At this point, Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but glance at Senju Tobirama and said, it's all because of your good disciples that the Senju clan is now lacking in talent. Senju Tobirama. What can he say? He never thought that after so long, the boomerang could still hit him. It's decided. We'll go beat up Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Dans in a few days. Humph. Senju Tobirama thought coldly in his heart. Advertisement. Uzumaki Mito looked at Xianqing and said, Xianqing. Can you help revive some of the Senju people? Just pick some outstanding people, not too many, just 10 or 20 will do, okay? Otherwise, it will take many years for Nawaka to grow up. As for the other tribesmen, because of the contract with Xianqing, the strength of many people has increased rapidly and they have become the backbone of the clan. But to become the clan leader or a high-ranking official in the clan, one does not have enough prestige and ability. Therefore, it is necessary to resurrect some of the powerful people who have passed away. Is that so? Xianqing listened, nodded, and said, it's not impossible. I'll give you 20 places. However, in the near future, it is best to only revive 5 people or less. So as not to attract the attention of the Sage of Six Paths and lure him out ahead of time, that's our plan. However, this is just for this time. If you want to revive more people in the future, you will have to spend contribution points like everyone else in the village. This time, let's consider it as a reward for your support and help over the past few years. How do you think? Over the years, without the help of Uzumaki Mito and the first generation, he would not have been able to take power and develop Konoha so smoothly. So, we still have to give this face. Sure. Thank you very much. Xianqing. Uzumaki Mito listened to this and nodded happily. 0145032015 Philo 1810921010. That's good enough. Xianqing nodded and continued, in that case, you can prepare the corresponding human cell tissues and other things later, and then I will arrange for their resurrection. Good. Uzumaki Mito nodded quickly in agreement. Resurrecting people. Uchiha Yuri listened, pondered for a moment, and said to Xianqing, Xianqing, do you think it is necessary for the family to revive some elites? The situation of Uchiha is really different from that of Senju. Therefore, she didn't make up her mind for a while. Well, let's not talk about the others, but Uchiha Kagami-senpai can be resurrected first. I believe my aunt and her family will be very happy when they find out. It just so happens that his Sharingan is still in my hands. It's of no use at the moment, so I can just use it to revive him. Xianqing directly Kide. Chapter 272, Resurrecting Uchiha Kagami? Uchiha Madara's surprise. Come to think of it, Xianqing tried to use the resurrection bug to collect Sharingan and Rinnegan, but it didn't work. Even if Xianqing didn't use Uchiha Kagami's Sharingan to revive him, he would not be able to keep these eyes when he was resurrected. This is similar to the situation in the original timeline when Uchiha Madara was resurrected. Because his Rinnegan still existed in this world, after he was resurrected, he did not have another pair of Rinnegan in his eye sockets. Mirror? Sure. Uchiha Yuri listened and nodded in agreement. As for the other members of the tribe, I thought about it and decided to let the other members of the tribe earn contribution points themselves, and then choose whether to redeem the opportunity to revive their ancestors. Advertisement. We won't interfere. Otherwise, she herself wouldn't know who to resurrect and who shouldn't be resurrected. Well, that's it. Xianqing naturally had no objection. Next, Xianqing took the time to teleport to Kirigakure again and found Uchiha Madara. At this time, Uchiha Madara was using the Eternal Eye illusion to control the war between Mist Shinobi and Mizuno Tsuki and the Uryuaki clan. Kill. Damn it Yagura, do you really want to kill us all? 01 As soon as Xianqing came over, he saw the chaotic battlefield not far away, and immediately asked in a panic, has it started? It's very efficient. Why are you here again? Is there something urgent? Uchiha Madara listened, glanced at Xianqing, then looked away, and continued to control the battlefield while saying, I don't have time to waste here, so the sooner I get things done here, the better. After I finish dealing with these two clans, I will first capture the two-tailed beasts from Mist Shinobi, and then crush the ninja villages one by one, collecting and sealing all the other tailed beasts first. That's right. At this point, Uchiha Madara paused, and then continued, what about Nine Tails? Did you ask Uzumaki Mito to cooperate with me to extract a part of Nine Tails chakra and seal it into the Gedo statue to activate 10 tails, or what? Don't bother Master Mito about this. When you go to Cloud Shinobi, have Black Zetsu find Cloud Shinobi's Gold Horn and Silver Horn. Then use reanimation jutsu to revive these two and extract the Nine Tails chakra from their bodies. Uchiha Madara raised his eyebrows after hearing this. If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten. I remember that in the information you gave me, it was mentioned that these two guys were swallowed by Nine Tails in the past. Not only did they not die, they also ate a lot of Nine Tails flesh and blood and obtained some of Nine Tails chakra. In this case, these two people are enough to replace Nine Tails to activate the King's Tail. That's it. Of the Xianqing nodded and said, you should have mastered reanimation jutsu. You don't need me to teach you anymore, right? Need not. Advertisement. Uchiha Madara shook his head, I have already mastered this technique. Although this jutsu was created by Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Madara found it very useful, so it did not prevent him from mastering it. After all, sometimes, this technique is very useful. That's good. Xianqing nodded in satisfaction, and then answered Madara's previous question, I came here this time to remind you of something urgent. Then, Xianqing told Uchiha Madara about Rock Shinobi Village's direct choice to surrender and Konoha's subsequent arrangements and plan adjustments. Ha! Uchiha Madara was surprised when he heard this and asked, Rock Shinobi surrendered directly? I remember the current Tsuchikage should be that kid Onoki, right? Shouldn't he hate Konoha and me very much? How can I surrender to Konoha directly with Rock Shinobi? This is unscientific. In Uchiha Madara's opinion, the people least likely to easily submit to Konoha because of him should be the Rock Shinobi village, but the result is. All I can say is that he still underestimated the drama of the real world. Is that so? Xianqing smiled and spread his hands after hearing this and said, in fact, we were a little bit unbelievable at the beginning. But it is what it is. At this moment, the Great Woodman hasn't left yet. It can only be that this old guy is much smarter, wiser, and more decisive than we thought. He made the most correct choice. Even if he surrendered this time for the purpose of paying a huge sum of money for his loyalty, I will still give him and Rock Shinobi a lot of preferential treatment. Subsequent villages will not receive such good treatment. Xianqing was even planning to announce the preferential treatment Rock Shinobi village had received this time when announcing the news of Rock Shinobi village's surrender to the entire ninja world. It is to attract other ninja villages and reduce their resistance. Now it seems that it is indeed the case. Uchiha Madara also nodded in agreement, I didn't expect this kid to be more courageous than I thought. I take back my previous evaluation of him. He deserves my respect now. I will tell him this next time we meet. Advertisement. I believe that Onoki will be able to completely let go by then, right? Well. It doesn't matter if you can't let it go. The main theme of his Uchiha Madara is to be free and easy. It's up to you. Now that we've finished talking, I need you to continue following the original plan and speed up the completion. Gather all the tailed beasts as quickly as possible and declare war on the entire ninja world in the name of Akatsuki, announcing your project Tsuki no Mi. Is that okay? Xianqing looked at Uchiha Madara and said. Just what I wanted. Uchiha Madara smiled and nodded, I also plan to make a quick decision. The ninja world is too small. We should have solved it long ago. Then, we should put most of our energy into the pirates' world. That place is much more interesting than the ninja world. Even I can find a lot of fun and opponents worth fighting over there, hehe. 247 If the time was not right, he would even want to go to Marie Joyce to challenge the masters of world government and measure their capabilities. Well. That's it. You keep busy. I'm leaving first. Xianqing nodded with satisfaction, glanced at the battlefield in the distance, and with a thought, he teleported away from the basket. As for Mizuno Tsuki and Terayuruaki, all those who were dead were teleported to the teleportation point that Xianqing had already prepared in Konoha. The people over there arranged for me to be treated and cared for. Later, he would continue to improve these people's favorability, strive to raise it as soon as possible, contract these people, and then throw them to the pirates' world to work for him. A few days later, the news that Rock Shinobi village had surrendered to Konoha and was accepted spread throughout the ninja world at an extremely fast speed. For a moment, everyone in the ninja world who was concerned about this matter was in an uproar. Many ninjas including Cloud Shinobi, Sand Shinobi, and Mist Shinobi were shocked when they heard the news. Totally unbelievable. Cloud Shinobi, inside the Rakich's office. Fit. The Rakich smashed the desk in front of him with a hammer and roared in disbelief, "What on earth is that old man Onoki thinking? What does he want to do? Why would you make such a stupid choice?" Chapter 273, The Attitude of the Landlord, the Desperate Tutai. In the eyes of the Rakich, even if Onoki and Rock Shinobi had some fatal evidence that Konoha had, they would not make such a choice, right? This is the surrender of the entire village. As a result, Rock Shinobi village will no longer exist. More importantly, things got off to a very bad start. The institutional model of one country and one ninja village was now completely broken. Advertisement. I'm afraid it's because of the follow-up effects of the news that Uchiha Madara escaped from Konoha. At this time, Ma Bai on the side began to analyze. Rakich frowned and said, "I'm afraid it's not just that. There must be some key points that we haven't thought of. The question now is how to deal with Konoha. From the current situation, Ye is probably determined to rule the ninja world. Otherwise, they wouldn't have planned the economy of the ninja world over the years and attempted to control the ninja world's economy. And this time, we also accepted the surrender of Rock Shinobi village, which is a complete merger. The ambition and attitude are clearly revealed. Where should our Cloud Shinobi village go? He is also very distressed now. Because, from what they have discovered so far, it can be seen that Ye's strength is no longer what it used to be. If they go into a full-scale war with Konoha, they won't stand a chance of winning at all. I think our only solution right now is to secretly contact Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi to fight Konoha together and win the battle." Mabi spoke kind. Or, he could just surrender to Konoha like Rock Shinobi did. But she knew very well that it was almost impossible for the Rakich to make such a choice. Cloud Shinobi village has always been very powerful and ambitious, wanting to annex the entire ninja world. How could they be willing to be swallowed up by others? Well, that's the only way. The Rakich listened and nodded affirmatively. In addition, we need to send people to contact the daimyo of the major countries. I believe that the daimyo would not want to see Konoha unify the ninja world. Even if Rock Shinobi village is incorporated into Konoha, it is definitely not what the daimyo of the land of earth or even the daimyo of the land of fire would like to see. Advertisement. Because this means that Konoha's power is completely out of control, which will eventually endanger the rights of the daimyo. Ma Bai's eyes lit up when he heard this. Really? It can't be that Rakich-sama is very considerate. Then there's no time to lose. I'll send someone to make the contact right away. Well. Go ahead. Movie nodded affirmatively. Xianqing didn't know what Rakich was doing at the moment, and even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care too much. Because, in his opinion, the Rakich's actions would ultimately be in vain. In the face of absolute strength, these actions are meaningless. Under the operation of the people sent by Gensei and with the cooperation of Tsuchikage and others, Rock Shinobi village began to be integrated and reformed by the people of Konoha at a rapid speed and integrated into Konoha. The daimyo of the land of earth naturally knew the news a long time ago. However, what was even more different from what the Rakich and his companions had imagined was that the daimyo of the land of earth not only showed no opposition, but instead strongly supported it. This is not only because in the past few years, Yinqing and his men have secretly and quietly used economic interests to bind the names of major countries. At the same time, the temptation of drugs such as longevity pills made the daimyos of major countries willing to exchange their rights for longer life and healthier bodies. Of course, there is also an element of necessity in this. The situation is stronger than people. Xianqing now has the absolute upper hand, and no matter how they resist, they see no hope of victory. On the contrary, if you can't beat them, you can get better things by joining them, so why not? As long as I can live longer and better, that's enough. As for whether their descendants will lose a great deal of rights in the future, This is not within the consideration of these current daimyo. Even the great nobles in Tado were won over in advance by the same means used by Konoha. In order to unify the ninja world as peacefully and smoothly as possible, Xianqing has worked hard over the years. Therefore, when the envoy of the Reikage village first found the daimyo of the land country to explain Konoha's ambition to annex Rock Shinobi village and unify the ninja world, the daimyo of the land country acted calm and was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "I know all this, so what? Do you have anything else to say?" DB. Tutai was stunned when he heard this, and asked in confusion, "Isn't the daimyo angry? Rock Shinobi village is an important force for the land of Earth to defend against Konoha and other ninja villages. Without Rock Shinobi village, the land of Earth will completely lose its ninja barrier. It can be expected that the kingdom of the king will be annexed in the future. At that time, you will completely lose all your rights in the land of Earth. Do you not care about this?" Advertisement. He totally couldn't understand the attitude of the daimyo of the land of Earth at this moment. He didn't believe that the daimyo of the land of Earth was unaware of what he was saying. It is impossible for a fool to truly sit firmly on the throne of the lord of the land. But why did the daimyo of the land of Earth pretend to be stupid? He. After hearing this, the daimyo of the land of Earth immediately fanned the fan in his hand, smiled contemptuously and said, "I have said it all, I know all this very well, but I don't care." In other words, letting Rock Shinobi village and the land of Earth be incorporated into Konoha and the land of fire is the result I want to see. If you came here just to tell me this, then you can leave. Is it because he is unwilling to resist? There is no way to resist. He couldn't resist the temptation brought to him by Konoha. He is already old, and if nothing unexpected happens, he will only have a few more years to live. But the longevity pills and life potions from Konoha gave him new hope, so he naturally didn't want to let it go. Although this would cause him to lose most of his rights as a daimyo. But Konoha promised him that he would be allowed to keep all his current wealth except the land. He would even be given a suitable position in the future power structure of Konoha and a hereditary title for his family, which would be enough for him. Why? What did Konoha promise you that would allow you to make such a choice? Tutai heard this and asked with a look of shock and despair. This answer surprised him. The hidden information is too huge. Big enough to make Cloud Shinobi despair. The daimyo heard this and shook his head, saying, "It's not convenient for me to tell you this. If you really want to find out, just go ask the people of Konoha. I believe they will not hesitate to tell you. Or, ask the great master of your country of thunder, it's the same. I guess you not only sent people to contact me, but also sent people to contact other daimyo at the same time. What a shame. It's useless. The daimyo of other countries have already been bought off by Konoha. If the Hokage of Konoha had not wanted to cause too many casualties in the process of unifying the ninja world, Konoha would have unified the ninja world by now. So, go back. Bring the news back to your Reikage. The most important thing is to make the right choice as soon as possible. What you think is such a stupid choice may be the wisest choice. He. Chapter 274, Unify the Ninja World, Destroy Celestial Dragons, and Control the Pirates World, Grand Finale. I understand. Thank you for your reminder, Lord Daimyo. I will take my leave now. With a complicated expression, Dode bowed and thanked the daimyo, then he left the palace of the daimyo of the land of Earth with his companions and headed towards Cloud Shinobi village as quickly as possible. During this time, the ninja world is not peaceful. First, Uchiha Madara appeared in Mist Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, and other ninja villages successively. Advertisement. As soon as he appeared, he forcibly captured the Jinchuriki from various ninja villages with his despairing absolute strength, and announced his Ten Tails resurrection plan and Project Tsuki no Mi to the ninja world, and at the same time, declared war on all forces in the ninja world. For a moment, the entire ninja world was in an uproar again. Move. The Reikage looked at the dilapidated street in front of him, thinking of Uchiha Madara's previous declaration of war, thinking of the kidnapped Eight Tails and the two-tailed Jinchuriki, and punched the ground angrily, roaring, "Damn it! This is too much! This is too much! Konoha, Uchiha Madara, what do you want to do?" Mabi on the side also said angrily, "Master Reikage, it seems that it is basically confirmed that this is a play directed by Konoha and Uchiha Madara for the sake of the 10th unification." "I know." The movie nodded grimly. "This is what makes him most angry. Konoha didn't try to cover up anything at all. It was just acting it out for them and wasn't afraid of them guessing the truth. The purpose and ambition are already obvious. But what else could he do at this moment besides being angry? Having personally experienced the invincible strength of Uchiha Madara, he knew very well that he had no power to resist Konoha and Uchiha Madara. Thinking of this, Reikage suddenly showed a dejected look, haha. 627 Now I finally understand why someone as cunning and sophisticated as Onoki suddenly chose to bring Rock Shinobi back to Konoha and be merged into Konoha. Because he knows very well that neither he nor we have any chance of winning against yet. As the first ninja village to voluntarily surrender, he must have sold Rock Shinobi Village for a good price and obtained the best conditions for the people of Rock Shinobi Village from Konoha, right? At this point, Reikage even admired Nokia's keen vision and courage. Obviously, he had some guesses about these things before. But in the end he was unable to make up his mind and make a decision like Onoki. This time, he was not as good as Onoki. Yes. So, Mr. Movie, what should we do next? The village against Konoha. Mabai asked with a worried look on his face. She felt that this matter might not go smoothly. In fact, with Konoha's current strength, it is not afraid of these. Let's wait for Tutai and the others to come back and see what happens. Reikage didn't say much about his thoughts this time, and said with a sullen face. Yes. A few days later. The messengers that Cloud Shinobi sent to the major ninja villages and daimyo prefectures have all returned. The film was also influenced by the news they brought back. First of all, the attitudes of the daimyo prefectures of the 4 major countries are the same as that of the daimyo prefecture of the Land of Earth. Advertisement. No. Even the daimyo of the Land of Lightning where Cloud Shinobi is located has a rather ambiguous attitude. Apparently, he has also been bought off by Konoha a long time ago. Song was not aware of this in the previous movie. In addition, although Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi are willing to join Cloud Shinobi, in fighting against Konoha, they are also afraid to make up their minds easily. Lord Reikage, I think we can't continue like this. We should just invite all the major ninja villages to hold a new 5-cage conference and confront Konoha directly. Let's talk about this openly. From the current situation, the ambitions of the Yatong ninja realm have become completely violent. Besides, their plan is basically complete. We have no chance of winning at all. So, I think that starting a war is not advisable. Sitting down and talking with Konoha is the most important thing at the moment. Aren't you curious about what conditions Konoha gave Rock Shinobi to make them so willing to cooperate in integrating Rock Shinobi into Konoha? After Dode and everyone finished reporting, the Reikage fell silent and couldn't help but make a suggestion. After hearing this, the others all looked towards the platform in surprise. Can I say this directly to the Reikage? However, contrary to their expectations, the Reikage did not get furious when he heard this, but instead pondered for a long time before sighing and saying, Hey! Dode, you are right. Then please go to Konoha again and invite Konoha to participate in the Mist Shinobi meeting. Each of the other great ninja villages should also send a team to notify them. This is all he can do now. Are they really going to take Cloud Shinobi with them to go to war with Konoha? This is completely a case of throwing an egg against a rock. Uchiha Madara alone was more than they could handle. Not to mention that Konoha also has strong people like Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Xianqing, and so on. Yes. After hearing this, Tutai breathed a sigh of relief and immediately accepted the order. He was afraid that Reikage would be unwilling to give in for the sake of his reputation and power. In that case, Cloud Shinobi's takeover might not go over too well. Even though Cloud Shinobi village will eventually disappear, at least people can survive, and that's enough. On that day, Dode and others set out again without stopping, rushing to Konoha, Sand Shinobi and other ninja villages respectively. However, a few days later, Xianqing met Tutai and heard him explain his purpose. Oh. Xianqing raised his eyebrows and said, the 5-cage talks? It seems that the Reikage has an idea. Then let's hold it. Let's choose Konoha as the location. This will save us from wasting time running around, what do you think? Normally, it would be best to hold the 5-cage summit in the neutral country of Iron. But Xianqing was too lazy to bother. Reikage and the others probably already know what they should know, so there is no need to hide it from them. As long as the people under the major ninja villages are unaware of the truth, it will be convenient for him to brush up on the favorability contracts later. Tutai was stunned when he heard this and began to hesitate. Xianqing saw this and smiled faintly. Why? Are you worried that Reikage and his men will come to Konoha and be ambushed and killed by us? I can only say that you think too much. In the face of absolute strength, I don't need to do those fancy little tricks, and I don't like them. Advertisement. With the strength of me and Konoha, if we really want to deal with you Reikage, we can just go to Cloud Shinobi, and you won't be able to stop us either. There's absolutely no need to be such a mean person, don't you think? A plot to assassinate the Reikage? Does he deserve it? Tutai heard the contempt in Suinking's words, but he was unable to refute it. At the same time, he figured it out in his mind, and immediately bowed slightly and said, I understand what you mean, Lord Hokage, let's do as you say. The location for this 5-cage meeting will be Konoha. However, apart from us Cloud Shinobi, other ninja villages may need your Konoha to send someone to inform them personally. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave and head back to Cloud Shinobi. I'll try to bring the news back to Reikage-sama as soon as possible. Xianqing nodded without comment, that's it. No need to see you off. Also, the meeting will be scheduled for 5 days later, I hope you won't be late. I've got that in mind. 5 days later, all the major ninja villages, even the Tsuchikage and the daimyo of the 5 major countries gathered in Konoha to hold a new 5-cage summit. During the meeting, Xianqing did not continue to cover up this time, but directly put Konoha's current terrifying strength on the table to intimidate the major ninja villages and force them to voluntarily submit. Eventually, Cloud Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, and Sand Shinobi all chose to submit. At the same time, the daimyos of the 5 major countries also chose to cooperate with Konoha, gradually handing over most of the power in their hands to Konoha, and jointly promoting the peaceful unification of the entire ninja world. Of course, in order to quickly eliminate the hatred between the major ninja villages and facilitate Xianqing to quickly improve everyone's favorability after unification, Uchiha Madara's project Tsuki no Mi is still proceeding as planned. Just some fine-tuning. At the same time, the Kage and daimyo of each major ninja village cooperated with Day to direct this drama called the Fourth Ninja World War. 3 months later, through the joint efforts of the major ninja villages, the United Ninja Army successfully defeated the final boss Sage of Six Paths and Satsuki Kagaya. The ninja world also took advantage of the opportunity to unify. Afterwards, Xianqing began to carry out comprehensive reforms in the ninja world while increasing his infiltration and investment in the pirates' world. Ninjas from the ninja world who have successfully made contracts are continuously sent to the pirates' world to join various camps and infiltrate. 5 years later, the unification and reform of the ninja world has achieved penultimate results, and 90% of the ninjas have been successfully contracted by Xianqing. The strength of the ninja world also experienced explosive growth. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Chiri, Uzumaki Mito, and many others have broken through the 6 paths level one after another. He even went quite far in the 6 paths level, and his strength surpassed the pirates' world general level. Throughout the ninja world, Cage level and Super Cage level are everywhere. At the same time, the infiltration of the pirates' world has been basically completed. Most of the marines were recruited and lured into contracts by Xianqing, including Garp, Sengoku, Aokiji and others. The armies and power of many kingdoms in the pirates' world are also secretly controlled by Suinking's people. Afterwards, Xianqing declared war on the world government and the many corrupt kingdoms in the pirates' world. With absolute strength, he crushed the enemy, killed many corrupt nobles and royal families, destroyed celestial dragons and world government, killed him personally, and successfully subverted the pirates' world and brought it under his control. The end. P.S. I can't write any more, so let it be.